Chapter 1. Thunderous Roar. Kill. The sound of gunfire reverberated, and the cries of battle filled the air. Ye Fei slowly opened his eyes. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the atmosphere. The cacophony around him was so overwhelming it made him feel slightly dizzy. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? Nearby, two factions were entangled in fierce combat. The relentless noise of gunfire, cannon blasts, clashing blades, and anguished shouts echoing incessantly. Amidst his confusion, Ye Fei noticed the attire of one group. Naval uniforms? Warships? Artillery? Giants? Pirate flags? What sort of scene is this? A pirate world? Had he traversed dimensions? He had just been at home, revisiting the Marineford War segment, and had unknowingly dozed off. To his astonishment, he found himself awakening in an entirely different realm. Before him loomed a colossal structure emblazoned with the striking words Navy, unmistakably prominent. Ye Fei was well acquainted with it. He was now on the battlefield of the Marineford War at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. Still reeling from the effects of his sudden transition, he began to regain his composure. As he calmed down, his awareness sharpened. He couldn't believe he had truly crossed over. Looking at his clothing, he realized he was aligned with the Whitebeard pirates. A torrent of information flooded his mind. In quick succession, Ye Fei began to familiarize himself with his identity in the pirate world. Simultaneously, memories of this existence gradually returned. Ye Fei's identity was that of the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, a subordinate of Marco. Currently, he was under Marco's command, assaulting the Navy headquarters. Glancing at his attire and the weapon in his hand, I can't believe I'm just a mere pawn. He was clad in the most rudimentary garb, wielding the most ordinary weapon. The quintessential gear of a lowly character. Aside from his handsome appearance, he was utterly unremarkable. Ye Fei found it utterly unacceptable to embody this identity. In a world of pirates, mere pawns existed solely to bolster the prowess of the strong, offering no prospects whatsoever. Yet here he was, having transmigrated directly into the role of a lowly character. And this lowly character bore the same name, Ye Fei. Ye Fei, stop dawdling and charge forward. We must join Dad and rescue Ace. Just as he lamented his predicament, a fellow named Jason, another pawn, attempted to pull Ye Fei to his feet. Ye Fei appraised him briefly. An absolute lowly character, not just a pawn, but a complete bystander. The kind that would be eliminated upon making an appearance. Such characters rarely survived more than 5 minutes in the pirate world. At that moment, Jason brandished a rocket launcher, targeting the Navy ahead. Boom! The shell erupted before them. Ye Fei, let's go. Amidst the deafening explosion and the shouts of his comrades, Ye Fei snapped back to reality and sprang to his feet. Grasping an old spike club, he charged forward. Indeed, their mission was to join Whitebeard in assaulting the Navy headquarters and rescue Ace. As for the outcome of this rescue, Ye Fei, an avid fan of pirates, was acutely aware. In the original pirate narrative, Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard met their demise at Marineford. Every time he encountered that segment, he felt a profound sense of regret. The fates of the two were undeniably tragic, especially Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Given his position in the Whitebeard pirates, he ought to refer to him as Dad. Though Ye Fei was reluctant, he was still a member of the Whitebeard crew. The thought that Whitebeard was destined to perish in this war, while he could do nothing to intervene, weighed heavily on Ye Fei's heart. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate's boisterous nature was something Ye Fei genuinely admired. The battlefield of Marineford was teeming with formidable figures. As he witnessed Whitebeard on the brink of defeat, he realized that as a mere pawn, he might be swiftly eliminated before he even had a chance to act. Let alone saving anyone. Surviving himself would be a stroke of luck. The notion of rescuing Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard seemed nothing short of a pipe dream. Instinctively, Ye Fei's first reaction was to flee as far away as possible. But soon, he regained his composure. In the isolated Marineford, where could he possibly escape? Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates were effectively encircled by the Navy, with no battlefield to retreat to, let alone escape. After much internal struggle, Ye Fei ultimately made his decision. Since death was inevitable, it would be more honorable to fight. At least it wouldn't be so shameful. Furthermore, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates were not cowards. Just as Ye Fei resolved to take action, the sound of another tremendous explosion rang out ahead. Raising his head, he saw his fellow crew members falling one by one. His instincts warned him that a powerful figure had made an appearance. Sure enough, he heard the terrified and despairing cries of crew members ahead. Tontada, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea? Joker, everyone run. Quick escape. Immediately, those who had shouted fell to the ground in succession. What? Ye Fei broke out in a cold sweat. Doflamingo, he was the current warlord of the sea, a central figure in the Dark World. Although he would be defeated by Luffy 2 years later and subsequently imprisoned and impelled down, at present, he still held the title of warlord. Summoned by the world government, he was cooperating with the Navy to besiege the Whitebeard pirates. During the Marineford War, the world government had mobilized over 100,000 sailors, numerous vice-admirals, and the 3 strongest admirals to counter the assault of the Whitebeard pirates. Additionally, they forcibly summoned the warlords of the sea, known for their catastrophic destructive powers. The world government understood that the execution of Ace had thoroughly enraged the dominant force of the New World, the Whitebeard pirates. It is important to note that Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, was one of the 4 emperors of the pirate world. Not only did he possess power rivaling that of the pirate King Roger, but he was also the strongest among the 4 emperors. Naturally, the world government could not afford to underestimate him. This time, they had issued a near-death command to the warlords. They must not decline. The former member of the warlords, Jinbei, was imprisoned and impelled down for refusing the 4 summons, inciting the Navy's wrath. This illustrates the world government's determination. The warlords must participate in the battle. In the original pirate narrative, the warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors, along with the Navy headquarters, constituted the 3 major powers of the Grand Line. In reality, apart from a few warlords, the gap between the others and the 4 emperors was immense. Most of the warlords could hardly measure up to the subordinates of the 4 emperors. However, before these ordinary pirate crew members, the warlords of the sea were akin to divine beings. It was only natural for them to flee upon sighting them. Fu, a bunch of lowly fish perish. A man nearly 3 meters tall, clad in a pink feathered cloak and sunglasses, with deep yellow hair, let out a sinister laugh. Just by his ludicrous gait, Ye Fei immediately recognized him as Doflamingo. In that instant, Ye Fei felt a sense of impending doom. Was it possible that he, Ye Fei, had barely made his entrance only to encounter such a figure? Was he destined to be eliminated by a warlord? Before he could even contemplate escape, Doflamingo was already standing before him. Simultaneously, the gun in his hand was aimed at Ye Fei's head. Ye Fei broke into a cold sweat, having no time to react. Doflamingo pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunfire echoed. Ye Fei fell to the ground in response. What was happening? He had only just crossed over, and already he was treated as a mere pawn and eliminated? This was impossible. He did not want to be a mere pawn. He had yet to engage in battle. He did not wish to die. Never did he expect to be eliminated immediately upon his arrival. Moreover, it was by a gun show that hadn't even witnessed Doflamingo's fruit powers. To have his story end so abruptly upon crossing over? How lamentable. Simultaneously, ding, lying motionless on the ground, Ye Fei heard a mechanical voice resonate in his mind. Due to the host being killed by a warlord of the sea, the system will automatically bind the fruit fusion system for the host. Binding in progress. 110. 50. Binding successful. Issuing beginner's gift pack. Congratulations. Host has acquired self-healing abilities. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the armament Haki. Beginner level. Automatic fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the observation Haki. Beginner level. Automatic fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Conqueror's Haki. Beginner level. Automatic fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 dragon fruit. Ye Fei slowly opened his eyes. I'm not dead. I'm truly alive. Moreover, has the system finally arrived? Being an avid reader of novels, he naturally understood what a system entailed. In this regard, Ye Fei felt no desire to offer any explanations. However, why did this system choose to manifest only after his demise? Damn! Fusion of the devil fruit? After regaining his senses, Ye Fei murmured to himself. What kind of system is this? Yes, host. The fusion of the devil fruit can bestow the host with formidable abilities. The system replied mechanically to Ye Fei. Oh, Ye Fei responded, his heart still tinged with excitement. Simultaneously, memories of the system's rewards flooded his mind. Regenerative ability? Ye Fei touched his forehead. He had clearly been shot moments ago. Surprisingly, he had not perished rather. He felt only a slight pain at the sight of impact. As he gingerly probed the bullet wound on his forehead, he felt a small hole. Then, Ye Fei sensed the bones in his head compressing the bullet. Gradually, a bullet was forced out, clattering as it fell to the ground. He picked it up and examined it closely. It was merely an ordinary iron bullet, not composed of sea stone. He promptly discarded it. Having been shot and suffering no significant harm, this regenerative ability was extraordinarily powerful. This novice gift package also granted him 3 types of Haki, especially the Conqueror's Haki. In the original narrative, it was a skill possessed by 1 in 100,000. Some ordinary individuals could spend their entire lives in pursuit, but never attain the Conqueror's Haki. It is crucial to understand that in the world of pirates, only those with a kingly demeanor can wield the Conqueror's Haki. Ordinary people, no matter how they train, cannot achieve it. Yet, Ye Fei was astonished that the system had included it in the novice gift package, directly awarded and automatically fused, requiring no learning at all. Though it was merely at the beginner level, Ye Fei believed there was immense potential for growth. The dragon fruit? Ye Fei gazed at the golden fruit in his hand. Is this truly a devil fruit? A dragon? A zoan type? A mythical beast? This was the first time Ye Fei had witnessed such a fruit. The shape of this fruit bore a striking resemblance to Kaido's fish fruit. However, the colors were distinct. The fish fruit was a dark green hue. In contrast, the fruit in Ye Fei's hand gleamed of brilliant gold. Rumor had it that this fruit was worth dozens of billions of berries. He wondered if that was indeed true. Moreover, with only one fruit in existence, even wealth might not secure its acquisition. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, seemed to be the wielder of such a fruit's powers. Furthermore, it was a mythical beast type in the form of an azure dragon. Ye Fei pondered whether the dragon fruit he possessed was part of the same lineage as Kaido's. Could it be that 2 identical fruits exist in this world? If consumed, would it transform him into a dragon, allowing him to soar through the skies? On the battlefield, Ye Fei had no time for further contemplation. He swiftly took a bite. It was said that devil fruits were notoriously difficult to obtain, especially ones of such high caliber. Naturally, something obtained for free should not be wasted. However, it was rumored that devil fruits were quite challenging to consume. Ye Fei was eager to find out. Damn, this is truly awful, he exclaimed with a disdainful expression after taking a bite.
The rumors hold true. The devil fruit is indeed notoriously unpalatable, and the original work does not deceive. Nevertheless, regardless of its foul taste, Ye Fei resolutely swallowed it with every ounce of determination, promptly discarding the remaining half to the side. In the realm of pirates, the established notion regarding the devil fruit is that consuming even a single bite yields effects identical to having consumed the whole fruit. As anticipated, the fruit that was cast aside appeared as a withered eggplant, swiftly succumbing to decay at a pace visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, within Ye Fei's stomach, the ingested fruit was rapidly dissolving. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the abilities of the divine dragon fruit. The host may freely alter their form. Announced the system. At that moment, Ye Fei felt a profound transformation within his body. His previously modest height of under 1.7 meters surged by an astonishing 40 centimeters, leaving him utterly astounded. The divine dragon fruit's power could alter one's stature? Not only did he grow taller, but he also felt fundamentally different from before. Could it be that he could even transform into a dragon? Ye Fei murmured to himself, contemplating the system's assertion of freely changing form, which seemed to imply the ability to metamorphose into a dragon, a truly magnificent prospect. Upon inspecting his arms, he could sense the firmness of his muscles. Most importantly, he appeared even more dashing than before. In the pirate world, although Ye Fei was undeniably handsome, his height had always been somewhat lacking. In a world where 1.8 meters was often considered somewhat deficient, his original height had been a source of embarrassment. Yet, after consuming the divine dragon fruit, he had experienced such a remarkable increase. Standing at 2.1 meters, while not towering in the pirate domain, was nonetheless a source of great satisfaction for Ye Fei. Being excessively tall might not be advantageous either. Simultaneously, with the abilities of the divine dragon fruit coursing through him, an overwhelming surge of primal energy surged within, clamoring for release. This sensation was unlike anything Ye Fei had ever experienced. Akin to being injected with a stimulant that a potent force stirred within him, igniting an impulsive desire to plunge into battle. Clenching his fists, he tested his newfound strength. His entire arm was enveloped in a dark aura. Solid as steel. Observing the glossy black sheen, Ye Fei realized he had manifested the armament Haki, a reward bestowed directly by the system. To his astonishment, his Haki possessed an enveloping effect reminiscent of Luffy's flowing cherry blossoms in Wano, albeit in a darker hue. Typically, such a form was characteristic of advanced Haki, yet here he was, a novice, already exhibiting it. This beginner's gift pack was indeed bountiful. Don Quixote Doflamingo, come face me, Ye Fei bellowed, having just been shot by him. Rising from the ground, he seized the nearby jagged mace, brimming with excitement as he called out to the throng. Having just been shot by Doflamingo, he had no intention of letting the affront go unpunished. At this moment, his confidence soared, and he was eager to engage in a direct confrontation with one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with the divine dragon fruit's powers and his regenerative abilities. Combined with the 3 types of Haki at his disposal, Ye Fei estimated that dealing with a marine rear admiral would pose little challenge. However, he harbored no illusions about the likelihood of defeating an admiral. As for the warlords, he was keen to test his mettle against them. At this instant, Ye Fei's sole focus was to bring Doflamingo down. Having perused the original work, he was well aware of the capabilities of the string fruit. Besides its formidable offensive prowess and the ability to fly, it also allowed the user to manipulate others' movements. In 2 years' time, Doflamingo would awaken his fruit's true potential in Dressrosa, yet during the Marineford War. Ye Fei was uncertain, as the original narrative did not elaborate on it. Nevertheless, he surmised that Doflamingo had likely awakened his abilities, given his age and the timeline leading to the Dressrosa incident being merely 2 years away. Regardless, Ye Fei was determined to challenge him, especially now that he had acquired self-healing abilities from the system, with bullets failing to harm him. What was there to fear? Alas, Doflamingo was nowhere to be found. Having just resolved matters on that front, he had departed. Surrounding him, many of Whitebeard's crew members were bewildered by Ye Fei's incessant calls for Doflamingo. Who was this guy? Judging by his attire, he seemed to belong to their side, yet he was a stranger. Doflamingo, you intend to challenge one of the 7 warlords? Are you seeking death? With a mere finger, he could crush you, some scoffed. Hey, my friend, our opponent is merely a standard marine. The rest should be left to the captains. Have you lost your mind? Thinking you could take on a warlord? Know your limitations, young man. Reflect upon your choices. The crowd buzzed with skepticism, deeming Ye Fei overconfident. However, among Whitebeard's crew, some of Marco's subordinates quickly recognized him. Ye Fei, my goodness, you've grown taller. Am I seeing things? Is that really you? Ye Fei, I just saw you get shot by Doflamingo. How are you not dead? And you look even more handsome. Good grief, you're exceptionally dashing. To this, Ye Fei simply smiled with nonchalance. In the world of Earth, I was indeed strikingly handsome. Arriving here, I naturally couldn't fall short. Yet, his newfound height was a surprise even to him. The divine dragon fruit had an unexpected height increasing effect. In the distance, another wave of marines surged forth. At this moment, Ye Fei paid no heed to conversing with his comrades. This was a battlefield. He had no intention of retreating, instead choosing to charge forth as the vanguard. With armament Haki fully activated, albeit at a basic level, the ordinary marines were utterly insignificant before him. The projectiles and bullets that approached him moved as if in slow motion, akin to ants crawling. Ye Fei effortlessly dodged them, a testament to his observation Haki's precognitive ability, allowing him to sense threats and evade accordingly. What astonished him further was the remarkable agility of his movements. He could leap dozens of meters with ease, far surpassing the capabilities of Marine 6 Styles moonwalk. This could likely be attributed to the fruit's powers, considering that Kaido in his dragon form could fly. Heh, Ye Fei chuckled softly. Is this the capability of the divine dragon fruit? Truly extraordinary. Without further contemplation, he plunged into the ranks of the Marines, wreaking havoc with his mace, striking in every direction. The cries of the Marines echoed in his wake. As he felled his foes, the system's notifications reverberated in his mind. What could this experience be used for? Ye Fei pondered rapidly, but there was no time for queries in the heat of battle. He resolved to dispatch all the Marine soldiers before him first. As he decimated the ranks of Marines, his personal experience points soared. In Marineford, on the plaza, many Marines had begun to take notice of Ye Fei. Who is this person? He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Impressive. He doesn't appear to be one of the enemy captains. None of Whitebeard's 16 division commanders are this striking. Our Marines seem as fragile as tofu against him. Hurry and report. Numerous members of other pirate crews began to murmur amongst themselves. Is this our crew member? Can a mere ordinary sailor be this formidable? I recognize one of them. He's often seen drinking with Marco. I think his name is Ye Fei, but he seems taller and more handsome now. What's going on? Little did they know, he had concealed such immense strength all along. Indeed, it is true that masters are adept at concealing their true abilities. Upon returning, it is certain that commendations will come their way. Haha, our side has gained another formidable warrior. This exemplifies the spirit of the Whitebeard pirates, charging fearlessly forward, undaunted by death, all inspired to follow in his footsteps, although they may not know or fully comprehend Ye Fei. It is worth noting that the Whitebeard Pirates headquarters boasts nearly 1,600 members. It is impossible for everyone to be acquainted. Yet, Ye Fei's prowess has indeed taken them by surprise. As the crowd engaged in their discussions, Ye Fei had already taken the lead, wielding his wolf fang mace with vigor. The presence of an ordinary crew member at the forefront astonished many. Consequently, the murmurs among the onlookers grew. Of course, Ye Fei remained oblivious to the chatter surrounding him, as he relentlessly attacked the Marine soldiers. Like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, the current batch of Marines lay defeated at his feet. In the distance, more Marines surged forth like a tidal wave. For the purpose of confronting the Whitebeard pirates, Marineford had prepared an impressive force of 100,000 Navy personnel, while Ye Fei had yet to even scratch the surface of their numbers. However, he remained unperturbed. Once he had dealt with the surrounding Marines, Ye Fei finally found a moment to pause and discreetly activated the system. He inquired about the utility of experience points, and the system swiftly provided an explanation. Experience points could be utilized to unlock the system's marketplace, as well as to purchase any items within it, consuming the corresponding amount of experience points. I wish to see, he declared. In an instant, the system panel materialized before Ye Fei, with the vibrant red marketplace standing out prominently. However, unlocking the system's marketplace required 1,000 experience points. Meanwhile, Ye Fei glanced at his current tally of experience points, which amounted to a mere 200. The system marketplace remained locked, rendering other items invisible for the time being. Having just dispatched 200 Marines in a matter of minutes, Ye Fei shook his head in disappointment. It was still insufficient. To unlock the system's marketplace, he needed an additional 800 Marines. Taking them down one by one seemed far too tedious. Then, an idea struck Ye Fei: the Conqueror's Haki. Earlier, the system had rewarded him directly, and he saw no reason to refuse it. In contrast to the armament Haki, the Conqueror's Haki could achieve group attacks in a short span of time. The prospect of quickly accumulating experience points was undeniably appealing. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the notion. Once the Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, it could very well attract the attention of the Marine admirals. It is well known that individuals possessing Conqueror's Haki are exceedingly rare. In the early settings of the pirate world, only 1 in a million was fortunate enough to possess it. However, as time progressed, this trope began to falter, as many characters, including the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, the 12th generation leader of the Sweet Commanders, Katakuri, and Yamato, all exhibited this ability. The Sweet Commander had once remarked that in the New World, those wielding Conqueror's Haki were as common as fish crossing a river. A veritable plague. Yet, during the Marineford War, Conqueror's Haki remained a rare phenomenon. If the Navy were to discover this, would they not immediately seek to eliminate him? Contemplating this, Ye Fei promptly abandoned the idea. For now, he was not powerful enough. Drawing attention to oneself could be perilous, as the saying goes. The bird that stands out gets shot. Just then, a resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the cracking of ice. As fissures opened right at Ye Fei's feet, he steadied himself, and in that moment, a colossal figure emerged before him, standing at over 10 meters tall. This individual loomed over Ye Fei, who felt as though he were a mere child in comparison. At his 2-meter height, Ye Fei could barely reach the giant's thigh, creating a stark contrast in the original story of the pirates. Aside from the exaggerated art style, the settings were notably unique, with some characters towering even above the Marine headquarters. Alongside fantastical creatures like elephants walking on water and fish with horse-like faces, This was simply the peculiar nature of the pirate world. Nonetheless, the Ye Fei of this world had long since acclimated to such extraordinary settings, rendering the presence of this towering figure unremarkable in his eyes. "Youngster, how arrogant! Do you regard my subordinates with such disdain?" The exceptionally tall man thundered, his voice resonating like a bell across the battlefield, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Naturally, the gazes of the onlookers gravitated towards this confrontation. The marine soldiers Ye Fei had just felled were indeed subordinates of this giant. "Very soon, you will share their fate," Ye Fei retorted coolly, gazing up at the towering figure. Judging by his height, he was likely a member of the giant race. It was said that the average height of giants was at least several meters. And in this case, the marine officer was considered relatively short among his kind. "Do you not think that your imposing stature grants you superiority in the pirate world? Being tall does not necessarily equate to strength. In fact, excessive height can sometimes become a liability." While speaking, Ye Fei observed the insignia and uniform on the officer's shoulder. He was merely a Commodore. Generally, giants in the Navy held ranks of at least vice admiral, as their towering physiques provided a natural advantage in strength. Yet, Ye Fei paid little heed to this individual. Perhaps his abilities were simply lacking. When reflecting on the Marineford War, he had not even registered the presence of this officer, indicating that he was far from a heavyweight character. Such a figure was little more than a minor supporting role in the grand scheme of things, and Ye Fei did not regard him with any seriousness. Just moments ago, even the warlords of the sea had failed to defeat him. What could a mere Commodore do? Nevertheless, this could serve as an opportunity for practice. Moreover, the experience points awarded by this Commodore would undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary Marines. Ye Fei was quite curious to discover the exact amount. However, his dismissive attitude only served to inflame the towering figure's fury. "Arrogant brat, I shall reduce you to a mere pancake," his voice boomed, as if intending to tear Ye Fei asunder. With that, the Marine swung a massive iron hammer, over 10 meters in length, directly towards Ye Fei. As the hammer descended, a fierce wind howled in its wake. "Then let us see what you can do," Ye Fei replied defiantly. Ye Fei let out a cold laugh. Seemingly unfazed by the situation, he was eager to test the newfound abilities he had just acquired. If he couldn't even defeat a brigadier general, it would indeed be a disgrace to the dragon fruit. However, a few members of Whitebeard's crew who recognized Ye Fei shouted anxiously from behind. After all, this was a member of the giant race. A massive hammer descending from over 10 meters could obliterate a ship, let alone strike a person. The fear of not being able to find the remnants was palpable. "Ye Fei, be careful. Ye Fei, run." From their perspective, Ye Fei's defeat of these ordinary sailors was inconsequential. Yet, the opponent was a brigadier general, a rank far superior to that of a mere sailor. Moreover, brigadier generals were considered high-ranking officials among sailors, naturally possessing formidable strength. Coupled with the daunting supersized weapon in the brigadier general's hand, the damage inflicted by such a weapon was not something an ordinary pirate could withstand in the face of the whistling warhammer. Ye Fei smiled nonchalantly. He raised the Wolf Fang club in his hand, channeling his stamina into the weapon. What had once been an ordinary Wolf Fang club was instantly enveloped in a layer of armament Haki. He then lifted his hand, ready to meet the descending giant hammer with the Wolf Fang club. Clang! When the weapons collided, the resounding noise was enough to induce a headache. A gust of wind swept past, causing the surrounding weaker foes to stagger backward. That moment, the brigadier general suddenly let out a scream, his entire body toppling backward. Simultaneously, the enormous hammer in his hand seemed to be deflected. Flying away behind him, the massive hammer hurtled back, knocking down a group of sailors behind him. A series of sounds echoed, confirming the impact. This blow, even Ye Fei had not anticipated. What had begun as a mere defensive maneuver unexpectedly triggered a rebound effect. He was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. It seemed that his armament Haki was somewhat unique. To confirm, Ye Fei promptly sought verification from the system, receiving confirmation. When the host uses defense and attack, there is a certain probability of triggering a rebound effect. The rebound probability is 10%. Armament Haki defense can also trigger a rebound, the ability of the Gomu Gomu fruit. A thought suddenly emerged in Ye Fei's mind. In the original story, armament Haki had no rebound effect. It merely served to harden and protect. Except for the original protagonist, Luffy, during the Dressrosa arc, when Luffy activated Gear 4th, he still retained the elasticity of rubber beneath his Haki form. This was attributed to his rubber fruit ability. which even Doflamingo struggled against. Ye Fei was puzzled. Could it be that he possessed such an ability as well? However, he had initiated it himself. This was fundamentally different from the original setting. Yet, he relished the idea. The defense he had just executed had triggered a 10% probability of a rebound effect. 10% meant that what had just happened was merely a coincidence. Ding! The host has defeated a Navy Brigadier General, rewarding 800 experience points. Ye Fei was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected that by merely passively defending against the Brigadier General's attack, he would bring him down. This was still only the initial level of armament Haki. He had also garnered 800 experience points. To put it in perspective, defeating sailors usually required taking down 800 of them. How much would he earn for defeating a rear admiral, vice admiral, or admiral? As he contemplated this, Ye Fei could hardly contain his excitement at this moment. The Brigadier General lying on the ground was unable to rise again. It seemed the system had already acknowledged Ye Fei's victory over him. Damn, how can someone like this even become a Brigadier General? Is the Navy really that short on personnel? Come on, sailors, step up. I'll take you all on. With an overflowing sense of confidence, Ye Fei cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Brigadier General and then burst into laughter. Wow, this crew member is incredible. He took down a Navy Brigadier General with a single move? Did you all notice that it was the Brigadier General who attacked first? Ye Fei merely defended, and unexpectedly, that defense knocked him out. Can you imagine how powerful he would be if he actively attacked someone? Seriously, taking down a Navy Brigadier General like it's nothing? Our Marco doesn't even act this cocky when facing a Navy Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral. There's something wrong with his head. Crazy self-destruction. Several members of Whitebeard's crew stood there, utterly bewildered. Simultaneously, many felt that Ye Fei was somewhat arrogant, as defeating a Navy Brigadier General didn't necessarily signify much, given the current situation at Marineford. Both sides had brought forth an overwhelming amount of supercombatants. Brigadier Generals were hardly noteworthy compared to those higher-tier warriors, rendering them no different from mere fodder. Meanwhile, Ye Fei was not idle. Having just defeated a Brigadier General and earned 800 experience points, he added it to the previous 210 points, totaling 1,010 points. This was more than enough to unlock the system store. Let's see what treasures the system store holds. Ye Fei chuckled softly, feeling a sense of anticipation at this moment. The war on the top had only just commenced. The superlative figures from both sides were merely testing the waters, primarily observing the battlefield without making any significant offensive moves. They were keenly watching every development on the battlefield. However, Ye Fei noticed that Admiral Aokiji must have already activated his abilities. Otherwise, the waters in the bay wouldn't be frozen at this moment. The prominent figures were largely inactive, primarily observing the tide of battle, which afforded Ye Fei considerable time. He wondered if he could enhance his strength to better face the ensuing conflict. Opening the system panel, he promptly pressed the unlock button. Unlock the system store. A mechanical voice resonated. System store unlocked successfully, deducting 1,000 experience points. What had once been 1,010 experience points swiftly dwindled to just TEN.AS. He perused the system panel. Several categories appeared. 1. Devil fruit types: natural, paramecia, zoan. 2. Weaponry: swords, guns, and other offensive and defensive tools. 3. Skills: various techniques and abilities. 4. Navigation: warships, pirate ships, navigation instruments, compasses, world maps. 5. Transfer types: alternate spaces. 6. System warehouse, for storing weapons, food, and other miscellaneous items. The first category belonged to the devil fruits. Upon seeing this, Ye Fei felt somewhat perplexed. He already possessed the dragon fruit. What additional fruits could possibly be of use? It is important to note that in the world of pirates, as per the original storyline, one could only possess the ability of a single fruit. Of course, Blackbeard was the exception to this rule. To date, he was the only character in the entire pirate canon to wield 2 fruits, the Yami Yami no Mi and the Gura Gura no Mi. In the original story, Marco had also proposed some theories regarding this. However, the true reason likely remained known only to the author. Nonetheless, Ye Fei found it curious that the system store offered other devil fruits for sale. He was well aware that in the world of pirates, consuming 2 fruits would lead to immediate death. It was said that the body would explode, but he was unsure if that was true. The fact that the system store sold fruits raised a question. Could it mean that his fruit had the potential for fusion? If fusion were possible, Wouldn't that enable him to harness the powers of multiple fruits? As this thought crossed his mind, Ye Fei felt a surge of excitement. He quickly confirmed with the system. Receiving an affirmative response, the host can fuse the abilities of other fruits. Once fusion is completed, the host will obtain the powers of multiple devil fruits. Upon hearing this news, Ye Fei was taken aback and then elated. I can actually fuse with other fruits? That means I could possess the abilities of multiple fruits. Infinite fusion. With this, wouldn't I be unstoppable? In the realm of pirates, numerous fruits exhibit interlocking relationships of mutual restraint. For instance, Luffy's Gum Gum fruit can effectively counter Enel's Rumble Rumble fruit. Indeed, it is a testament to the remarkable integration of the devil fruit system. This enhancement far surpasses that of Blackbeard by a considerable margin. Subsequently, I navigated to the section dedicated to devil fruits. Point 1. Flame fruit, Logia type. Price, 10,000 points. Ability description, generates flames from the body. Standard physical attacks have no effect on the user. Weakness, water, higher temperature magma. Point 2. Gum Gum fruit, Paramecia type. Price, 10,000 points. Ability description, elastic and rebounds like rubber. Bullets and lightning are ineffective against it. Weakness, slashing attacks. Point 3. Lightning fruit, Logia type. Price, 15,000 points. Ability description, instant teleportation, a variety of lightning skills. Weakness, rubber abilities. Point 4. Surgery fruit, Paramecia type. Price, 20,000 points. Ability description, 5. Transformation fruit. If these fruits were to be purchased in the pirate world using berries, their cost would surely exceed hundreds of millions, with some possibly requiring tens of billions. Yet, in Ye Fei's system store, the prices are remarkably reasonable, available for mere experience points. Astonishingly, every type of fruit is present in the system store, including Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit, which, however, demands a staggering 100,000 experience points to acquire. After perusing the selection, I noted that the fruits in the system store closely resemble those in the pirate world, albeit with slight variations in nomenclature. The integration of the fruit system indeed mirrors that of this world, Ye Fei mused, sensing that it functions as an imitation system, replicating all the fruits of the pirate realm. Moreover, Ye Fei possesses the ability to fuse them endlessly, thereby obtaining multiple fruit abilities. This enhancement is undeniably formidable, as every devil fruit from this world is available here. If this is not an advantage, then what is? Hence, it is aptly named the Fusion Devil Fruit System, allowing Ye Fei to select and exchange fruits according to his preferences. It is likely that the Divine Dragon fruit he recently consumed is akin to Kaido's. Observing the system panel, he noted a mere 10 experience points. Currently, these fruits are unattainable, but there is no cause for concern. Experience points are not scarce here, with ample opportunities to garner them from Navy ranks such as Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Brigadier General, and Major General. Ye Fei felt no apprehension. Exiting the fruit category, he perused the weapons section, Supreme Great Blade series, Black Blade Chioshui series, and the Demon Cry and Demon Sever series, even legendary swords from the Naruto series, such as the Kusanagi and Ten Quicken sword, were available. Of course, the prices were quite steep, with the least expensive starting at 5,000 experience points. It is worth noting that 5,000 experience points equate to the defeat of 5,000 Navy soldiers. However, facing off against higher-ranking officers would naturally be far simpler. Initially, Ye Fei contemplated acquiring a suitable weapon. Upon further reflection, he decided to postpone that thought. He conducted a brief examination of the categories before exiting the system store and returning to the battlefield. Not far away, a Navy lieutenant colonel, towering at several dozen meters, was brandishing his weapon and relentlessly assaulting his comrades. Almost every strike sent 5 or 6 crew members flying, in the presence of Navy officers. Ordinary sailors were simply no match. Thus, it seemed only fitting to take action against him. A faint smile graced Ye Fei's lips as he leaped gracefully, akin to a swallow, directly into the path of the Navy lieutenant colonel. With his Wolf Fang club, he swiftly parried the incoming attack, resulting in a resounding crash. This time, Ye Fei did not trigger the rebound effect. Naval officer, I have come to challenge you, Ye Fei remarked coldly, his demeanor unfazed by the impact of the lieutenant colonel's strike. This surprised the Navy officer, who had not anticipated that his powerful blow could be so effortlessly blocked, especially by someone who appeared to be a mere youth in his 20s. Where did this kid come from? Boy, state your name. Ye Fei replied icily. I am Ye Fei, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division. Never heard of you. You insignificant character. Prepare to die, the lieutenant colonel scoffed, provoking Ye Fei's ire. You and your entire family are the insignificant ones. I shall return your words verbatim, Ye Fei retorted, his expression darkening. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his Wolf Fang club and charged at the lieutenant colonel. Seeing Ye Fei initiate the attack, the Navy officer, displaying commendable reflexes, discarded his weapon, clenched his fists, and began to channel his energy. He then bellowed, "Iron block," his body stiffened, becoming as immovable as iron. This technique is one of the Navy's 6 forms. Typically employed for defense, though it can occasionally be used offensively, albeit rarely. The lieutenant colonel intended to utilize this technique to counter Ye Fei's assault. The Wolf Fang club struck the lieutenant colonel's chest with a resounding clang, akin to 2 pieces of metal colliding, the deafening noise causing those nearby to instinctively cover their ears. Time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. Then, with a thud, the Navy lieutenant colonel suddenly collapsed to the ground, kneeling on the icy surface, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, accompanied by a faint vapor. Clutching his chest, he writhed in agony. Iron block? Utterly foolish, Ye Fei mocked. Officers of the Navy at this level often favor this technique. In most cases, it has proven to be rather ineffective against stronger opponents. Ye Fei witnessed this firsthand. Having observed the original work, he noted that whenever someone utilized this technique, their outcomes were seldom favorable, typically resulting in a knockout. Now, it was evident that it was of little use. Ding! Host has defeated a Navy lieutenant colonel, awarding 3,000 experience points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ye Fei felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that a Navy lieutenant colonel would yield 3,000 experience points, significantly higher than the 800 points from a brigadier general. How many points would a major general provide? With this in mind, he recognized that by defeating a few of this caliber, he could soon exchange for a fruit. With newfound interest, Ye Fei scanned his surroundings for any nearby Navy major generals to enhance his experience points. His decisive strike against the Navy lieutenant colonel instantly drew numerous gazes. Is this Ye Fei? Just moments ago, his strength seemed comparable to ours. How did he suddenly progress so rapidly? Did he consume some sort of drug? Not only has he grown taller, but he has also become significantly more formidable. Could it be that he secretly ingested a devil fruit? Even if he had, his strength could not be unleashed so swiftly that I suspect he is hiding his true power. That Navy lieutenant colonel defeated 50 of us. Yet Ye Fei took him down in a single blow. Incredible. I sense he is different. Did you not notice how he has grown taller? His acne has vanished. Just moments ago, we were ready to confront the 7 warlords, thinking he was merely youthful bravado, but it turns out he possesses genuine strength. What a misunderstanding. Ye Fei's actions left many of Whitebeard's crew bewildered. Within the 1st Division, several of Ye Fei's comrades expressed deep skepticism. Is this truly the Ye Fei we know? Meanwhile, a golden-haired punk at the bow of the ship took notice of Ye Fei. This individual was none other than Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates. As he engaged in battle, he also observed the movements on the battlefield. However, upon witnessing Ye Fei's actions, he was particularly taken aback. Well, I didn't expect this kid to be hiding his strength. Something feels different about him. When we return, he deserves a reward. But let's hope he doesn't perish. Marco raised an eyebrow. The once listless gaze of his seemed to be invigorated. It is worth noting that for an ordinary crew member to bring down a rear admiral is nearly inconceivable. Moreover, Ye Fei had accomplished this with but a single move. Marco couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect, though he was also puzzled as to how Ye Fei had suddenly become so formidable. Surviving in the treacherous waters of Marineford, where masters abound, is no easy feat. Encountering those high-ranking naval officers could spell doom. Marco harbored some concern for Ye Fei, yet as captain, he had little energy to extend protective measures to a subordinate. On the battlefield, numerous vice admirals had already mobilized, and Marco needed to remain vigilant. Old man, allow me to descend and draw their attention, Marco suddenly requested beside Whitebeard. Upon receiving approval, he leaped into the fray. At that moment, the 3 top-ranking admirals of the Navy were seated in the back of the plaza, observing the battle below. The clash between the Navy and pirates unfolded with fluctuating fortunes. All under their watchful eyes. As of now, they had yet to engage in true combat, merely testing their skills. Nevertheless, even their mere presence radiated an aura of power and intimidation that could overwhelm ordinary individuals nearby. After a moment of expressionless observation, Their gazes simultaneously shifted to the Moby Dick, keenly tracking Whitebeard's every move. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the battlefield, within the naval headquarters, in the bay, and across the icy surface. Where cannon fire and the clamor of combat filled the air, countless sailors and pirates fell beneath the relentless onslaught of cannonballs and blades that Ye Fei was scanning the area for a naval vice-admiral. But when he beheld Ace kneeling on the execution platform, he halted in his tracks. In the original narrative, Ace met his demise during the Battle of Marineford. Witnessing this moment filled Ye Fei with a tumult of emotions. Ace was merely 20 years old, cut down in his prime. He could have roamed the seas like Luffy, creating his own legend. The original author, by eliminating Ace, seemingly aimed to elevate the protagonist Luffy's journey. Yet, at this moment, Ye Fei was indifferent to the author's intentions. Previously lacking the means to intervene, he now sought to save Ace with the newfound abilities granted by the system. His primary focus was now on rescuing Ace, setting aside all other matters. However, to save Fire Fist Ace, he needed to be wary of those on the platform, individuals whom even Whitebeard regarded with caution. The three admirals were formidable forces of nature, their power far surpassing that of the 7 warlords of the sea. Additionally, the likes of Sengoku and Carp posed even greater challenges, as these two stood on par with Whitebeard and Roger, capable of dispatching an entire pirate crew with ease. Faced with such a formidable combination, rescuing Ace would be no simple task. Nevertheless, armed with the abilities of the Dragon Fruit, Ye Fei was eager to see how events would unfold. Just as Ye Fei was observing the execution platform, he was suddenly approached from behind. "You let your guard down," a woman's cold voice rang out, accompanied by a fleeting figure and a waft of fragrance. Ye Fei felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The woman had already leaped in front of him, her back turned. At that moment, he could not see her face but discerned her rank, Navy Lieutenant. Just as he was pondering who this might be, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Host has sustained a slash. Wound healing in progress. Healing complete." Instantly, the pain dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sensation at the site of the wound. Quite pleasant indeed. The recovery ability proved extraordinary. "Hey, you just slashed me. Shouldn't you at least turn around and look at me now?" Ye Fei remarked impassively, directing his gaze at the alluring silhouette clad in a naval uniform. Fluttering in the wind. He noted the insignia on her shoulder. "Just a lieutenant, hardly worth much experience. Eh?" The female lieutenant turned, astonished, staring at Ye Fei. "I clearly struck him. I remember the hit. How is he unharmed? Why has he collapsed?" "Dasky," Ye Fei realized. She was Smoker's subordinate. The lieutenant was baffled, unable to comprehend how this pirate recognized her. Such low-ranking naval officers were abundant in the Navy, and she had no familiarity with this man. All she knew was that he was a pirate, part of Whitebeard's crew, and therefore must be eliminated. What surprised her was that her attack had seemingly had no effect. "Hey, Dasky, where's your superior Smoker? Why haven't I seen him? Tell him to come out." Ye Fei found himself uninterested in this woman's lackluster abilities. "Pirate, I don't care how you know me. Our paths are forever divergent. We shall always be enemies. If you've chosen the path of piracy, be prepared for what that entails. Let us engage in a fair duel. If you wish to see Smoker, you must first get past me." Dasky coldly replied, her sword drawn once more, firmly gripped and aimed at Ye Fei, readying herself for another assault. Observing her heightened alertness, Ye Fei felt a twinge of exasperation. "Prepared? I was long ready." He smirked. "Feel free to T or Y. As soon as he finished speaking, Dasky's sword came crashing down. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air. Having activated his observation Haki, Ye Fei easily perceived the trajectory of her strike. Under the influence of Haki, the sword descended at a sluggish pace, allowing him to sidestep effortlessly. By the time Dasky realized what had happened, Ye Fei had already maneuvered behind her. Without hesitation, he seized her waist and hurled her into the throng of sailors. Dasky, caught off guard, was unable to react to being seized from behind. The strong hands grasped her most sensitive areas, causing her to yelp in surprise. This was the first time she had ever been lifted so rudely from behind. Ye Fei watched as Dasky soared through the air, grinning to himself. Not bad. The woman was quite attractive. If circumstances were different, he might have considered taking her back for a game of cards. In midair, Dasky quickly regained her composure just before hitting the ground, a plume of white smoke enveloping her. She landed atop the smoke. "Smoker," Dasky exclaimed, relieved yet shaken. "Missy, never let your guard down against pirates. How could you be so careless?" Smoker, cigar in mouth, looked on disdainfully. "You're just a young girl, lacking in combat experience. It's disheartening to have to babysit you." "Smoker," Dasky replied, "this pirate is no ordinary foe. I slashed him, and he was completely unfazed. Moreover, I had just overlooked him. Daski, who had just been set down, pouted and began to argue. She was eager to explain herself. However, midway through her words, she suddenly halted. As the memory of Ye Fei embracing her from behind flooded her mind, leaving her feeling a sense of humiliation, although Ye Fei seemed indifferent to the matter for a girl without a romantic partner. It was indeed an awkward situation. Simultaneously, Daski's complexion turned crimson. That man, I must eliminate him. However, Smoker remained oblivious to the shift in Daski's expression. As a rough and unrefined individual, he naturally did not pay attention to such trivialities. With a cigar clamped between his teeth and a cold demeanor, he appeared remarkably composed. I witnessed your battle. That pirate possesses considerable strength. I shall confront him. You stay here and do not wander off. There are formidable pirates everywhere. If anything happens, I cannot guarantee your safety. Smoker's interest was piqued at the mention of Ye Fei. Moments ago, amidst the crowd, he had observed Daski engaging in combat with Ye Fei, only to find that she was swiftly defeated by him. Although Daski's abilities were not particularly impressive, she was nonetheless a colonel in the Navy, a relatively high-ranking officer within the naval branch. And it was unexpected that she appeared so feeble before her opponent. He then instructed his subordinates to take care of Daski and transformed into his smoke form, heading towards Ye Fei. Upon their encounter, Ye Fei greeted him with a smile. Smoker, the Smoke Admiral? No, it should be Rear Admiral. What a coincidence to meet you here. As per the original work, during the Marineford War, Smoker was still a Rear Admiral, only ascending to the rank of Admiral 2 years later. Moreover, prior to this, Smoker had been pursuing Luffy. In Logtown, he had nearly captured him, only to be saved by Luffy's father. During the Punk Hazard arc, he had been consecutively defeated by Trafalgar Law, Virgo, and Don Quixote Doflamingo, narrowly escaping death. Truly unfortunate. Do you know me? Smoker asked, bewildered. He quickly came to terms with it. As a member of the Navy, being recognized was quite normal. Admiral, I am clearly a Rear Admiral. What on earth is this brat babbling about? Smoker was somewhat confused. He then scrutinized Ye Fei from head to toe. This pirate was not only unfamiliar, but also absent from the bounty posters, indicating his insignificance. Aside from his handsome appearance, he seemed to possess no remarkable qualities. However, this insignificant character had just effortlessly defeated Daski with a single blow. What could this possibly mean? Smoker was thoroughly perplexed. Noticing Smoker's puzzled expression, Ye Fei chuckled. Smoker, not only do I recognize you, but I am also well acquainted with everything about you. If you know what's good for you, hand Daski over to me, and I may let you off the hook. Having spoken too much, Smoker likely wouldn't comprehend it all. While Ye Fei did not harbor any particular dislike for Smoker, he was, at present, an adversary. And thus Ye Fei sought a pretext to teach him a lesson. This was a matter of justified cause. Naturally, Ye Fei understood that Smoker would never surrender Daski. I am not inclined to lay a hand on women. But as for men, well, I apologize in advance. You are likely unaware of Miss Daski's true identity. First, let us see if you possess the strength to escape from me. With that, Smoker bellowed and transformed into his smoke form. Instantly, Ye Fei felt a chilling aura. This pressure was incomparable to that of a Rear Admiral. It appeared that Smoker was confident in his superiority over Ye Fei. White blow. Smoker's right hand morphed into a stream of smoke, hurtling towards Ye Fei, the forefront being a rapidly approaching smoky iron fist. Armament Haki. Ye Fei gazed at the black fist, a faint smile gracing his lips as he activated his observation Haki. With a mere subtle sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the attack in its smoky state. The Smoker's smoke form had a weakness. As long as his opponent's Haki surpassed his own, employing such a broad area of white smoke was indeed a vulnerability. Subsequently, the white fist continued to rain down upon Ye Fei. Yet, no matter how relentless the assault, it failed to land a single blow. Smoker, with his cigar clenched tightly, widened his eyes, immediately sensing that this unbounty-ed pirate was no ordinary foe. The fact that he could so easily evade Smoker's attacks led him to suspect that his opponent might indeed be stronger than himself. That a wave of confusion washed over him. Why was this person not listed on the bounty posters? It was common knowledge that there were countless pirates with bounties, many of whom were minor characters, yet this individual before him, possessing considerable strength, was entirely unknown to him. Smoker was genuinely astonished. Nevertheless, he had no intention of conceding. With his other hand, he activated his armament Haki, and with his sea prism stone weapon, the 10 hands, transformed it into its armed form, ready to launch another assault. However, Ye Fei was already a step ahead. In an instant, he appeared before Smoker. So fast, Smoker thought, alarmed as beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Just as he prepared to defend himself, Ye Fei's armed wolf fang club struck his chest with a resounding crash, sending Smoker flying. While Ye Fei's speed was overwhelming, Smoker did not even have time to revert to his smoke form. He soared backward like a wisp of white smoke. Heh, yet another one dealt with, Ye Fei remarked, a hint of pride in his tone that he had initially expected Smoker to endure for a while longer to that moment. However, a white fist struck Ye Fei from behind, knocking him to the ground. He had been careless. He hadn't dodged. It was unexpected that Smoker, after being sent flying, could still counterattack. Although Smoker was merely a rear admiral at present, he had already exhibited strength akin to that of an admiral. Fortunately, Ye Fei was unharmed. The blow from Smoker was inconsequential, not even warranting the use of his healing abilities. He quickly sprang back to his feet. Meanwhile, not far away, Smoker was suspended in midair, thanks to the abilities of his smoke fruit. He had not fallen to the ground. While Ye Fei's previous attack had inflicted considerable pain upon him, and he was now enduring intense agony in his chest as he launched another assault on Ye Fei. The white fist came flying once more. While Ye Fei smiled slightly, sidestepping the incoming blow. He then extended his armed right hand, grasping the smoke firmly. Of course, this was only possible due to the use of Haki. It was well known that without Haki, one could not grasp a Logia-type devil fruit user in their smoke form, a fact of which Ye Fei was acutely aware as a fan of the series. To contend with a Logia-type devil fruit user, the use of Haki was imperative. Not far away, Smoker was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated being caught while in his smoke form. In the world of pirates, those who could use Haki to strike against Logia-type users were exceedingly rare. Before Smoker could react, his entire body was yanked toward Ye Fei. So powerful, Smoker thought in shock, as his form, along with the smoke, was pulled toward Ye Fei like a fish on a line. This individual's Haki was exceptionally formidable. Pirates, do not underestimate me. In midair, Smoker infused his weapon, the Jit, with Haki. At this moment, he exerted all his strength, attempting to vanquish Ye Fei with this strike. However, Ye Fei was already fully prepared. The mace in his hand had also transformed into its armed form. When their weapons clashed, a thunderous sound resonated. Just the mere contact of the weapons made Smoker feel the immense weight of the force bearing down on him. With a creak, he soon realized that cracks had begun to form on his Jit. Ye Fei smiled slightly, channeling power through his right hand, causing Smoker's Jit to shatter completely. He had not anticipated that his opponent could cause his weapon to fail. It is worth noting that the Jit contains sea prism stone, renowned in the pirate world for its diamond-like hardness. Yet, under armed form, it could not withstand even 2 exchanges. One could only imagine the strength of his adversary. However, at this moment, Smoker had no time to change his form. With his weapon shattered, his instinct was to flee. He instinctively leaped backward, but Ye Fei's speed surpassed his. The mace struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! A sharp pain erupted, and Smoker let out a pained cry, his 2 cigars falling from his mouth. Subsequently, he was sent flying onto the plaza of Marineford, unable to rise again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Navy Lieutenant Commander Smoker. Given that this commander possesses the strength of a vice admiral, the system will reward experience points according to vice admiral level. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 experience points. The mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Ye Fei felt a surge of excitement. He had not expected that defeating Smoker would grant him 10,000 experience points. After all, he was merely a commander. However, Smoker was undeniably stronger than the previous Navy captain. He had only fallen after enduring 2 blows from the mace. Hence, the system rewarded him according to the Vice Admiral level. 10,000 experience points. Such a delightful reward, enough to exchange for a devil fruit. Not far away, Tashigi noticed Smoker had been knocked down onto the plaza. Quickly, she rushed over with several subordinates to check on his condition. Smoker-san. Tashigi hurried to Smoker's side, intending to help him up. Don't move. It seems like a bone is broken. I have 2 cigars in my pocket. Please retrieve them and light one for me. I don't even know where the ones in my mouth went. Smoker lay motionless on the ground, waves of intense pain coursing through his shoulder and chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he remained fixated on his cigars, a notorious cigar enthusiast. He could never be without them. Smoker-san, Tashigi remarked with exasperation, even at a time like this. She retrieved the cigars, placing one in Smoker's mouth and lighting it for him. Truly, he was a cigar aficionado, never parting with his beloved smoke. The sight of Smoker collapsed on the ground elicited gasps from his subordinates. To them, Smoker's prowess had always been formidable, yet they were taken aback by his swift defeat in mere moments. They had not even grasped the opponent's tactics. Hush! Smoker exhaled a long puff of smoke. Miss, this pirate is no ordinary individual. You must not challenge him to a duel. Smoker's words carried weight, his expression contorted by pain. The opponent had only utilized 2 moves to bring him down, leaving him incapacitated. This alone was sufficient to indicate the strength of this seemingly obscure pirate. Judging by those 2 moves, this individual might have already surpassed the 7 warlords. Tashigi was certainly no match for him. Yet, this also left Smoker perplexed. Why would someone of such strength remain nameless? This was impossible. You need not say it. I already knew, Tashigi replied, swiftly summoning a few medical marines with a stretcher. They carried Smoker away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the plaza, many had taken note of Smoker's defeat. That arrogant man has finally been brought low, always acting so high and mighty, refusing to associate with us. Now he is in dire straits. Who was this pirate, anyway? How come we had never heard of him before? To defeat the notorious cigar smoker is no trivial feat. Smoker is surely among the stronger commanders. Yet, his downfall came after merely 2 encounters. I estimate it would take no fewer than 4 or 5 of us to best him. Perhaps we should band together to take down this pirate. Agreed. A dozen or so Navy officers, of lieutenant commander and captain rank, debated among themselves. Within the Navy, Smoker had always been a lone wolf, pursuing his own path and eschewing the constraints of authority. This was why he had strained relations with other Navy officers. With Smoker's fall, these individuals paid little heed, their focus shifting to the unrecognized Ye Fei. They quickly reached a consensus to jointly subdue Ye Fei. Subsequently, the group descended from the plaza, crossing the icy surface, rushing towards Ye Fei. This maneuver did not go unnoticed by some keen-eyed members of the Whitebeard pirates. This is bad. Navy officers are coming down. After Ye Fei just took down Smoker, they must be seeking revenge. With so many officers on the scene, this will be tough to handle. We must hurry to support Ye Fei. But how can we mere sailors hope to contend with these Navy officers? This is dire. Ye Fei, run. Ye Fei, hurry to the captain. There's no time. I'll fetch the captain. 1st Division Captain Water Buffalo is nearby. He'll surely be able to handle this. Captain Marco is also close by. Many crew members fretted over Ye Fei's safety. Some urged him to flee, while others were already preparing to summon the captain. However, Ye Fei paid no attention to their concerns. Instead, he could barely contain his exhilaration. Just in time, Ye Fei had been searching for worthy opponents to hone his skills, and it seemed this group was delivering experience points directly to him. Without hesitation, Ye Fei brandished his mace and charged toward the group. His audacious action left the Whitebeard pirates in shock. What the hell? Ye Fei? Is he trying to get himself killed? Shouldn't he be fleeing at a time like this? This isn't the way to court death. Did he think he was impressive for just having defeated Smoker? There are over a dozen of them, all of lieutenant commander and captain rank, and even a major. Good heavens, Ye Fei is in for it this time. Can one person truly handle so many? Even our captain would struggle. Ye Fei, you fool, don't throw your life away like this, lamented the ordinary crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, their anxiety palpable. In their perspective, although Ye Fei had just bested a Navy captain, he was now facing a dozen officers from the Navy headquarters. Surely, he was walking into his doom. Many had resigned themselves to tears over the anticipated loss of Ye Fei. Yet, their attitudes rapidly shifted. They witnessed Ye Fei systematically taking down the Navy officers one by one against a dozen. Is this truly the Ye Fei I know? Haha. This is exhilarating. I never expected our Ye Fei to be so formidable. My goodness, I thought Ye Fei was in trouble. It seems, however, that it is the Navy officers who are in peril. Ye Fei is truly untrustworthy. He concealed himself aboard the ship for 2 years. I had assumed he was just like us. Alas, I was too careless. Ye Fei. Well played. We shall revel in our return. The morale of the Whitebeard pirates surged once more. Today, Ye Fei indeed astonished them. Yet, he paid no heed to the crew's cheers. He was engrossed in combat with this group. With the full force of his Haki, both armament and observation, he unleashed a dazzling display. The spiked club danced like a flickering flame, rendering onlookers spellbound. With almost every few strikes, he dispatched an adversary. The cries of his opponents echoed incessantly. Meanwhile, in his mind, the system's voice rang out continuously. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated a Navy colonel. You have earned 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated a Navy captain. You have earned 800 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated a Navy major. You have earned 3,000 experience points. Upon vanquishing this group of naval officers, Ye Fei discovered that his total experience points had surged to a remarkable 23,000. To accumulate such experience as a mere sailor would require defeating over 20,000 sea soldiers, more than one-fifth of that number. The most gratifying part was the ability to exchange it for numerous valuable items. As his experience soared, Ye Fei felt no fatigue. Rather, he sensed a growing ease. Compared to before, both his speed and Haki were clearly at a different level. His movements became not only swifter, but also his precognitive abilities heightened. Could this be the result of honing his skills in battle? What a delightful surprise. Ding. Host combat capabilities have improved. Host Haki abilities have enhanced. Congratulations, host. You have acquired intermediate armament Haki. Congratulations, host. You have acquired intermediate observation Haki. Congratulations, host. You have acquired intermediate conqueror's Haki. Ye Fei was utterly astounded. Automatic upgrades. My Haki can upgrade on its own. How remarkable. I never anticipated that. Within such a brief time, all 3 types of Haki would elevate to a new tier. This is truly extraordinary. I had expected it to be quite troublesome, and thus far, I have not even utilized my Devil Fruit abilities, with all 3 types of Haki raised to intermediate, coupled with the powers of the Dragon Fruit. I wonder if I could contend with an admiral. The one I most desire to defeat is Akainu. If he is vanquished, then Ace can be saved. Ye Fei pondered, after consecutively defeating over 10 naval officers. Aside from the evident astonishment of the Whitebeard crew, numerous vice admirals in the Navy headquarters began to take notice of Ye Fei. After all, a relatively obscure pirate suddenly taking down so many naval officials was indeed an unexpected occurrence. Under normal circumstances, such an event would be inconceivable. Anyone of slight renown would certainly be aware of it. A few Vice Admiral-level naval officers commenced discussions. Vice Admiral Weasel. The one who defeated Smoker must be this pirate. I've never heard of him. Vice Admiral Spider. Indeed, I witnessed it. Vice Admiral Doberman. This individual must be eliminated. All pirates must be eradicated, not only the Navy Vice Admirals, but even the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Edward Newgate began to take note of Ye Fei. At this moment, he stood at the bow of the ship, observing Ye Fei from afar. Kuhahaha. I have such a formidable son among my ranks, and I was utterly unaware. Kuhahaha. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, a sound filled with both surprise and a touch of embarrassment. It was rather shameful that he had not known of such a remarkable son until now. Father, I have returned. A pale blue figure descended beside Whitebeard. This was Marco As, the captain of the 1st Division. Marco was not only tasked with battling the Navy, but also with the constant duty of protecting Whitebeard. It must be noted that Whitebeard is their strongest combat force. In Marco's words, he is our king. Not only is he the mightiest warrior, but he is also the spiritual pillar of the Whitebeard pirates. His safety influences the entire battlefield's dynamics. In this matter, Marco dared not be careless. Marco, is that one of your subordinates? With such a formidable crew member, why did you not inform me? Whitebeard inquired gravely. Casting his gaze downwards at Ye Fei, Marco expressed his helplessness. He was aware that Whitebeard was referring to Ye Fei. He had also noticed him during the battle. Marco was equally astonished. In previous naval battles against pirates and soldiers, Ye Fei had never revealed his prowess. On the Moby Dick, he was merely an ordinary crew member. Why, this time, did he suddenly unleash his potential at Marineford? And to such an outstanding degree, Marco found himself perplexed. He had no idea what had transpired. Father, I too am in the dark. Marco shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Kuahahaha. Marco, what is this son's name? Whitebeard gazed at Ye Fei from a distance, his eyes brimming with affection. He habitually referred to everyone on his ship as his son's. One of the primary reasons he established the Whitebeard pirates was to create a family, with the pirates as his sons. His kin. He was genuinely surprised by Ye Fei's performance. He seldom admired anyone to this extent. The last time was with Ace, and now Ye Fei had earned that distinction. Why Ye Fei? From the East Blue. Marco replied nonchalantly, recalling the events 2 years prior when he first encountered Ye Fei while gathering supplies in the East Blue. Initially, he believed Ye Fei possessed no significant strength and had no intention of recruiting him. That would have been a fortunate turn of events for him. However, Ye Fei insisted that he was well-versed in the sea routes and could serve as the navigator for the Whitebeard pirates. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Ye Fei, Marco reluctantly allowed him to join as one of the navigators of the crew. At that time, Marco held little expectation for Ye Fei. He merely hoped he would survive, as even being part of the Whitebeard pirates did not guarantee a safe return home. Yet now, it seemed that accepting Ye Fei might indeed yield great rewards. Surprised, Whitebeard remarked, The East Blue, kahahaha. The East Blue is indeed intriguing. The East Blue had long been branded as the weakest sea. Compared to the pirates of the Grand Line, the overall strength of East Blue pirates was comparatively lacking. Yet from there emerged the world's most legendary pirate, Gold. Roger. Moreover, the original author was poised to craft a new pirate king, Monkey D. Luffy. Indeed, Marco nodded. This Ye Fei, I believe he possesses the potential to become a captain. Once this incident concludes, let us appoint him as the captain of the 4th Division. As Marco spoke of elevating him to captain, Whitebeard abruptly halted. It must be noted that the former captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, had been killed by Blackbeard Teach after acquiring the Dark Fruit. Ace had pursued Teach due to Sachi's demise, only to be defeated and handed over to the Navy headquarters. Teach had grievously violated the most fundamental rule of the Whitebeard pirates, the murder of a family member. Within the Whitebeard pirates, Teach had committed an unforgivable sin. Moreover, Teach had delivered Ace to the Navy, undoubtedly pushing him towards his doom. Each time Whitebeard recalled this, his teeth ground in fury. The murder of a family member and the betrayal of Ace to the enemy for execution, both were heinous crimes beyond redemption. Father, we will definitely rescue Ace. Do not worry too much. We will not let that man go for Sachi's sake. But are we really going to make this Ye Fei the captain of the 4th Division? Beside him, Marco also discerned the thoughts of the old man with the white beard. The demise of Ace at the hands of his own crew was indeed a disgrace for the Whitebeard pirates. It was entirely understandable that the old man, who regarded his crew as family, would find it difficult to come to terms with such a loss. However, this was hardly the time for such discussions. As Marco offered comfort, he deftly shifted the conversation to alleviate the old man's sorrow. He redirected their focus to Ye Fei. Moreover, one must consider that a captain would typically be someone of at least vice admiral rank. After all, the Whitebeard pirates boasted 16 captains, most of whom possessed the strength of a vice admiral, with some even surpassing that considerably. The position of the 4th Division captain was indeed vacant. Was it not rather abrupt to propose that Ye Fei take Ace's place? Today, on the battlefield, Ye Fei had indeed performed exceptionally well. Yet, did his prowess truly exceed that of a vice admiral? Marco still harbored some doubts. Indeed, the old man with the white beard replied with a resonant and powerful voice. His tone marked by conviction. With his discerning eye, he would not misjudge a person. Initially, he had been unaware of Ye Fei's true capabilities, but having witnessed Ye Fei's actions firsthand as one of the 4 emperors, he acutely sensed that Ye Fei was indeed extraordinary. He was more than capable of assuming the role of captain, and he might even prove to be a formidable leader. Whatever you decide. Old man, Marco affirmed, unwavering in his support for the old man, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. They both turned their gazes towards Ye Fei once more. Simultaneously, on the battlefield, Ye Fei, having vanquished his opponents, suddenly came to a halt. He sensed something approaching from the sky. Gazing upwards, a smile graced his lips. As expected, it's coming. At that moment, a colossal naval warship plummeted from the heavens. Everyone was taken aback. With a thunderous crash, the massive naval vessel landed upon the ocean, precisely where a gigantic block of ice had recently been excavated by Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division. Following this, a young boy donned in a straw hat leaped from the ship. The protagonist of the original tale, Monkey D. Luffy, had finally made his entrance. Ace. The youth's anguished cry echoed, reverberating throughout the battlefield. Luffy's shout drew the attention of everyone present. Ace's brother, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, Monkey D. Luffy. Where had he sprung from? Why had he descended from a naval ship? The crew of Whitebeard found themselves bewildered by Luffy's sudden appearance. Moreover, many recognized the other figures who had disembarked from the vessel. The former warlord of the sea, Buggy the Clown. He had once served on the ship of the Pirate King, Roger. Why was he clad in prison garb? It was known that Buggy had recently infiltrated a secret location and had been imprisoned in the underwater prison, Impel Down. How had he managed to escape? Impel Down was reputed to be the most secure prison in the world, with no one ever having eluded Magellan, the warden, and he was accompanied by a host of dangerous fugitives from Impel Down. What were they planning? Crocodile? Fisher Tiger? Pirates? Warlords of the sea? Revolutionary Army? What an unprecedented alliance. The crowd was utterly confounded. Meanwhile, the Navy erupted into a frenzy at Luffy's appearance. The notorious pirate, Monkey D. Luffy, that wasn't Jean Bay and Impelled Down. Hadn't he been defying orders recently? How had he escaped? And how had he come to be here? The infamous troublemaker who had caused chaos at Eni's lobby. Why was he now in Marineford? Quickly report. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials within the Navy began to take notice of Luffy. Admiral Aokiji murmured, this kid is quite unexpected. Admiral Kizaru exclaimed, Nanny, I'm still searching for him regarding the celestial dragons. If I don't catch him, I won't be able to explain myself to them. Admiral Akainu declared, the root of all evil, the son of the revolutionary dragon, must be eradicated. The three admirals held starkly contrasting attitudes towards Luffy. Nearby, the hero Garp clutched his forehead in distress. Luffy, why have you come here? Although Garp inwardly wished for Luffy to remain absent, he understood that once Luffy learned of Ace's capture, he would undoubtedly rush to his rescue. Knowing his grandson as he did, Garp was certain Luffy would not allow the execution of Fire Fist Ace to proceed unchallenged. This was precisely what Garp wished to avoid, yet it had come to pass. Torn between the brother he had watched grow and his own grandson, his emotions were exceedingly complex. Beside him, Fleet Admiral Sengoku scolded loudly. Garp, once again your family is causing trouble. First the revolutionary dragon, now Straw Hat Luffy. Garp, is your family a den of thieves? Sengoku's ire was directed at Garp's kin. Of course, his reprimands were more for show. Deep down, he held great respect for this old comrade and partner. Even if Garp's son and grandson had committed heinous crimes, in the eyes of the Navy and the world government, he remained a hero. His unparalleled military achievements could overshadow other shortcomings. Thus, despite the grave offenses committed by his son and grandson, Garp still held his position as a celebrated naval hero. Luffy's arrival drew considerable attention, and as the Navy's focus shifted, Ye Fei chose to cultivate his abilities. Having discreetly dealt with a dozen or so low-ranking Navy personnel, Ye Fei's personal experience points surged to 30,000. With such a wealth of experience, he could exchange for numerous rewards from the system. His first thought was to experiment with the fusion of various devil fruits, as this could grant him an array of powers beneficial for the impending battles. However, he had yet to discern the distinctions among them, and the inaugural attempt was always the most precious. Ye Fei appeared somewhat impatient, although Ace had not yet been executed. The battlefield was on the verge of escalating into a heated confrontation. At this moment, Ye Fei's priority was to bolster his own strength as much as possible. He promptly reopened the system's shop, navigating to the category of devil fruits: flame fruit, rubber fruit, lightning fruit, surgery fruit, transformation fruit. Among the plethora of fruits, Ye Fei suddenly found himself grappling with a dilemma of choice. Each of these devil fruits required 10,000 experience points for acquisition. Which one should he select? All were rare and exceptional. The flame fruit boasted a striking fiery effect. The rubber fruit possessed formidable striking power, and the surgery fruit exhibited a visually stunning ability. Who would want to choose? I want them all. However, should he redeem these three fruits, he would be unable to exchange for any others. With only 30,000 experience points, it was insufficient to acquire a top-tier devil fruit. Ye Fei also desired a suitable weapon. The flimsy stick in his hand felt inadequate and did not align with his possession of the dragon fruit. It felt somewhat beneath him. Therefore, the first step was to experiment with consuming another fruit. Perhaps he should start with the flame fruit. Ye Fei murmured to himself. After much contemplation, he resolved to experiment with the burning fruit. The abilities of this fruit should be akin to that of Ace's flame fruit. The burning fruit possesses fire-based powers, which grant formidable combat strength in both one-on-one and large-scale battles on the battlefield. With this thought in mind, Ye Fei promptly exchanged for the burning fruit. Host has successfully purchased the burning fruit, deducting 10,000 experience points. With the system's notification, a devil fruit resembling a flame appeared in Ye Fei's hand. Burning fruit. Ye Fei weighed the fruit in his hand. It felt heavy. As an avid fan of the sea, he was well aware of the capabilities of the burning fruit. The power of flames is not only potent, but also quite impressive. He was curious about what would happen if it were fused with the dragon fruit. Without further ado, he took a bite and swallowed it. Like the dragon fruit, this burning fruit was indeed quite unpalatable. He subsequently discarded the remaining half on the ground. As with the dragon fruit, the burning fruit immediately decayed. In an instant, Ye Fei felt a tumultuous stir within his body. His stomach churned violently, followed by waves of sharp pain. Next came an intense sensation of expansion, as if some force within him sought to burst forth. System is fusing the fruit. During the initial fusion, the host will face immense swelling pain. Please endure for the time being. Upon receiving this system prompt, Ye Fei couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had not anticipated such a scenario. Why didn't the system warn him in advance? Surely, he deserved a heads up. In the original narrative, no one had ever consumed 2 fruits consecutively. It was said that doing so would lead to immediate demise. However, Ye Fei had just consumed 2 fruits. If the original story were to be followed, he would already be dead. Yet, given that he had a cheat, the rules could be bent at this moment. Ye Fei lay writhing in agony on the ground, sweat dripping from his forehead like rain onto the icy surface. This deeply penetrating pain, along with the sensation of his body being on the verge of bursting, was an experience he had never encountered before. That I can't possibly explode. Can I? I certainly don't wish to become like Deidara. Art is not my forte. With all his might, Ye Fei clenched his teeth and fists to alleviate the pain. Doubts crept in about whether he might actually self-destruct. The thought of being torn apart was indeed unsettling. In the world of pirates, consuming 2 fruits would lead to an explosion of the body. Behind him, several members of the Whitebeard pirates rushed over upon witnessing Ye Fei's anguished struggle on the ground. Ye Fei, what happened? Did you sustain injuries during the battle? Doctor. The crew members were unaware that Ye Fei had suddenly ingested a second fruit. They assumed he had been injured in the recent skirmish. It's nothing. You need not worry about me. There are marine soldiers approaching. You should go deal with them. I will be fine shortly, and there's no need to fetch the ship's doctor. Ye Fei gritted his teeth against the pain in his abdomen and reassured them. Are you really all right? Then we shall proceed. The crew members exchanged doubtful glances as they observed Ye Fei's pallid complexion. Meanwhile, the marine soldiers charged forward. They were compelled to turn their attention back to the impending threat. At this moment, Ye Fei was completely drenched in sweat. After what felt like an eternity. Ding. Host has successfully fused with the burning fruit. Host has acquired the abilities of the burning fruit. The familiar voice resounded once more, allowing Ye Fei's tense nerves to relax. As the system announced the successful fusion, the pain and swelling in his abdomen vanished instantaneously, replaced by a refreshing sensation that coursed through his entire being. The 2 powers had harmoniously merged, and he felt an exhilarating joy, as if the entire world had faded into insignificance. Ye Fei had never experienced such a feeling. It was simply sublime. Burning fruit. Regaining his composure, Ye Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at his right hand. A faint smile crossed his lips as he snapped his fingers, igniting an orange-red flame that danced atop his fingertip. The flames have emerged. Is it on fire? The burning fruit? A power akin to Ace's. Ye Fei gazed in at the flickering orange flames upon his fingers. In the past, such a sight might have frightened him. However, today was different. The flames felt warm and comforting rather than searing. It seems I have acquired the power of the burning fruit. Ye Fei felt a swell of pride. The pain he had endured was not in vain. Ding. At that moment, the fusion system chimed again. Host has successfully purchased and fused the fruit's abilities for the first time. Rewards for the host include fire-based abilities, solar flare, fire gun, flame updraft, divine fire, Shiranui, firefly, fire dama, mirror fire, fire fist, crossfire, flame ring, fire pillar, and great flame ring, flame emperor. All skills are fusing automatically. All skills have fused successfully. A series of notifications echoed in Ye Fei's mind. Each skill flashed rapidly through his consciousness, as if a torrent of knowledge was flooding in. I have learned them. In that moment, Ye Fei realized this was indeed the power of Fire Fist Ace. The burning fruit was unmistakably the same as the flame fruit in the world of pirates. Both the fruit's abilities and the techniques were identical. The system's rewards were astonishing, providing him with such a plethora of skills all at once. Among these newfound abilities, Ye Fei's favorite was undoubtedly the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. It was said in the original narrative to be Ace's strongest technique. He had not expected to acquire it so effortlessly. At this moment, Ye Fei could barely contain his delight. This ability was not only impressive but also powerful. With such an array of skills bestowed upon him, he clenched his fist, enveloping it in flames. Fire Fist. Countless energies surged into his fist, and with a mere swing, he could unleash a conflagration that soared skyward. However, Ye Fei restrained himself and extinguished the flames. Having acquired 2 abilities, he was not eager to showcase them just yet. Now was the time to procure a suitable weapon. He opened the system's shop and navigated to the weapon category. There were numerous weapons, swords, and blades among them. However, Ye Fei had not yet learned any skills pertaining to such weaponry, so purchasing one now would likely yield suboptimal results. He continued browsing. He quickly discovered a weapon that caught his eye. It was a Black Wolf Fong Club. While it bore resemblance to the one he currently wielded, it was evident that this weapon was far superior. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to using a Wolf Fong Club in this world, and it would likely take time to adapt to a different weapon. For now, it would suffice. He clicked on the weapon's description. Shinstone Wolf Fong Club, a perfect fusion of celestial iron and sea stone, boasting immense destructive power. In addition to physical attacks, it offers a brief chance to nullify the abilities of the user. Name: Dragon Tooth Thunderous 8 Trigrams, S-Class. Ye Fei was utterly stunned. It is worth noting that this was indeed a skill of the 4 Emperor Kaido. With merely this move, Kaido had effortlessly knocked out the 4th gear Luffy. Moreover, this very technique directly countered another 4 Emperor, Charlotte Lean's signature move, Nation of Strength. One can only imagine the sheer might of this ability. It is undoubtedly of the same caliber as Kaido's. Furthermore, this Wolf Fang Club contains elements of Sea Prism Stone, which is known to be the bane of ability users, a crystallization of the sea itself. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ye Fei did not pause to ponder further and opted for the exchange immediately. Fortunately, the Shinstone Wolf Fang Club required merely 10,000 experience points for acquisition. Upon completion of the exchange, the host obtained the Shinstone Wolf Fang Club, Dragon Tooth, and instantly, a Wolf Fang Club appeared in his left hand. Quite heavy, Ye Fei mused as he weighed it in his hand. Compared to his previous feeble weapon, this one felt distinctly different. The club he had acquired was indeed superior to the shabby weapon he had previously wielded. Without hesitation, he discarded the old club aside. Elated by the sight of the Wolf Fang Club, Ye Fei was reminded of Kaido's own club, named the betrayal. The name was peculiar, but the original author had a penchant for illusions. So it was not surprising. This weapon could easily rival Kaido's armament, and perhaps it could even surpass it in power. The thought sent a thrill through Ye Fei that he noticed the bandages wrapped around the handle of the Wolf Fang Club, which he surmised were due to the presence of Sea Prism Stone. He reached out, gently placing his hand upon the weapon, and was immediately overcome by a sensation of weakness throughout his body. Indeed, it was the Sea Prism Stone. It is said that consuming a devil fruit incurs the hatred of the sea, and the Sea Prism Stone, being a crystallization of the sea, naturally opposes those with fruit abilities. Any ability user that comes into contact with Sea Prism Stone loses their powers, and this was evidently true. He quickly withdrew his hand, regaining his strength instantly. During his recent duel with Smoker, he had also noted that his weapon, the Jit, was similarly wrapped in bandages. A user of a Logia-type devil fruit, Smoker, like other ability users, also feared the Sea Prism Stone. The bandages were entirely appropriate. Soon, Ye Fei recalled the move Thunderous 8 Trigrams, having acquired the powers of the Divine Dragon Fruit. Executing this technique should not be overly difficult. However, what did it mean that the skill was still locked? Did it require further exchange? With this in mind, Ye Fei promptly accessed the system's skill shop. It did not take long for him to locate the Thunderous 8 Trigram skill. To his astonishment, it indeed required experience points for acquisition. Seeing the price of 10,000 experience points, Ye Fei felt an immense pang of regret. After all the effort he had expended to accumulate experience points, it seemed they would vanish in an instant. If he were to defeat the marine soldiers, he would need to take down 1,000 of them. However, defeating those of officer rank would be considerably easier. Given the system's exorbitant pricing, Ye Fei contemplated that this might be related to the nature of the skill. After all, this was an S-rank technique, which could not possibly be compared to other skills. Fortunately, having just purchased the fruit and weapon, he still had 10,000 experience points remaining. Without further hesitation, he chose to exchange. The skill exchange was successful, and the Thunderous 8 Trigrams began to merge, accompanied by the system's prompt. The method of utilizing the Thunderous 8 Trigrams swirled incessantly in Ye Fei's mind. The fusion of Thunderous 8 Trigrams was successful. Congratulations to the host for mastering Thunderous 8 Trigrams. Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback. To learn such a powerful move for merely 10,000 experience points, this fusion system truly exceeded expectations. Not only could the Haki upgrade automatically, but such a formidable skill could also be learned automatically. Gripping the Wolf Fang Club tightly, Ye Fei began channeling his strength into the weapon. He distinctly felt the faint crackling of electricity coursing through the club. Zzzzz. Was it possible to achieve such a lightning effect so quickly? Incredible. He wondered if mastering this technique would allow him to take down Akainu. If he could indeed defeat him, it would signify that Ye Fei possessed combat power capable of rivaling the 4 emperors. His heart raced with excitement. However, he did not outwardly display his exhilaration. He understood well that confronting a marine admiral necessitated immense confidence. For now, he was not ready, until he attained greater strength. It would be prudent to test his abilities against lesser foes before moving on to more formidable opponents. Consequently, Ye Fei set his sights on the marine rear admirals, preparing to find one of their ranks to test his mettle. gauging whether he could dispatch an adversary with a single strike. After searching for a while, he found no suitable candidate at that moment. However, Ye Fei suddenly recalled an even more crucial matter in the original pirate narrative. Just after the onset of the Marineford War, Whitebeard was ambushed by his own son, Captain Squard of a subordinate pirate crew under the Whitebeard pirates. A large sword pierced through Whitebeard's body, inflicting significant psychological and physical damage on the already aged pirate. This incident directly led to his being easily struck by others later on, culminating in his demise, which was undoubtedly a matter of grave consequence. Of course, Squard had been manipulated by Akainu into attacking Whitebeard in a confused state. And upon realizing the truth, he regretted his actions deeply. For such a person, Ye Fei could only utter a single phrase: "What a fool." He simply followed what others said without question. That if he were not a fool, then what was he? Ye Fei glanced at the time. Currently, Squard had yet to ambush Whitebeard. Ye Fei was determined to prevent this incident from occurring. Whitebeard was not only the captain of the pirate crew, but also the spiritual leader of all his crew members. If he were to be slain, the entire Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly collapse. For Ye Fei, he was a character he held in high regard. In the original pirate narrative, Whitebeard stood apart from other pirates. He did not relish the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Within the sanctuary of his protected island, tranquility had prevailed. The situation on Fishman Island serves as a testament to this. Prior to Whitebeard's intervention, Fishman Island had been rife with chaos. However, since Whitebeard took command, it has transformed into a bastion of peace, with no pirate daring to cast their covetous gaze upon it. Thus, when compared to other pirates, Whitebeard and his crew stand as paragons in the world of piracy. Furthermore, the primary motivation behind Whitebeard's piratical endeavors was merely a desire to be with his family, illustrating his inherently compassionate nature. In this regard, Ye Fei held a certain admiration for him. He could hardly bear the thought of Whitebeard falling in battle. Therefore, it was imperative that Squard's ambush be thwarted. Moreover, Luffy had now made his presence felt on the battlefield. In the original narrative, Luffy was the one who first rescued Ace. Due to his status as the protagonist, all eyes on the battlefield were drawn to him, and Ace was currently unharmed. Ye Fei felt no anxiety. Consequently, he halted his advance, turning to observe Whitebeard at the bow of the ship. He began to scrutinize Whitebeard's every movement. There stood Whitebeard, his imposing figure unwavering at the ship's prow, gazing intently at the Navy and Ace. While simultaneously surveying the various corners of the battlefield at that moment, he did not look towards Ye Fei, nor did he notice the imminent danger approaching from behind. Not far behind Whitebeard, a man of roughly 2 meters in height, wielding a sword longer than himself and possessing a grotesque visage, was slowly ascending the steps. Squard was steadily drawing closer to Whitebeard, who remained focused on the Navy in the original narrative. At this juncture, Squard had already begun his treacherous assault on Whitebeard, completely oblivious to the threat. Prior to the ambush, a brief exchange of words had transpired between the two. Unbeknownst to Whitebeard, the Navy had subtly commenced their strategy. In the distance, seated comfortably in the general's chair, Akainu bore a satisfied smile. He too had been keenly observing Squard's every move. The moment he saw Squard approach Whitebeard, Akainu realized that Squard had been successfully manipulated. What followed was merely a waiting game for Squard to strike. As long as Whitebeard suffered injury, his combat prowess would be significantly diminished. With Whitebeard weakened, the Whitebeard pirates would become considerably easier to handle, making everything seem quite logical. In Akainu's view, among the Whitebeard pirates, only Whitebeard possessed true strength. That old man, despite his age, was still deemed the strongest man alive. As for the others, they posed little threat. Once Whitebeard was subdued, the entire battlefield would essentially fall under their control. However, Akainu had not anticipated that Ye Fei, well versed in the original plot, was fully aware of the unfolding events. With a wry smile, Ye Fei resolved that now that he had traversed into the world of pirates, he could not allow Akainu and the Navy to prevail. With this thought in mind, Ye Fei grasped his spiked club and directed his gaze towards the bow of the ship, where Squard stood behind Whitebeard. Ignoring the chaos of the battlefield, Ye Fei dashed towards the Moby Dick. He did not head towards the Navy. Rather, he seemed to be charging towards Whitebeard. This peculiar action bewildered many. What was Ye Fei doing? Why was he not fleeing towards the Navy, but instead retreating back? Heavens, could it be that Ye Fei was frightened? Was it because he saw the approaching vice admiral? Just moments ago, his actions had seemed brave, Yet now he appeared to be a coward. Ye Fei, we cannot be turtles withdrawing into our shells. Come back. We must save Ace. We are Whitebeard's crew. We must return to the New World. We placed our trust in you, and yet you choose to flee. Numerous members of the Whitebeard pirates voiced their concerns. Some even shouted at Ye Fei in disappointment, believing him to be abandoning them at a critical moment. It is worth noting that just moments ago, many pirates had been cheering for him, and Whitebeard's command was to advance. It had barely begun when someone sought to retreat. The Whitebeard pirates had never known a coward among them. However, they were unaware that Ye Fei's subsequent actions would leave them even more astonished. Amidst the whispers behind him, Ye Fei paid them no heed, too pressed for time to offer explanations. The immediate priority was to save Whitebeard. At that moment, there was no one beside Whitebeard to offer protection that if Squard were to strike, he would undoubtedly succeed. Should he fail, the entire Whitebeard pirates would find themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, the First Division captain, Marco, along with the other captains, were engaged with the Navy and could not attend to Whitebeard. Squard had seized upon this opportunity to stealthily approach Whitebeard. Before long, as Ye Fei continued his sprint, he drew closer to the ship's base. Observing this, many crew members began to comprehend that Ye Fei was heading towards Whitebeard. Was he attempting to board the ship? What was Ye Fei planning? He had not been ordered to do so, yet he suddenly sought to ascend the ship? Surely, he could not be contemplating an ambush against the old man. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were left in a state of confusion. Unable to grasp the situation, hearing someone shout from behind, Marco, engaged in battle, quickly turned his head. He too found Ye Fei's actions perplexing. Of course, he was not alone in his confusion. Whitebeard was equally taken aback. Just as he was pondering the situation, Ye Fei leapt onto the ship's bow. Brandishing his spiked club, in a startling turn of events, he charged directly at Whitebeard. At that moment, a wave of terror swept through the crowd. What was happening? Was Ye Fei attempting to kill the old man? This thought raced through nearly everyone's mind. Otherwise, what could his intentions be? Naturally, Whitebeard was equally shocked. He had not anticipated that this son would come to harm him. Just moments ago, he had been prepared to appoint him as captain. Before Whitebeard could fully grasp the situation, a resounding clash echoed as their weapons collided. Ye Fei's spiked club had successfully blocked Squard's sword. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. As they finally discerned the reality of the situation, it became clear that Ye Fei had no intention of killing Whitebeard. Instead, he had intervened to thwart Squard's treachery. What is happening? Why was Squard positioned behind the old man? Shouldn't he be down on the battlefield confronting the Navy? Indeed, that fellow was meant to be stationed at the bay. Who had sent him aboard? Some crew members wore expressions of bewilderment. However, it did not take long for the more astute among them to realize the truth. Did you notice? Ye Fei's weapon is blocking Squard's attack. He did not intend to kill the old man. Instead, he is protecting him. Indeed, Ye Fei had used his weapon to shield Whitebeard. He was safeguarding the old man. Yet, why was Squard attempting to ambush him? Squard, what are you doing? Why are you behind the old man? You scoundrel, shouldn't you be at the bay? As those who understood the situation voiced their thoughts, clarity dawned upon all. Simultaneously, Whitebeard wore an expression of utter astonishment. Initially, he had believed Ye Fei was there to assassinate him, only to discover that Ye Fei had rushed over from the battlefield to protect him. Even more shocking was the realization that the one seeking to kill him was none other than his own son. Squard. He is one of the captains he values the most. Squard. Whitebeard called out the name with a deep and stern voice. The notion that this son would wish to kill him was utterly unacceptable. Before boarding the ship, Squard had previously challenged him but was defeated. Whitebeard had expected him to be convinced and submit. Could it be that he still harbored resentment? Whitebeard, perplexed, asked once more, "What are you doing?" The betrayal from this son enraged Whitebeard immensely. Under ordinary circumstances, it might have been forgivable, but at such a critical juncture facing a formidable enemy, how could he dare to commit such an egregious act? To strike at one's own kin, was that the conduct of a human being? All along, Whitebeard had regarded every crew member as his own son. Now, to be stabbed by his own son, what kind of feeling could that evoke? Perhaps only Whitebeard himself could truly fathom it. Squard was momentarily taken aback. Originally, he had intended to sneak in for a surprise attack while Marco was engaged on the battlefield. He had meticulously calculated everything, planning to approach Whitebeard when no one was around and strike from behind. However, to his astonishment, someone had already seen through his scheme and intercepted him. As he prepared for the ambush, all his focus was on Whitebeard, leaving him oblivious to the figure soaring towards him. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming surprise. Why was it Ye Fei? Why had Ye Fei suddenly appeared before him? And why was Ye Fei so formidable? From Squard's previous encounters, he had perceived Ye Fei as nothing more than a small fry, lacking any significant strength. Yet, this time, Ye Fei effortlessly countered his assault. A flurry of questions surged through Squard's mind. Squard, Whitebeard bellowed with immense fury. What are you doing here? Ye Fei coldly regarded Squard, disregarding Whitebeard at that moment. His weapon was firmly blocking Squard's long blade. He did not wish to divert his attention. Lest Squard seize the opportunity for a second attack. He understood that Whitebeard was struggling to come to terms with the betrayal. When one is confronted with unexpected circumstances, their guard often diminishes significantly. Ye Fei had no intention of allowing Squard to exploit such an opportunity. Is it really you, Squard? Whitebeard's gaze was filled with profound disappointment. At this moment, he sought to ambush me. In response to Whitebeard's inquiry, Squard remained silent, yet his heart was filled with confusion. Why? Whitebeard thundered, his voice resonating like a bell. Squard's heart trembled. The truth was out, and there was no need for further concealment. He nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Whitebeard, I have come to kill you. Whitebeard was instantly stunned. Squard's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. As he regained his composure, his eyes betrayed an infinite sense of disappointment, disillusionment, and despair. Why would Squard do such a thing? Whitebeard attempted to calm his tumultuous emotions. No sooner had he spoken than Squard suddenly burst into laughter. Why? You should ask yourself. Don't think I am unaware of the agreement you reached with Sengoku. Upon finishing, a wave of hatred surged within Squard once more. He tightened his grip on the giant blade, attempting to shove Ye Fei aside, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge Ye Fei, who stood before Whitebeard like an immovable mountain. While Ye Fei's strength was extraordinary, he was completely unable to shift him even an inch. Captain Squard, I advise you to concede. It's time for you to be honest. Ye Fei stated with an expressionless face, his words laced with disdain. Ye Fei found himself utterly speechless at this fool, who so easily allowed others' words to sway his resolve. Such a person was utterly unreliable. However, Ye Fei was not worried. Having consumed the dragon fruit, he was far more powerful than Squard. With him present, Squard could forget about executing a successful ambush, were it not for the desire to clarify the entire situation to Whitebeard. Ye Fei would have already dealt a severe blow to Squard. Nevertheless, he did not wish to violate the unyielding principle of not harming family. Everything would await Whitebeard's command. Once he gave the order, Ye Fei could eliminate Squard without hesitation. Yet, he understood Whitebeard's mindset well. He would never issue such a command. Thus, Ye Fei refrained from striking. Ye Fei, you better scram quickly and not delay my important matters, or I will take you down along with him. Squard glared at Ye Fei with indignation. Based on the situation of their confrontation, he realized he might not be a match for Ye Fei. However, to make Ye Fei leave, Squard had to feign toughness, attempting to intimidate him, yet Ye Fei remained unyielding. Squard, what on earth are you talking about? Whitebeard demanded sternly. He was utterly bewildered by his foolish son's words. Huh? Spare me the pretense. You brought us here just to lead us to our doom, didn't you? Squard sneered coldly, continuing to exert every effort to push Ye Fei away. Yet, Ye Fei's defense was immovable, preventing him from advancing even a step. With his plan in ruins, Squard appeared particularly agitated. Old man, Squard has been manipulated by Admiral Akainu. Akainu deceived him into believing you had made a deal with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, offering the lives of the entire pirate crew in exchange for Ace's life. As a result, he fell for it, Ye Fei replied, casting a scornful glance at Squard. Squard's face remained expressionless, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. He knew that only 2 people had been present when this matter was discussed. How did this fellow come to know about it? However, he was unaware that Ye Fei was a traveler from another world. Familiar with the storyline, as the original work of One Piece had already elucidated this matter, Admiral Sengoku had employed a scheme here, aimed at dealing with Whitebeard Edward Newgate. At that moment, Whitebeard finally comprehended why Squard would attempt to ambush him. It turned out that Squard believed Whitebeard was willing to sacrifice the entire crew of his pirate band to secure Ace's safety. After all, Ace was the son of the pirate king Roger, making him far more significant than these ordinary pirates. Is this true, Squard? Whitebeard Edward Newgate inquired sternly. Humph, Squard coldly responded to my foolish son. Whitebeard sighed heavily. All his pent-up frustration was released with that one long exhale. He had never realized that his affection for Ace was shared by everyone else. In his treatment of every crew member, Whitebeard had always been equitable, viewing them all as his sons. Humph, stop pretending that I once thought you were a grand hero of the seas. Admired for your brilliance, which is why I followed you. But I have finally realized my error. Now you disregard our lives and betray us. Ace is Roger's son, which is why you made him the captain of the 2nd Division. Moreover, you plan to have him become the Pirate King. Am I not correct? Squard's tone was utterly frigid at this moment. He had no faith in Whitebeard's words. Furthermore, he harbored an intense hatred for Roger. Before joining Whitebeard's crew, Squard had once commanded his own pirate band. However, that crew was annihilated by Roger, leaving only him behind. Thus, Squard's loathing for Roger was profound. Hatred for one leads to hatred for all. Now that it is known that Ace is the son of Roger, it is only natural for Squard to harbor feelings of disdain towards Ace, leading to a significant inner turmoil. This time, at Marineford, he inadvertently learned from Akainu that Whitebeard was willing to sacrifice their 43 pirate crews to save Ace and his own crew members, which ignited a profound rage within him. His anger towards Roger, coupled with the perceived injustice of Whitebeard's treatment of family, led him to be swayed by Akainu's words that my foolish son, Whitebeard expressed his disappointment, never anticipating that this son would regard him in such a light. Just because of a few words from another, he was prepared to draw his blade against his own father. At that moment, Marco, who had resolved the battle on the other side, flew back to the ship's bow, pointing an angry finger at Squard. Squard, what on earth are you doing? Hurry and put down your weapon. He had just witnessed Squard turn his weapon against Whitebeard, only to be intercepted by Ye Fei. This strange scenario compelled him to immediately demand Squard to lower his arms. Squard replied solemnly, Marco, father has betrayed us. Ace is Roger's son. He has made a deal with Sengoku, offering our lives in exchange for Ace. That is why father brought us to this hellish Marineford. After speaking, Squard turned to observe the battlefield. At that moment, the naval cannons at the bay were already aimed at their 43 pirate crews, while Whitebeard's main crew remained untouched. This situation drove Squard into a frenzy, as he now firmly believed Akainu's words were indeed true. Simultaneously, many members of the Whitebeard pirates around them also overheard this. Instantly, the entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates was infected by Squard's sentiments. What? I can't have heard wrong, right? Father, is this true? Father, are our lives truly so worthless? Indeed, the Navy was only targeting them. Their cannons were not aimed at father's ship. It was evident that father had struck a deal with the Navy. Father, do you really only care about Ace? The crews that had been attacked were utterly disheartened. They bore the brunt of all the assaults while Whitebeard's Moby Dick remained unscathed. Clearly, Whitebeard had likely reached an agreement with Admiral Sengoku. However, what they did not anticipate was that all of this was, in fact, a strategy devised by Admiral Sengoku. Ace being Roger's son. How could that be? Roger was executed 22 years ago, while Ace is only 20, born 2 years later. A 20-month gestation? Impossible. Rumors, absolute rumors. I refuse to believe them. Squard, where did you hear such nonsense? You dare to act against father. Some bewildered pirate members were utterly unwilling to accept this reality. The war at the top had just commenced, and before Whitebeard even arrived at Marineford, Admiral Sengoku had already announced this matter before the entire world. Yet, many members of the Whitebeard pirates were just now learning of it. Whitebeard had always considered them family, but this time, he had brought them to this hellish Marineford for Ace. Naturally, they could not accept it. Some crew members began to weep uncontrollably. Marineford, for ordinary pirates, was truly a nightmare within a nightmare. Here lay the naval headquarters, with the strongest forces of the Navy gathered, along with the 7 warlords of the sea and pacifists. However, some crew members expressed doubt. Ace's age and the timing of Roger's death simply did not align. Ace is indeed Roger's son. His mother deliberately delayed giving birth by nearly a year to evade the Navy's surveillance. You all saw it. The Navy is only attacking us, while Whitebeard's ship is completely unharmed. Squard argued loudly. Initially, he too was reluctant to believe it. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. Once these words were spoken, the entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates was left in shock. Is there really such a thing? Ace is Roger's son. Father, is this true? The members of the Whitebeard pirates immediately became agitated, questioning their captain. Whitebeard. Indeed, Whitebeard finally confirmed. He had originally wished to keep this matter concealed from everyone, but now that it was public, he had no choice. In that moment, he did not wish to hide the truth from them. His revelation caused an uproar among the Whitebeard pirates. Father, so what Schoolyard said is correct, isn't it? Father, why would you do this to me, bringing us here to die? Woo-woo. So we were merely pawns in a transaction. Woo-woo. At this moment, the majority of the crew had begun to break down. They understood that they were at the naval headquarters, where all the elite forces were gathered. Coming here, they were fully aware of the life-threatening risks involved. They had followed Whitebeard with the intention of saving lives, only to be treated as mere bargaining chips. The feeling of being deceived was palpable. These crew members were filled with profound disappointment, and their fighting spirit diminished significantly, with some already dropping their weapons, preparing to surrender. All the while, Marco observed this unfold. He had been informed in private by Whitebeard that Ace was his son, and he hoped Marco would keep it secret to ensure Ace would not be specifically targeted by the Navy. But how did Schoolyard come to know of this? Marco found himself quite curious. Could there be a traitor among the pirate crew? Nevertheless, at this moment, stabilizing the morale of the troops was of utmost importance. Marco had no time to ponder further. Schoolyard, Father would never betray us. He has always regarded us as his sons. After all these years of following him, is there any reason for us to doubt that? Marco shouted loudly towards the crew below. He did not wish to see his comrades surrender so easily. Marco's words carried considerable weight. After all, he had fought alongside all the crew members, always at the forefront. Soon, some crew members who had discarded their weapons began to pick them up again. Schoolyard, hurry and put down your weapon. Kneel and apologize to Father. Marco coldly glared at Schoolyard, sternly reprimanding him. To raise a blade against family was the gravest sin aboard the ship. Moreover, he was pointing it directly at Father, who was the backbone of the Whitebeard pirates. Schoolyard had committed an unforgivable offense. Yet, even so, Schoolyard did not relent. Let me go. That's impossible. Marco, you should have known about this beforehand, Schoolyard exclaimed, his emotions running high. He momentarily could not accept this reality at the same time. He attempted desperately to push Ye Fei away with the knife in his hand, but no matter how hard he tried, Ye Fei remained steadfastly in front of him. Who did you hear that from? Marco demanded angrily. Admiral Akainu. Ye Fei blurted out in desperation. Schoolyard fell silent. Faced with Ye Fei's revelation, he appeared quite puzzled, wondering inwardly. Does this kid know too much? Is that so? Marco asked furiously. Seeing this, Schoolyard could only nod silently. However, he remained curious about how Ye Fei had come to know this information. When Akainu conversed with him, there was no one else around. From where did this rascal obtain such information? Moreover, he managed to precisely block his long sword. Squard, can you truly trust Akainu's words? His intention is unmistakably to incite you to attack our father. Father is the strongest force aboard our ship. If he were to sustain injuries, the Navy would swiftly secure victory over us. This is undoubtedly a tactic employed by the Navy. Could you not even contemplate this issue? Although he harbored disdain for Squard, Marco patiently elucidated the matter to him. It is essential to recognize that Whitebeard is hailed as the strongest man in the world. The 100,000 soldiers of the Navy cannot withstand even a few of his assaults. Should he be injured or perish, the odds would greatly tilt in favor of the enemy. This is precisely the objective of Sengoku and Akainu. They aim to exploit tactics against the 43 pirate crews under the Whitebeard pirates, while refraining from targeting his own ship, allowing Akainu to use Squard for a surprise attack. Consequently, the illusion created is that there appears to be some sort of agreement between Whitebeard and the Navy. They are willing to go to any lengths to orchestrate a conspiracy aimed at countering this most formidable power. It is evident that this strategy is highly likely the brainchild of Admiral Sengoku, who is renowned within the Navy as a strategist. Such a simple truth, and yet Squard failed to grasp it. Marco was internally cursing him. This man is unworthy of being a captain. After hearing Marco's words, Squard finally began to think. However, he still felt a surge of anger. The fact that Ace is the son of Roger remains unchanged. Furthermore, they are only attacking our ship, Squard argued, after a moment of silence. Whitebeard approached Squard. Suddenly, he extended his massive arm and enveloped Squard in a hug. Simultaneously, Ye Fei lowered his wolf fang mace. My son, I have concealed this from you for far too long. It is precisely because of this that I refrained from telling you. But must a son bear the mistakes of his father? Roger has wronged you. Yet Ace is innocent. Have you forgotten the times when you fought side by side with Ace, vanquishing foes amidst the enemy's blades and cannon fire? And those moments when you shared hearty drinks together. During those times, you were like family. What I can assure you is that I regard both Ace and all of you as my sons. I will not abandon any of my family that I have not forged any agreement with anyone. This was the first occasion in his life that he explained something to another person. All along, his purpose for setting sail was the hope of being with family. Roger's ambition was to become the Pirate King, while Whitebeard's purpose was simply to be with his family. In his youth, whenever asked about his dreams, Whitebeard would simply express a desire for family. Such an exceedingly simple dream would often provoke laughter. Thus, he departed from his original pirate crew, taking in those children barely in their teens to form his own pirate crew. He harbored a deep loathing for Blackbeard's betrayal of family. Therefore, when Ace was the first to seek vengeance against Blackbeard, Whitebeard felt profoundly moved. How could he betray the entire crew? Whitebeard had no intention of mentioning Ace's lineage to Squard. Knowing well the hatred Squard harbored for Roger, he feared that this might lead Squard to suspect Ace, hence his silence. But now that the matter had been laid bare, Whitebeard felt a sense of relief. No longer needing to carry such burdens. At this moment, the various captains of the Whitebeard pirates who had been engaged in battle below began to return to the bow of the ship. Upon learning the circumstances, they began to reprimand Squard. Damn the Navy, resorting to such underhanded tactics. How could such a rudimentary deception fool you? Foolish. We never believed that father would betray us if he truly had. Akainu would have targeted us directly. But now, his intentions are evidently aimed at father, indicating that father has not betrayed us. Otherwise, Akainu would not act thusly. He merely wishes for you to ambush father. And that is why he deliberately revealed this to you. Squard, you are truly foolish. Idiot. You should hastily relinquish your weapon and kneel to father in apology. Faced with the accusations from the captains, Squard gradually realized the grave error he had committed. Simultaneously, he began to recall the myriad experiences shared with AC. In that moment, he slowly began to remember. Ace had always regarded him as family, never harboring any malice, treating him as his closest friend, and Whitebeard was the parental figure. Upon this realization, Squard gradually lowered the long sword in his grasp, finally coming to his senses. The clang of the sword hitting the ground signaled his surrender. As he fell to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion. Father, I was wrong that I allowed myself to be deceived by the enemy's words, almost bringing harm to you. I have committed a grave sin that I willingly accept punishment. Father, please kill me. At that moment, Squard recognized that his impulsiveness had nearly caused father to suffer injury. In his remorse, he finally turned his gratitude towards Ye Fei. If it were not for Ye Fei's intervention, he would have committed an irreparable mistake. Whitebeard gazed down at Squard and then slowly uttered, "My foolish son, even so, I still love you." The words carried profound meaning. In that instant, Squard was taken aback. This is father? Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Squard had never anticipated that father would bear him no grudge and would continue to regard him as family. Instantly, his nose tinged with emotion, and he broke down in tears. This was the man of legendary renown. Father, in that moment, Squard grasped the vastness of the heart of the strongest man in the world. Could such a person betray his own family? Squard, now you understand. Marco looked at Squard with disdain. Squard nodded, wiping away his tears. Marco sighed, feeling somewhat helpless regarding Squard's folly. Of the 16 captains and so many pirate crew leaders, Akainu had singled him out as a target for brainwashing. This clearly illustrated the concerning state of his intellect. Squard, do you now know what we must do? Marco regarded him calmly. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated to its worst potential. Otherwise, there would have been no way to resolve it. Only by slaying enemies can I assuage the hatred in my heart, Squard thought, his eyes brimming with tears. Had he succeeded just now, he would have been burdened with guilt for a lifetime. Damn Akainu! Squard glared furiously at the distant Akainu on the platform. Subsequently, he brandished his long sword and leapt into the fray. Meanwhile, atop the execution platform, Akainu noticed the commotion. Upon seeing someone intercept Squard, he realized that the plan to ambush Whitebeard had collapsed. Fool! Akainu silently cursed, his failure to achieve his objective igniting his fury. He had been so close to success, merely a step away. Why did it have to be thwarted at this moment? Had it not been for that individual, the scheme would have undoubtedly succeeded. Speaking of which, who is that young man? In the midst of his anger, Akainu could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. This young man, whom he had never encountered before, had the capability to withstand Squard's assault. Furthermore, why did he appear so suddenly? Aboard the Moby Dick, at the bow, the other crew members had already leapt onto the ice and joined the battle. Only Whitebeard, Ye Fei, Marco, and a few others remained at the bow. Ye Fei, thank you for saving father just now. If it weren't for you, he might have fallen prey to Squard's attack. Marco gently patted Ye Fei on the shoulder. Just moments ago, he had harbored doubts about Ye Fei's intentions towards their father, only to realize that his actions were in defense of him. Marco was immensely pleased with Ye Fei's performance. He then scrutinized him from head to toe. In his recollection, Ye Fei had never been this tall. Previously, Ye Fei had been significantly shorter than him, but now they were nearly at eye level. How had he suddenly grown so much taller and more handsome? Questions swirled in Marco's mind. Captain, this is what I ought to do? Ye Fei replied with a calm smile, then cast a glance at Marco. It was a gaze both familiar and foreign. Familiar, because he had seen him countless times, whether in the original tale or in this world. Foreign, because it was the first time he stood beside him. Moreover, Marco's visage was indeed quite ordinary. Simultaneously, he could discern Marco's surprise etched upon his face. By the way, Ye Fei, how did you know that Squard would ambush our father? Marco inquired. This information was unknown to him. So how had Ye Fei come by it? Just as Marco posed his question, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, too, cast a puzzled look towards Ye Fei. He had been on the verge of asking the same, but had refrained due to the presence of others. Captain, while I was engaged in battle below, I noticed Akainu stealthily making his way to the bay. Curious, I followed him and witnessed him defeat Captain Squard without delivering a fatal blow. It struck me as odd, so I lingered to overhear their conversation. By chance, I caught wind of Akainu's intentions to use him to ambush our father. Ye Fei replied, unhurriedly. Of course, he could not divulge that his knowledge stemmed from having read the original narrative. Instead, he crafted a plausible excuse, one that would suffice for the moment, as no one would be particularly attentive to his whereabouts initially. Ye Fei's explanation was met with unwavering belief from Whitebeard and Marco. If it were not so, how else could Ye Fei have known? It had to be the case. Kula la la la. Whitebeard's hearty laughter rang out. It appears he is indeed quite eager to claim my head. Kula la 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 Sengoku. Your tactics are commendable. You know how to exploit Squard's weaknesses against me. However, I have a fine son. His gaze shifted to Ye Fei, filled with appreciation that a brute like Akainu could not conceive such a strategy. Only someone dubbed the wise general, like Sengoku, could. Then he turned to Ye Fei, acknowledging that had it not been for him, Squard would have surely succeeded in his ambush. Whitebeard had always trusted his family and would never have suspected Squard of treachery. Ye Fei appeared bewildered. This old man was rather amusing. Others sought to take his life, yet he laughed so heartily. Perhaps it was due to his own influence. Ye Fei, you have done exceptionally well. How old are you? Whitebeard inquired affectionately, observing Ye Fei's youthful countenance, which appeared to be around 20. Until now, he had not paid much attention to Ye Fei, given that there were over 1,000 crew members on board. It was impossible for him to be intimately acquainted with every individual's circumstances. 20, Ye Fei responded, reflecting on his memories of this place. He hailed from Rogue Town in the East Blue and had fervently insisted to Marco 2 years prior, at the age of 18, to allow him aboard. He shared the same age as Ace. This age marked the onset of the prime of one's life. Whitebeard's eyes sparkled with nostalgia as he reminisced about his own youthful exuberance and the myriad of people he had encountered. So distant, yet so near. He then raised his head, gazing toward the execution platform where Fire Fist Ace knelt to Roger's son. I must ensure your survival. At that moment, Marco abruptly placed his hand on Ye Fei's shoulder, leaning in closer to scrutinize him with his lifeless eyes, adopting a conspiratorial tone. Ye Fei, there are some matters you must disclose to me. Faced with this unexpected advance, Ye Fei felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that his secrets might be uncovered. Captain, what do you wish to ask? Ye Fei replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Tell me, how did you suddenly grow so much taller? And, have you been concealing your strength? Marco queried with a hint of suspicion. The developments concerning Ye Fei were hard for him to fathom. After all, Squard was not an easy opponent to contend with, and the fact that Ye Fei could easily thwart him suggested that his capabilities were exceptional. Furthermore, given Ye Fei's recent performance on the battlefield, Marco had ample reason to harbor doubts. Captain, Ye Fei admitted, you've seen through me, but I assure you, I have not concealed my strength. As for the specifics, I am also uncertain. Ye Fei offered an awkward smile and shrugged his shoulders. Naturally, he could not disclose the truth about having traversed dimensions. Such matters were indeed challenging to explain. Therefore, he opted to feign ignorance. Marco stammered, taken aback. Ye Fei's response left him somewhat speechless. Initially, he had only thought Ye Fei quite handsome, but he had not anticipated such cunning. You little rascal, how deeply you've concealed your true self." Before Marco could continue, Ye Fei let out a deep chuckle. "Captain, there are likely many things you have yet to consider. Perhaps I will surprise you." His strength had already been revealed. There was no turning back. Ye Fei understood that numerous eyes were now upon him, and hiding his true power had become less significant. Moreover, such stealth did not align with his character. The paramount concern now was to rescue Ace. To save Ace, he must confront the formidable figures ahead. Why Ye Fei did not wish to dwell on anything else. He had already acquired the abilities of 2 devil fruits, and he could continually enhance himself in battle. The outcome of the conflict remained uncertain. Daku la 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 la. Whitebeard erupted into laughter. Although he too found Ye Fei's prowess puzzling, as long as it posed no threat to the Whitebeard pirates. He harbored no concerns. After all, everyone possessed their own secrets. If one were to pry into the secrets of others, it might lead to unfavorable consequences, and he preferred not to know too much. All he recognized was that Ye Fei had gone to great lengths to save him. Marco stood in a daze, bemused by Whitebeard's laughter, and turned to him. "Father?" Whitebeard looked at Ye Fei and proclaimed, "Ye Fei, from this moment forth, you shall be the captain of the 4th Division." Both Marco and Ye Fei were taken aback by the sudden announcement. "Father?" Ye Fei hesitated, suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. Being asked to fill the void left by the deceased Sachi was indeed unexpected. He reflected on how he had merely been an ordinary crew member on the ship, and now, without warning, he had been elevated to the rank of captain. Ye Fei had not anticipated this, especially since he had only recently traversed into this world. Being promoted to captain so abruptly was a bit disorienting. Sachi was gone, and someone was destined to take his place. One must not dwell eternally in the past. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, sighed. Having battled upon the seas for a lifetime, he had witnessed many comrades consigned to the depths. Filled with both regret and tears, regardless of the circumstances or outcomes faced, there are times when one must concede. The death of Ace is irrevocable. Whitebeard must force himself to acknowledge this truth. Given that Ye Fei possesses such formidable strength, appointing him seems a commendable choice. It is worth noting that Ye Fei has already achieved a significant feat. Otherwise, one might have fallen victim to Scourge's treachery. In this light, it is only natural for Ye Fei to be named captain. Ye Fei. Marco gently patted Ye Fei on the shoulder. "Congratulations." Marco was genuinely pleased. Since boarding the ship, he had unwaveringly supported every decision made by Whitebeard. Initially, he had anticipated that their father would announce this outcome only after the battle's conclusion. After all, the position of captain of the Whitebeard pirates is of immense importance. Yet, he did not expect such a swift declaration. It appears that their father holds this young man in high regard as someone who once served under him. Marco felt a sense of joy for Ye Fei's ascension to captaincy. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but reflect. Is this not the very person he had once considered rejecting? Now he has become captain, a high-ranking officer within the Whitebeard pirates. "Father," Ye Fei, somewhat resigned, nodded at Whitebeard. As a member of the Whitebeard pirates, he could not refuse this newfound role. It also signified Whitebeard's recognition of him. "Kuha!" Whitebeard laughed heartily. Today, he had gained a valuable asset in strength. With this, their chances of victory had increased dramatically. With that thought, Whitebeard excitedly strode to the bow of the ship. He suddenly bellowed across the battlefield. "Sons, from this moment forth, Ye Fei shall be your captain of the 4th Division. Let us unite and rescue Ace." His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through every corner of the battlefield. In the midst of battle, the pirates turned to look. Meanwhile, within the bay, all the marines in the square were bewildered. They could not fathom the implications of Whitebeard's declaration. However, the ensuing cheers completely disoriented them. Whoa! In an instant, cheers erupted from the pirates. Upon hearing the news, they raised their weapons in jubilation. Of course, some were still in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, the majority acknowledged Ye Fei's impressive strength. Furthermore, having just rescued their father, and with the position being announced personally by him, Ye Fei was undoubtedly the rightful captain. With a slight smile, Whitebeard revealed his gleaming teeth. "Shaped like crescent moons, brimming with pride. To the Navy," he proclaimed, "I am Whitebeard. If you wish to claim my head, come forth now." Whitebeard gazed toward the execution platform. Opposite him, several high-ranking officers stared blankly in his direction, uncertain about what had transpired. Bang! Whitebeard plunged his weapon, the supreme great blade, into the bow of the ship. It was time to show them a taste of reality. He extended his right hand and clenched his fist. Instantly, Ye Fei felt an overwhelming pressure in the air. He thought to himself, a formidable attack is about to be unleashed, familiar with the original narrative. He understood that Whitebeard was about to activate the powers of the Tremor Fruit. Truly, he was a Yonko-level figure. Even his mere aura instilled fear that Ye Fei couldn't help but marvel. Boom! Whitebeard's fist descended. The air seemed to solidify, and then shattered with a tremendous sound, below the ship. The ice began to crack rapidly towards the Marine headquarters. The shockwave of the Tremor Fruit surged toward the naval base, toppling Marine soldiers into the air amidst a cacophony of screams. Only a few high-ranking officers remained unscathed by the impact. Meanwhile, as the Fruit's power unleashed, the existing cracks in the Marine headquarters expanded further. The fierce wind howled past, gradually dissipating the shockwave. Kizaru exclaimed, "Nanny, this does not resemble a 70-year-old man." Akainu scoffed. "Humph, Whitebeard, how much longer can you squander your time like this?" Aokiji remained silent. As the shockwave subsided, numerous Marines found themselves sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. Many began to rise, ready to face the onslaught of pirates once more. Observing this turn of events, Ye Fei smiled slightly. It was time for him to descend and collect experience points, though he may fail at many things. When it comes to scavenging, he is unparalleled. "Father, I'm going down." With that, Ye Fei hoisted his spiked club, ascended to the ship's bow, and leapt from the Moby Dick. Truly eager, Marco chuckled, having just been appointed captain. He was already so keen to prove himself that it was indeed fitting for a newly appointed officer to feel such urgency. However, he remained unaware that Ye Fei's intent was to gather experience points. "Marco, have you noticed? This kid's strength is impressive," Whitebeard remarked, his gaze following Ye Fei's movements. Marco nodded. "I only realized today how formidable he is. Father, I understand that I will ensure his safety." In Marco's view, although Ye Fei had showcased his strength, it did not reach an alarmingly formidable level at this juncture. He could not afford to let him perish easily. Keep a close watch on him. His potential is vast. Losing him would be a significant blow to us. Whitebeard's keen perception allowed him to sense Ye Fei's exceptional nature. The Whitebeard pirates desperately needed individuals like him. Having just appointed Ye Fei as captain of the 4th Division, he did not wish to see him fall so easily. After all, the previous 4th Division captain, Sachi, had already brought him enough pain. Now he hoped for Ye Fei's safety, especially against such formidable adversaries. Yes, father. Within the bay, on the battlefield, Ye Fei had just dispatched several Marines, including some lower-ranking officers, reaping a bountiful harvest of experience. Pausing, he noticed that Luffy was already at the forefront, engaged in battle alongside Ivankov, a Revolutionary Army officer. Yet, Ye Fei never lost sight of their primary mission, to rescue Ace. With this in mind, he dashed toward Luffy, clearing the obstacles in their path. A towering figure suddenly appeared before Ye Fei. He looked up to see the Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria. "Do you intend to block my path?" Ye Fei halted, resting his spiked club on his shoulder, and coldly inquired. "Kid, I've had my eye on you for some time. Your skills are quite impressive." Gecko Moria extended his hands, wearing a peculiar grin. From the moment Ye Fei defeated a host of lower-ranking Marines, Moria had taken notice of him. "What, do you wish to seize my shadow?" Ye Fei replied, a calm smile gracing his lips. He was quite familiar with Gecko Moria, the user of the shadow fruit. His scissors could sever other shadows that by consuming those shadows, he could enhance his own strength, while also transforming them into various forms, such as weapons. Furthermore, he could place shadows within corpses, creating zombies to control against foes. You were correct. Before me, one should simply surrender." Moria laughed heartily. Meanwhile, behind him, a horde of zombie soldiers began to emerge. "Oh, a Warlord of the Sea?" Ye Fei feigned surprise, then proceeded to mock him. "You won't hold that title for long." In the original narrative, following the conclusion of the Marineford War, Moria was promptly stripped of his title as a Warlord of the Sea due to his weakness. Unworthy of such a status, the world government forbids his existence. "You insolent wretch, how dare you speak so boldly to me, one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea? I shall accept your shadow." Moonlight Moria bellowed, his emotions running high, revealing his sharp teeth. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to be disavowed by the world government. Yet at this moment, Ye Fei had no desire to divulge so much. "Moria, how has your height diminished? That blow from Jinbei must have been quite severe. Did you not learn a lesson from Luffy last time?" Ye Fei's words dripped with sarcasm. but he was in no hurry to engage in battle. Just moments ago, Moonlight Moria had taken a significant hit from the 7 Warlord Jinbei. As a result, he had expelled a considerable amount of shadows, causing his body to shrink dramatically. You despicable fiend. Moonlight Moria seethed, rendered momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had just endured Jinbei's Fishman Karate 5,000-tile punch, which had caused a large number of shadows to escape from his belly, leaving him in desperate need of replenishment. Thus, he set his sights on Ye Fei. With such a formidable shadow, recovery would be a trivial matter, perhaps even enhancing his strength. Zombie soldiers, advance, Moonlight Moria commanded. Behind him, dozens of weapon-wielding zombie soldiers staggered forward. Resembling drunken Ye Fei couldn't help but chuckle. The soldiers' movements were eerily reminiscent of the zombies from Plants vs. Zombies. Naturally, Ye Fei had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with this band of zombies. Armed with his weapon, he struck one of them directly. Thud! The zombie soldier was sent flying over 10 meters. Initially, Ye Fei assumed the creature would be obliterated. However, the moment the zombie hit the ground, it swiftly rose to its feet and charged at Ye Fei once more. He almost forgot. Zombies are notoriously hard to kill. He tapped his head in realization. Yet, they fear salt and fire. Salt can be easily obtained from seawater. Just moments ago, Diamond Jaws had hurled a massive chunk of ice towards the Marine headquarters. The hole was filled with seawater. A mere splash of seawater would suffice to deal with these zombie soldiers. However, Ye Fei had no intention of resorting to such methods. He had a far superior plan. Not long ago, he had acquired the power of the Flame Fruit. Reducing them to ashes would be a simple task. Now was the perfect opportunity to put this ability to use. Flame gun. Ye Fei extended his hands, thumb raised, fingers aligned, forming the shape of a pistol. As his flame abilities activated, miniature fireballs erupted from between his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless fireballs were unleashed, striking down a significant portion of the zombie soldiers. Although Ye Fei had successfully merged with the Flame Fruit's power, he was still somewhat clumsy in wielding it for the first time. Many of his shots went awry, indicating that he needed more practice. Concurrently, he recalled the techniques Ace employed with fire. Soon, the fallen zombie soldiers ignited, and from their charred remains, shadows sprang forth, fleeing at incredible speed. Ye Fei smiled faintly. The system's notification chimes echoed in his mind. He hadn't anticipated that defeating zombie soldiers would yield rewards. He chuckled inwardly, previously believing that only defeating Marines would grant such benefits. However, 10 experience points seemed rather paltry. How much would he earn for defeating Moonlight Moria? Meanwhile, witnessing his zombie soldiers being incinerated one by one, Moonlight Moria was thrown into a state of panic. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, betraying his composure. How can you wield the power of fire? Moonlight Moria's mouth gaped in disbelief. In the world of pirates, it was known that no two individuals could possess the same devil fruit ability, unless one of them had perished and the fruit was reborn. But what was happening now? The burned zombies clearly bore the mark of the Flame Fruit's power. Moonlight Moria was certain he hadn't misjudged. Why did this young man possess such abilities? Haha. Ye Fei let out a chilling laugh, his pistol aimed squarely at Moonlight Moria. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the moment while Moonlight Moria was still reeling, Ye Fei launched a surprise attack. His massive physique rendered Moonlight Moria too slow to react. The fireballs struck his sturdy form one after another. Moonlight Moria immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest. The sensation of being hit by these fireballs was akin to being struck by real bullets. To make matters worse, his body caught fire as well. Moonlight Moria writhed on the ground in agony. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the ice beneath him. He swiftly flipped over and pressed himself against the icy surface. Fizzle, fizzle. The flames clung to the ice before finally extinguishing. Moonlight Moria sighed in relief as he glanced at his abdomen, now marred by several burn holes. This damned fireball had an effect akin to bullets. Damn it! Moonlight Moria cursed under his breath. Just as he attempted to rise, he saw Ye Fei leap into the air. Solar flare! Ye Fei shouted, a surge of power erupting from his chest. His entire arm transformed into a blazing inferno. Launching a torrent of flames downward, an orange-red pillar of fire descended upon Moonlight Moria with overwhelming force. With no time to react, Moonlight Moria was struck directly. The intense flames pressed down upon his chest. Instinctively, Moonlight Moria opened his mouth, and as he did, shadows escaped from within, causing his form to shrink once more. Though he sought to escape, the immense pressure from the flames rendered him unable to move. Forcing him to endure the searing heat, waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, and his agonized cries filled the air. His entire body was engulfed in flames, consumed by the inferno. Ye Fei landed, standing upon the ice, expressionless as he observed the burning moonlight Moria. The anguished cries of his adversary stirred not a flicker of empathy within Ye Fei this moment. He had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. Should a shadow user like this one sever his own shadow, it would spell trouble. Moreover, with every enemy eliminated on the battlefield, the chances of rescuing Ace would increase. Who on earth are you? Moonlight Moria cried out, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet, this fire seemed far more potent than the previous fireballs. He could not comprehend how Ye Fei had acquired such power. And all he could do was scream in desperate agony. In the face of Moonlight Moria's cries, Ye Fei displayed no sympathy. He offered no words in response, before the flames on Moonlight Moria's body could extinguish once more. Ye Fei unleashed another solar flare. The fiery pillar struck Moonlight Moria anew, who was already battered and bruised, unable to catch his breath. His dismay. Ye Fei had employed the same technique once again. This ability, the Flame Fruit, isn't that Ace's power? Why does Ye Fei possess it as well? This is the Sun Flame, a technique of Ace. Could it be that Ye Fei has consumed Ace's Flame Fruit? Impossible. There is only one Flame Fruit in this world. It is absolutely inconceivable for a second to exist. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were utterly bewildered why Ye Fei actually wielded Ace's abilities. Even Whitebeard and Marco could not fathom why Ye Fei would possess the power of fire. This situation was utterly absurd. Flames burned upon Gecko Moria under the moonlight until they extinguished. Upon glancing back at Gecko Moria, his body shrank once more, expelling a considerable number of shadows. Simultaneously, Moria's entire form was charred black. In terms of physique, he resembled a wine bottle or a gourd. Akin to a black wine bottle, reminiscent of an ancient liquor vessel. Ye Fei chuckled, referring to that kind of black wine bottle. As the flames died down, Moria lay motionless on the icy surface, resembling a lifeless corpse. The intense burning flames had rendered Gecko Moria unconscious, completely stripping him of his combat capability. So this is the infamous Warlord of the Sea. No wonder he was expelled by the world government. Ye Fei mused with disdain. Merely utilizing two techniques of Sun Flame was enough to make him feel this opponent was not particularly resilient, seemingly no stronger than a Navy vice admiral. Defeating Gecko Moria felt effortless to Ye Fei. This inadvertently led him to entertain a delusion. Could it be that he had surpassed the warlords of the sea at this moment? Ye Fei shook his head. It must be that Moria had just been attacked by Jinbei. Coupled with the fact that Moria himself was not particularly strong among the warlords, his overall strength was rather lacking. Ye Fei pondered to himself. Ding! The system's voice echoed once more in Ye Fei's ears. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria. The host gains 30,000 experience points. Upon reviewing the system panel, Ye Fei was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect the experience points for defeating Moria to be so high. The rewards for defeating a Warlord of the Sea were indeed extraordinary. The allure of being a warlord was evident. He wondered what excellent skills might be available within the system. Ye Fei mused quietly. It is said that having numerous skills is never a burden. Learning more skills is crucial for enhancing one's strength, especially in such critical moments. Just as Ye Fei was absorbed in examining the system panel, many eyes were already fixated upon him. It is worth noting that the towering column of fire had been witnessed by many. Alongside their shock, they realized that Ye Fei did not seem to be an easily manageable opponent. To defeat a warlord of the sea is no feat achievable by an ordinary person. Who on earth is this individual? Quick, find out. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku took notice of Ye Fei. He found it peculiar regarding Ye Fei's strength. The notable figures of the Whitebeard pirates were all on the bounty list, yet this face was one he had never seen before. What did this person emerge from? Could he be an external aide summoned by the Whitebeard pirates? Soon, Sengoku received a report. Report, Admiral, we have just investigated. This pirate is a subordinate of Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. A Navy soldier rushed in, flustered. What? A subordinate of Marco? An ordinary crew member? He had just defeated a warlord of the sea, and Sengoku found it hard to believe that a mere foot soldier under Whitebeard's command is this formidable. Although Moria's strength is weak, he is still recognized as a warlord of the sea by the world government. Even an average vice admiral might not be his match. Could it be a mistake in the investigation? The report is absolutely accurate. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku turned to Garp. This individual possesses fire-based abilities. Who do you think we should send to confront him? However, at that moment, Garp's attention was entirely fixated not on Ye Fei, but on his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. At this moment, Luffy was engaged in combat with surrounding Navy soldiers. Watching his grandson battle alongside his subordinates, Garp felt an indescribable sensation. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Garp, do not forget your identity. He is a pirate now, a Marine. You must not let your emotions cloud your judgment. We must uphold the dignity of justice." Garp finally regained his focus. Sengoku, what were you just saying? With his attention so intensely concentrated, he was entirely unaware of Sengoku's earlier comments. Sengoku, infuriated, reiterated his point that a fire-based ability user. Garp finally comprehended. He began to observe Ye Fei's movements. Indeed, it strongly resembled Ace's flame fruit abilities. Sengoku replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ye Fei. Based on the actions he had just performed, the abilities he utilized were strikingly similar to those of Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku had not misjudged. Ye Fei had indeed utilized the same flame abilities as AC and IS that even possible. Garp also appeared quite astonished. In the world of pirates, each individual can consume only one devil fruit. He knew this better than anyone. To possess abilities identical to Ace? How could that be? Sengoku nodded. Indeed, perhaps we are simply getting old. Garp, this world now belongs to the youth. Garp replied with a blank expression. He then cast a helpless glance at Ace, who was on the execution platform, letting out a heavy sigh. Ace originally possessed immense potential for development. Before he even turned 20, the world government was prepared to grant him the title of Warlord of the Sea, which he declined. Therefore, in this world, nothing is impossible. As a hero, Garp had a wealth of familiar experiences. He had encountered many bizarre events and peculiar individuals, and had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Who do you think would be suitable to confront him? Sengoku inquired coldly, his tone growing somewhat impatient as he observed Ye Fei knocking down yet another Navy commander. Sengoku's eyelids twitched in irritation. Not a fire-based ability user, Garp contemplated. Although there were many vice admirals, there were indeed no users of water-based abilities. A water-based user would be more appropriate. Jinbei should be able to handle it. As a fishman, he excels in utilizing water. Just as Garp finished speaking, Sengoku could no longer contain himself. Garp, what nonsense are you spouting? Jinbei is no longer a warlord of the sea and is currently aiding your grandson. Sengoku glared at him, visibly furious. A sea knight from Fishman Island. Jinbei could navigate freely through the ocean and would naturally be able to utilize water-based abilities. He should have no issue countering Ye Fei's fire abilities. However, Jinbei opposed the war with Whitebeard and refused to comply with the Navy's forced conscription, which led to his imprisonment and impelled down. It could be said that he had completely severed ties with the Navy and had utterly betrayed them. To send him against Ye Fei? Garp, what are you thinking? Do you truly intend to command Jinbei? Have you lost your mind? It is no wonder Sengoku was infuriated. If not, then we only have the 3 admirals left, Garp replied coldly. At this moment, he was fixated on Ye Fei. During the battle, Ye Fei displayed agility and handled his opponents with ease. Garp, possessing immense strength, could naturally discern that Ye Fei was not exerting his full power. Yet he could eliminate his foes in a remarkably short time. It was evident that this individual might exceed expectations. Akainu's magma fruit is significantly more powerful than fire-based abilities. Aokiji's ice fruit could also counter fire. Kizaru's light fruit possesses incredible speed and destructive power, easily outpacing flames. Must I deploy the Navy's strongest forces to handle a mere nameless pirate? Sengoku was exceedingly incensed. An admiral confronting a minion whose name he had never even heard. Wouldn't that be laughable? I estimate that no one of vice admiral rank would be his match. Kapu responded with remarkable composure. Just by observing Ye Fei's movements, he could discern that the young man's strength was undoubtedly on par with that of Fire Fist Ace. Kapu's remarks left Sengoku speechless. However, after a thorough observation, Sengoku swiftly confirmed Kapu's assertion. The seemingly obscure pirate before them possessed extraordinary power, and it was evident that he had yet to fully reveal his capabilities. Yet, to dispatch 3 admirals to deal with a mere pirate seemed rather excessive, and it could easily lead others to believe that the Navy was lacking in talent. Where then was the face of justice? He commanded, "Notify Bartholomew Kuma to eliminate that fire-based ability user swiftly." Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Tyrant, was a user of the pawpaw fruit. Despite his imposing stature, he exhibited remarkable speed that on Sabeti Archipelago, he single-handedly sent Luffy and his crew flying across the globe in a remarkably short time. All while maintaining his cold demeanor. This certainly underscored his formidable prowess. Moreover, Kuma had recently undergone modifications by the world government, allowing him to utilize the laser beams of Admiral Kizaru in addition to his own abilities. It must be said that Sengoku's insight was quite sharp. "Tyrant, the fleet admiral commands you to engage Ye Fei, the fire user," the Navy's messenger relayed, trembling with apprehension that it was important to note that Kuma had now been transformed into a machine. Having completely lost his human memories, who could say whether he might suddenly launch an attack? Just as the messenger finished speaking, Kuma slowly turned his head, initiating automatic scan. The Navy messenger felt a wave of relief as Kuma's scanning device assessed him thoroughly, confirming he was not a foe before retracting the scan. Received orders, Kuma responded in a mechanical tone. He had just defeated Whitebeard's pirate, Little Oars, and was currently engaged in a confrontation with the Revolutionary Army's Ivankov. Upon receiving the command, he reactivated his scanning mode and searched the battlefield. It didn't take long for him to locate Ye Fei, as he was the only one in the vicinity utilizing fire-based abilities. Whoosh! In an instant, Bartholomew Kuma vanished. Kuma, Ivankov, a member of the Revolutionary Army and a former friend, had not yet managed to call out. Desperately, he attempted to awaken Kuma's memories, for Kuma had once been a prominent figure in the Revolutionary Army. However, the reason behind his transformation eluded Ivankov completely. The pirate Ye Fei. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind Ye Fei, speaking in a mechanical voice. How swift! Ye Fei marveled internally. Upon turning around, he found himself face to face with Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Isn't he a member of the Revolutionary Army? He pondered, only to quickly realize that Kuma had been transformed into a human weapon by the world government scientist. Vegapunk. The pacifists of the world government had altered him according to his physique. At this moment, Kuma had lost all vestiges of human consciousness. Nonetheless, his agility remained intact. Ye Fei began to contemplate whether he had drawn Kuma's attention due to his use of the Flame Fruit's abilities. Currently, he possessed 2 types of fruit powers, the Flame Fruit and the Dragon Fruit. Most of the Dragon Fruit skills were in dragon form, aside from the S-rank skill, Thunder 8 Trigrams, which Ye Fei was reluctant to employ. After all, transforming into a dragon would undoubtedly attract the entire battlefield's attention. To avoid being too conspicuous, he opted for the Flame Fruit, yet he had still managed to capture the attention of so many. Ye Fei felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, he had already caught Sengoku's eye, and Kuma had been dispatched specifically to find and eliminate him. As Kuma concluded his statement, he began removing his gloves. The moment Ye Fei caught sight of the paw pads on Kuma's hands, he became acutely alert. As a user of the pawpaw fruit, Kuma was not to be underestimated. It was this very hand that had sent Luffy and the others flying. The thought caused beads of sweat to form on Ye Fei's forehead. This was the Navy headquarters, Marineford, with Ace still in peril. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly be sent flying thousands of kilometers away. What then would he accomplish in Marineford? Ye Fei concentrated all his attention on Kuma, activating his Kinbunshika Haki to the utmost degree. Against such an opponent, he could not afford to be careless. Whoosh! Bartholomew Kuma flashed behind Ye Fei. Huff, huff. With his Kinbunshika Haki, Ye Fei sensed a large hand approaching from behind. In response, he leaped into the air. Vaulting several dozen meters high. Kuma's hand came crashing down. Missing its target. Capture failed, came Kuma's mechanical voice. Simultaneously, he raised his head to gaze at Ye Fei suspended in mid-air. Ye Fei was drenched in cold sweat as he fixated on the paw pads of his opponent. Had his reflexes not been sharp, that blow could have sent him thousands of miles away. That was close. Ye Fei murmured to himself at that moment. His mind raced with strategies, all while maintaining a safe distance from Kuma and elevating his Kinbunshika Haki to its maximum. Before such an adversary, he dared not let his guard down. Kuma, as one of the 7 warlords, was on an entirely different level than Gecko Moria, towering in stature, agile in movement, and possessing devastating destructive capabilities. What was he to do? What was he to do? In a moment of desperation, Ye Fei's mind spun rapidly, meticulously recalling every detail from the original narrative in search of Kuma's weakness. During the Marineford War, Kuma's attacks had a notable characteristic. He was unable to move while unleashing his laser beams. Having to remain stationary. In this respect, he was significantly inferior to Kizaru, who could fire lasers even while in motion. This, it seemed, was the flaw of the machine, comparing the current Kuma to his former self. He had undeniably transformed into a cold, unfeeling machine, having lost not only his personality, but also the instinctual reactions inherent to humanity. In this regard, machines were far inferior to humans. Suddenly realizing this, Ye Fei felt a surge of excitement. Kuma, you won't be able to capture me. Let's see your strongest attack. After evading the Great Bear's attacks several times, Ye Fei deliberately remarked, the Great Bear is capable of shockwaves. However, Ye Fei hoped that the Great Bear would unleash its laser attack upon him. Thus, as long as he remained still, Ye Fei could execute a surprise attack. If things continued this way, he would inevitably be sent flying. Lock onto Ye Fei. Following the mechanical voice of the Great Bear, two eyes scanned and locked onto Ye Fei before its mouth opened wide. After a series of failed attempts to swat Ye Fei away, the Great Bear finally altered its strategy. Beep, beep, beep. The laser was about to be fired. Ye Fei smiled faintly, whispering to himself, indeed, it works. The time required for the laser to charge and fire provided Ye Fei with an opportunity. As the Great Bear was unable to move swiftly during this interval, this was the moment Ye Fei had to seize. If he failed to defeat it, he might very well be counterattacked. Gripping the Wolf Fang Club tightly, Ye Fei adjusted his body to its utmost state, swiftly leaping behind the Great Bear. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Ye Fei shouted as he leaped, the club, imbued with armed color Haki and crackling with electric effects, aimed directly at the Great Bear's neck. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the Great Bear's entire body suddenly tilted. Bang! The thunderous 8 trigrams did not strike the neck directly, but instead hit a portion of its side. Oh no, this is bad. Ye Fei's heart sank. He had missed. How could this happen at such a critical moment? If he failed to hit, he would be sent flying. However, what transpired next took Ye Fei by surprise. The deflected Bartolomeo Kuma collapsed to the ground. What was going on? Ye Fei was bewildered. Seeing the Great Bear lying on the ground, he paused and did not rush forward, noticing its lack of movement. Ye Fei approached cautiously. Yet, upon observing the Great Bear's condition, he smiled. It turned out that his previous strike had indeed struck its neck, shattering some components in the process. Intermittent electric currents crackled, emitting wisps of smoke. Indeed, it had become a machine, Ye Fei mused. The transformed Great Bear had now become a true machine. Its remaining consciousness seemingly lost. It likely had long forgotten its identity as a member of the Revolutionary Army, which explained its attack on Ivankov. Ye Fei was perplexed as to why it had accepted the world government's modifications. Nevertheless, even at this moment, he dared not let his guard down. After all, this was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He needed to ensure it was entirely devoid of combat capability. Stepping closer to the fallen Great Bear, Ye Fei raised the Wolf Fang Club and struck down upon its head once more. Instantly, the Great Bear's forehead was heavily struck by Ye Fei's club, scattering fragments of its head components across the ground. Ye Fei's intention was straightforward. Since it was one of the 7 warlords, it had to be rendered completely incapable of fighting. Whether it was still affiliated with the Revolutionary Army was no longer of consequence. Ding. The host has defeated the 7 warlords of the sea. Bartolomeo Kuma. Reward. Host gains 30,000 experience points. The system's notification chimed once again. Ye Fei had finally bested it. He had taken down another warlord of the sea. Indeed, a warlord-level combatant yielded 30,000 experience points. However, defeating the Great Bear was far more challenging than overcoming Gecko Moria. Had it not been for the element of surprise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to bring it down. Fortunately, the rewards were gratifying, allowing for numerous exchanges. Not far away, Ye Fei's actions caught the attention of Akainu, an admiral of the Navy. He had witnessed the thunderous 8 trigrams technique before. This was a move of the Yonko Kaido. Why did this individual, whom he had never seen before, possess it as well? Could there be some connection between them? Akainu was filled with doubt. Simultaneously, on the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku gritted his teeth in frustration. He had initially thought that the Great Bear would easily dispatch Ye Fei. However, he had not anticipated that this young man would triumph over the Great Bear. The Great Bear was considered a formidable presence among the 7 warlords of the sea. In less than a quarter of an hour, this person had reduced it to mere components. utterly disgracing the title of Warlord of the Sea. Was it that the Great Bear was too weak? Or was the opponent too strong? Sengoku found himself perplexed. Ever since the Great Bear had been modified by the world government, its actions had become indistinguishable from that of a machine. Yet, despite the lack of human responses, all its techniques remained intact, and even seemed stronger than before. Lose so swiftly. Could it be that this young man had already surpassed the warlords of the sea? Sengoku could hardly believe it. It seemed that Whitebeard had gained another warrior. Carp remarked with a sigh. Sengoku sternly rebuked. Carp, stop making light of the situation. I have yet to hold you accountable for your grandson's actions. Take care of your own family first. Though it was a reprimand, Sengoku knew full well that Carp was speaking the truth. However, Carp paid him no mind and continued. It appears this kid not only wields the power of fire, but has also mastered Kaido's techniques. His Wolf Fang Club, crackling with lightning, moves with the same speed and precision as one of the Yonko. Carp was exceedingly familiar with Kaido. Decades prior, the two had crossed paths, and Kaido had once challenged the entire Navy solo on multiple occasions. Although he had ultimately failed, the Navy and world government had never found a means to defeat him, as no one had ever managed to kill him. Most high-ranking Navy officers were well acquainted with Kaido's techniques. Seeing similar moves again was naturally not unfamiliar. Yet, it was curious why Ye Fei also possessed them. Could there be a connection between him and Kaido? Carp's observations aligned closely with Akainu's. Carp's explanation did little to quell Sengoku's anger. I'm aware of that. His style closely resembles Kaido's. Moreover, it is evident that Ye Fei is not a merciful individual. This is clear from his follow-up strike on the Great Bear. He is a ruthless one. He aims to deliver fatal blows, and he will not relent until his opponent is utterly defeated. Such a person must be eradicated, for he poses a significant threat. Borsellino, deal with this kid. Sengoku finally could no longer contain himself and picked up the golden transponder snail to address Kizaru. If Ye Fei were allowed to continue unchecked, what would become of the Navy's dignity? What about the dignity of justice? At this moment, he had clearly decided to deploy Admiral Kizaru to completely eliminate Ye Fei. What about Luffy and the others, Fleet Admiral? Kizaru replied nonchalantly through the golden transponder snail. I could see that moment. Luffy and Jinbe had already advanced to a location not far from the execution platform. As an admiral, was not the primary task to prevent Ace from being taken away? That was merely an ordinary pirate. The opponent before him had to be eliminated. Go down and deal with him immediately. Sengoku commanded. In his view, Ye Fei posed a greater danger than Luffy. Moreover, this individual's methods could be exceedingly cruel. Such a person must not be allowed to escape. Understood, Fleet Admiral. Kizaru hung up the transponder snail. And then his form transformed into a brilliant golden flash as he soared toward Ye Fei. The Admiral was descending. Quick, run. The pirates, upon seeing Kizaru approaching, were so terrified that they dropped their weapons and prepared to flee. The Navy admirals were known as the strongest force. Moreover, Admiral Kizaru not only possessed immense offensive power, but also ranked at the pinnacle of the Navy in terms of speed. Not fleeing in his presence was akin to courting death. Marco, get over here. Wanto, Captain Ahab of the Pequod, had also taken note of Kizaru's movement. It was evident that Kizaru was heading towards Ye Fei, his target unmistakably fixed upon him. This prompted Ahab to call for Marco. As one of the four emperors, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by Admiral Kizaru. Although Ye Fei had bested the 7 warlords of the sea, confronting an admiral would undoubtedly prove to be a daunting challenge. At that moment, Kizaru had already materialized before Ye Fei. Little brat, not too shabby, managing to defeat the 7 warlords, Kizaru remarked with an air of nonchalance. He then slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger in a languid manner. Casually pointing towards Ye Fei, a radiant beam of golden light erupted, illuminating the entirety of Marineford. The blinding brilliance compelled all to instinctively shield their eyes. Was this truly the might of an admiral? Ye Fei recognized this as the fabled laser. Not only could it pierce through flesh, but wherever the laser struck, it would also incite a cataclysmic explosion. While perusing the original text, Ye Fei had not perceived the extent of its power. Yet, upon entering the battlefield, he could keenly sense the overwhelming aura of Admiral Kizaru and the formidable capabilities of the Pika Pika no Mi. This was likely linked to his mastery of Kenbunchika Haki, which granted him precognition. Evading the speed of the Admiral's laser would indeed be a formidable task. Since evasion was futile, he resolved to confront it head-on. Bolstered by his formidable regenerative abilities, Ye Fei had made up his mind. Meanwhile, the jagged wolf fawn club in his grasp transformed into its Busashoku Haki form, awaiting the approach of Kizaru's laser at that moment. A pale blue flame flickered into view. Within the flames, Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, soared forth, delivering a swift kick. As Marco's foot descended, Kizaru was sent flying, crashing against the Marine's fortifications. The thunderous crash reverberated through the air that a section of the Marine headquarters wall crumbled instantaneously. Crane claw, Ye Fei murmured to himself. This technique utilized the inertia from high-speed flight to execute a powerful kick. He had only witnessed this move in the original narrative, where it had indeed sent Kizaru sprawling. However, that time, Kizaru had been preparing to ambush Whitebeard, only to be thwarted by Marco. Now, however, it was a rescue operation for himself. The irony of the situation brought a faint smile to Ye Fei's lips. Ye Fei, be careful, Marco warned as his phoenix form unfurled its wings. Retaining its majestic appearance, the deep blue feathers resembled those of a resplendent bird. This was the manifestation of the Tori Tori no Mi. Its greatest advantage lay in its ability to recover swiftly even when struck by foes. Marco, having uttered his caution, soared forward once more. Ye Fei nodded in silent acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards Kizaru, who was now buried beneath the rubble. Given Kizaru's prowess, Marco's strike had not inflicted any substantial harm. Observing the entirety of the Marineford War, Ye Fei found Kizaru's demeanor to be rather laid back, unlike Akainu, who relentlessly pursued the annihilation of pirates. This revelation surprised Ye Fei, though he had little time to ponder the reasons behind it. Instead, he focused ahead. That moment, Monkey D. Luffy, accompanied by Jinbei, was at the forefront. They had just breached a cluster of marine soldiers and were poised to advance further. Suddenly, the warlord Dracul Mihawk appeared before them. Straw Hat Luffy, do not proceed any further, Mihawk commanded. His great sword pointed at the rushing Luffy. The supreme great sword, Yuru, was leveled at him. Don't stop me, Luffy shouted excitedly. Yet he was acutely aware of Mihawk's unparalleled strength, having witnessed Zoro's struggles against him. Nevertheless, even against the might of Mihawk, Luffy's resolve to save Ace remained unshakable. Luffy, go ahead. I'll handle this, Jinbei interjected, positioning himself in front of Luffy, ready for battle, although both were warlords of the sea. Jinbei's strength paled in comparison to Mihawk's. The Mihawk's swordsmanship was not to be underestimated. The title of the world's greatest swordsman was not earned lightly. Jinbei fully comprehended the disparity in their abilities. Yet the situation warranted his intervention. He had to assist Luffy, even if he knew he was no match for Mihawk. Thank you, Luffy instinctively uttered as he dashed forward, not glancing back. Before him stood 2 admirals, Akainu and Aokiji, who had been awaiting Luffy's arrival. Akainu, the son of the revolutionary dragon, must be eliminated. Aokiji, quite remarkable to have made it this far. The unfolding events had progressed far beyond the original narrative. Along the way, Ye Fei had aided Luffy in dispatching numerous adversaries, allowing Luffy to reach the plaza beneath the execution platform ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had navigated his ship through the Marines' encirclement. Arriving at Marineford Square, the Marines were sent sprawling by the tremors caused by the Gura Gura no Mi's powers. We must maintain absolute justice. You all remain here to keep watch over the Dragon's Son. As the Marines fell back, Akainu could no longer tolerate the situation. That if he allowed these pirates to run rampant, what purpose would they serve? In his eyes, Whitebeard was the true threat. Thus, he had been vigilantly observing Whitebeard's every move. For him, Whitebeard was now his most significant adversary. Defeating Whitebeard would ensure the demise of all, including Fire Fist Ace and Dragon's Son. They must perish here. The power of the Magu Magu no Mi ignited. Streams of molten magma cascaded from his arm, dripping onto the stone plaza below, sending plumes of smoke into the air. The surrounding area was suffused with unbearable heat. Luffy, although I have received your grandfather's kindness, you should not have come here. Aokiji sighed deeply, his words laced with an icy chill. The powers of the High no Mi surged alongside Akainu's. Kazan had always been under the care of Garp. Previously, when no one was around, it had been inconsequential to let him go. However, this time, Luffy had ventured into the Marine headquarters as an admiral. He could not allow Luffy to act recklessly. Get out of my way, Luffy shouted, his excitement palpable. Ace was within reach, and he could not afford to relent now. At this moment, Luffy paid little heed to whether he faced admirals or otherwise. He only knew that if he did not rescue Ace now, he would be killed. Second gear, Luffy activated his technique, his face flushed with vigor. Simultaneously, his skin turned crimson, emanating steam and producing a rhythmic puffing sound. Ice Age, Aokiji unleashed his ability. The nearby surroundings, the stone slabs and walls, were instantly encrusted in thick layers of ice. Concurrently, Aokiji himself transformed into an icy form. Meanwhile, Luffy had already leaped into the air, rubber gatling. In midair, countless fists surged forth, striking towards Aokiji. Crack. The ice construct of Aokiji shattered under the onslaught of Luffy's barrage. Yet, defeating Aokiji was no simple feat, especially during the Marineford War. It was an impossible task. Ye Fei observed the spectacle with clarity. Just then, the ice on the ground began to meld together, rapidly coalescing. Soon, Aokiji's form was restored. And in his hand materialized a weapon, a blade crafted from ice, the Ice Sword. In the original tale, Luffy was pierced by Aokiji's ice blade. However, with the emergence of Ye Fei in this moment, it was only natural that Aokiji could not succeed. Just as Aokiji was about to strike Luffy, Ye Fei suddenly appeared before him. With a crisp sound of clang, Ye Fei's mace had already intercepted Aokiji's ice blade. Aokiji was momentarily stunned. Unable to fathom that his attack had been so effortlessly thwarted, he couldn't help but silently express his astonishment, for he had seldom encountered opponents capable of countering his ice blade. Yet, Ye Fei had managed to do just that. Luffy, hurry and save Ace. Ye Fei shouted from midair at this moment. Only Luffy could rescue Fire Fist Ace, who was currently shackled by Sea Stone. The key to his release was in Luffy's possession. A gift from Boa Hancock. Ye Fei was acutely aware of this. If he could just find a way to hold off Aokiji and Kizaru, Luffy would have the chance to unlock Ace's chains. Meanwhile, Kizaru had already been knocked down by Marco, providing Luffy with a precious opportunity to escape, while Aokiji and Kizaru were momentarily distracted. Luffy hesitated for a moment, for he had been entirely oblivious to Aokiji's ice blade approaching him, only to be saved by a person of similar age whom he did not recognize. Regaining his composure, Luffy did not dwell on it for long, for time was of the essence on the execution platform. The executioners had already placed their blades at Ace's neck, ready to sever his head at any moment. Thank you. Luffy hurriedly expressed his gratitude before leaping down at the same time. Ivankov was already waiting for him with Mizuna, lightning. Admiral Kazan, it's my turn to face you now, Ye Fei calmly declared. There was no need to worry about Luffy for the time being. Akainu was engaged in combat with Whitebeard. Kizaru had just been sent crashing into the ruins, and Ye Fei was occupied with Aokiji. Luffy would soon confront Garp, his grandfather, who would surely hesitate to harm him. However, Luffy, in his determination to save Ace, would undoubtedly strike back. For now, Ye Fei's focus could remain solely on Aokiji. At this moment, Ye Fei genuinely wished to test the strength of an admiral and discover whether he would be crushed in the process. Up until now, he had no clear understanding of the disparity between himself and an admiral. With that thought, Ye Fei pressed down forcefully with his mace, shattering Aokiji's ice blade. They both landed in the square, neither of them making an immediate move, entering a standoff instead. However, Ye Fei's recent action had alarmed many members of the Whitebeard pirates. It was well known that Aokiji was one of the 3 top-tier powers of the Navy. The legend stated that when encountering an admiral at sea, one could only face 2 fates, death or capture. Ye Fei was about to engage in battle with an admiral. Aokiji, this was perilous. Ye Fei, what are you doing? Hurry and run. In the presence of an admiral, escape seemed futile. Marco, please lend a hand to Captain Ye Fei. He is still too young and not a match for him. Aokiji's abilities are truly monstrous. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with anxiety. They believed that although Ye Fei was formidable, confronting an admiral would only lead to his downfall. Many were calling for Marco, who had just repelled Admiral Kizaru. If Marco rushed over, he might be able to drive Aokiji back. However, Marco was currently entangled with several Navy vice admirals and was unable to break free. As for the situation with Whitebeard, he was entangled in a fierce battle with Akainu, unable to assist. Just as everyone thought Ye Fei was about to flee, he instead maintained a calm gaze locked with Aokiji, showing no signs of fear. This unexpected demeanor took Aokiji by surprise. After a brief silence, he remarked, "Allah, little brat, I see you just utilized fire abilities. What fruit did you consume?" Aokiji was not surprised that Ye Fei had managed to shatter his weapon. He had already witnessed Ye Fei's strength. The ability of fire was unique to Ace. You saw it for yourself. Why ask? Ye Fei replied with a slight smile. not providing a direct answer, although he spoke with a grin. His eyes never left Aokiji. Ye Fei did not dare to underestimate the admiral, for he was indeed the strongest force of the navy. Aokiji quickly grasped the implication of Ye Fei's words. He had likely consumed the same Mera no Mi as Ace. But how could there be two of the same fruit, or even similar ones? Aokiji found himself bewildered for the first time in ages. What is your relationship with Ace, and what connection do you have with Luffy? Aokiji inquired, puzzled. Was this person before him someone who had grown up alongside Ace? Had they both consumed the same Mera no Mi? But how could that be possible? Moreover, the fact that he was fiercely protecting Luffy indicated a significant bond between them. Ace is our crewmate. Luffy is Ace's brother, so he is naturally my comrade as well. Ye Fei replied with a gentle laugh. In the original story, Aokiji appeared indifferent to everything. Yet Ye Fei understood that as an admiral, Aokiji had once harbored his own dreams and adhered to his own sense of justice. However, witnessing Akainu's extreme actions during the O'Hara incident had left him questioning the Navy's justice, ultimately altering his demeanor to one of lethargy. In contrast to Akainu, Ye Fei found himself somewhat admiring Aokiji. La, little brat. You risked your life to save others? Aokiji chuckled, a rare smile gracing his lips. The Ye Fei before him piqued his interest. Ye Fei was taken aback. He had never seen Aokiji smile in the original story. This unusual display left him astonished. Aren't you also going easy on Luffy? Ye Fei intentionally remarked. Throughout the entire Marineford War, Admiral Aokiji was mostly just idling. He wasn't truly engaged in battle. If he were to take it seriously, it would undoubtedly complicate Luffy's efforts to rescue Ace, elevating the difficulty exponentially. After all, this is a man who fought against Akainu for 10 days and nights. It is worth noting that in the original work, after Whitebeard's demise, none of his subordinates, including Marco, could thwart Akainu. This illustrates that Aokiji's abilities are not significantly inferior to those of Akainu. If there were a substantial gap in their powers, the outcome would have been decided long ago. Punk hazard would not have necessitated such a prolonged confrontation. Upon hearing the term taking it easy, Aokiji's expression darkened slightly. To be candid, during this conflict, he indeed did not intend to exert himself too much, and he had somewhat eased up on Luffy. The reasons being, first, merely to repay the favor bestowed upon him by Garp, who had aided him significantly throughout his 30 years in the Navy, rising from an obscure seaman to an admiral. Second, unlike Akainu, he did not wish to annihilate Luffy. What puzzled Aokiji was why Ye Fei had discerned this truth. His previous words felt as if they had pried into his psyche. Indeed, he had not been wholly committed to this battle. However, he was unwilling to concede to Ye Fei. What are you talking about, kid? The sensation of being psychologically exposed was rather unpleasant, particularly at the hands of someone he barely knew. Isn't it? Ye Fei retorted, deliberately speaking for Aokiji's benefit. Nonetheless, his attitude was intriguing. Of course not. Aokiji continued to deny it in the Navy headquarters. Admitting that he had gone easy on Luffy was out of the question. If discovered, it would serve as fodder for criticism. After all, he was an admiral. How could he possibly take it easy on a pirate? Very well, Ye Fei mused, eager to witness the extent of Aokiji's powers. He did not wish to linger on the topic, opting instead to brandish his spiked bat that moment. He was fully prepared for battle, aiming to stall Aokiji and create advantageous conditions for Luffy to rescue Ace. From the original narrative, Ye Fei was already aware of Aokiji's capabilities. The ice fruit could generate ice cubes in the absence of water, capable of freezing even the sea. Apart from fire, there was nothing in this world that he could not freeze. Moreover, Ye Fei speculated that Aokiji's fruit powers might have awakened long ago. Aokiji exhaled a breath of white mist. His abilities activated. Ice rapidly spread across the ground towards Ye Fei. Fire fist. Ye Fei leaped into the air, his fist ablaze as it descended towards the ground. The fusion of ice and fire transformed the previously frozen ground into swirling steam in an instant. Enveloping the area in a dense white mist, the fog gradually dissipated. Ice time. A blast of cold air surged towards Ye Fei, reaching his feet in an instant. Before he could react, his legs were encased in ice. Within mere seconds, Ye Fei was entirely trapped in a block of ice. Under the sunlight, the frozen Ye Fei sparkled brilliantly, standing motionless. This sight alarmed many members of the Whitebeard pirates. He was frozen in an instant. Indeed, Ye Fei's disparity in strength compared to the admiral was glaring. He had ample opportunity to escape, yet he chose not to. Now he found himself in dire straits. It was likely he would either die or suffer grievous injuries. Marco, can you save Ye Fei? He just recently took over Sachi's position. We cannot allow him to perish like this. Those ensnared by Aokiji's ice could only be thawed slowly with warm water. But where was the time to find warm water now? Ye Fei's freezing sent shockwaves of worry through many members of the Whitebeard pirates. They were all anxious for him, especially since Ye Fei had only just been appointed the captain of the 4th Division. Making him a senior officer in the crew. To perish so soon was simply unacceptable. Some members had already begun to call out for Marco. Ye Fei. Meanwhile, Marco was deeply concerned as he fought on. However, he was unable to extricate himself, forced to watch helplessly as Ye Fei succumbed to the icy grip. Even if he could reach him, it would be futile. Touching Ye Fei's body could shatter him like glass. To lose such a formidable subordinate so soon was disheartening for Marco. The Whitebeard pirates were profoundly troubled for Ye Fei. In stark contrast, Admiral Aokiji wore a serious expression, observing the encased Ye Fei. He showed no signs of relaxation. He addressed the situation directly, noting that the young man before him did not appear to be easily vanquished. Ice Blade. Aokiji activated his powers once more, conjuring an ice blade in his hand. Now all he needed to do was shatter the frozen Ye Fei to claim victory. Meanwhile, Ye Fei, trapped within the ice, remained fully aware yet paralyzed by the extreme cold. Ding! The host has been frozen by the Ice Fruit's ability. Within the ice, Ye Fei heard the system's voice echo in his mind. I understand. Ye Fei involuntarily shivered. The Ice Fruit's power was indeed formidable. He had previously believed himself strong, but now, encased in ice and unable to move, he grasped the true might of an admiral. Simultaneously, the frigid air from the Ice Fruit began to encroach upon Ye Fei's heart. He felt his heartbeat slowing. This situation was untenable, but Ye Fei recognized the severity of the predicament. Continuing in this manner could lead to his heart ceasing altogether. Whether he could save Ace was uncertain, but his own survival had become a pressing concern. System, initiate self-repair, Ye Fei commanded. Ding! The host is currently affected by the Ice Fruit's capability and cannot initiate repairs. Damn! Ye Fei inwardly cursed. The Ice Fruit's power was even hindering his automatic repairs. Since self-repair was not an option, the only course was to break free from the ice encasing him. He quickly summoned his internal fire abilities. As the Flame Fruit's powers ignited, his previously frigid body began to regain warmth. Crack! Boom! The ice surrounding Ye Fei shattered like glass. Upon inspection, Ye Fei emerged unscathed, his entire form now engulfed in flames. Resembling Ace's fiery form, this spectacle left many members of the Whitebeard pirates in AWE. It was widely understood that once frozen, death was almost certain, yet Ye Fei had effortlessly dispelled the ice. His strength was indeed terrifying. After all, this was extreme cold. Ye Fei. Well done. This is our 4th Division captain. As the Whitebeard pirates exhaled in relief, they couldn't help but admire Ye Fei's prowess. Alala, kid, that was impressive. Aokiji remarked as he readied his ice blade once more, prepared for battle. Truly, he was admiral. Ye Fei sighed, reflecting that had he not recently harnessed the power of fire within himself, he would likely still be frozen in place. Fortunately, he had consumed the burning fruit beforehand. Had it been any other fruit, merely coming into contact with ice would have rendered his body nearly incapable of adaptation. As the frost dissipated, the familiar voice of the system echoed once more. The host's internal organs have been restored from the effects of the ice fruit's power. The system is now initiating repair capabilities to assist the host. 0.1%, 5%, repair complete. The host's body has returned to its optimal state. Ye Fei gently touched his chest, feeling the chill completely vanish, replaced by a comforting warmth. Is this the power of the burning fruit? A slight smile graced his lips. Indeed, this self-healing ability is remarkably potent. Mending the frostbite he sustained. A typical person might find themselves bedridden in a hospital for months due to such injuries. Fortunately, the severity was not too grave, allowing for a swift recovery. This brought to mind a scene from the original work, the Punk Hazard arc, where Aokiji faced off against the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo had previously countered Aokiji's ice techniques, though the original narrative does not elaborate on how he accomplished this. However, it is evident from the Dressrosa arc that it likely relates to his string fruit abilities, which enable him to automatically repair his organs. When Doflamingo battled Luffy, he demonstrated a rapid recovery capability, indeed linked to his fruit. How interesting, Aokiji mused. Transforming the ice knife in his hand into a trident, he understood that against Ye Fei, he could no longer afford to be casual. Wait, it seems he never was. Twin spike spear, Ye Fei exclaimed instinctively. In the original narrative, during the Marineford War, Aokiji had employed this technique against Whitebeard, only to have it shattered by the Tremor Fruit's powers. This indicates that even frozen weapons are not invincible. They can be broken. It appears you have quite an understanding of me, Aokiji noted with mild surprise. This technique was seldom used, typically reserved for serious moments, making it rare for anyone to witness it. He could hardly believe that this young lad had discerned it. Hey, kid, how did you know? Ye Fei grinned, revealing that he had read the original Pirates saga more than once, and was intimately familiar with the techniques of most characters, especially those of Admiral Aokiji. You're right. This is indeed the twin spike spear. Since you're so familiar with it, let us see if you can withstand it. Aokiji smirked slightly as the twin spike spear hurtled towards Ye Fei. Clang, bang, two sounds echoed as both twin spike spears were immediately shattered, clattering to the ground. Aokiji stood in stunned silence. It was the first time his twin spike spear had been broken. It must be noted that the twin spike spear was infused with tremendous coldness, and compared to the ice knife, its hardness was magnitudes greater. Yet, his opponent had effortlessly shattered them with a single move. One could only imagine the strength of the adversary. However, the moment Aokiji beheld the weapon in Ye Fei's grasp, he was taken aback. The wolf-toothed club had transformed into a blaze. In that instant, Aokiji understood. Ye Fei had infused his weapon with fire-based abilities. The intense heat, coupled with rapid swings, had severed the twin spike spear. This young lad certainly possessed a remarkable skill, managing to channel fire abilities into his weapon. Aokiji could not help but look upon him with newfound respect. Suddenly, a colossal ice bird erupted from Aokiji's right arm, soaring directly towards Ye Fei smirked. This was reminiscent of Aokiji's move against Ace in the original narrative. How quickly it was being employed against him. It appeared Aokiji was indeed taking this seriously. Mirror Fire Flame. Ye Fei invoked his powers, flames igniting along his arm, coalescing into a massive wall of fire. The immense firewall forcefully intercepted the ice bird, causing ice and fire to collide, sending plumes of white steam spiraling into the sky. Much like Ace in the original tale, Ye Fei unleashed the Mirror Fire Flame, employing a familiar tactic with a sense of mastery. The only difference lay in the individuals involved. Onlookers were left in a state of awe. Surrounding Navy soldiers and pirates alike stood frozen, unaware of the sheer potency of Ye Fei's flames. Ye Fei was indeed a hidden powerhouse, his flames overpowering Aokiji. Ridiculous. Clearly, it is our Admiral Kazan who is suppressing this pirate. He is no match for our Admiral, one soldier scoffed at. Fool, can't you see? The bickering continued as Navy and pirate factions clashed once more. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had just dealt another crushing blow to Akainu. Unscathed by Squard's blade, he had yet to confront any additional foes. His stamina remained robust, making his battle with Akainu a mere formality. Observing Ye Fei's confrontation with Aokiji, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He was acutely aware of Aokiji's capabilities. Once the ice fruit was activated, even the Tremor Fruit was hard-pressed to counter it. Yet, Ye Fei's flames proved effective, possibly due to elemental opposition. Moreover, he had considerable confidence in Ye Fei's strength. What surprised him was Ye Fei's audacity to challenge an admiral head-on. Clara, I was overly concerned. Truly, he is a remarkable individual from the East Blue. Roger, I've struck gold. Would you be envious if you were here? Whitebeard's crescent moon smile conveyed his satisfaction. Just moments prior, he had worried that Ye Fei might falter against Kizaru's assault, which prompted him to send Marco to assist. In retrospect, he had underestimated Ye Fei. Indeed, he was no ordinary fighter. Whitebeard felt as though he had received a slap in the face, yet it was a gratifying sensation. Ye Fei, you are truly my son. All of you, charge forth and rescue Ace. Whitebeard Edward Newgate bellowed with fervor, his supreme great sword slicing through the clouds, aimed directly at the Navy headquarters. Towering nearly 7 meters, he exuded an aura of dominance. Woohoo! Charge! With their captain's rallying cry, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates soared, and they raised their weapons in fervent response. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, Ace knelt, his heart a tumultuous storm of emotions. Everyone was risking everything to save him. Guilt and regret consumed him. He lamented his impulsive actions that had now forced others to bear the consequences, especially Luffy and Ye Fei, who had charged to the forefront to aid him. beyond his self-reproach. Ace was taken aback by Ye Fei. Although they had always shared a good relationship, Ace had perceived Ye Fei merely as an ordinary crew member, never suspecting him of possessing such formidable abilities. What astonished him further was the revelation that Ye Fei shared the same powers as he did. From their recent battle against Aokiji, Ace recognized that Ye Fei's fire abilities mirrored his own perfectly, leaving him perplexed. Previously, during their time aboard the ship, Ace had never witnessed Ye Fei wielding fire powers. How had this sudden revelation come to pass? However, at that moment, he could afford no further contemplation, for Luffy was charging toward him. He had no time to dwell on Ye Fei's capabilities. Luffy was his brother, risking his life to reach the execution platform. As an elder brother, Ace should have been the protector, yet here he was, in desperate need of his brother's salvation. Luffy, Ace hesitated, uncertain of what to say. Below the execution platform, Revolutionary Army officer Shuangjin Yamazuna utilized her devil fruit powers to carve a path through the stone slab. Leading directly to the platform, Luffy dashed along this newly forged route, heedless of everything in his pursuit of Ace. "Kazan, what are you doing? Hurry and deal with that brat." Marshal Sengoku's dissatisfaction was palpable, aimed squarely at Aokiji. Normally, he would turn a blind eye to Aokiji's leniency, but in such critical moments, his patience was wearing thin. Is it the Navy's duty to show such mercy to the enemy? Aokiji felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in response to Sengoku's reprimand. He had already exerted considerable effort, yet Ye Fei's strength proved to be formidable and not easily vanquished. "Sir Marshal, I assure you, I am not holding back," Aokiji protested, feeling the sting of humiliation as Sengoku accused him of going easy. Reluctantly, he summoned his full power to unleash his ultimate technique, Ice Age, with a flick of his wrist. Towering ice pillars fell, instantly encasing the entire marine fort in a thick layer of ice, which swiftly spread into the Navy's bay. The waters that had previously been melted by Akainu were now again sealed beneath a formidable frost. In mere seconds, the entire Navy headquarters and the surrounding sea, spanning several dozen kilometers, were trapped in an icy grip. Every naval vessel and pirate ship lay immobilized, rendered helpless against the onslaught of ice. Marineford had transformed into a frozen realm, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. This was the might of an admiral, and it was evident that Aokiji was enraged. "What do we do now that everything is encased in ice? I heard Aokiji's ice takes a week to melt. Are we to remain here for an entire week?" murmured the pirates, anxiety spreading among them. "Our ship is frozen. How shall we return? We have icebreakers." Yet the thickness of Aokiji's ice rendered their vessels nearly ineffective, and even their blades scarcely made an impact. "Fear not, for we have Ace and Ye Fei. Their fire abilities will surely melt the ice swiftly." Many members of the pirate crew placed their hopes in Ace and Ye Fei. However, Ace remained trapped, leaving Ye Fei as their sole beacon of hope at that moment. Ye Fei had already leapt into the air. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, he unleashed with all his might, in the sky. Massive spirals of fire coalesced, forming an immense fireball that grew ever larger. From below, it resembled a sun descending upon the plaza. Marineford was illuminated by this sun, and all gazed in awe. Is this the mightiest fire technique? They wondered. Simultaneously, the fireball seemed intent on scorching the entire plaza. The soaring temperature evaporated the ice, sending steam billowing into the air, turning the plaza into a sweltering furnace. Just moments ago, they had been frozen, and now they faced the threat of being roasted alive. In the presence of such powerful devil fruit abilities, the most unfortunate were the mere bystanders. Soon, some could no longer endure the oppressive heat. "It's too hot. I need to lie on the ice in the bay," they exclaimed. "That we must flee. This is Ace's ultimate move." Flame Emperor. Ye Fei's Flame Emperor was significantly larger than Ace's. "Good heavens, help, we must leave." Members of the Whitebeard pirates were left in shock. They had witnessed Ace wield this technique and knew its devastating potency, prompting them to retreat hastily to avoid being struck by the descending flames. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers gazed up at the fiery sphere in the sky, terror gripping them. What would it feel like to be struck by this sun? Many simply sat down, paralyzed by fear, while others fled desperately. As Navy soldiers, they were bound by the tenets of absolute justice, forbidden to retreat in the face of pirates. Akainu, seething with rage, bellowed orders to the fleeing soldiers. "How dare you run away?" Having just been bested by Whitebeard, he had returned to the plaza, only to witness the Navy soldiers retreating. Anger flared within him. Yet, in that moment, those ordinary soldiers had no intention of heeding Akainu's commands, faced with the imminent threat of incineration. Their instincts for survival took precedence. No one paid heed to Akainu's orders. They simply fled past him. This scene only fueled Akainu's fury. Those fleeing are the dregs of the Navy. They are unworthy of justice. In full view of everyone, he activated his magma fruit powers, incinerating several Navy soldiers on the spot. Public execution. Sakazuki, what are you doing? Aokiji erupted in anger at the sight of Akainu executing Navy soldiers before him. Since the O'Hara incident, Aokiji had harbored deep-seated discontent toward Akainu. Though they both wore the Navy's uniform, they had long been at odds. To see him kill his own men was a sight Aokiji could not abide. As a Navy officer, Akainu believed that those who fled in the face of pirates were cowardly and unworthy of serving. Aokiji argued passionately. They are our comrades. They have families. How can you justify killing them? In contrast to Akainu, Aokiji advocated for a more lenient approach toward Navy soldiers. Thus, he garnered greater support from the lower-ranking soldiers within the Navy. As Navy personnel, we must strictly adhere to orders and never retreat before the enemy. Do you not understand this principle? Kazan, are you opposing my execution of naval regulations? Akainu glared furiously. He had always believed himself superior to Aokiji, and thus, Aokiji must heed his command. However, Aokiji held a differing opinion. So what? Sakazuki, it appears we have never seen eye to eye. Aokiji responded with a cold gaze. The rivalry between the two had become an undeniable fact within the Navy. Whether they displayed their discord publicly or not had become inconsequential. Just as the two were embroiled in their argument, a tremendous attack from Ye Fei, the Flame Emperor, descended from the sky, striking both of them squarely. With a resounding bang, a colossal fireball erupted upon the square, transforming the area into a blazing inferno. The two admirals were instantly engulfed by the flames. Admiral Kazan, Admiral Sakazuki. A chorus of naval soldiers cried out for their two commanders, utterly unprepared for the fact that Ye Fei's attack had directly hit both admirals, who offered no resistance whatsoever. On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku seethed with frustration as he watched Ye Fei wreak havoc in the square. How could they still be arguing at a time like this? Is this truly a moment for internal strife? They are more hindrance than help. Sengoku's exasperation was palpable, yet he had no time to observe the unfolding situation below. Trouble had already arrived at his doorstep. Moments ago, Luffy had knocked Carp down. Now he was swiftly approaching the execution platform to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku understood all too well that with the Straw Hat Boy's meager strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Carp. Thus, Carp must be unwilling to harm his own grandson. Damnable Carp, how could you show mercy at a time like this? You are hailed as a hero of the Navy. How can you behave in such a manner before all these soldiers? Marshal Sengoku muttered angrily. Allowing Carp to engage with Straw Hat Luffy was an egregious error, an utterly misguided choice at this moment. The situation on the battlefield had turned unfavorable for the Navy. In the square, the Whitebeard pirates were causing chaos, forcing the naval soldiers back with each passing moment. The Straw Hat Boy had already surged onto the execution platform, poised to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Meanwhile, the morale among the naval soldiers had plummeted at this juncture. I can no longer stand idly by. As Sengoku's words echoed, beams of golden light illuminated the entirety of Marineford. Upon the execution platform, the Navy's strongest force, Marshal Sengoku, finally unleashed his devil fruit ability in an instant. A colossal figure resembling a Buddha, radiating golden light, appeared above the execution platform, akin to a divine presence, the human fruit, Buddha form. This was the ability of the Navy's pinnacle figure, Marshal Sengoku. The entire Marine headquarters erupted in fervor. The previously dispirited soldiers of the Navy were invigorated at the sight of their marshal taking action. Instantly, their fears dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of encouragement. Sengoku's intervention was like a beacon of hope in the darkness, inspiring them greatly. Cheers erupted. Marshal Sengoku, the supreme pressure, accompanied by golden radiance, spread across every corner of the battlefield. Whitebeard remarked, "Ah, the old man has finally made his move." Marco added, "What an overwhelming aura." Doflamingo chuckled. This is becoming increasingly interesting." The clown Buggy exclaimed, "Run for your lives. Why did I come to this cursed place? Straw Hat Boy, I hate you. And that fellow named Ye Fei. Why don't you just die? A massive Buddha-like figure loomed before Luffy and Ace, its golden cloak billowing over Marine headquarters, exuding an air of solemnity. Yet, all of this was anticipated by Ye Fei. Nevertheless, witnessing it firsthand evoked a sense of awe within him. The presence of someone at the pinnacle of the Navy was indeed formidable. Just the sheer pressure was enough to instill fear and trepidation. However, the moment Ye Fei observed Luffy employing his gum-gum balloon technique, he realized that this time, Luffy would undoubtedly manage to rescue Ace from Sengoku's grasp. In the original narrative, Luffy had utilized the gum-gum balloon in response to Sengoku's attack. Logically, Sengoku should have been able to eliminate them with ease. Yet, he merely managed to collapse the execution platform. This seemed akin to a narrative loophole. However, Ye Fei surmised that Sengoku's intent was likely to avoid destroying Marine headquarters itself. After all, his shockwaves could very well rival those of Whitebeard. Whitebeard had already caused enough turmoil. A few more of Sengoku's attacks might very well sink the Navy headquarters beneath the waves for centuries to come. With this thought, Ye Fei wore a satisfied smile. Since you do not plan to exert your full strength, let us await Luffy's rescue of Ace. Boom. Sengoku's enormous golden palm descended upon Luffy's inflated belly. The wooden execution platform could not withstand Sengoku's shockwave and soon crumbled beneath them. Everyone fell. At that moment, all the cannons of the Navy's fleet were aimed at the two brothers. The sound of cannon fire echoed. Everything here remained unchanged from the original narrative. The only difference was that Luffy had unlocked Ace's Seastone handcuffs with Hancock's key. In the original story, Luffy's key was severed by Kizaru's laser, leading Mr. 3 to create a wax K-E-Y.at present. Kizaru was embroiled in a battle with Marco and had no time to spare for Luffy. As the execution platform collapsed, Luffy freed Ace from his Seastone shackles. Subsequently, a series of fiery pathways ignited. Fire Fist Ace ignited his flames and, with Luffy, leaped down. Luffy, you reckless fool, I never imagined I would be saved by you one day. Ace remarked, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. It felt somewhat humiliating in our childhood. Whenever I was chased after for causing mischief, I was the one who saved you. I never thought the roles would be reversed this time. He truly embarrassed me as your older brother. Luffy, thank you. Now that the Seastone is removed, it's time for us brothers to create some chaos. Hee. Luffy grinned, revealing his pearly whites as a triumphant sound rumbled in his throat. It seemed to be the first time Ace had acknowledged him. Since childhood, he had always been the one receiving reprimands from Ace. But this time, he finally gained Ace's approval. A wave of indescribable joy surged within him, enough to fill him with pride. Simultaneously, he felt exhilarated for rescuing Ace. With Luffy's assistance, Ace had finally escaped. Of course, had it not been for Ye Fei holding off the two admirals, things would not have proceeded so smoothly. Moreover, events were unfolding even more rapidly than Ye Fei had anticipated. Could it be due to my presence? Ye Fei pondered. Yet, the situation was far from over. The most critical moments lay ahead. Although Ace had escaped the execution platform, he had not yet fled Marineford. There remained 100,000 naval soldiers, 3 admirals, the warlords of the sea, and far too many powerful adversaries. Ye Fei was acutely aware that even now, he could not guarantee whether Fire Fist Ace would survive. With someone as ruthless as Akainu pursuing him, the chances of survival were exceedingly slim. At this moment, Ye Fei was already strategizing how to alter the course of events. Whitebeard's pirates possessed such formidable strength. I truly underestimated them. Just as Ye Fei contemplated his tactics, a voice emerged from behind him. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates was utterly astonished. The speaker was none other than Admiral Akainu. His body dripping with magma, after enduring Ye Fei's strongest fire attack, the Flame Emperor, he was still able to stand unharmed. Was this even human? The power of an admiral was indeed astonishing. Ye Fei's flames had no effect on him. Ye Fei, we must flee. Indeed, we have successfully rescued Ace, and it is now time for us to depart. The numerous crew members of Whitebeard have begun to urge Ye Fei to retreat. At this moment, Ye Fei also harbors a desire to flee, for he is well aware that he stands before an admiral of the Navy as a pirate. He understands that his strength may render him incapable of contending with Akainu. However, Ye Fei is even more cognizant of the fact that the Navy would not allow them to escape so easily. There is but one solution to this predicament. They must confront them head-on. While ordinary naval forces are manageable, facing an admiral is an entirely different challenge, and Ye Fei realizes that defeating them is no simple feat. The recent technique, Fire Emperor, had already informed Ye Fei that it posed little threat to them. And reality has confirmed this. In the original narrative, the clash between Ace and Akainu illustrates that Akainu can effortlessly overpower him. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates is entirely attributable to Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. This septuagenarian, having traversed the seas for over half a century, still stands at the pinnacle of piracy, underscoring his significance within the Whitebeard pirates. Presently, the entire crew relies solely on him for sustenance. Although Marco is formidable, his fruit abilities are severely limited, and he alone cannot uphold the entire pirate crew. Similarly, Fire Fist Ace, despite his boundless potential for growth, is incapable of shouldering the weight of the Whitebeard pirates at this juncture. Thus, in the original work, shortly after Whitebeard's demise, the Whitebeard pirates were utterly obliterated. This is the crux of the matter. Upon noticing Akainu's cold gaze fixed upon him, Ye Fei did not retreat at this moment. To withdraw would signify a loss of momentum. Moreover, they were in Marineford, where escape would prove exceedingly difficult. "Boy, what is your name?" Akainu inquired, his eyes unwaveringly locked onto Ye Fei from the instant this youth intercepted Squard's blade. He had taken note of him. Furthermore, he had observed Ye Fei's utilization of fire-based abilities on the platform, not only defeating Bartholomew Kuma but also engaging in combat with Aokiji, Whitebeard pirates. Ye Fei. Ye Fei replied nonchalantly. Resting his spiked club upon his shoulder, a pirate well-versed in the original storyline, Ye Fei comprehended the extent of Akainu's powers. The destructive capability of the magma fruit far surpasses that of the ice fruit. Even combining his burning fruit with Ace's flame fruit would not suffice to counter it. Otherwise, the earlier technique, Fire Emperor, would have cost him his life. The fact that he remains unscathed indicates that flames have no effect on him. This aligns with Akainu's own admission in the original narrative. Flames are utterly insignificant in the presence of his magma. A pirate? You claim to be a pirate. Do you consider that a badge of honor? You are nothing but a swarm of ants chasing after personal gain. You plunder mercilessly for your own interests, all while deluding yourselves into believing you are upholding dreams. How utterly ridiculous, Akainu scoffed coldly. As a marine admiral, he harbors an intense disdain for pirates, constantly yearning to eradicate them completely. In response, Ye Fei let out a chilling laugh. What honor can your so-called absolute justice possess to achieve your goals? You would slay your own subordinates as if they were enemies. How can you speak of honor? The Navy's justice is beyond the comprehension of your kind. You are Ye Fei, correct? If you are willing to abandon the Whitebeard pirates and join the Navy, assisting me in annihilating Whitebeard, I shall spare you and even offer you a position as my right hand. And this proclamation, Ye Fei's expression darkened considerably. You want me to join the Navy to eliminate Whitebeard? Has your mind been addled by a donkey's kick? How utterly laughable. Following a bout of laughter, Ye Fei unleashed a torrent of curses. Red Dog, what do you take me for? Though I, Ye Fei, possess no remarkable skills, I absolutely refuse to become a traitor. You, a disgrace to the Navy, are not worthy of my allegiance. Ye Fei's vehement outburst left the naval officers in stunned silence. They were aware that Akainu was a figure they revered. An admiral of the Navy. No one had ever dared to speak so audaciously in his presence. Not even Sengoku would have the audacity to insult Akainu in such a manner. Moreover, Ye Fei's relentless repetition of Red Dog was particularly brazen. You nameless pirate, it is clear you seek your own demise. Ye Fei hurled insults. Akainu's expression grew increasingly grim. For the first time, he had been publicly derided as Red Dog before all the gathered Marines. He had never endured such humiliation. Yet, rather than erupting in rage as was his wont, Akainu addressed Ye Fei in a grave tone. Young man, your pirate career will come to an end today. To meet your demise at such a tender age is indeed a pity. I stand as an illustrious admiral of the Navy at this moment. Akainu raised his right hand, transforming it into searing magma that he had resolved to eliminate the young man named Ye Fei from existence. Then let us see you try, Ye Fei retorted, smashing his spiked club into the ground, creating a fissure in the plaza. Facing Akainu's magma fruit, utilizing his burning fruit abilities had become unnecessary. The demise of Ace in the original narrative had imparted this lesson. The magma fruit, derived from the depths of the earth, belongs to the natural type. Fire's temperature can never surpass that. Moreover, even Whitebeard, possessing the Tremor Fruit, would struggle to slay Akainu. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the magma fruit. Even if struck, it proves futile, merely draining one's stamina. Fire-based attacks hold no efficacy against him. Thus, Ye Fei could only resort to Zoan-type abilities, utilizing Kaido's techniques. Thunderbagua. This is presently the sole S-tier technique at Ye Fei's disposal. With the prowess of Haki, he could indeed strike Akainu, as he had previously demonstrated against the warlord Bartholomew Kuma. However, it had not yielded the expected results. Uncertain of its effectiveness, Ye Fei resolved to take a chance. As the two were preparing for battle, a voice like thunder resonated from the plaza nearby. "Sons, our objective has been accomplished. It is now time for our escape. The new world is our true domain." Whitebeard's voice reverberated across the battlefield. Upon hearing this, all were taken aback. Yet, swiftly, all the pirates responded, raising their weapons in agreement with Whitebeard's decision. "Finally, we are leaving this accursed marine fort. Father, let us return to the new world. For that is our territory. Navy, stand aside for us." The pirates erupted in jubilant cheers, swiftly changing course towards the bay. The naval officers stood in stunned disbelief. Fleeing? Whitebeard would actually flee. Is this truly the character he embodies? This man, who aspired to dominate the pirate world, uttering the word flee. The man known as the strongest in the world, reduced to this state. It is said that Whitebeard had never before uttered the words flee. All his wounds were sustained from facing enemies head-on, never from retreating. Yet now, he acted like a coward. This was a development no Marine had anticipated. Of course, Whitebeard had his own considerations. After all, this was Marineford, where the Navy's might was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if he chose not to consider his own life, he must account for the safety of his entire crew. Ace had been rescued. Now, they merely needed to return to their stronghold in the new world, where the Navy would be unable to challenge them. Although it appeared to be a retreat, in truth, it was a strategy to prevent the entire pirate crew from suffering catastrophic losses. Meanwhile, the transponder snail in Marineford broadcasted the escape of the Whitebeard pirates during the Summit War to the entire world. "Navy, what are you doing? How could you allow these ruthless pirates to escape? 100,000 Marines, and you simply stood by and watched as they fled? Cursed be it, we must not allow the Whitebeard pirates to escape." The crowd clamored, insisting that the Whitebeard pirates must not be allowed to flee. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, his teeth clenched in frustration, found himself seething with anger. For centuries, Marine headquarters at Marineford had stood resolute, only to be utterly transformed by the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, they had audaciously rescued Ace. This is Marine headquarters. Do you think you can come and go as you please? If this were to spread, it would be nothing short of a laughingstock. 100,000 Marines, 3 admirals, and the 7 warlords of the sea. These are the mightiest forces in the world today to let them escape. What of the dignity of Marine headquarters? What of the honor of the Marines? What of the world government's reputation? What of justice? It shall not be so easily accomplished. Marines, we absolutely cannot allow the pirates to flee. Commence immediate pursuit, Sengoku commanded without hesitation. Simultaneously, Akainu, who was preparing to engage in battle with Ye Fei, received Sengoku's orders. The son of the great pirate Roger and the son of the revolutionary dragon must be executed. With those words, Akainu activated the powers of the magma fruit. To him, Luffy and Ace represented the very roots of piratical malevolence, their veins coursing with wicked blood. Only by eliminating them could the world's pirates be thoroughly subdued. He abandoned Ye Fei and charged directly towards Fire Fist, Ace, and Luffy. In his eyes, Ye Fei could be spared, but those two brothers must be dealt with. Meanwhile, Admirals Aokiji and Kizaru had already taken to the skies, heading towards Whitebeard. The scene before Ye Fei filled him with intense anxiety. It was both unfamiliar and familiar to him. In the original tale, it was precisely because of Akainu's pursuit that Ace sacrificed himself to save Luffy. This was Ye Fei's greatest concern, that I absolutely cannot allow such a tragedy to unfold again. Ye Fei silently resolved himself that he raised his spiked club and followed closely behind Akainu. For the first time, he was determined to pursue an admiral of unparalleled strength that in the past. Such a feat would have been inconceivable. But this time, Ye Fei was resolute. No one could alter his will. Meanwhile, members of the Whitebeard pirates had begun to flee the square, making their way towards the bay. There, several icebreaker ships awaited their arrival. The ice had already been carved into navigable waterways. They were now only waiting for everyone to board. Whitebeard and Marco engaged in a fierce duel with Admiral Aokiji and Kizaru to cover their retreat. At the same time, Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy were battling the Marine soldiers. The battlefield was once again engulfed in chaos. "Ace, behind you," Luffy shouted. "These opponents are no match for us." Ace remained unfazed. Having already unleashed his fire abilities, his body ablaze with flames, he had just witnessed the despair of those who had risked everything to save him, lamenting his own helplessness. Now, with the handcuffs of Seastone removed, he felt like a ferocious beast unleashed, ready to make up for his guilt. Therefore, he naturally longed to wreak havoc. However, he had also heard the call of his father. Regarding his father's orders, Ace had no choice but to comply. Swiftly dispatching the surrounding minor foes to prepare for their escape, in seamless coordination with his brother, Ace and Luffy swiftly dealt with the marine foot soldiers. "Ace, let us hurry back to the ship," Luffy urged from the front. Today, his mission was to rescue Ace. In his eyes, that objective had already been achieved. Now was the opportune moment to make their escape. "When did you become so timid?" "Luffy, aren't you the one who wants to be the pirate king? This kind of timidity won't do," Ace retorted, scratching his head dismissively. "I possess the power of the Mera Mera no Mi, a warlord-level strength." "Luffy, you underestimate your brother far too much." This kid had always claimed he wanted to become the pirate king in front of Ace. Such behavior was unacceptable. "I will become the pirate king." "Without a doubt," Luffy argued, delivering a punch that sent a marine flying. Although Luffy aspired to be the pirate king, this was certainly not the moment for heroics, nor did he possess the strength for it. In this regard, Luffy was remarkably self-aware. He was not so arrogant as to overestimate his capabilities. Just moments ago, he had been willing to risk everything to save Ace, even if it meant sacrificing himself. But now that the objective was accomplished and Ace was rescued, remaining at Marineford to prolong the battle was meaningless. He still had the seas to conquer. Thus, Luffy altered his mindset. Right now, preserving their lives was of utmost importance. "Forget it. I won't argue with you anymore," Ace shrugged, ready to flee with Luffy at that moment. However, he was blissfully unaware of the impending danger closing in behind him. Admiral Akainu had already led his forces in pursuit. Streams of magma surged forth, incinerating several members of the Whitebeard pirates who lagged behind, leaving them no chance to even scream. "You just rescued Ace, and now you're retreating immediately. The Whitebeard pirates truly are a bunch of cowards," Akainu derided from behind as he taunted the fleeing Ace and Luffy. "You two should stop worrying about anything else and run," Jinbei shouted as he fled alongside the brothers. It was evident that this was the simplest form of provocation. At that moment, he feared the two would fall for Akainu's bait. Seeing that Ace did not turn back, Akainu continued loudly, "The captain is of such character. The crew beneath him is hardly better." In the end, Whitebeard was merely a loser of the previous era. Akainu deliberately raised his voice. Upon hearing these words, Fire Fist Ace, who had been fleeing, instantly halted in his tracks. "Loser," Ace coldly replied, his calm expression betraying the fury boiling within him. Before joining the Whitebeard pirates, Ace had challenged Whitebeard multiple times to prove his strength, seeking to take his head. But after coming to know Whitebeard, he had felt the man's strength and magnanimity. Even though he constantly harbored thoughts of killing him, Whitebeard had long regarded him as family. From that point on, Ace had harbored the intention of aiding Whitebeard in becoming the pirate king. Now, to hear someone speak ill of his father as a loser was an affront he could not endure. Ace resolutely refused to accept such slander. Hence, he stopped. "This is bad." Ye Fei, who was trailing behind Akainu, felt a tightness in his chest upon witnessing this scene. Ace had fallen for Akainu's trick that if he merely continued to flee, there was still a chance of escape. However, once he stopped, Ace would face immense peril. "Ace," Luffy called out, glancing back at Ace, wishing to escape alongside him. In this regard, Luffy was quite astute, understanding that when one cannot win, retreat is the best option. Familiar with the original tale, Ye Fei was acutely aware that Ace's greatest flaw was his impulsiveness, which sometimes caused him to lose his rationality. This was evident from the earlier incident where Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division Commander Sachi was killed. Upon receiving news of Sachi's death, Ace had immediately sought to pursue Blackbeard teach, insisting on exacting revenge despite Whitebeard's vehement objections. This demonstrated Ace's impulsive nature. Furthermore, during the Marineford War, Akainu's words had driven him to confront him recklessly. This indicated that in his impulsive moments, he would not consider the strength of his opponent. Such a person is prone to making grave mistakes. This time, Akainu's seemingly inconsequential taunts had a devastating effect on Ace, striking precisely at his vulnerability. "Retract your previous statement." Fire Fist Ace clenched his fist tightly, glaring fiercely at Akainu. He stood there, motionless, completely disregarding Luffy's pleas from behind him. Retract? I shall never retract. Akainu arrogantly shook his head. Ace had not fled. Instead, he had played right into Akainu's hands. His intention was to capture Fire Fist Ace along with Luffy, as long as Ace and Luffy remained. He could eliminate them at will. To thoroughly provoke Ace. Akainu launched into a lengthy tirade. Am I wrong? Your father, Roger, conquered the Grand Line and, with his life, ushered in the era of pirates. As an admiral of the Navy, my words may lack decorum. Yet he truly deserves the title of Pirate King. Compared to him, does Whitebeard possess the courage to confront Roger in a life-or-death battle, hiding away, becoming a tyrant, conquering inconsequential pirates, and then trying to play the hero? What a laugh. While Roger lived, Whitebeard could only exist in his shadow. And after his death, he merely clung to a small corner. Does such a person deserve the title of Pirate King? He will forever be inferior to Roger, eternally a failure. Silence. Ace ignited his fiery fist and steadily advanced towards Akainu. Whitebeard had always been a deity in his heart, someone who should never be defiled by anyone. Yet Akainu had repeatedly insulted his father, something Ace could never accept. Ace, do not heed him. Akainu is deliberately provoking you. Indeed, Ace, if we return, all will be well. Some members of the Whitebeard crew, though unable to tolerate Akainu's words, understood that it was merely a tactic to incite Ace. Naturally, they would not fall for it. Their only concern was for Fire Fist Ace. They knew he would not allow anyone to speak ill of Whitebeard. However, their admonitions were utterly ineffective against Ace at this moment. He could no longer maintain his composure. Resolutely marching towards Akainu, am I mistaken? Akainu shrugged, a triumphant glimmer in his eyes as he saw Ace approaching, his goal finally within reach. Once Ace was close enough, everything would fall under his control. Clang! Just as Akainu reveled in his triumph and prepared to further provoke Ace, a spiked club struck him squarely on the head from behind. With a resounding crash, Akainu was sent sprawling, flipping twice in the air before crashing to the ground. He screamed in agony. Nearby, everyone was left in stunned silence. The Admiral Akainu had been knocked down. Admiral Sakazuki the Navy gasped in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that their most formidable admiral had been bested. Ye Fei, well done. That was brilliant. Keep it coming. Members of the Whitebeard pirates cheered. Indeed, it was Ye Fei who had wielded the spiked club, having stealthily followed Akainu. The strike had landed perfectly on Akainu's head from behind. Although attacking from the shadows did not qualify as heroic and was somewhat dishonorable, Ye Fei had no aspirations of heroism, especially since his target was Akainu. As long as he was enjoying himself. That sufficed. Who dares to ambush me? Akainu quickly regained his footing. Who did this? He felt a surge of indignation at being attacked from behind, which he considered a violation of martial ethics. Touching his forehead, he found crimson blood staining his palm. Shock coursed through him. He was bleeding. I am injured. As a user of the Magu Magu no Mi, he was rarely harmed in the Navy, aside from Sengoku and Garp. No one posed a threat to him. His previous encounter with Whitebeard had only resulted in minor wounds. He had sustained no substantial damage. Now, however, he had been struck and drawn blood. Ye Fei smirked coldly. The strike he had just executed was the thunderous 8 trigrams, taking advantage of Akainu's focus on Ace to seize the opportunity. Yet, despite his considerable effort, he had not succeeded in incapacitating Akainu, which was indeed regrettable. However, Ye Fei was acutely aware that an admiral was not easily dealt with. Akainu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially assumed that Whitebeard was behind the ambush, only to discover it was a young man, roughly in his 20s. It soon dawned on him that this was the same youth who had recently used fire abilities against him and Aokiji. Furthermore, he was the one who had thwarted Akainu's plans aboard the Moby Dick. Ye Fei, Akainu finally recalled. That's right. Ye Fei replied with a smile. Faced with an admiral, Ye Fei felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, within the Whitebeard pirates, aside from Whitebeard himself, no one could rival Akainu. It was evident how formidable this man truly was. The ambush he had just executed had utilized nearly all his strength, yet Akainu was merely knocked to the ground, not defeated. Kid, are you seeking death? Akainu asked sternly. However, despite the shock of being injured by this young man, he knew he had been caught off guard. After all, he had not been paying attention. Yet, being wounded by a mere youth left Akainu feeling humiliated. To restore his dignity, he felt compelled to eliminate him. Ye Fei, what are you doing? You should run. Ace shouted desperately from behind. Having witnessed Ye Fei's abilities on the execution platform, he understood that taking on Akainu would not be an easy feat. Moreover, Ye Fei's sudden charge forward filled Ace with guilt. He had fought numerous battles to cooperate with Luffy to save himself, and now he faced Akainu. Ace was deeply agitated. Previously, while aboard the ship, he and Ye Fei had often shared drinks, and despite their considerable power disparity, they had formed a bond akin to friendship. Ace did not wish to see Ye Fei risk his life for him. Consequently, he began to regain some rationality in response to Akainu's provocations, now worrying for Ye Fei's safety. Ace, if you're not running, why should I? Ye Fei responded with a slight smile that in truth, he did wish to flee. But he knew that if he did, Ace would surely perish, for Ace would never abandon the fight that is both a pirate and a fan. Ye Fei could not bear to see such a fate unfold. Thus, he remained, willing to gamble on whether his regenerative abilities would prove effective against Akainu. You fool, you'll die like this, Ace exclaimed, panic in his voice. Ace was aware of Akainu's powers. He simply wished to fiercely defend Whitebeard's honor, which is why he dared to confront him. Yet, Ye Fei's actions puzzled him. Ace, you underestimate me. I will not die. You take Luffy and flee, Ye Fei assured him with a grin. From a strength perspective, Ye Fei recognized that he still held a certain gap against Akainu. However, his divine selection system endowed him with formidable regenerative capabilities. At this moment, Ye Fei was eager to discover whether he could survive a confrontation with Akainu. Ye Fei, if you don't leave, how can I still have the face to escape? Ace gradually calmed himself to flee alone while leaving others to hold the rear. Today, Whitebeard and the entire crew had come to rescue him. Suffering considerable casualties in the process, Ace felt an overwhelming sense of guilt if not for his impulsive decision to pursue Blackbeard martial teach. Disregarding the warnings of others, things would never have escalated to this point. Now, Ye Fei was left to confront Akainu alone. How could Ace possibly find the courage to escape? Although he was not one to wallow in sentimentality, as a man, he simply could not abandon his comrades. Ye Fei felt a pang of helplessness. Knowing Ace as he did, he was certain Ace would not leave. Ace was a man easily swayed by his emotions that in such circumstances, Ye Fei understood that Ace would remain steadfast. Since he was unwilling to flee, Ye Fei decided against saying more. This was simply Ace's nature, and it was something he could not change. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease while Ace was present. Have you two finished your conversation? A voice suddenly interrupted from behind them. It was none other than Admiral Akainu. At that moment, his entire being had transformed into seething magma. Ace and Ye Fei's discussion had been overheard in its entirety. These two young men were far too dismissive of his presence. As an Admiral of the Navy, being overlooked by two mere youths was a profound humiliation. The magma dripped from his body, and those nearby could feel the intense heat radiating from him, as if standing at the mouth of a volcano. Admiral Sakazuki was truly enraged. The surrounding Navy officers, upon witnessing this, instinctively recoiled. They had seen Akainu unleash his power before. A single drop of that molten rock would mean certain death or grievous injury. The two young men before him had clearly struck a nerve with a Kumagdog. Akainu raised his right arm, transforming it into a long, molten arm that surged toward Ye Fei and Ace. You two, retreat, Ye Fei shouted, brandishing his Wolf Fang club in preparation to confront Akainu's attack. Boom! The magma collided with the Wolf Fang club, sending molten fragments flying. The onlookers scattered in panic. Some were merely splashed by a droplet of magma, only to be engulfed in flames, consumed entirely. In the original manga, Akainu's formidable move, Magdog, had once taken half of Whitebeard's face. It was evident just how devastating this technique could be. After all, this was Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World, hailed as the strongest man in the world. To have half of his face obliterated by such an attack was a terrifying prospect. The scorching waves of magma surged toward Ye Fei, causing Ace and Luffy behind him to instinctively retreat. They could feel the sheer terror of the assault. Truly, Akainu was a force to be reckoned with. In that moment, Ace realized the vast chasm between himself and Akainu, understanding that there was virtually no escape should he engage. Simultaneously, he marveled at Ye Fei's prowess. Young man, impressive strength to withstand my Magdog. Taken aback that Ye Fei had blocked his attack, Akainu noted the magma on his arm slowly dripping away like a viscous liquid. Today, apart from Whitebeard, Ye Fei was the second person to withstand his might. This young man possessed an extraordinary ability. No wonder he had been able to counter Admiral Aokiji's attack and even inflict an injury upon him. Though the wound was minor, Akainu's pride could not accept it, especially given that it had been a hit from above. Humph, Ye Fei scoffed. The searing magma was less than half a meter away, and he could sense its increasingly intense energy. This was while he still possessed fire-based abilities. The heat was unbearable. The magma fruit's power was indeed far superior to that of fire. Soon, the crimson magma engulfed Ye Fei's Wolf Fang Club, rendering it unbearably hot. Ye Fei struggled to maintain his grip. This was magma. Suddenly, Ye Fei grasped why. In the original story, Ace's elemental transformation had proven ineffective. However, to challenge me, you still lack experience, Akainu sneered, a wicked smile creeping across his face. At that moment, he sensed Ye Fei's struggle. Indeed, he was still too young. With that, the magma on Akainu's arm suddenly expanded several times, overwhelming Ye Fei in a relentless wave, intending to completely dissolve him. Fire Fist. Ace could no longer contain himself. If he did not act now, Ye Fei would likely be incinerated by the magma. A massive inferno erupted from above, crashing down upon Akainu. Your flames are nothing before my magma. Fire is the essence of hellfire. Akainu retorted dismissively, standing amidst the flames. Ace's fire fist posed no threat to him whatsoever. He did not even attempt to evade it. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Ace unleashed his most powerful technique once more. I've told you, it's utterly futile, Akainu bellowed, surrounded by flames, feeling as if Ace was underestimating him. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. From the flames, a blood-red head of magma surged forth, lunging at Ace, while simultaneously dealing with Ye Fei. Akainu effortlessly targeted Ace. This was the battle prowess of Admiral Akainu. Ace, be careful, Ye Fei shouted, enduring the searing heat, amazed that Akainu could multitask so effectively. Even while confronting him, Akainu had the capacity to assault Ace. A clear testament to his formidable title as an admiral. Although Ace's flame fruit was also of the Logia type, against the magma fruit, his fire abilities were practically juvenile in comparison. As Ye Fei had anticipated. Akainu's Canine Tooth Red Lotus swiftly overpowered Ace's Flame Emperor. Ace's technique was instantly neutralized as the crimson magma head bore down upon him. Ace, Luffy yelled. Damn it. Ace broke into a cold sweat. Finding it difficult to move swiftly in midair, just as the red head was about to strike him, a long hand grasped Ace's. Luffy had activated the powers of his Gum Gum fruit, and as the magma head flew by, it did not strike Ace's vital points. However, the Canine Tooth Red Lotus still impacted Ace's calf. Whoosh! Ace was saved by Luffy. Ace fell to the ground, his calf throbbing with pain. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Just moments ago, he had managed to turn his body into an elemental form, yet he was still struck. Thankfully, Luffy had caught him. Otherwise, he would have been hit directly by the Canine Tooth Red Lotus, likely rendering him unable to ever set sail again. Seeing Ace on the ground, Luffy hurried to help him up. However, Ace's calf was injured by Akainu's attack, leaving him unable to stand. Luffy had no choice but to support him. Worry etched across his face. Are you all right? Luffy asked anxiously. Luffy, Ace grimaced against the pain. But before he could finish, Ye Fei suddenly shouted, Luffy, hurry and take Ace away. Ye Fei was acutely aware that if Ace were to make a move, he would only become prey to a kill. Thus, he hoped that Luffy would immediately take Ace away. Luffy hesitated for a moment. Although he was reluctant to leave and longed to fight alongside Ye Fei, their strength was indeed far inferior to that of Akainu. While Ye Fei could still withstand the pressure, the two of them were utterly incapable of doing so. Remaining here might even jeopardize Ye Fei. Thank you, Ye Fei, Luffy expressed gratefully. If Ye Fei did not intervene, given Ace's temperament, he might very well perish here today. At that moment, he only wished to remove the troublesome Ace from the fray. Enough talk, let's go. Ye Fei shouted. Do not delay me any further. Seeing this, Luffy could only drag Ace forward. Luffy, do not pull me. Ace protested. Why Ye Fei is still fighting. I cannot simply leave. He struggled desperately, but the injuries to his feet were severe, with his calves suffering from significant burns, rendering him incapable of standing. Even in such a dire situation, Ace was unwilling to retreat. Ace, Luffy shouted in frustration. Without a second thought, he hoisted Ace onto his back and dashed away. Roger's son, Dragon's son, you shall not escape from my grasp, Akainu declared, as the flames on the ground dissipated, revealing him transformed into a magma form. Great eruption. Akainu extended both arms towards Ace and Luffy, unleashing a barrage of searing magma fists aimed directly at the two brothers. Just as the attacks were about to strike, A faint blue wing appeared behind them, blocking the assault. We have finally rescued Ace. We cannot let him be killed so easily. Protecting Ace was also Marco's duty. The 1st Division Captain, Marco, seized the opportunity to activate the powers of the Phoenix Fruit, momentarily halting Akainu's attack. The Phoenix Fruit possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. But under such circumstances, it could only temporarily stave off Akainu. It was incapable of repelling him entirely. These insignificant pests just keep appearing. Akainu remarked impatiently in his eyes. Marco was merely an inconsequential opponent, lacking the strength to contend with him. Meanwhile, he was still engaged in combat with Ye Fei. Managing 2 threats simultaneously was indeed troublesome. The young man before him was particularly loathsome, with a sudden surge of strength. Akainu launched another magma assault towards Ye Fei. At that moment, Ye Fei could no longer endure the intense heat. His spiked club was nearing the point of glowing red from the molten lava. If he did not retreat soon, he risked severely injuring his hand. Consequently, Ye Fei leaped into the air, his spiked club in hand, the head already glowing crimson. The handle felt unbearably hot in his grip. He promptly tossed the club into the air, allowing it to cool momentarily. When he caught it again, the temperature had significantly decreased. To escape from my grasp. Ye Fei, you possess some skill. Akainu observed as he watched Ye Fei descend from the air, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. However, what will you do next, Hellhound? Akainu, standing firm on the ground, aimed his magma-covered arm at the descending Ye Fei. At that moment, Ye Fei found himself unable to evade. This was the optimal moment to strike. Just as Akainu's words fell, his magma arm transformed into a lengthy tendril of lava, hurtling towards Ye Fei. The crowd gasped in shock, with no foothold in the air. Being targeted was akin to being a sitting duck. Ye Fei, Marco, the 1st Division Captain, watched in trepidation. At that moment, he realized it was impossible for him to fly over and intercept Akainu's attack. The speed of the Hellhound was on par with his own. Suddenly, he recalled Whitebeard's words, "You must ensure Ye Fei survives." But now, he could not reach him in time. Akainu's Hellhound was already en route. Ye Fei seemed to have no means of escape. A wave of desolation washed over Marco. Ye Fei, Captain. The members of the Whitebeard pirates cried out from below. Simultaneously, Akainu's Hellhound drew closer to Ye Fei. Just as everyone believed Ye Fei was about to be struck, whoosh, suddenly, Ye Fei vanished from the air. The crowd's faces drained of color. How could this be? Ye Fei had seemingly disappeared. Ye Fei, members of the Whitebeard pirates shouted from below. Even Marco, Luffy, and Ace were taken aback by the astonishing turn of events that a living person had simply vanished. No one had anticipated this. Nanny. Akainu was secretly alarmed. He had genuinely believed that his attack would connect with Ye Fei. However, he distinctly felt that his fist had not made contact with his opponent. Ye Fei must have escaped. But how? Did he use Moonwalk? Or Shave? Even if he possessed Moonwalk, it was inconceivable that it could be executed so swiftly. Moreover, Moonwalk belonged to the Navy's 6 forms. As a pirate, he should not have mastered such techniques. Akainu was perplexed. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive dark cloud loomed over Marine headquarters. Instantly, the entire island was shrouded in shadows. Kapu, it appears an extraordinary individual is about to make an appearance, Admiral Sengoku remarked, his expression grave as he gazed at the cloud above. Within the cloud, a formidable and mysterious power seemed to emanate. Ah, I see it. Hero Kapu lifted his gaze. Standing on the platform, he could already sense the overwhelming aura. Then, a flash of lightning streaked through the cloud, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout Marine headquarters. Subsequently, a series of booming sounds erupted from within the cloud. Everyone looked up, and a familiar figure emerged in the sky. It was Ye Fei. Instantly, all were left in awe. Admiral Sengoku stated, "It's him." Hero Kapu remarked, "It seems we are all individuals left behind by the times. This world now belongs to the youth." Whitebeard chuckled, "Kuhu, my vision has never been wrong." Marco exclaimed, "This kid?" Moonlight Moria questioned. Kaido, Boa Hancock wondered. Could he be Luffy's brother? Admiral Akainu expressed his astonishment. This is truly surprising. This individual's level of danger far surpasses that of Roger's son and Dragon's son, while everyone was still in shock. Ye Fei, hovering in midair, smiled slightly as he looked down upon the entire plaza. Just moments ago, he had narrowly avoided Akainu's attack. Thankfully, he had utilized the powers of the dragon fruit to ascend into the air. Observing the ominous cloud above, Ye Fei felt a sense of puzzlement. Did activating the dragon fruit have such an effect? Just as Ye Fei pondered this, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Host successfully evaded Admiral Akainu's attack. Hellhound. Host's combat ability has increased. Reward. Host Haki abilities enhanced. Congratulations, Host. You have acquired Advanced Armament Haki. Congratulations, Host. You have acquired Advanced Observation Haki. Congratulations, Host. You have acquired Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Ye Fei stood there in astonishment. It had not been long since he bound the fusion system, and yet all three types of Haki had already reached an advanced level. Moreover, they had upgraded automatically during battle. This was incredible. Truly, the fusion system was worthy of admiration. Noticing that all eyes below were fixated upon him, Ye Fei smiled faintly at this moment. His confidence soared. With all three types of Haki at an advanced state, it was time to test his abilities. Red Dog. Watch closely. Ye Fei mused to himself. Originally, the three-colored Domineering was merely of intermediate level, making it quite challenging to contend with Akainu. However, after ascending to an advanced level, Ye Fei distinctly sensed that he was somewhat different from his former self. He could not articulate the specifics, but he felt an increasingly positive transformation. Suddenly, he experienced a sensation of total mastery over his surroundings. The three-colored Domineering had elevated in battle to an advanced state. Could he possibly engage in combat with it? With that thought, Ye Fei once more activated the power of the Dragon Fruit. As the fruit's abilities manifested, Ye Fei felt as if his body were elongating. His limbs were undergoing a transformation. Am I about to become a dragon? Is it truly happening? Ye Fei felt an indescribable excitement. Just as he reveled in his newfound prowess, the crowd at Marine headquarters stood utterly dumbfounded. They witnessed Ye Fei gradually transforming into a dragon before their very eyes. Damn, he really is a troublesome foe. Sengoku gritted his teeth at that moment. He realized that the situation had dramatically shifted. This opponent, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, was becoming stronger and more formidable with each encounter. Is Ye Fei Kaido? Run, it truly is Kaido. Gecko Moria sat on the ground, thoroughly frightened. Over a decade ago, he had faced Kaido in a fierce battle, during which all his subordinates were slaughtered, and he himself nearly perished. That encounter remained etched in his memory, a haunting nightmare he could never escape. Seeing the dragon in the sky, memories flooded back to Moria, leaving him visibly shaken. Governor Kaido, the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, was equally astonished. As a liaison in the underworld, he was somewhat familiar with Kaido's powers, and recently, Kaido's associates had been in contact with him, seeking to increase the production of devil fruits. Had he come to Marineford? No, that's not right. Doflamingo quickly shook his head, realizing that this could not be Governor Kaido. Kaido's dragon form was a cerulean dragon, whereas the creature in the sky was a golden one. So different. Who on earth could this be? Doflamingo pondered in vain, unable to comprehend the identity of the magnificent dragon. Little did he know that this dragon was indeed Ye Fei, the very individual he had thought to be a mere insignificant pawn, unworthy of remembrance. Yet, Doflamingo could never have anticipated that the shot he had fired would haunt him for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was momentarily stunned, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. He had long suspected that Ye Fei was concealing his true strength, yet he had not anticipated such a remarkable revelation. Old man, what's going on? The immortal Marco leaped beside Whitebeard, gazing in shock at the sky. He could hardly believe that Ye Fei was the dragon soaring above. Ye Fei, my son, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Kohahaha. The era has cast aside us old men. We, the remnants of the bygone age, can no longer find acceptance in this world. This era belongs to the youth, Whitebeard declared. His words conveyed a sense of aging, yet they were spoken with a smile. Deep within, he felt immense joy. The Whitebeard pirates would finally have a worthy successor. This was the most gratifying aspect for Whitebeard. Old man, Ye Fei is truly different from before. Could he have consumed the same fruit as Kaido? Marco inquired, eyeing the golden dragon above. This was indeed reminiscent of Kaido's abilities. However, Kaido belonged to the Azure Dragon form. Moreover, what of the fire abilities? Could it be that Ye Fei is capable of mimicking all devil fruit powers? Or is there some other reason? Indeed, do you still doubt his capability to serve as the 4th Division commander? Whitebeard shot a proud glance at Marco, who stood at his feet. In contrast to Marco's wild speculations, Whitebeard placed greater significance on Ye Fei himself. Old man, please spare me the mockery, Marco replied, appearing quite embarrassed. Initially, he had harbored some doubts regarding Ye Fei's appointment as 4th Division commander, but it was now evident that Ye Fei's abilities surpassed mere command. He was at least fit to be a vice captain, if not a leader in his own right. Meanwhile, Ace, carried by Luffy, was equally astonished, both momentarily halting in their flight. That golden dragon was Ye Fei. Ye Fei. Ace was utterly bewildered, momentarily forgetting the pain in his legs. He could scarcely fathom how Ye Fei had acquired such power. No wonder he had been so confident in urging his escape. In the sky, transformed into the divine dragon form, Ye Fei grasped at the clouds, soaring through the firmament. Newly transformed, he struggled to acclimate to his new form. Observing his body, he felt as though he were several hundred meters long. Ye Fei had never envisioned a day when he would become a dragon, and now, he was indeed a dragon. The sensation of being transformed into a dragon was unlike anything else. Suddenly, he experienced an overwhelming sense of dominion over everything. With a flick of his body and a swish of his tail, a fierce wind surged past, accompanied by flashes of lightning that stirred the dark clouds. No wonder Kaido was so arrogant. It all made sense. All cannons were aimed skyward. Fleet Admiral Sengoku brought the golden transponder snail to his mouth, issuing a combat order. This dragon is simply insufferable. Following the command, the cannons that had initially been directed at the pirate ship swiftly rose, pivoting to target the golden dragon in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under Sengoku's command, a barrage of cannonballs rained down upon the golden dragon. Tornado, in his dragon form, Ye Fei whirled his body, generating swirling tornadoes around him. The approaching cannonballs, upon contact with the tornadoes, were sent spiraling chaotically, subsequently plummeting to the ground. The cannonballs exploded upon impact, creating a cacophony of detonations that reverberated throughout the square. In an instant, chaos erupted. The soldiers of the Navy were thoroughly petrified by the sight. What had initially been intended to subdue Ye Fei had instead become their undoing. Damn it, this guy truly relishes causing a ruckus akin to Kaido. Sengoku seethed through clenched teeth. Kaido had previously wreaked havoc on Navy territory, and now, it seemed they had gained yet another Kaido. Meanwhile, Akainu, who had been standing still, was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ye Fei could transform into a dragon. Once he regained his composure, his first thought was, "This cannot be allowed." Meteor volcano. Akainu bellowed, extending his arms toward the sky. Massive plumes of magma erupted, shooting skyward in the heavens. Ye Fei quickly sensed the waves of heat rushing toward him. Activating his observation Haki, he maneuvered his body to evade the incoming meteor volcanoes. Dragon breath, simultaneously, in his dragon form, Ye Fei opened his jaws wide, unleashing a beam of golden light toward Akainu below. With a resounding crash, a massive crater several dozen meters deep was blasted into the Marine headquarters square. This attack was aimed squarely at Akainu, resulting in another direct hit on Admiral Sakazuki. As the smoke dissipated, a throng of naval officers gathered at the edge of the deep pit, shouting into its depths. After a prolonged moment, "Well, it is the first time I have ever been struck directly." The fallen Akainu slowly rose from the depths of the pit, his body enveloped in molten lava, gradually regaining his original form. He brushed off the dust from his body and gazed skyward. The son of Pirate King Roger, the son of Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon. Those titles had become irrelevant. This man must not be allowed to escape Marineford. Akainu growled as an admiral of the Navy. He had been repeatedly bested by an inexplicably formidable youth, leaving him utterly humiliated. If he did not eliminate Ye Fei, what face would he have left as an admiral? He would no longer need to lead others. In that moment, Akainu finally recognized that the threat posed by this individual far surpassed that of the foes he had initially sought to eliminate. Ace and Luffy. Sakazuki, deal with him first, commanded Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who, despite his usual discord with Akainu, found their thoughts aligned at this moment. But Ye Fei was a more substantial danger than Ace and Luffy. For such a perilous figure, the best course of action was to eradicate him completely. There could be no lingering repercussions, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. "Do I need to tell you?" Akainu retorted disdainfully, stepping out of the pit and standing once more upon the plaza. In the sky above. Ye Fei also observed Akainu's resurgence. The red dog was indeed formidable. Hovering in the air, Ye Fei muttered to himself. The ground had collapsed, yet this old fellow remained unharmed. Ye Fei had initially anticipated gaining experience from defeating the admiral. But it appeared that would not come to pass. While the dragon breath technique was impressive, it had failed to vanquish Akainu. This man truly had remarkable tenacity. Suddenly, Ye Fei recalled the original narrative, where Akainu endured multiple assaults from the Tremor Fruit, yet continued to pursue Luffy unscathed. It was evident that this admiral was not to be trifled with. just as Ye Fei aimed to unleash the dragon breath again. Numerous massive streams of lava cascaded from the sky. This was the manifestation of Akainu's meteor volcano ability, capable of penetrating the clouds to unleash an even greater downpour of molten meteors. With his observation Haki activated, Ye Fei swiftly maneuvered to evade the molten onslaught. Akainu sneered derisively. Humph, pirates are merely adept at fleeing. Meteor volcano. Akainu unleashed the technique once more, sending a barrage of lava fists hurtling into the sky, which then rained down upon the battlefield like a meteor shower. Damn it, Ye Fei cursed inwardly. The sheer volume and density of the lava fists were clearly intended to ensure his demise. Given Ye Fei's several hundred-meter-long form, evasion was proving to be quite challenging. Fortunately, his advanced observation Haki allowed him to avoid the lava attacks just barely. However, the naval headquarters was suffering immensely. Akainu was recklessly deploying the meteor volcano, resulting in a conflagration below. Countless pirates and naval soldiers were struck and burned by the falling lava. Sengoku ordered Sakazuki to halt. Carp interjected, unable to watch any longer, while he had no qualms about battling pirates. The naval soldiers below were innocent. It was crucial to remember that there were 100,000 naval personnel present, their numbers exceeding those of the pirates by a significant margin. Each of them had families who would grieve their loss on the battlefield. As a vice admiral, Carp felt a pang of compassion. Carp, we are the Navy. Sengoku hesitated, reluctant to witness his soldiers suffer. Yet, if the criminal in the sky was not dealt with, he could not find peace of mind. In this era of great pirates, countless formidable foes had emerged from every corner of the seas, overwhelming the naval headquarters. Now, another such figure had appeared. If these powerful pirates were not eliminated, the Navy would struggle to assert its authority over others. Only by removing these titans could the Navy instill fear in other pirates. The old adage of killing the chicken to scare the monkey perfectly encapsulated this principle. Thus, Sengoku chose silence in the face of Akainu's actions. As an old friend, Carp recognized Sengoku's inner turmoil that he wrestled with his conscience. Despite his deep sympathy for the ordinary sailors, who had bright futures ahead of them, he knew that if that young man were not dealt with decisively, Akainu would not relent. The only option left was to eliminate the youth named Ye Fei. Frankly speaking, he hoped for Ye Fei's escape, as he had just saved Ace and his grandson Luffy. This meant that Ye Fei was, in a sense, Luffy's benefactor, and since Carp was Luffy's grandfather, Ye Fei could also be considered Carp's benefactor. However, as a vice admiral, he was first and foremost a soldier of the Navy. After much deliberation, Carp squared his shoulders and approached Sengoku. Knowing that to save the Navy, he would have to turn his back on Ye Fei, he had no other choice. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Carp leaped into the air. His formidable presence caused the ground beneath him to collapse instantly. The sight before the naval soldiers left them in awe. Vice Admiral Carp had finally made his move, proving that he was still a force to be reckoned with. The powerful aura and overwhelming Haki he exuded were unmistakable. He was indeed the legendary hero of the Navy who had defeated Pirate King Roger. Witnessing Carp's serious demeanor for the first time, the soldiers marveled at his moonwalk technique. It was undeniably more potent than their OWN. Ye Fei, what can you do even in your dragon form? Watch how Vice Admiral Carp handles you. The naval soldiers erupted in cheers upon seeing Carp take action. It was well understood that Carp's strength was not necessarily inferior to Sengoku's. If he chose to advance further, his rank within the Navy would at least match that of Sengoku. They were contemporaries, each with a storied history of accomplishments. The soldiers' cheers were not without merit. Carp was a true superhero in their eyes. In the sky, Carp, utilizing his moonwalk technique, swiftly approached Ye Fei, who, at that moment, was preoccupied with evading Akainu's meteor volcano and had not noticed the incoming threat. However, his observation Haki instinctively sensed a powerful opponent approaching him. By the time Ye Fei became aware of Carp's presence, the Vice Admiral was already upon him. Pirate, I am the Navy, Carp bellowed, his iron-like fist charging forward. Not good. Ye Fei gasped in alarm. That moment, he had no time to alter his form. Carp's speed was simply too rapid, and his imposing aura was undeniable. He truly lived up to the title of Iron Fist Carp. Armament Haki. Ye Fei quickly activated his ability, concentrating all his armament Haki on his head to brace for Carp's punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, Carp's iron fist struck Ye Fei's dragon form squarely in the face. A cry escaped Ye Fei as he felt the impact like a wall slamming into him. This was while he was utilizing armament Haki for protection. He had taken Carp's heavy blow head-on. Dazed and disoriented, Ye Fei found himself flailing uncontrollably in midair before beginning to plummet downward. Phew! Vice Admiral Carp was truly incredible. The blade remained sharp. With a single punch, he felled the notorious pirate. As the dragon descended, the naval forces in the square erupted into a chorus of cheers once more. Suspended in midair, Carp wore an expression of grave seriousness, his lips pressed tightly together. To defeat Ye Fei held no honor for him. After all, he had struck while Ye Fei was unaware. With Ye Fei downed, Carp found himself burdened by immense psychological pressure. His recent actions resembled a treacherous ambush. Moreover, he had just saved his own grandson. To repay him with a fist, Carp felt a deep frustration. Yet for the sake of the Navy, he had no choice but to deliver that blow. Thus, he was engulfed in conflicting emotions. With a thunderous crash, Ye Fei, now in his dragon form, plummeted to the ground, creating a resounding impact. Why Ye Fei? Carp wondered if his iron fist had left any lasting harm. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates quickly surrounded him, casting disdainful glances at Carp. Is this how you treat my son? Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, seethed with contempt. Lying on the ground, Ye Fei, now reverted to human form, felt a haze clouding his vision. Instinctively, he touched his nose, discovering it was bleeding. His entire face throbbed with pain, as though it were caving in. Truly, Carp's iron fist deserved its reputation. The title of naval hero was certainly not unearned. Ye Fei mused. Had it been an ordinary person, that blow would have likely been fatal. Fortunately, he had just reinforced his head with armament Haki. Otherwise, he would surely be unconscious by now. Why Ye Fei attempted to rise. But Carp's fist weighed heavily upon him. Despite the old man's advanced age, his strength appeared undiminished. Was it truly the case, as the tale suggested, that in the world of pirates, age equated to greater power? With this thought, Ye Fei struggled to move, but soon realized he was unable to stand. At that moment, members of the Whitebeard pirates had gathered around him. Captain Ye Fei, are you all right? Their concern for him was palpable. After all, Ye Fei had not only showcased his strength but had also publicly saved Ace, a remarkable feat indeed. Presently, Ye Fei remained in a daze, his body unresponsive. After a brief interval, his consciousness began to clear slightly. I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest. He managed a sheepish smile. Carp's fist was undeniably heavy. While Ye Fei could not rise at present, the divine system bestowed upon him remarkable regenerative abilities. With just a bit of rest, he could soon recover. Activating his recovery abilities, Ye Fei issued a command to the system. Ding! Host has received a heavy blow from Vice Admiral Carp's iron fist. System activating automatic recovery abilities. Recovery progress, 1%, 2%. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ye Fei felt a sense of foreboding. This time, the system's recovery appeared significantly slower than before. Previously, when he had faced Bones, his recovery had taken mere seconds. Yet now, after being struck by Carp, the pace of recovery was notably sluggish. Quickly, Ye Fei came to terms with the reality that the force of Bones' attack was incomparable to that of the heroic Carp. Just as Ye Fei awaited his recovery, a voice resonated from behind the crowd. Pirates, prepare to meet your demise. All the pirates turned to see Akainu, his body radiating molten lava. Instantly, their faces drained of color. Dangerous pirates must be eradicated, Akainu proclaimed with malevolence. Run, get Captain Ye Fei out of here. The members of the Whitebeard pirates scrambled in a frenzy. They desperately sought to escape, but time was no longer on their side. Akainu's lava-infused fist surged forward with a roar. Boom! The entire crew was sent flying. Only Ye Fei remained, lying on the ground. Young man, I admire your abilities. However, your journey as a pirate ends today. Of all choices, why must you choose the path of piracy? Without hesitation, Akainu's right hand ignited into a colossal lava fist. Witnessing this, Ye Fei felt a surge of urgency. This was the power of Admiral Akainu and his magma fruit. Though he possessed automatic recovery capabilities, Ye Fei could not guarantee his safety against Akainu's molten wrath. To make matters worse, he had just endured a devastating blow from Carp and had yet to complete his recovery. Lying there, he was undoubtedly a sitting duck for Akainu. This is bad. Marco and Whitebeard simultaneously broke into a cold sweat. They were all too familiar with Akainu's capabilities. Before they could act, the lava had already descended upon Ye Fei. Dog-tooth Crimson Lotus. The magma struck Ye Fei squarely in the chest, tearing through him. Why Ye Fei? Captain Ye Fei, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in unison. Simultaneously, Ace and Luffy halted in their tracks. Witnessing Ye Fei's plight at the hands of Akainu. Why Ye Fei? Ace was momentarily stunned. unable to process the situation. Once he regained his senses, he shouted in a frenzy, "Luffy, put me down. I must kill him." Ace's trembling voice was a desperate cry. Today, the Whitebeard pirates had already lost many comrades because of him, and now, Ye Fei had been struck by Akainu while trying to save him. Guilt overwhelmed him, and he could no longer bring himself to flee. "Ace," Luffy called out, then released Ace from his grasp. As soon as Ace hit the ground, he collapsed, for Akainu's magma fist had gravely injured his legs. Despite his condition, he gritted his teeth against the pain and struggled to his feet, hobbling toward Ye Fei and Akainu. "Ace, your injuries," Luffy said, his voice laden with concern. "Don't worry about me. I must kill him," Ace cried, tears streaming down his face as he limped forward. "Very well, I shall stay to accompany you," Luffy responded resolutely, readying himself for battle. Today, Ye Fei had saved both him and Ace. It was time to repay that debt. As the two advanced, they were intercepted by Atmos, the 13th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. "Ace, do not go any further. Dad and Marco will handle this. You are no match for Akainu. We cannot afford any more losses for the Whitebeard pirates." Despite Atmos's fervent pleas, Ace, consumed by rage, ignored him completely. Seeing no other choice, Atmos extended his arms, lifting both of them effortlessly. "Atmos, what are you doing? Put me down," Ace shouted in anger, yet Atmos paid him no heed, fully aware that letting them go would only lead to their demise. Meanwhile, Ye Fei lay on the ground, having just been struck squarely in the chest by Akainu's dog-toothed Crimson Lotus. Injured and unable to escape, Ye Fei had not even attempted to use his fire abilities for defense, knowing full well that his flames would be ineffective against Akainu's magma. A gaping hole now marred his chest. Mirroring the fate of Ace in the original tale, the magma seared his flesh. Ding. The host has sustained damage from the abilities of the magma fruit, rendering him incapable of combat. At present, the host's body is being eroded by the powers of the magma fruit, preventing the activation of his self-healing capabilities. The system's notifications barely registered with Ye Fei, whose consciousness was rapidly fading. He could only vaguely perceive the system's voice echoing in his mind, unable to focus on anything else. "Even if you possess fire-based abilities or the powers of Kaido, what does it matter? My powers are those of hellish magma. All abilities are mere child's play before me. Such a dangerous pirate must be eliminated." Akainu sneered. At this moment, he had already brought Ye Fei to his knees, yet he remained cautious. He raised his magma-infused fist once more, targeting Ye Fei. The members of the Whitebeard pirates watched Akainu's actions with mounting fury. Even in such a dire state, he sought to annihilate him completely. How utterly despicable. "Red Dog, I will fight you to the end." Every member of the Whitebeard pirates felt their anger swell. Marco, bewildered, asked, "Dad, what is he doing?" Whitebeard, filled with sorrow and rage, replied, "That scoundrel, Akainu is merely taking advantage of the situation. Ye Fei was injured and caught off guard. Now that he cannot rise, Akainu seeks to deliver the final blow. I have never seen such shamelessness. Beyond the disdain of the Whitebeard pirates, even among the 7 warlords, there were those who found Akainu's actions contemptible. Mihawk remarked, "Is this the justice of the Navy? Preying on the weak? If so, what meaning is there in remaining here? I might as well take my leave. My mission for today is complete." Crocodile added, "Truly a petty man." Hancock expressed her outrage. How dare he treat Luffy's brother this way? Akainu disregarded the opinions of others. Ye Fei, in his current state, posed a significant threat to him and the entire Navy. He must be swiftly eliminated. With a thunderous crash, Akainu's colossal magma fist struck Ye Fei's chest once more. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were incensed. Those who had initially sought to flee now turned back, rushing toward Akainu. "Come at me. I shall deal with all of you," Akainu declared with pride. It was known that today's mission was to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. Their return aligned perfectly with his intentions. "The Navy will annihilate them all," Akainu commanded, and the Navy erupted in cheers, charging once more at the Whitebeard pirates. Just then, a thunderous voice resonated from a distance. "You lot, the New World is our territory. Retreat at once." It was none other than Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. At that moment, he wished to prevent any further loss among his crew, for such a fate would be a profound sorrow for him. "Dad, that Red Dog is going too far against Captain Ye Fei." "Indeed, Dad, we cannot simply walk away. We must avenge Captain Ye Fei. We must reclaim his body." Numerous pirates cried out. Ye Fei had only just assumed the role of the 4th Division captain. It was indeed a pity for him to fall so soon. Regardless, they resolved to retrieve his body. In their eyes, it was highly likely that Ye Fei could not survive. Even if he could not be saved, they absolutely could not allow Akainu to further desecrate his remains. Such an act would be an immense insult to the Whitebeard pirates. For the sake of their dignity, they would fight with everything they had to reclaim him. Stand down. Whitebeard bellowed, his voice echoing throughout Marineford. The Whitebeard pirates halted in their tracks, while the Navy soldiers were also intimidated into inaction by Whitebeard's formidable presence. Dad, I'll go first. Marco transformed into his phoenix form, soaring into the air toward Akainu. Phoenix Punch. In his phoenix form, Marco unleashed a shockwave that struck Akainu directly. However, Akainu had already transformed into his magma state. Marco's assault merely caused the magma to splatter without inflicting any substantial damage. Only pushing him back a few steps. Your attacks are ineffective against me. They say you are the Phoenix. Let us see if you can withstand my techniques. Planting his feet firmly, Akainu smirked, his magma fist now aimed at Marco. Marco retreated repeatedly, and just as Akainu's magma fist was about to land a blow on him, a colossal figure leaped into the fray. Playing with fire, are we, little brat? Your opponent is me. It was Whitebeard. Wielding his quake ability, which he employed to block Akainu's magma fist. Boom! The clash of magma and the tremors of the quake fruit sent shockwaves through the area. Within hundreds of meters, weaker-willed Navy soldiers and pirates alike collapsed to the ground. The overwhelming Haki of Whitebeard was palpable. This was a confrontation between an admiral and a Yonko, truly terrifying. Retreat. Both factions hastily distanced themselves from the clash of their titans, seizing the opportunity amid the duel. Marco swiftly approached Ye Fei. I failed to look after you. Marco's eyes, void of light, were filled with guilt as he gazed upon the motionless Ye Fei. Man. He felt profound sorrow but shed no tears. He had promised Whitebeard to ensure Ye Fei's survival, yet he had failed to fulfill that promise, leaving him with a sense of regret that no one could share. Two magma-inflicted wounds marred Ye Fei's chest, and the magma continued to seep into his body. Marco, suppressing his heartache, lifted Ye Fei's limp form. With his azure wings unfurled, he soared into the air toward the center of the pirate fleet. Atmos, quickly get Ace and Luffy aboard. You all must retreat, Marco shouted to the bull, Atmos, as he flew back. Atmos, bearing the struggling pair, was not moving swiftly. Ace and Luffy, upon seeing Marco carrying Ye Fei, ceased their struggles. In that moment, they realized it was too late for everything. Marco, what about Ye Fei? Fire Fist Ace could not hold back his inquiry as he looked at Ye Fei in Marco's arms. Now is not the time for words. I will take Ye Fei back for treatment. You all hurry back. Dad will help us deal with that red dog, Marco responded once more. Take him back for treatment? That was merely a comforting lie to Ace. With the gaping wounds in Ye Fei's chest, Marco knew that survival was unlikely. At that moment, he felt no signs of life from Ye Fei. Not even a heartbeat. His left arm was drenched in Ye Fei's blood, staining it red. Behind them, Akainu and Whitebeard resumed their fierce clash. Marco carried Ye Fei back to the Moby Dick, gently laying him on the deck. Several crew members bearing medicine rushed forward. Marco tore open Ye Fei's shirt. Half of his heart had been obliterated, completely devoid of any pulse. Why, Ye Fei, I am so sorry. Marco spoke solemnly, and before he knew it, tears began to well up in his eyes. As the ship's doctor, he understood that in this moment, Ye Fei was beyond salvation. This was a companion with whom he had shared life and death for 2 long years. Now lying motionless, his heart ached profoundly. In this endeavor to rescue Ace, many members of the Whitebeard pirates had been sacrificed. Ye Fei had only recently assumed the role of the 4th Division captain, and now he was fated to meet the same tragic end as Sachi. The thought weighed heavily on Marco's heart. Yet, this was not the time for mourning. They were still amidst a battlefield. Ensure that Ye Fei's body is well looked after. Once we return, we shall give him a proper burial, he commanded. A life may have been lost, but the battle raged on. With that, Marco took flight back to the fray. As the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, his duty to protect Whitebeard was ceaseless. The remaining 2 admirals could strike at any moment. Even Whitebeard, formidable as he was, could not confront 3 admirals simultaneously. Meanwhile, Ye Fei lay on the Moby Dick, unconscious after enduring 2 devastating blows from Akainu. He had suffered greatly, but fortunately, he was spared further attacks. Otherwise, he might have been reduced to ashes. However, at this moment, the corrosive power of Akainu's magma fist began to wane, and soon the bleeding from his wounds ceased. Ding! Corrosive effect of magma fist neutralized. System activating host's self-healing ability, self-healing in progress. Heart repair initiated. The divine system had commenced its assistance in Ye Fei's recovery. Simultaneously, the 2 gaping wounds on his chest began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. This miraculous sight did not go unnoticed by the crew members tending to him. What is happening? Wasn't he just declared dead? They gasped, astonished to witness the captain's body slowly healing, to be able to recover after being struck by Akainu's fist. Was this perhaps a manifestation of Ye Fei's abilities? The crew members, though skeptical, could hardly believe their eyes, but the evidence was undeniable. Minutes later, a familiar voice echoed in Ye Fei's mind. Ding. Repair 100 complete. Host body fully restored. Host combat capabilities restored. Ye Fei opened his eyes, feeling as though he had just awakened from a brief dream. Instantly alert, he sat up from the deck. The first thing he did was inspect his chest. The 2 wounds had completely healed, leaving no trace of scars and no sensation of pain. However, he was puzzled to find 2 golden scale tattoos adorning his chest, perfectly covering the former wounds. Kirin tattoos? Or dragon scale tattoos? Ye Fei murmured to himself. Regardless, there was no time to ponder. He needed to take action. He shook his head, his body, strength, and combat prowess restored. It was time to cause some trouble for his adversaries. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed several members of the Whitebeard pirates nearby, their jaws agape in shock as they stared at him. Ye Fei was momentarily bewildered by their expressions. What are you all staring at? He asked, confused. Captain Ye Fei, you, they stammered, pointing at his chest. They recalled that when Marco had brought him onto the ship, he had clearly been gravely injured. How could he possibly appear unscathed now? What injuries are you referring to? Ye Fei chuckled, suddenly comprehending their astonishment. They had never witnessed his self-healing ability before, and now that they had, their shock was entirely understandable. Upon hearing this, the crew members fervently nodded. Captain Ye Fei, your power is simply terrifying. Enough, Ye Fei replied flatly, dismissing their praises with a nonchalant air. There was no time for idle chatter. He stood up, grasped his spiked club, and surveyed the battlefield for a moment before leaping into the fray. The remaining crew members were left in bewilderment. Ahead, the battle between Whitebeard and Akainu intensified, with the Tremor Fruit and Magma Fruit unleashing a barrage of attacks. The Marine headquarters, Marineford, seemed on the brink of collapse under the might of these 2 formidable forces. As before, Akainu found himself at a disadvantage against the unscathed Whitebeard. Damn it, even in his old age, he still possesses such strength, thought Fleet Admiral Sengoku, standing before the wreckage of the execution platform. He had anticipated that after enduring the losses inflicted by the Marines, Whitebeard's combat prowess would have diminished, yet he was astonished to see the old man maintain such formidable vigor. Borsellino, Sengoku called to Kizaru. The Admiral lazily nodded in understanding and extended his finger, unleashing a beam of laser light. Just as the beam was about to strike Whitebeard, Marco intervened from a distance, blocking the attack. What a troublesome bunch, Marco remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. His eyes, once dull with grief, now shone with a newfound intensity as he witnessed Ye Fei soaring towards the battlefield. Is that Ye Fei? Marco gasped, his mouth agape for the first time. He had never seen the usually stoic man display such vitality. How could he possibly be flying toward the fray, seemingly unscathed after everything that had transpired? Ye Fei, however, remained oblivious to Marco's astonishment. Heading straight into the heart of the conflict where Whitebeard was clashing with Akainu. If Ye Fei had not possessed self-healing abilities, he would have already perished from Akainu's earlier onslaught. Thus, facing such an adversary required utmost vigilance. Of course, Ye Fei was also concerned for Whitebeard's well-being in the distance. The clash of their powers reverberated, sending shockwaves that could rattle the very foundations of the battlefield. The sheer pressure emanating from their combat was enough to instill fear in the hearts of even the bravest souls. It seems it's time for my reappearance, Ye Fei thought as he steeled himself for the impending confrontation. In this instance of retreat, Ye Fei has come seeking vengeance. Meanwhile, the already engaged Akainu has noticed someone swiftly approaching him. Utilizing his observation Haki, he senses a formidable presence. However, the speed of this individual is overwhelming. In the midst of battle, Akainu is utterly incapable of discerning who it is. Similarly, Whitebeard, embroiled in his own conflict, has also sensed the powerful aura drawing near, one he has never encountered before. His instincts inform him that this person possesses an intense murderous intent. Could it be that another significant figure from the Navy has arrived? Whitebeard muses to himself. Suddenly, from behind him, Ye Fei leaps into view. Akainu, who was preoccupied with his current opponent, stands there in stunned silence, mouth agape. Ye Fei, he exclaims, astonished by the unexpected appearance, before he can fully process the situation. Ye Fei's spiked club, transformed into its Haki form, descends towards Akainu's forehead. With a resounding thud, it strikes true, eliciting a pain cry from Akainu. Seizing the moment, Whitebeard unleashes the power of the Tremor Fruit. Delivering a crushing blow to Akainu's chest, The impact sends the Marine Admiral hurtling through the air. Admiral Sakazuki, the Navy soldiers shout in disbelief. Once again, their formidable admiral has been sent flying, leaving them in a state of shock. Unable to recall how many times this has occurred, each time Akainu is knocked away, their cries echo louder. Old man, Ye Fei says, observing Akainu sprawled on the ground. He sheathes his spiked club and stands there with sincere intent. Whitebeard, momentarily taken aback, struggles to comprehend. The overwhelming aura he sensed moments ago belonged to Ye Fei. Initially, he had feared it was some other Navy figure, worrying about a potential ambush. To his astonishment, it was his own son. Ye Fei, how could he have recovered so swiftly after his injuries? Old man, you should return to the ship and rest. I will handle things here, Ye Fei suggests, looking at Edward Newgate. A.K.A. Whitebeard. You've already battled the 3 admirals today. You must be somewhat fatigued. Ye Fei resolves to allow him to recuperate. In the original narrative, Whitebeard had no intention of leaving after stepping onto Marineford. As the war on the top approached its climax. He employed the Tremor Fruit to facilitate the escape of his crewmates from the Navy. Now, endowed with such power, Ye Fei does not wish to witness his father sacrifice himself for the crew. It is imperative to note that should Whitebeard perish, the entire pirate crew would swiftly collapse. As a member of the Whitebeard pirates, Ye Fei is determined to avert such a fate. Furthermore, he yearns to establish his own reputation during this monumental war, which has captured the attention of the entire world. Can you handle this? Whitebeard queries, a look of skepticism on his face. Do you not believe in me, old man? Ye Fei replies calmly. Kurara, Whitebeard chuckles heartily. It seems I truly am getting old. Having just endured numerous battles, he feels drained and longs to rest. Simultaneously, he senses that Ye Fei is indeed a powerful force, having survived Akainu's magma-infused punches, a feat no one else has accomplished before. This alone instills a profound sense of trust in Ye Fei. Leave this to me, Whitebeard concedes, though he remains rooted in place. Most of the crew members are still on the pirate square. If he were to flee, and the Navy pursued, the crew would find it difficult to escape. Thus, he intends to wait until all his crew members board the ship before considering his departure. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters is utterly astounded by Ye Fei's prowess. Who on earth is this person? They ponder. This individual, previously unknown, has repeatedly felled their strongest combatant. Panic ripples through the ranks of the Navy. With their admiral down, the remaining vice admirals and rear admirals hesitate to advance, and the ordinary soldiers are paralyzed with fear. Ye Fei stands before them, and not a single soul dares to step forward. At the same time, the Din Din Mushi broadcasts the battle at Marineford to the entire world. The news of Akainu's defeat astonishes viewers everywhere. The Navy is known for its elite talent. And to see an admiral, a pinnacle of their might, defeated by an inconspicuous figure raises concerns about impending chaos. We believe the Navy could subdue Whitebeard, yet now, with this newfound strength from the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy appears utterly inept, incapable of even vanquishing a single pirate. Are we to endure another pirate onslaught? Perhaps it would be wiser to join the pirate ranks ourselves. The defeat of the Navy's strongest force instills a sense of dread throughout the world. Simultaneously, in the holy land of Moria, 5 elders sit in silence, surrounding the Din Din Mushi. These 5 individuals are the highest leaders of the world government. The 5 elders, they are intently observing the developments on the battlefield. The repeated defeats of Akainu have darkened their expressions. The Navy has long been their most potent tool for controlling the world. At Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku is rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp, who had previously felt a pang of guilt towards Ye Fei, now appears remarkably composed. Initially fearing for Ye Fei's life, he realizes he had underestimated him. Had Ye Fei truly perished, Garp would have borne a heavy psychological burden. After all, were it not for his intervention, Ye Fei would not have fallen, and Akainu would not have had the opportunity to strike, now that Ye Fei has survived. Garp feels a sense of relief. It seems the seas are about to welcome another formidable pirate. He muses. As everyone marvels at Ye Fei's triumph over Akainu, Ye Fei remains far from complacent. He understands Akainu's abilities all too well. He is certain that one strike and the combined force of Whitebeard's abilities will not suffice to bring him down. The recent combined assault with his father was never intended to be fatal. Moreover, the system has not signaled Akainu's defeat, indicating that he will undoubtedly rise again, likely seeking vengeance. Ye Fei, we should make our exit, Marco calls out from a short distance behind. Most of the crew members have begun boarding the ship. Remaining here serves little purpose. However, Ye Fei disagrees. Even if they board the ship, There is no vessel capable of withstanding Akainu's magma onslaught. Captain Marco, please wait. This is far from over. Ye Fei responded calmly. His attention wholly fixated on the fallen Akainu. If he did not completely incapacitate him, the relentless pursuit would continue, reminiscent of the merciless chase he had waged against Luffy in the original narrative. Marco replied somewhat awkwardly. However, Ye Fei was now the captain of the 4th Division, and referring to him as captain signified the respect he still held for Marco. Observing this, Marco refrained from saying more and promptly flew to Whitebeard's side. Soon, amidst the ruins where Akainu lay defeated, streams of fiery red magma melted the debris into a molten crimson. It's coming, Ye Fei scoffed softly. With his Kenbunchika Haki, he had already sensed the searing temperatures surrounding the wreckage. Akainu had activated the powers of his Magu Magu no Mi with a thunderous roar. Debris was sent flying. Shortly thereafter, Akainu, his body engulfed in magma, emerged slowly from the ruins. Whitebeard's crew possessed such talent. It was truly remarkable that I have underestimated you all too much. Ye Fei, you are the first to survive beneath my magma. Akainu extended his right hand, wiping the blood from his nose, which had been partially crushed by Ye Fei's mace. Blood streamed down his face, a testament to the power of the Magu Magu no Mi, and today, he had bled twice at the hands of another. Tisich, Akainu spat onto the ground, a mixture of red magma and blood accompanying his disdain. He then began to adjust his nose. Whitebeard, did you leave such a formidable force on your ship just to contend with me? I never imagined a seemingly inconspicuous pirate would have such extraordinary subordinates. Akainu gazed at Whitebeard behind Ye Fei. Even after being defeated by Whitebeard, Akainu did not perceive himself as inferior. However, being knocked down by a young man was entirely unexpected. Burning candlelight, your abilities are not as impressive as I thought. Kororara, Whitebeard responded with a crescent-shaped smile of satisfaction. He was not angered by Akainu's provocation. Rather, he found joy in it, for it indicated that Akainu had acknowledged Ye Fei's capabilities. Moreover, although it was his Gura Gura no Mi that had sent Akainu flying, he understood that without Ye Fei's earlier strike, achieving such an effect would have been challenging. Thus, he had benefited from Ye Fei's prowess. In the face of Whitebeard's taunts, Akainu scoffed. You are too naive. Thinking he can escape Marineford. He is a promising prospect. However, you should not have brought him here. This is the Navy headquarters, not your new world. This world is not as easy as you imagine. In response, Ye Fei retorted with a cold smile. In that case, let us see if you have the capability to keep us here. I am eager to witness it. Having just recovered, Ye Fei was brimming with energy and confidence, ready to unleash his full potential without concern for his allies. As soon as Ye Fei finished speaking, Akainu turned and shouted, Admiral Sengoku, we absolutely cannot allow these pirates to escape today. Hearing this, Sengoku silently nodded before bellowing, raise the encirclement wall and aim all cannons at the pirate ship. Upon receiving Sengoku's orders, the encirclement wall rose once again. Simultaneously, all naval cannons were aimed at the vessels within the bay. Let the Navy know who the true ruler of the seas is, Whitebeard proclaimed, raising his arm. Woohoo! Engage the Navy. Within the bay, several ships had already opened fire. Meanwhile, at the bay's entrance, multiple vessels from the Whitebeard pirates had entered. Joining forces with those already in the bay, the two sides commenced a cannonade, and in an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of booming cannons and billowing smoke. The sea was frequently stirred into towering waves by the bombardment. With both sides experiencing their victories and defeats. In the square, Akainu coldly inquired, Ye Fei, do you dare to compete with me for supremacy? Unable to gain the upper hand against Whitebeard, he sought to vent his frustrations on Ye Fei, looking for an opportunity to eliminate him, or, at the very least, capture him with sea stone and send him to impel down to experience its depths. No problem. I've been awaiting you. Ye Fei nodded in agreement. Though he had just been struck by Akainu's fist, it was merely due to Carp's interference. Had Carp not momentarily disoriented him, he would not have fallen victim to Akainu's opportunism. You wish to bully my son? Whitebeard questioned disdainfully. I do not consent to that. He then plunged his sword, the Tontata, forcefully into the ground, clenching his fist, prepared to unleash his devil fruit powers. However, before he could launch an attack, Ye Fei stood in front of him. Old man, you should return to the ship and rest, Ye Fei confidently suggested, glancing back at Whitebeard. While the old man's strength was formidable, his speed paled in comparison to Akainu's. Additionally, Blackbeard Teach would soon be arriving. And Ye Fei did not wish to witness a confrontation between the old man and Teach, for he and his crew were not easily dealt with. As for battling Akainu, Ye Fei was already well prepared. With Whitebeard by his side, he felt somewhat constrained. Furthermore, If the two of them defeated Akainu together, it would merely become a shared achievement. Ye Fei yearned to establish his own reputation by vanquishing Akainu. Kororara, Whitebeard suddenly laughed heartily, his previously clenched fist relaxing instantly. An idea had sparked in his mind. He wished to witness Ye Fei's true strength. From being an unnamed boy aboard the ship to now confronting an admiral of the Navy head-on. This intrigued Whitebeard immensely. Today, Ye Fei had astonished him greatly. Very well, Whitebeard declared, leaping back several dozen meters with Marco. However, he did not retreat to the ship. He merely distanced himself slightly, remaining ready to teach Akainu a lesson at any moment. At the same time, he wished to ensure that no one from the Navy would unexpectedly emerge to pose a threat to Ye Fei. Hence he did not leave. Old man, is Ye Fei really fine? Marco approached Whitebeard, a look of concern etched on his face. After just sustaining 2 wounds, he was expected to fight again. Ye Fei, how can I praise you now? Yet, Marco was equally exhilarated by Ye Fei's miraculous survival. Marco, did you not notice Ye Fei's injuries just now? It seems he has already recovered. What are those dragon scale tattoos on his chest? I do not recall ever seeing them before, Whitebeard countered. I do not know. Marco nodded, then shrugged. Utterly perplexed. This day, he could not fathom how this had occurred. Ye Fei had suffered such grave injuries, yet he appeared unscathed. As the ship's doctor. He had just examined Ye Fei's body. How could someone whose heart had been struck out still be alive? It was truly unbelievable. While he was still in shock, Whitebeard suddenly interrupted him. Marco, we must trust him. Today, he is the greatest contributor to the Whitebeard pirates. Indeed. Father, Marco nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. At this moment, the battleground of the rooftop war had evidently transformed into a duel between 2 individuals. The Navy soldiers stood firmly behind Akainu, while the members of the Whitebeard pirates had already taken their seats aboard their ship. The bombardments from both sides had ceased, plunging the entirety of Marineford into an eerie silence. Everyone was poised in anticipation of this momentous confrontation, which held monumental significance for the future trajectory of the battlefield. The atmosphere was not only quiet but also heavily oppressive, as all present could feel the concealed aura emanating from the 2 combatants. Every individual held their breath in suspense. Simultaneously, the image-transmitting snail broadcasted the duel to audiences across the globe. The clash between Ye Fei and Akainu had already made headlines. In underground markets throughout the pirate world, bets were being placed on this confrontation. The prospect of directly facing an admiral of the Navy had undoubtedly piqued the interest of many. On an island in the East Blue, within a tavern, patrons raised their rum-filled glasses while intently watching the live broadcast. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, and numerous inebriated pirates were sprawled in drunken slumber. I bet on Admiral Akainu to win. He is the Navy's strongest force. Indeed, Akainu will surely triumph. No one has ever bested Admiral Akainu. Not even Whitebeard could bring him down. The power of the magma fruit can melt steel. Is that young man's body truly more resilient than steel? Certainly, he could single-handedly annihilate an entire pirate crew. I wager 100,000 berries on Akainu's victory. Diverse opinions echoed throughout the tavern as the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The battle at Marineford was being relayed through various channels, and discussions erupted amongst the patrons as they placed their bets. The overwhelming majority favored Akainu, while few recognized Ye Fei, despite witnessing his dragon transformation. They had never seen Ye Fei's name on a bounty poster. Could such an individual truly defeat an admiral of the Navy? Their lack of understanding regarding Ye Fei's capabilities led to skepticism. The tavern's mood quickly shifted, with the odds of betting on Akainu versus Ye Fei rapidly escalating to 20-1. This meant that if one wagered 10,000 berries on Ye Fei, a victory would yield a staggering 200,000 berries. Conversely, a bet on Akainu's win would only return a mere 10,000 berries on a 200,000 berries stake. This clearly illustrated that the majority of those present placed their faith in Akainu's prowess, which was not merely fabricated but rather earned through countless battles. After all, how could there only be 3 admirals among hundreds of thousands in the Navy? I wager 5 million berries on Ye Fei. A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. A young woman's voice drew attention as she stepped forward. The 20-something girl donned a purple outfit, her short violet hair framing a graceful figure and delicate features, complemented by striking deep blue eyes that caught many gazes. However, she remained unfazed by the attention, walking straight to the bar. Bartender, a drink for me. She placed her weapon beside her and sat down leisurely. A group of pirates quickly encircled her. Which brat are you betting on? Ha, that's hilarious. 5 million berries. Do you truly possess that much wealth? You're likely to lose it all. Laughter erupted among them. You clearly haven't witnessed Admiral Akainu's strength. Youthful folly. My dear, you'd be better off marrying young. This isn't the place for you. The tavern erupted with laughter at the young woman's audacious wager. She accepted the rum handed by the bartender. Her large eyes fixed intently on the image snail, unperturbed by the jeers directed her way. 0.5 million berries is no small amount. Are you genuinely going to place that bet? A stocky man with a scarred face approached her. He was the instigator of the tavern-ass betting frenzy. The young woman said nothing but simply reached for her weapon, a long black blade, from her side. Attached to it was a pouch of coins. She detached the pouch and placed it firmly on the bar. Here lies 5 million berries. Place my entire bet on Ye Fei to win. Her demeanor was calm and decisive. The scarred man stepped closer, weighing the pouch in his hands. After a moment, he confirmed its contents. Indeed, there were 5 million berries. You must not back out now, he warned, anxiety creeping into his tone as he feared she might retract her wager. Betting 5 million berries on that young man, Ye Fei. Are you out of your mind? Surely you have better uses for that money. The young woman nodded indifferently. At that moment, a sudden shout rang out. Pirate Hunter, D.K. Li. Upon hearing this, the patrons began to take notice of the young woman. Recently, a formidable pirate hunter had emerged in the East Blue. A young and strikingly attractive female who ambushed pirates and turned them over to the Navy for bounties. By the heavens, it truly is her. Run. The pirates, faced with the infamous hunter, dropped their glasses in terror and prepared to flee. Whoa, the scarred man exclaimed, surprised by the presence of a dedicated pirate hunter in such a lawless place. Do not worry. I have no interest in capturing you today. I merely came here to enjoy a drink, D.K. Li replied dismissively. She had already assessed that the patrons were merely low-tier pirates unworthy of her attention. Earlier that morning, she had apprehended a pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries and had successfully claimed her reward from the Navy branch. She had intended to find a place to drink, but was captivated by the broadcast of the Marineford battlefield. Her words instantly halted the fleeing pirates in their tracks. Since she meant them no harm, they relaxed and returned to their seats, resuming their drinking while keeping an eye on the broadcast. The tavern quickly regained its lively atmosphere, the earlier tension forgotten in an instant. Look, the duel has begun. The pirates turned their full attention to the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Marineford, the clash between Akainu and Ye Fei had commenced. Boom, boom, the searing magma met the spiked club in a fierce confrontation, not merely a test of strength but a battle of wills. At this moment, Ye Fei's willpower was evidently on par with Akainu's. Furthermore, Ye Fei possessed an additional layer of Conqueror's Haki. With every collision, their auras erupted, sending shockwaves that rendered several Navy soldiers within hundreds of meters unconscious, forcing the remaining ones to retreat from the overwhelming presence of the two warriors. Ye Fei, I shall remember you, Akainu coldly stated, his arms already transformed into a state of magma. In the face of Ye Fei's resistance, Akainu unleashed the full potential of his magma, aiming to completely melt Ye Fei. However, Ye Fei was not one to be underestimated. Just as Akainu's magma was about to close in, Ye Fei swiftly leaped backward, deftly evading the molten onslaught. Underworld Dog, Great Fire Eruption, Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Meteoric Volcano. Akainu unleashed his formidable techniques one after another towards Ye Fei, yet Ye Fei skillfully dodged each attack. The magma fist scattered chaotically, failing to strike Ye Fei, but wreaking havoc upon the naval soldiers in the square, sending them tumbling over. Nevertheless, Akainu showed no signs of relenting. Finally, Sengoku could no longer bear to watch. He understood that if Akainu continued this relentless assault, the soldiers would suffer catastrophic losses. All soldiers, retreat to the safe zone. The marshal commanded, and the concealed doors in the square opened as soldiers began to flood into the underground sanctuary. The duel between the two continued. While Ye Fei refrained from initiating any attacks, instead focusing on evading Akainu's strikes. This avoidance strategy incensed Akainu. With such formidable strength, did Ye Fei only know how to run? What had become of the Whitebeard pirates? Were they all cowards? Such individuals were forever destined to be mere subordinates. Akainu looked at Ye Fei with disdain. Humph, you needn't provoke me. Your tricks may work on others, but not on me. By the way, is that all you can say? Ye Fei chuckled. Unlike Ace, he was not easily provoked. Ye Fei's reluctance to attack was merely a tactic to deplete Akainu's stamina. Even a Logia user could not sustain their powers indefinitely. Naturally, Ye Fei never underestimated a Marine Admiral. Those who rose to such ranks were invariably elite figures. Moreover, he sought to identify the weaknesses in Akainu's techniques. Soon, Ye Fei discerned some patterns. Akainu's attacks possessed remarkable power and destructive capability, yet they lagged considerably in speed compared to Admiral Kizaru. The speed of the magma projectiles was even inferior to Aokiji's ice shards. Perhaps Akainu had maximized the potential of the magma fruit, but his speed had evidently not kept pace, allowing Ye Fei to evade. The strength of a Marine Admiral was not all that it appeared to be. It seemed the Navy was indeed lacking formidable figures. After dodging Akainu's magma, Ye Fei couldn't help but laugh. His words ignited a furious response from Akainu. You underestimate the Navy, kid. Meteoric volcano. Akainu unleashed his ability, sending torrents of lava-encased flames raining down from the sky. Ye Fei had thoroughly provoked Akainu's wrath. He aimed to restrict Ye Fei's movements through this widespread assault. However, Ye Fei was not as easily cornered as Akainu presumed. After swiftly avoiding the descending flames, Ye Fei successfully leaped behind Akainu, channeling his Haki into his spiked club. With a resounding impact, the club struck Akainu squarely on the forehead once more. The fallen Akainu, seething with rage, activated his fruit ability again. The ground began to fracture, revealing rivers of molten magma beneath. Yet Ye Fei had already leaped away. After dozens of exchanges, Akainu still could not land a blow on Ye Fei, who danced around like a jester. Akainu seethed, feeling a stark contrast in the encounter. He could keep up with Whitebeard's speed, but Ye Fei was a different story. Perhaps it was due to Whitebeard's immense stature that hindered his mobility. From a distance, Ye Fei laughed heartily. Well, if you want to see, then let's have a proper confrontation. Ye Fei had already deciphered Akainu's attack patterns and sensed that Akainu's offense had weakened considerably. Could it be that his strength was nearing depletion? With this thought, Ye Fei felt an opportunity had arisen and resolved not to linger any longer. He aimed for a swift resolution. The members of the Whitebeard pirates had largely returned to their ship, leaving only a few key officers to cover the retreat. Very well, let us engage in a true duel, Akainu declared. Yet, he did not wish for Ye Fei to keep evading. He yearned for a direct confrontation. With that, Akainu concentrated all his power into his right hand, which became encased in thick magma, transforming into a colossal magma fist. He continuously injected more magma into his arm, causing the fist to swell to several times its original size. Meanwhile, Ye Fei was not idle. Observing Akainu's move, he realized that Akainu sought to defeat him decisively with this technique, intending to eliminate him once and for all. However, Ye Fei was no easy target. Raising his spiked club, he infused it with his own vitality. At that moment, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, followed by a surge of lightning. Zzz, zzz, zzz. The electricity coursing through the club resonated with the lightning above. This was the effect of the thunderous 8 trigrams. Merely relying on this technique would likely not suffice to vanquish Akainu. However, Ye Fei had a plan. Having consumed 2 devil fruits, he possessed not only the dragon fruit, but also the ability of the flame fruit. To defeat Akainu, Ye Fei had long devised a strategy to fuse the powers of both fruits. Although he had never attempted this before, he was determined to try, hoping to unleash greater might. Now was the time to unleash the flames. With that thought, Ye Fei smiled slightly. Activating the flame fruit's ability, he began to infuse his weapon with fiery power. Instantly, the spiked club was enveloped in a layer of orange flames. Simultaneously, due to the activation of his ability, flames engulfed his entire being. The attributes of thunder and fire manifested atop the spiked club. Additionally, Ye Fei enveloped the club in Conqueror's Haki, just as Kaido had used Conqueror's Haki to strike down Luffy. The massive magma iron fist and the spiked club infused with both lightning and fire were particularly eye-catching on the Marine headquarters square. Akainu aimed to obliterate Ye Fei with his ultimate move, while Ye Fei sought to counter with his own fusion technique. Is this the ultimate technique of an admiral? That is the underworld dog. It resembles a meteorite of magma. It's terrifying. I have never witnessed Admiral Sakazuki wield such a colossal magma fist. What weapon does Ye Fei hold that possesses 2 attributes? Is it truly possible to fuse them? The crowd stood in awe, having never witnessed such techniques from both combatants. Ye Fei indeed proved to be extraordinary, merging fire capabilities into his weapon while simultaneously enveloping it with Conqueror's Haki. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment upon seeing the Conqueror's Haki enveloping the spiked club. This kid possesses the qualities of a king. In that instant, Whitebeard was filled with immense confidence in Ye Fei. A crescent-like smile reappeared on his face. At this moment, everyone understood that both combatants yearned to unleash their ultimate techniques to defeat one another. Kid, let us see if you can withstand this move of mine. As Akainu proclaimed, he charged forward with unyielding determination. However, this time, Ye Fei did not choose to flee. Instead, he surged toward Akainu with fervor. Great demon dog, Akainu bellowed. Just as the two were about to collide, the colossal demon dog in Akainu's grip unleashed its ferocity. The gigantic head of magma, enveloped in thick smoke, hurtled towards Ye Fei like a meteor of molten rock. Even before the fist reached him, Ye Fei sensed the chilling aura of death that seemed capable of toppling him with mere presence. This was far more terrifying than the previous demon dog. How formidable! Could this be Akainu's ultimate technique? Ye Fei marveled inwardly, swiftly amplifying his observation Haki to its fullest extent. In an instant, as the magma-infused punch approached, Ye Fei deftly evaded the onslaught. Waves of searing magma swept past his visage. It was unbearably hot. The extreme temperature astonished even Ye Fei, who wielded fire abilities. Had he been struck, his regenerative capabilities might have proven futile. Fortunately, he successfully dodged. At the same time, Ye Fei's sudden evasion astonished Akainu. The Marine Admiral, this technique, in terms of both power and speed, was flawless. He never anticipated it would be avoided. Akainu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Ye Fei's spiked club aimed at him. With a thunderous roar, Ye Fei summoned every ounce of strength. The spiked club, imbued with both fire and lightning attributes, soared towards Akainu's chest. This is bad, Akainu thought, alarmed. At this moment, having just unleashed the great demon dog, he was utterly unprepared to counter. Ye Fei's speed was simply astounding. A flash of lightning struck, and the spiked club landed squarely on Akainu's chest. The resounding crash echoed throughout the battlefield. The collision of Haki reverberated across the arena, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Soldiers of the Navy with wavering resolve were sent sprawling, rendered unconscious. The ground fissured, a vast crack spreading towards Marine headquarters. Akainu could not withstand the tremendous impact. Soaring into the air, trailing smoke and magma, swiftly vanishing from sight. He had disappeared. Ding. Host-triggered rebound effect. Current trigger probability remains at 10%. Ye Fei felt a surge of surprise. The 10% probability of triggering the rebound effect had manifested once more. As Akainu was sent flying, all Navy soldiers gazed skyward. They beheld a plume of smoke and magma drifting away. Confusion reigned. What had just transpired? Where was Admiral Sakazuki? Where did he go? It seemed as if he had vanished. Instantly, jaws dropped in disbelief. Their highest combat force, Admiral Akainu, had been struck from existence. Who was this individual? Amidst the bewilderment of the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates erupted in unprecedented cheers. Woohoo! Ye Fei had defeated a Marine Admiral. Ye Fei is amazing, Whitebeard exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Kararla, Marco remarked, isn't this little rascal being a bit too reckless? Dracul Mihawk mused. Could there truly be such a person? Don Quixote Doflamingo questioned. Hey, is this for real? Kizaru chimed in. Nanny, this is remarkable. Aokiji pondered. Who is he? How could he possess such immense power? The four emperors, warlords of the sea, and marine admirals were all left astounded. They turned their gazes back to Ye Fei, who remained poised in his attack stance, unmoving for quite a while. As the crowd cheered, Ye Fei suddenly collapsed. Marco, go check on him, Whitebeard exclaimed, alarmed, his expression shifting dramatically. He could not fathom what was amiss with Ye Fei. Could it be that he had also been struck by Akainu? Unthinkable. It should not be possible. He had clearly seen Ye Fei evade Akainu's ultimate move. Yes, Pops. Marco swiftly leapt to Ye Fei's side. Finding him lying on the ground, sprawled in A shape, gasping for breath, Marco felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seeing that Ye Fei was unharmed, Marco called out loudly to Whitebeard, Pops, Ye Fei is fine. He is just exhausted. Marco observed the difference between the spiked club Ye Fei now wielded and the one he had held before. It was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Where on earth had he procured this? Marco shielded his eyes, trying to ascertain where Akainu had been sent flying. The result? He had no clue where he had gone. No one knew. Upon hearing Marco's call, Whitebeard finally felt at ease. Why, Ye Fei, are you all right? Marco crouched down, raising an eyebrow at Ye Fei. I'm fine. Just huff. Ye Fei replied between labored breaths. The previous move had pushed his Haki to its limits, depleting nearly all his strength. Now, he realized that simultaneously wielding two Devil Fruit abilities would significantly drain his energy. That technique had nearly exhausted every ounce of power he possessed. Ye Fei finally understood that the combination of the Mera Mera Nomi and the Shun Shun Nomi consumed an immense amount of stamina. Nevertheless, the move had yielded the results he had anticipated. He was utterly fatigued and needed to rest before regaining his strength to rise again. That's good to hear. Upon receiving Ye Fei's response, Marco felt a sense of reassurance. He was all right. He remained by Ye Fei's side, preventing anyone from approaching this moment. Ye Fei was no longer the individual Marco had once known. The ability to send an admiral flying indicated that he was nearly on par with the power of the four emperors, and perhaps even more formidable. Meanwhile, in a tavern in the East Blue, Carly Lily smirked at the sight of Akainu being sent flying. I knew he would win. A flutter of excitement coursed through Carly Lily's heart. After all these years, he had finally arrived. After witnessing the duel, Carly Lily had already won 100 million berry. What about my 100 million berry? Shaking off the memories, Carly Lily turned to the person responsible for the bets. The 100 million berry he had won, combined with his original stake of 5 million berry, amounted to 105 million berry. Upon hearing this, the patrons of the tavern turned their gazes toward the scarred man. The young man seemed to have lost, after all. The scarred man stepped forward to explain. As the initiator of this bet, he had placed his own money on Akainu. However, he had not anticipated that the young man would dispatch Akainu with a single move. He instinctively resisted accepting the reality of his defeat. Did you not see him being struck down? That means he lost. Carly Lily retorted. But he did not fall. I can refund your money. It should be considered a draw, the scarred man replied. Unable to meet Carly Lily's gaze as he spoke, several pirates echoed his sentiments. Indeed, he has vanished. It cannot be considered a victory. Their money had been placed on Akainu. Naturally siding with the scarred man, Carly Lily let out a soft, cold chuckle as he regarded the scarred man. Where did he fly off to? Do you think you can track him down? Refund me 5 million berry. You should ask the knife in my hand if it agrees. The black blade at her side had, unbeknownst to anyone, found its way into her grasp, and it had already been drawn. The glinting cold light of the blade instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld it. The scarred man broke out in a cold sweat, entirely oblivious to any movements from Carly Lily. The knife had suddenly appeared in her hands, an occurrence too astonishing to comprehend. As a pirate, the scarred man had heard tales of this woman, Carly Lily, who had recently been making waves and was reputed to possess extraordinary strength. Such a figure was likely beyond his capacity to confront. After a brief silence, he was compelled to concede the reality of Akainu's defeat. Having lost, he acknowledged that the prize money rightfully belonged to her. The scarred man approached and placed a pouch of coins before her. This amounts to 20 million berries. 20 million berries. Is it not 100 million berries? Are you attempting to swindle me? Carly Lily's expression darkened slightly, as if she were on the verge of striking. Witnessing this, the onlookers instinctively recoiled in fear. You mustn't misunderstand, the scarred man stammered, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. In response to Carly Lily's inquiry, he hastily explained, the original odds were nearly 20 to 1. Yet you alone wagered 5 million berries. The odds have since shifted to 4 to 1, hence the 20 million berries. The scarred man elaborated, his voice tinged with urgency. Carly Lily's bet had been exceedingly substantial, and all the funds were accounted for. To pay her 100 million berries would require him to produce an additional 80 million. A sum he simply did not possess. Moreover, a handful of patrons in the tavern had also bet on Ye Fei's victory, thus they too would receive 4 times their stake. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Carly Lily pressed. Everyone was engrossed in the duel, and I too forgot. All the money is here, and I haven't taken a single cent, the scarred man lamented, his expression one of resignation. Initially, he had been unaware of her identity. But upon hearing her name, anxiety had begun to creep in. He dared not exhibit anger towards Carly Lily, nor could he afford to lie. She scrutinized him for several seconds, noting his palpable tension, which seemed genuine and devoid of deceit. Very well, Carly Lily finally acquiesced, relinquishing the blade and finishing the last drops of wine in her glass before rising to depart with the bulging pouch of coins. It was only after her figure had completely vanished that the crowd reconvened. Damn it, where did that woman come from? She terrified me. She nearly drew her blade. One exclaimed, that woman has wiped us clean of all our funds. It's infuriating, another added. Keep your voices down. Be wary, she might return, warned a third. It is said that Carly Lily decimated 5 pirate crews in a single day last month in the North Sea, and turned their captains over to the Navy in exchange for a bounty. One recounted. In a single day, 5 pirate crews? Surely you jest. Another scoffed. I heard just days ago that she had captured a number of pirates in the West Sea. I never imagined she would return to the East Sea so swiftly. Her speed suggests formidable strength. We were fortunate she chose not to engage us just now, or we would have been in dire straits. A pirate remarked, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The tavern buzzed with discussions regarding Carly Lily. Why have I never heard of her before? It seems she has only recently emerged. One pondered. She began to gain notoriety only in the past 2 to 3 months. The situation remains unclear. It is said her swordsmanship is exceptional, and that blade she wields is the legendary Dragon Slayer, forged by the master craftsman of Wano. It is truly magnificent. Why would she choose to become a bounty hunter? Another mused, clearly impressed. Within the tavern, the pirates continued to speculate about Carly Lily, but their attention was soon drawn to the image-transmitting snail. At that moment, the war on the top had yet to reach its conclusion. For them, that was the day's most significant news. They quickly relegated both Carly Lily's exploits and their loss of funds to the back of their minds, resuming their revelry and discussions about the current state of affairs. Meanwhile, in Marineford, The news of Ye Fei's recent defeat of Akainu was swiftly disseminated across the globe via the image-transmitting snails. Akainu had vanished without a trace, leaving everyone bewildered. This obscure pirate had managed to render a Marine Admiral invisible. In the eyes of the Marine soldiers, this individual named Ye Fei had triumphed over Akainu. However, Ye Fei did not share this sentiment, as he had not received any notification from the system. Typically, upon defeating an opponent, the system would reward corresponding experience points. The absence of such confirmation indicated that Akainu had merely been knocked away. Moreover, the previous encounter had only inadvertently triggered a rebound. Ye Fei himself was uncertain whether he could genuinely defeat Akainu or even kill him. After all, his strength was formidable, and it was entirely plausible that he could not be slain. At this moment, the morale within the Navy was at an all-time low. Kapu, the situation has escalated to this point. We can no longer sit idly by, Sengoku declared with indignation, even if Akainu has been driven away. He remains among us. Ye Fei has utterly undermined the Navy's dignity. We must suppress him at once. With Akainu missing, Sengoku, as the Marine Fleet Admiral, realized that the time to take action had come. Over the years, he had seldom intervened directly, but today he was prepared to do so for a second time. Meanwhile, Kapu simply gazed calmly at Ye Fei below, making no move. Kapu's inaction infuriated Sengoku. Kapu, as a Marine Vice Admiral, do not forget your station. Our Navy is demoralized, and we must uphold the dignity of justice, Sengoku admonished. Kapu lifted his gaze. Sengoku, I understand, he replied before turning his attention back to Ye Fei. At that moment, Ye Fei had risen to his feet. Kid, I'm sorry, Kapu muttered, rolling up his sleeves, ready to engage Ye Fei once more. Just then, a colossal figure emerged behind the enormous structure of the Marine headquarters. St. One Wolf. Shocked gasps filled the air as all eyes turned to the massive silhouette looming behind the Marine headquarters. Many soldiers instinctively recoiled at the sight of such terrifying height. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku appeared taken aback. Isn't St. One Wolf imprisoned and impelled down? Why is he here? Sengoku paused, his anger boiling over as he inquired. It was important to note that St. One Wolf was a notorious pirate. Known as the Giant Warship, towering nearly 180 meters tall, a truly towering figure among giants. Due to his heinous crimes, he had been confined to the lowest levels of impelled down. Yet, this vile criminal had somehow escaped. It was worth noting that impelled down was considered the most secure underwater prison in the world. Sengoku's fury mounted. Why had there been no report from impelled down? The Marines were equally perplexed. But they would soon learn the truth. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the confusion, a boisterous laugh suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see a group standing on the plaza of Marineford. Blackbeard pirates? Instantly, all present were left utterly astounded, particularly the naval soldiers. They had been completely oblivious to the impending arrival of these individuals. Having received no prior notification whatsoever, a group of people suddenly strode into the naval headquarters with an air of audacity. Teach, Whitebeard remarked, furrowing his brow, his eyes gleaming with menace. Indeed, this group was none other than the Blackbeard pirates, led by Captain Marshal D. Teach, accompanied by the likes of Shirey, Vasco Shot, and others, including the notorious figures of Abaro Pizarro, Lafitte, Katarina Devon, San Juan Wolf, and the infamous Poison Q. All 10 members of the Blackbeard pirates were present. Most of them had recently escaped from impelled down, arriving at the naval headquarters almost immediately after their escape. Observing this, Ye Fei smiled faintly. As anticipated, those who were meant to arrive had indeed come. Shirey, you scoundrel, what has happened to Magellan? What became of impelled down? How did you all come to be here? Sengoku ground his teeth in inquiry. Of course, if it were only Blackbeard Teach who had arrived, it would not be particularly surprising, given his current status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This time, in order to confront the Whitebeard pirates, he, as a warlord, was indeed part of the plan. Yet, he had brought along a veritable entourage of individuals, most of whom were prisoners incarcerated and impelled down. Those imprisoned there were notorious criminals, utterly ruthless and desperate. Thus, Sengoku felt compelled to inquire further. At this moment, he was acutely aware that something was amiss. Humph, Shirey of the Rain remarked, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Exhaling smoke rings with an air of nonchalance. Our appearance here serves as an answer to your question, Admiral Sengoku. No sooner had he spoken than Blackbeard erupted into a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha. The members of the Blackbeard pirates joined in the raucous laughter. Shirey continued, if you wish to know the specifics, you may verify them for yourself shortly. In any case, I am now allied with this bunch, and I look forward to your guidance. Shirey, once the chief jailer of the underwater prison, had been sentenced to life imprisonment by Warden Magellan due to his brutal nature, confined to the 6th level of impelled down. However, upon receiving an invitation from Blackbeard Teach, he had joined the Blackbeard pirates, rescuing those members who had been poisoned by Magellan and aiding Teach in injuring the warden. At this moment, he had assumed the role of the second-in-command of the Blackbeard pirates. The captain of the second ship, effectively the third most prominent figure within the crew. Just as Shirey finished speaking, a naval officer hurriedly approached Sengoku. "Admiral, I have yet to report to you. The gates of justice have just been opened, and an unregistered warship has breached our defenses." Sengoku turned to the Blackbeard pirates. It must be these individuals. However, he noted that the engine room should only contain naval personnel who had reported no unusual occurrences. How could they have arrived here? The gates of justice, if not opened, would render passage from the prison impossible. Sengoku's confusion was soon clarified by another. We of the Blackbeard pirates, prior to our departure from Impel Down, hypnotized the naval personnel in the engine room. Should they encounter any Navy personnel at the gates of justice, they were instructed to allow passage. We may have inadvertently assisted others as well. Lafitte, the demon guardsman, adjusted his hat with a grin. Upon hearing this, Sengoku comprehended why the Straw Hat Luffy had managed to arrive here. All the previously inexplicable details suddenly fell into place. It was indeed Teach and his crew who had opened the gates of justice, enabling Luffy and the others to reach the naval headquarters. It was precisely as suspected. Blackbeard had revealed his true objective. His intention in infiltrating Impel Down was to recruit the most vile and dangerous criminals within. However, to access the underwater prison, one must first pass through the gates of justice. Yet, a mere pirate could never hope to be granted such access. Only by becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea could one traverse the gates of justice and gain entry to Impel Down. This was the reason Teach had surrendered Fire Fist Ace to the Navy. His objective was not merely the title of warlord. He sought individuals to join his ranks. This demonstrated his cunning intellect. For him, the title of warlord was inconsequential. His sights were set on becoming one of the 4 emperors, if not the Pirate King. As for the 7 warlords, Teach held them in disdain. Upon realizing Teach's motives for infiltrating Impel Down, Sengoku was rendered speechless, recognizing that Teach had been manipulating the Navy all along. With the Whitebeard pirates yet unresolved, the emergence of the Blackbeard pirates posed a new dilemma. Sengoku found himself deep in thought. Yet from a distance, a voice suddenly broke through. None of that matters anymore. Whitebeard had approached, speaking in a hushed tone. As he did so, he stepped forward, extending his immense arm, the white sphere of his power enveloping his fist. Beside him, Marco understood immediately. Their father was about to unleash his devil fruit abilities. With a resounding crash, Whitebeard's iron fist descended, sending forth a shockwave of white space towards the Blackbeard pirates. Those naval soldiers caught in its path were sent sprawling. With a thunderous roar, the shockwave struck the entirety of the Blackbeard pirates. In an instant, Blackbeard and his crew were knocked from their elevated positions. Behind Whitebeard, cheers erupted. "Father, your strength is truly remarkable. Well done. Old man, you've dealt with Teach for us." The crew of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in elation. However, Ye Fei maintained a calm demeanor. In the original narrative, Whitebeard had indeed executed a similar maneuver. Yet, this attack, while impressive, was too distant and would have little effect on the Blackbeard pirates. It was important to remember that those under Blackbeard were no pushovers, having fought their way out of Impel Down. Seeing this, Ye Fei's expression turned grave. He then approached Whitebeard, cautioning, "Father, be wary. Blackbeard is not to be trifled with." Ye Fei reminded him, knowing the original story. Ye Fei was also quite familiar with Whitebeard's temperament. Once someone fell into his disfavor, he would not easily let it go. However, at present, Whitebeard might not be able to directly eliminate Teach. Firstly, Whitebeard had already engaged in multiple battles today, while Blackbeard had just arrived, preserving much of his strength. Moreover, Blackbeard had recently recruited many formidable allies. Thus, attempting to dismantle the entire Blackbeard pirates at this moment seemed rather implausible. Furthermore, Teach still held the title of a warlord of the sea. This concerned Ye Fei greatly, for he understood that Whitebeard would go to any lengths to confront Teach. I understand. Whitebeard did not respond directly to Ye Fei's words, merely acknowledging him with a deep grunt. Blackbeard had spent many years aboard his ship, and he knew that Teach concealed his true power. Nevertheless, this vendetta must be avenged. He would never allow the murderer of his family to stand before him while he remained passive. Receiving his father's response, Ye Fei nodded and began to observe the Blackbeard pirates he had just attacked. Indeed, the scene was identical to the original narrative. Among the 10 members of the Blackbeard pirates, aside from San Juan Wolf standing at a distance, none of the remaining 9, including Blackbeard, appeared injured. Truly remarkable individuals. Beside Whitebeard, Marco remarked, "These people, in the face of our father's assault, seem unfazed. This at least indicated that their strength was formidable. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed. Father, you really show no mercy. After all, I am your son. How could you treat me this way? Rising from the ground and brushing off the dust, his rough grin seemed to convey his stance. Among all my family, only you do not deserve to be called my son. Teach, you have violated the one ironclad rule aboard my ship, the killing of a comrade. To fulfill the dying wish of Thatch. The captain of the 4th Division, I must take your wretched life to grant him peace. Let us settle this. Teach. Whitebeard raised his supreme blade, the Otori, and charged towards Teach, accompanied by a tremendous tremor. Whitebeard harbored murderous intent. This was the first time he had proactively charged to kill someone. Simultaneously, Blackbeard Teach activated his Devil Fruit ability, the Darkness Fruit, Dark Hole, as the power of the Darkness Fruit unleashed. He slammed his hands into the ground, shrouding the entire area in darkness. The bodies and weapons of some naval soldiers began to sink into the abyss. Nearby, several naval soldiers turned pale with fear at the sight. Whitebeard had already leaped into the air, unleashing the power of his Tremor Fruit upon Blackbeard. Dark Water. In the face of the 4 Emperors' attack, Blackbeard Teach did not evade. Instead, he tapped into his Devil Fruit ability and charged at Whitebeard. The powers of the Tremor Fruit and the Darkness Fruit collided. Soon, the Tremor ability in Whitebeard's hands was completely absorbed by the darkness wielded by Blackbeard. Ha ha ha. Father, how do you like my ability? This is the mightiest of Devil Fruits, the Darkness Fruit. Teach exclaimed triumphantly after absorbing the Tremor Fruit's powers. Gaining the Darkness Fruit was a direct result of killing Thatch. Otherwise, Teach would never have obtained such power. For him, slaying Thatch was undoubtedly a wise choice. Whitebeard was inwardly taken aback, his expression grave. Never before had anyone been able to withstand his Devil Fruit ability, yet this time it had been absorbed. The Darkness Fruit was indeed extraordinary. He promptly launched another attack with his Devil Fruit ability, only to have it absorbed once more by Teach. Ha ha ha. Father, your abilities are ineffective against me. No Devil Fruit user can withstand my powers. The Darkness Fruit is the most formidable in this world. Blackbeard laughed boisterously. Whitebeard Edward Newgate naturally looked down upon Teach's arrogance. Gaining power through the murder of comrades was a disgrace, yet Teach took pride in it. However, Ye Fei was filled with concern. In his prime, Whitebeard would undoubtedly have no issue contending with Teach. Yet, at present, Whitebeard was aging, his physical condition deteriorating, and his combat prowess significantly diminished compared to his peak state. His stamina might also struggle to keep pace with Teach. Additionally, having faced off against the 3 admirals earlier that day, he was now to confront Teach. It was evident he was at a disadvantage. If this continued, would it not mirror the original story, where he would be defeated by the Blackbeard pirates? This was unacceptable. Ye Fei shook his head resolutely, unwilling to acquiesce. In the original narrative, aside from suffering from Akainu's abilities, Whitebeard endured a staggering 267 cuts, 152 bullet wounds, and 46 cannonballs, most of which were the handiwork of the Blackbeard pirates. This time, as Ye Fei traversed the war at Marineford, although he had prevented Whitebeard from being harmed by Akainu. If the Blackbeard pirates launched a full-scale assault, Whitebeard would undoubtedly find it difficult to cope. Contemplating this, Ye Fei suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and assist his father. After all, he too was a member of the Whitebeard pirates and had recently been promoted by Whitebeard to captain of the 4th Division. It was his duty as a crew member. If he remained passive, would he not become a subject of ridicule? Yet, from his understanding of his father, he knew that Whitebeard would not permit him to intervene. For Whitebeard, this was a personal vendetta. He wished to avenge Thatch himself and would not allow anyone else to interfere. In that instant, Ye Fei felt uncertain. If he did not act, he worried for his father's safety. Yet, if he did intervene, his father would likely disallow it, as it was a matter of his dignity as captain. Marco, shall we intervene? Ye Fei finally could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. Unable to act himself, he sought to encourage Marco to take action. In Ye Fei's eyes, while Whitebeard might not heed his words, he might listen to Marco. He hoped Marco would step forward to speak to Whitebeard, perhaps gaining his father's consent. Ye Fei, father does not appreciate interference when battling others, especially against Teach. Do not forget. He previously stated that when facing Teach, it must be left to him. We cannot contravene father's wishes, Marco replied calmly. As the captain, he was acutely aware of Whitebeard's strength, although currently at a disadvantage against Teach. He believed that Whitebeard would soon turn the tide. He had no doubt that Whitebeard could handle Blackbeard, but those subordinates, Ye Fei replied, his concern evident. Simultaneously, he recalled the original storyline where Whitebeard's abilities were absorbed. However, he soon realized Teach's weakness. While the darkness fruit could absorb abilities and objects, it struggled to absorb slashing attacks. Therefore, Teach would soon be struck by Whitebeard's blade. For now, it was best to leave Teach's subordinates alone. They had all been notorious pirates before joining the Blackbeard pirates, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Blackbeard's crew was eyeing Whitebeard with malevolent intent, already poised to launch a sneak attack at any moment. Should they succeed, Blackbeard would immediately gain the upper hand. This could not be allowed to happen. Ye Fei, when did you become so cautious? Just moments ago, you seemed quite brave, Marco remarked. In response to Ye Fei's remarks, Marco did not take them to heart. He had witnessed the prowess of the old man firsthand. Throughout the years, he had seldom encountered an opponent that the old man could not handle. Ye Fei wore an awkward expression. He found it difficult to share Marco's confidence. However, at that moment, he felt it was not his place to intervene. He could only keep a vigilant watch on Teach's subordinates, ready to act as soon as they made a move. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard raged on. After having his devil fruit abilities absorbed repeatedly, Whitebeard Edward Newgate felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Teach, it was unexpected that you harbored such hidden strength. After all these years aboard my ship, you must have been quite resentful, Whitebeard said coldly. Based on their exchanges, it was evident that this young man was indeed formidable. Previously, when everyone recommended him for the position of captain, Teach had been unwilling. It turned out he had ulterior motives. The captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, was killed. Ace, in his reckless determination, sought to capture Teach at all costs. Whitebeard had not intervened. Subsequently, Shanks had even come to his ship to warn him not to underestimate Teach. At that time, Whitebeard had not given it much thought, believing Ace's abilities surpassed those of Teach. After all, Ace was a son he held in high regard. However, now, from the battle between himself and Teach, he quickly understood why Ace had lost. It was all due to Ace's underestimation of Teach, leading to a grave mistake. Had he heeded Shanks' advice and sent someone to retrieve Ace, matters would not have escalated to this point. Ha ha ha. Old man, this is the first time you've acknowledged me, Teach cackled. Within the Whitebeard pirates, he had always concealed his true strength, merely biding his time for the right moment. When the darkness fruit appeared, Teach knew his opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, he killed Sachi, despite him being his closest companion. Yet, even so, you are unworthy of being my son, Whitebeard declared, his clenched fist unleashing a white shockwave. However, it was soon absorbed again by Blackbeard's darkness fruit, just as Blackbeard reveled in his triumph. Ye Fei could no longer contain himself. To ensure the old man quickly understood, he decided to inform him immediately. Old man, his fruit can absorb devil fruit abilities. The key lies in his hands. You can try using a blade, Ye Fei shouted from behind Whitebeard. The darkness fruit, as explained in the original narrative, had certain clarifications, including the ability to absorb bullets, blades, attacks, flames, lightning, and any physical or energy assaults. However, unlike other Logia-type fruits, it did not allow the user to evade attacks by becoming elemental. This was likely connected to the black hole capability of the darkness fruit. Thus, during battles, Blackbeard had to utilize his hands to initiate energy absorption. If his hands were restrained, he would be unable to absorb the devil fruit abilities. The original work seemed to indicate that Whitebeard had recognized this fact. After gaining control over Teach's hands, he transitioned from using his devil fruit attack to employing a blade. Here, Ye Fei decided to forewarn him. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. He was at a loss for how to deal with Teach and had just been contemplating the use of a blade when Ye Fei preemptively revealed his plan. Ye Fei, Blackbeard Teach found it peculiar. Wasn't this fellow merely a drunkard and navigator? Why was he with Marco, and how did he know how to counter him? Teach remained bewildered. Of course, he was unaware of Ye Fei's recent battle with Akainu, as he had just been en route and was not yet fully informed about the situation at hand. However, he had indeed felt the massive tremors and the presence of Conqueror's Haki from a distance. Had he known that it was the result of Ye Fei's confrontation with Akainu, he would not have regarded Ye Fei with such skepticism, just as Teach was still trying to process his thoughts. Whitebeard Edward Newgate's sword, Song Yunjian, came crashing down. Instinctively, Teach raised his hand, attempting to block it with the power of the darkness fruit. However, Whitebeard's blade did not target his hands but instead struck directly at his chest. With a resounding thud, Song Yunjian pierced Teach's chest. Blackbeard cried out as a deep gash opened on his chest, blood gushing forth. A searing pain overwhelmed him. It hurts. It hurts. Damn it. Blackbeard writhed in agony on the ground. The darkness fruit possessed a significant weakness. The user had to endure double the pain. Ye Fei, well aware of this fact from the original narrative, felt a sense of relief upon seeing Teach struck. As Teach fell, Whitebeard could not help but reflect. This little brat knows quite a bit, And indeed, his advice proved effective. The boy truly has a knack for dealing with Teach, seizing the moment while Teach was writhing in pain on the ground. Whitebeard stepped forward, swiftly raising Song Yunjian once more to inflict another wound on Teach's chest. As Teach screamed in agony, Whitebeard did not relent. Instead, he pressed the hilt of his sword against Teach's right hand and stepped on his left hand. Once he had immobilized Teach's hands, Whitebeard extended his powerful grip and seized Teach's head, forcefully pressing it down against the ground. Teach, he said coldly, your arrogance and recklessness are your greatest weaknesses. With that, his muscles tensed as he activated his ability. Teach's mind was suddenly enveloped within Whitebeard's white sphere. Teach found himself unable to resist. The sight of the white sphere instilled fear in him. After all, this was the old man's ultimate technique. Targeting his head directly, he knew all too well the consequences. As a former member of the Whitebeard pirates, Teach was acutely aware of its implications. This time, with his hands suppressed, he had no means to employ the powers of the darkness fruit. Stop, old man, stop. I am your son. Are you truly going to kill me? Yammer. Helpless, Teach could only plead desperately. At this moment, he realized that Whitebeard was genuinely enraged. However, Teach's pleas fell on deaf ears as Whitebeard made no response. He activated his devil fruit ability. Boom! The white sphere erupted upon impact with Blackbeard's head. Boom! The ability was unleashed repeatedly, causing Teach's head to sink into the ground. Witnessing this, Ye Fei was reminded of the original narrative. Indeed, this place remained unchanged. Yet, witnessing it in person was undeniably more exhilarating. As Ye Fei watched, he began to reminisce about certain pertinent details from the original work. In the subsequent events of the narrative, Whitebeard was rendered immobile and subsequently assaulted by the entire Blackbeard pirate crew. That segment was indeed quite harrowing. In the original tale of pirates, instances of character demise are exceedingly rare. Of course, the author intended to avoid excessive violence. Nevertheless, the deaths of Whitebeard and Ace were undeniably tragic. Yet, Ye Fei understood that there were reasons behind it. The narrative was intent on depicting the twilight of the great pirates, with the sole purpose of paving the way for the rise of a new generation, including Luffy and his companions. However, at present, Whitebeard's strength remained relatively intact, and he had not suffered from Teach's assault. This was due to Ye Fei's subtle alteration of the original plot trajectory, including allowing Whitebeard to evade ambushes in the attacks of Akainu. Today, the old man had not sustained significant injuries. Confronting Teach was currently manageable. As of now, it was imperative to guard against his subordinates. Ye Fei had resolutely decided that he could not allow Whitebeard to perish. Should he fall, the entire Whitebeard crew would undoubtedly descend into disarray. In the original work, following Whitebeard's demise, Marco sought revenge against Teach, only to suffer a devastating defeat. The Whitebeard crew was subsequently shattered. Within the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, the old man was the soul of the crew. This scenario was one Ye Fei wished to avoid. He needed to continue altering the original narrative, offering no concessions to the author. Just as Ye Fei solidified his resolve, the powers of the Tremor Fruit erupted repeatedly upon Teach's head, eliciting an unprecedented cheer from the Whitebeard crew. Woohoo, old man. Well done. Eliminate Teach and avenge Sachi. Indeed, after dispatching Teach, we can return to the New World. The New World awaits our return. Regarding the traitor Teach, witnessing him being taught a lesson by the old man filled them with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Captain, while some rejoiced, others were filled with trepidation. Behind Blackbeard Teach, his crew was understandably shaken. It is worth noting that Teach was currently their leader. Moreover, the Blackbeard crew had only recently been formed, and their foundation was still fragile. Should their captain Teach be killed, their fates would be grim, either death or imprisonment once more within Impel Down. How tragic. The principle of one suffers, all suffer. One thrives, all thrive applied here. Naturally, they did not wish to witness such an outcome. Wahahaha. A distinctive laughter suddenly emerged from behind Blackbeard. It belonged to none other than the captain of the 1st Division of the Blackbeard Pirates, Jesus Burgess. Jesus Burgess, known as the champion of combat, possessed the strength to topple colossal structures with a single punch. His remarkable leaping ability marked him as a formidable figure. Previously, he had been a target that Luffy and Zoro aimed to challenge. Witnessing his captain Teach being humiliated by Whitebeard, he felt compelled to intervene. Whitebeard, take this. Jesus Burgess descended from the air, his massive iron fist aimed at Whitebeard, who was currently unleashing his powers against Teach. However, at that moment, Whitebeard's observation Haki had already sensed Burgess's approach. Yet, the opponent's speed was astonishingly swift. Whitebeard was not particularly known for his speed, and as he was engaged with Teach, he could not break free. In an instant, he could only widen his eyes in anticipation of the incoming fist. Burgess was immensely strong. Even Whitebeard would struggle to withstand one of his punches. Bang! Just as Burgess's fist was about to strike Whitebeard, a spiked club suddenly interposed itself before him. Whitebeard was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, it was Ye Fei. This marked the second time today that he had intervened on Whitebeard's behalf. Instantly, a wave of gratitude washed over Whitebeard's heart. To act decisively in such a situation, this lad truly impressed him. Whitebeard revealed a crescent-shaped smile. He was indeed my son. Teach, you will find it far from easy to claim my head. Ye Fei's abilities are likely beyond your imagination. Who are you? Burgess exclaimed in surprise. He did not recognize the unfamiliar young man before him. The Whitebeard pirate crew. Ye Fei. Ye Fei smiled faintly, his spiked club resolutely blocking Burgess's fist. Never heard of you. Burgess replied, puzzled. The presence of Ye Fei was entirely foreign to him. Even as former members of Whitebeard's crew, Teach had never mentioned Ye Fei before. Yet this individual had directly intercepted his blow. It was known that Burgess's punches could shatter entire buildings. It was likely that even Whitebeard could not withstand several of those strikes. Yet, this person had caught it effortlessly. However, what Burgess did not anticipate was that Ye Fei had not only fought against Akainu, but had also made him disappear without a trace. You will soon find out. Ye Fei spoke with a chilling tone. In the original story, he had been preparing to ambush Sengoku, only to be knocked down by Garp's punch. To ambush during the old man's duel was a deed that had to be eradicated. At this moment, Ye Fei was filled with murderous intent. It was time to teach them a lesson. Wahahaha. I truly want to witness this. Burgess laughed heartily, oblivious to Ye Fei's intentions. Ye Fei had merely blocked one attack, and Burgess did not regard him as particularly strong. Frankly speaking, Burgess was well aware of his own abilities, which had earned him the captain's recognition. Otherwise, the position of First Division captain would not have fallen to him. Whitebeard lifted his gaze to Burgess, regarding him with disdain. Just as Burgess and Ye Fei clashed, Whitebeard, fatigued from repeatedly employing the Tremor Fruit against Teach, paused his movements. At that moment, Teach, who lay on the ground, seized the opportunity to draw a pistol from his waist and aimed it at Whitebeard. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Whitebeard's arm was struck. A sharp pain surged through him, causing Whitebeard to furrow his brow and instinctively release his grip. Seizing this chance, Blackbeard Teach quickly rose to his feet and attempted to flee. However, he had barely taken a few steps before he stumbled and fell, only to be helped up by his subordinates. Old Man, the First Division captain, Marco, immediately panicked and rushed forward. At this moment, Whitebeard was clutching his arm, feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over him. See Stone Bullet. Whitebeard growled in frustration. As a user of a Devil Fruit ability, upon contact with Sea Stone, his powers would vanish without a trace, rendering him unable to activate them. Yet, with the bullet lodged in his arm, he could not remove it at this moment. Teach, it seems you were indeed prepared. Whitebeard grimaced, glaring at Blackbeard. Old Man, allow me to help you extract it. Marco, as the ship's doctor, immediately offered. However, he soon remembered that he had not brought his surgical knife. Consequently, he could only support Whitebeard, unsure of what to do. Cough, cough, ha ha ha. In order to kill you, I had to make some preparations in advance. Old Man, you might as well die sooner. Now that the bullet has struck your arm, unless you sever it, you will be unable to use your powers. Ha 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 ha, cough cough. After Teach coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of blood, he erupted into a boisterous laugh once more, only to collapse back onto the ground, having just endured over 10 relentless assaults from the old man. He was gravely wounded and his mind was still clouded. It was imperative that he take a moment to rest. Teach's purpose for coming to the Navy headquarters was to claim the head of Whitebeard and acquire his formidable powers. However, this time he had not succeeded, having sustained multiple devastating attacks from Whitebeard's Devil Fruit abilities. Now, he could scarcely muster the strength to stand. All he desired was to lie on the ground and recuperate before re-entering the fray. Yet, even in his prone state, he did not forget to issue commands. Boys, if we can take down Whitebeard's head, our journey will not have been in vain. At that moment, Whitebeard had been struck by his Haki-infused sea stone bullets. Now was the opportune moment to sever his head. Just as Teach finished speaking, a throng of crew members surged forward behind him, darting towards Whitebeard. Simultaneously, Teach's words ignited the fury of all members of the Whitebeard pirates. The captains under Whitebeard's command rushed forth as well, leading to an immediate melee. The battlefield descended into chaos once more, filled with the sounds of clashing swords, explosions, and anguished cries. Nearby, all the soldiers of the Navy headquarters watched the spectacle unfold. They had come to combat pirates, only to find two pirate crews embroiled in conflict. Marshal Sengoku, should we seize this opportunity to take down Whitebeard's head? inquired Rear Admiral Spider, a hawkish member of the Navy. His first thought was to eliminate Whitebeard and enforce the same unyielding justice as Akainu. Do not be so hasty, replied Sengoku, maintaining his composure, although it was indeed the best time to claim Whitebeard's head. Sengoku had a more strategic plan in mind. He intended to let these two factions fight it out, and once they had mutually exhausted themselves, the Navy could intervene and reap the benefits without expending much effort. With Whitebeard incapacitated, only Ye Fei and Marco remained capable of fighting. It would be more advantageous to let them wear each other down. In this way, both sides could be dealt with simultaneously, a true 2-for-1 benefit. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman profits. Of course. Sengoku had his reasons for this approach. He harbored a deep resentment towards Teach's betrayal of the Navy. It was well known that the 7 warlords of the sea were recognized by the world government. They were always required to heed the government's summons, effectively serving as allies of the Navy. When the warlords were summoned, Teach was present at the meeting. Little did they know, his intentions were not to assist the Navy. As the war at Marineford commenced, he did not rush to aid the Navy, and moreover, he had unilaterally ventured to impel down to free the most notorious prisoners there without the Navy's consent. Teach's actions constituted a grave crime, and Sengoku understood that from the moment Teach liberated the prisoners from Impel Down, collaboration with the Navy had become impossible. Furthermore, had it not been for him, Luffy and his crew would never have reached this place. This alone was sufficient for Sengoku to persuade the world government to revoke Teach's status as a warlord. Now, as they clashed with the Whitebeard pirates, it was indeed the best opportunity to weaken them. Without expending significant effort, they could resolve 2 troubles at once, which was undeniably advantageous. With this thought, a faint smile crept onto Sengoku's lips. One must admit, he was astute, truly deserving of the title wise general on the battlefield. The 2 factions were locked in a fierce struggle, neither side willing to yield. Weha, Ye Fei, though I do not know you, it would be an honor for you to perish at my hands, boasted Bagus with an air of confidence, his fist still bracing against Ye Fei's spiked club. You can certainly try. I'm right here. If you wish to claim my head, feel free to come, Ye Fei retorted disdainfully. Familiar with the original narrative, he was well aware of Bagus's prowess. As the captain of the 1st Division in the Blackbeard pirates, he indeed possessed considerable strength. However, he was not a devil fruit user, which allowed him to withstand Ye Fei's club. Weha, taste my fist. Bagus's words had scarcely left his mouth when his metal-clad hand swung towards Ye Fei. Fire fist. The blazing fist met Bagus's strike head-on. Nanny? Fire fist? Bagus exclaimed in shock as an intense pain surged through him. He screamed, as flames engulfed his entire arm in an instant. It's so hot. So hot. Bagus flailed his arm until the flames finally subsided. Gazing at his charred limb, he was left at a loss, for this was his first experience being struck by a fire fist. Yet, beyond the pain, he was more astonished by the fact that this individual before him wielded fire-based powers. The fire fist was Ace's signature move. Previously, Ace had clashed with Blackbeard after the death of Sachi on Banero Island. Bagus had witnessed Ace unleash the fire fist during that confrontation, given the circumstances. If it had not been for Captain Teach, they might have been directly annihilated by AC. To Bagus's surprise, he never imagined that Ye Fei would possess such abilities as well. Why can you use fire? Bagus paused, somewhat dazed. Want to know? Wait until your next life. Ye Fei replied coldly. In the original story, in Dressrosa, Bagus had fought fiercely with Sabo over the Mera Mera no M. It was evident that he deeply coveted the power of the flame fruit. Naturally, the more he hoped for it, the more Ye Fei was determined to make him experience the agony of disappointment. Associating with someone as treacherous as Blackbeard, Teach indicated that he was fully aware of the risks involved. In response, Bagus raised his arms above his head, showcasing his muscles before Ye Fei. His V-shaped physique was a declaration that he was not as weak as he appeared. Weha, if you wish to kill me, feel free to try. Captain Teach is the greatest man, Bagus revealed an odd smile. At this moment, he had evidently realized that Ye Fei possessed fire-based powers. This signified that he must have consumed a devil fruit related to fire. Now, if he could simply eliminate Ye Fei, he would gain the fire-based abilities for himself. After all, their captain, Blackbeard, had the power to usurp others' fruits. Anyone present could have their powers taken by Blackbeard Teach. Bagus had long desired the capabilities of something akin to the flame fruit, and thus far, he had not consumed a devil fruit himself. If he were to kill Ye Fei, Teach would undoubtedly have a method to facilitate this. Bagus was confident in this regard, based on the previous 2 exchanges. Ye Fei's strength was no trivial matter. Given that he was facing such a formidable opponent, he could not afford to underestimate him. he needed to unleash his full power to defeat him in a single blow. With this thought, Beijus activated his armament Haki. With a resounding crash, he transitioned into his fully armed form, his entire body hardened by Haki, the dark aura enveloping him. Weiha, I shall make you aware that this world is merciless. With an air of arrogance, Beijus proclaimed his superiority. His entire body was enveloped in the hardening of Haki. Even a cannonball from the Navy would not leave a scratch on him, without utilizing his armed form. He could fell a building with a single punch. Yet, beneath the full manifestation of his Haki, he possessed the strength to shatter a well-equipped naval warship. However, from the recent clash between the two, he acknowledged that Ye Fei's prowess was commendable. Thus, he activated his most formidable form, intent on defeating Ye Fei in one decisive blow to seize the coveted flame fruit that I will return your words to you. Unchanged, Ye Fei replied coldly. Gripping his spiked club, he swung it twice before entering his armed state, preparing for defense. Having just battled Akainu, he had expended considerable stamina merging the powers of two fruits. Although he had not fully recovered, Ye Fei was confident that he could easily contend with a figure like Ye Fei. Prepared to meet your end, Beijus declared, leaping into the air, his armed fist descending with lethal intent. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Ye Fei unleashed his lethal technique once more. The dragon tooth struck precisely against Beijus's fist. Until now, aside from his fire-based abilities, Ye Fei had only mastered this one technique. Yet, that was more than sufficient. Against Akainu, Ye Fei had employed 2 elemental abilities, but against Beijus, one was adequate. Bang! The dark fist collided with the spiked club, unleashing a wave of Haki. Crack. Ah! Beijus grimaced in agony, clutching his bent arm in that fleeting moment. He heard the sickening sound of his own bone fracturing. Is this the limit of your abilities? Is this all that the Blackbeard pirates have to offer? I expected something more impressive, but it seems Titch merely shelters a band of miscreants. Ye Fei mocked icily. The crackling electricity from the spiked club still danced in the air, refusing to dissipate. Ever since he had sent Akainu flying, he felt that his other adversaries seemed rather weak. Beijus, in pain, clutched his arm. How could it be possible that he, in his full Haki form, was so easily incapacitated? He found it hard to believe, yet the excruciating pain in his hand felt all too real. Soon, he came to terms with the harsh reality. Once a person accepts that another is stronger than them, fear inevitably follows. A single strike to break his bone. Beijus stared in terror at Ye Fei's weapon, the spiked club. It resembled something that belonged to the 4 Emperor Kaido. Moreover, during their duel, he had sensed the power of lightning within it. Previously, Titch had spoken of Kaido, and Ye Fei's recent move bore a striking resemblance to the thunderous 8 trigrams that Titch had mentioned. Yet, that was Kaido's technique, and his ultimate move at that. How could it be wielded by the figure before him? Who exactly are you? Beijus asked, astonished. Could there be a connection between him and Kaido? You need not know, Ye Fei replied, unwilling to offer any explanation. Without waiting for Beijus to respond, he leapt forward, executing the thunderous 8 trigrams once more. Beijus broke into a cold sweat. The pain in his arm had yet to fade. And now the opponent was upon him again. With no avenue for retreat, Beijus instinctively extended his metal-armored right hand to defend himself. Crash! The advanced Haki-infused dragon tooth struck the metallic arm. A deafening sound reverberated through the air as Beijus's arm's metal armor shattered instantly, sending him tumbling to the ground. Simultaneously, the armed arm emitted another crack as his right hand's bones crumbled within. Ye Fei's consecutive strikes had shattered both of Beijus's arms, and all while he was in his Haki form. Beijus, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, felt an inexplicable dread rising within him. Was this truly human? It was known that Beijus was capable of dominating even the average Navy vice admiral. Yet now, in just 2 moves, both arms had been rendered useless. That he could not fathom how he, who had roamed the seas for decades, could be so easily defeated today. Moreover, this individual was someone he had never encountered before. It was utterly confounding. Nevertheless, at that moment, the predominant feeling within him was terror. At this juncture, Beijus could no longer focus on the battle. The excruciating pain radiating from his arms rendered him unable to stand. Lying on the ground, he could only muster the strength to crawl away. He yearned to escape from Ye Fei, this demon. Behind him, Ye Fei's footsteps were drawing ever closer. Ye Fei, Beijus was now merely prey on a chopping block. Ripe for the taking. Beijus, Ye Fei silently called from behind. Resting the spiked club on his shoulder, his steps were measured, trailing slowly behind him. Ye Fei appeared unhurried, his sole aim being to ensure that everyone heard Beijus's wretched cries for help. Save me, Beijus. Nearby, Titch was gradually regaining consciousness from the effects of the Tremor Fruit, and his powers had begun to restore. Seeing Beges sprawled on the ground, Titch was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed Beges being defeated. He recalled Beges as a formidable force. Quickly, Titch's attention shifted to Ye Fei behind Baya's Ye Fei. Had he grown taller? He had once appeared to be merely a drunken fool. Previously, they had shared countless drinks together. And Ye Fei had once confided in him about his dreams of traversing the world and charting every map. How could he have knocked Beges down? Was such strength even possible, as Titch pondered? Beges' cries snapped him back to reality. "Captain, save me!" Beges cried out, his voice filled with desperation. Lying on the ground, he sensed the malevolent footsteps of Ye Fei approaching. At that moment, genuine fear washed over him. He desperately attempted to reach out to Titch for salvation. However, his arms were utterly incapacitated, rendering him immobile. Upon seeing Titch, Beges felt a flicker of hope rekindled. "Beges, tell me what happened," Titch asked. Bewildered, he had been somewhat dazed after the tremor from Whitebeard's attack. And amidst the chaos of battle, he had failed to notice the confrontation between Beges and Ye Fei. He never expected Beges to be defeated so swiftly. "Captain, save," before Beges could finish his plea. Ye Fei's spiked club came crashing down upon his forehead. With the swift descent of Ye Fei's weapon, the ground beneath them collapsed with a thunderous roar, and Beges' head was instantly engulfed. Ding! Host has defeated a member of the Blackbeard pirates, gaining 15,000 experience points. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in Ye Fei's mind. A faint smile graced his lips, judging by the experience points. Beges seemed to surpass the average Navy Vice Admiral. The 15,000 points spoke volumes, promising an array of potential rewards. Beges could never have anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere minion from the Whitebeard pirates in Marineford. However, had he witnessed the fierce confrontation between Akainu and Ye Fei, he would certainly not have been so presumptuous as to consider himself a worthy adversary. Ye Fei extracted his bloodied wolf fang club from Beges' skull. Turning his calm gaze towards Blackbeard Teach, eager to observe Teach's reaction, Blackbeard's mouth fell agape in shock, rendered speechless by the scene before him. As he beheld Beges, whose head had been brutally crushed. He glanced back at Ye Fei, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel were equally astonished. The notorious sea pirate Beges had been so effortlessly slain. Even Sengoku was taken aback. This individual named Ye Fei was not only immensely powerful but also possessed a ruthlessness that was chilling. "Teach, your next opponent is me," Ye Fei declared, brandishing his weapon and striking it forcefully against the ground. He had no intention of showing mercy to the Blackbeard pirates, whether as a traveler from another world or as the original Ye Fei. Neither existence permitted the presence of the Blackbeard pirates. By eliminating Beges, he aimed to demonstrate to Teach that the Whitebeard pirates were not to be trifled with. Those who crossed them must reckon with their fate. Undoubtedly, Ye Fei was filled with emotion, particularly upon recalling the merciless attacks the Blackbeard pirates had launched against Whitebeard in the original narrative, which only deepened his disdain for them. Simultaneously, Blackbeard Teach seemed slow to process the unfolding events. Once he did regain his senses, he turned to Ye Fei with a frigid gaze. This was not the Ye Fei he had known. "Shiryu, eliminate him," Blackbeard ordered abruptly after a moment of silence. Within the ranks of the Blackbeard pirates, Beges could be considered his right-hand man. Since the demise of Sachi, Beges had been unwaveringly loyal. Even during their flight. It was inconceivable that he had been slain without provocation. Igniting Blackbeard's rage, Captain Shiryu of the Rain, who had just repelled a captain from the Whitebeard pirates while smoking a cigar, looked at Blackbeard. "Kill him," Blackbeard reiterated coldly, his eyes fixed on Ye Fei. "Yes, Captain," Shiryu responded, drawing his sword once more, directing it towards Ye Fei. Upon seeing the lifeless Beges on the ground, he was momentarily taken aback. "You did this, kid?" Shiryu gazed incredulously at the youthful figure before him. As a member of the Blackbeard pirates, though he had only recently joined, he was well aware of Beges' formidable strength. They had fought together to defeat Magellan and impel down. Beges was no weakling. How had he been taken down? Shiryu struggled to reconcile this truth. Was it truly Ye Fei's doing, or had Marco played a part? "Yes, it was me," Ye Fei affirmed with a nod. Shiryu was momentarily stunned. "Did you aspire to meet the same fate as him?" Ye Fei wiped the blood from his wolf fang club and rested it on his shoulder, simultaneously noticing the sword at Shiryu's waist, Thunderstorm. It was said to possess a lightning attribute akin to his own. If obtained, it could potentially bestow him with the ability of swordsmanship. Ha! Kid, don't boast, Shiryu scoffed, discarding his cigar with a derisive laugh. Yet, he could sense a formidable aura radiating from Ye Fei. Of course, Shiryu was no stranger to power. Many infamous criminals from Impel Down wielded significant strength, including those who could manifest Haki. Such a fine blade in your possession is a waste. Ye Fei remarked disdainfully. He and Magellan had been hailed as the two aces of Impel Down, yet this individual seemed discontent with his status, steadfastly aligning himself with Blackbeard. By siding with Blackbeard, he was essentially opposing the Whitebeard pirates. I would rather face death in prison than languish in that dark abyss. It is better to emerge and seize the day, don't you think? Kid, Shiryu responded with a cold chuckle. He had been sentenced to death, but was given a reprieve due to his penchant for bloodshed. Since Blackbeard was so earnestly inviting him, why refuse? He had never enjoyed the dreariness of the prison. Joining Blackbeard and indulging in plunder and chaos suited his preferences far better and afforded him greater freedom. Teach had defined his path as a pirate. Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback. Shiryu's reasoning had merit, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Your strength is commendable. However, your piratical journey ends today. Arrogant little brat, Shiryu retorted angrily. His sword thunderstorm poised to unleash a devastating strike. A wave of white sword energy surged forth. Impressive, Ye Fei murmured to himself, sensing the formidable nature of the attack through his observation Haki. Just as the white energy was about to reach him, he leaped into the air. The white blade sliced through the air, cleaving a massive iron cannon in the plaza in half. The upper portion soared into the sky, crashing down into the bay below and sending towering waves surging upward. Your swordsmanship is commendable. Ye Fei mused. It was evident that Teach possessed a degree of skill in recruiting capable subordinates. Mihawk, the greatest swordsman, observed the cannon, noting the precise cut made by the sword energy. As a master swordsman himself, he admired Shiryu's technique, having long wished to witness it firsthand. Now he could not help but feel a sense of respect for Shiryu's prowess. The members of the Whitebeard pirates aboard the ship were secretly astonished. While they admired Shiryu's swordsmanship, they were confident that Ye Fei would evade the attack, having just witnessed him dispatch Akainu, a marine admiral. Did he dodge? Shiryu was stunned. He had unleashed nearly his full strength with that strike. He had not anticipated that Ye Fei would evade it. Just as Shiryu pondered this, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. A figure descended rapidly. Ye Fei. Upon recognition, Shiryu's heart raced, and beads of sweat appeared on his brow. Instinctively, he raised his sword to defend himself. Clang. The two weapons clashed, Haki surging between them. Time seemed to freeze as neither party moved for a moment. Truly, the title of the greatest swordsman was well-deserved. He had managed to withstand Ye Fei's assault. This must be the reason Teach sought to recruit him. Ye Fei emitted a cold snort. In the original narrative, Yuji Shiryu rarely showcased his true strength. However, Ye Fei was acutely aware that, judging by that single exchange, Yuji Shiryu was far from ordinary. The title of chief guard of the advancing city was not merely a facade. Humph, Yuji Shiryu scoffed. He had indeed received Ye Fei's attack, but it was only through the exertion of all his strength that he managed to withstand it. Fortunately, the blade in his hand was a renowned weapon. Had it been an ordinary one, it would have likely shattered under Ye Fei's onslaught. At this moment, he could not help but begin to feel a sense of dread towards his adversary. It was no wonder he had so effortlessly dispatched by his S. It seems you're struggling a bit, Ye Fei remarked with a slight smile. In a contest of masters, both fighters were acutely aware of their relative standings. He then pressed down forcefully with the dragon tooth. Although Yuji Shiryu was still attempting to resist, the sweat beading on his forehead and the tremor in his hands indicated that he could not hold on for much longer. Initially, he had been using one hand. Now, he was forced to employ both to defend himself. Nearby, Blackbeard Teach looked on in astonishment. Ye Fei's prowess had far exceeded his expectations. Yuji Shiryu could manage to defend with both hands, while Ye Fei was still utilizing only one. In that instant, Teach understood that Yuji Shiryu was destined to lose. Originally, he had only intended for Yuji Shiryu to gauge Ye Fei's strength. It was now evident that Ye Fei had surpassed Yuji Shiryu by a significant margin. Fire Fist, Ye Fei shouted, withdrawing his other hand to unleash his fiery abilities, striking Yuji Shiryu squarely in the chest from close range. Ah! Yuji Shiryu cried out, his entire being engulfed in flames as he was propelled backward. Yet, Ye Fei did not relent. He leaped forward, pursuing him. Damn it, Teach muttered to himself, taken aback that this boy not only wielded fire but did so with even greater finesse than Ace. While simultaneously defending himself, he could unleash fire-based abilities. As the Fire Fist struck, Ye Fei had already materialized before Yuji Shiryu. Thunderclap. While still airborne from being struck, Yuji Shiryu took a solid blow from Ye Fei to his chest. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. With a thunderous crash, Shilio slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. As soon as Shilio fell, a familiar voice resonated in Ye Fei's mind. Ding! The host has defeated the great swordsman Shilio, earning 15,000 experience points. Ye Fei smiled faintly. The reward for defeating Shilio was identical to that of Beges, indicating that their strengths were nearly on par. Simultaneously, everyone came to an abrupt halt. While Shilio had been vanquished, the members of the Blackbeard pirates stood frozen in disbelief. It was important to note that he was someone highly regarded by Captain Teach. In an instant, the crew in combat began to retreat behind Teach. Teach himself was equally stunned. How could this be? Initially, after witnessing Beges' defeat, he had intended for Shilio to test Ye Fei's capabilities. Never expecting that in just a few exchanges, Ye Fei would utterly dominate. This was Ye Fei, Captain. In the depths of the crater, Shilio struggled to extend his hand, seeking rescue from Teach. Ye Fei's previous attack had shattered 6 of his ribs, rendering him unable to rise again. Much like Beges, he could only lie on the ground. Meanwhile, Ye Fei had already landed beside him, after casting a cold glance. He turned his attention back to Blackbeard Teach. After a moment of silence, Teach ignored the incapacitated Shilio and began to laugh heartily. "Ha! Ye Fei, you have astonished me. I never anticipated that you, like me, enjoy concealing your true self. Would you care to join my pirate crew? I can make you my first mate. Whitebeard is a relic of the old era. The new seas belong to us. If we join forces, neither the Navy, the pirates, nor the Revolutionary Army will stand a chance against us." Teach's hands clenched tightly, embodying a desire to seize control of everything at the same time. He extended an invitation to Ye Fei. He could disregard the deaths of Beges and the injuries of Shilio. They paled in comparison to Ye Fei. To become the Pirate King, one must learn to turn adversaries into allies. Teach was capable of doing just that. Teach, Marco seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. You killed Sachi, captured Ace, and now you seek to recruit Ye Fei. I've never seen such audacity. And what else? Ye Fei asked coldly. Teach, assuming he had piqued Ye Fei's interest, replied loudly, as long as you are willing to cooperate with me, once we conquer the Whitebeard pirates, we will divide their territory equally. The old man has grown weak. He cannot maintain his domain. It will inevitably be divided. Why not join forces and settle it now? No one among them will be our match. The new world is ours. As Teach extended his offer, Ye Fei stood calmly, offering no immediate response. Why, Ye Fei? Do not heed Teach's words. Do not listen to his deceitful claims that a man who slaughters his own comrades possesses no sense of morality. He betrayed the old man yesterday and could betray you tomorrow. Marco urged, anxiety evident in his voice. At that moment, he genuinely feared that Ye Fei might change his mind, although he understood the likelihood was slim. Ye Fei's overwhelming power posed a catastrophic threat to the Whitebeard pirates if he were to suddenly agree. He could not afford to take that gamble. Marco's concerns were not unfounded. Previously, Ye Fei had shared a close camaraderie with Blackbeard Teach aboard the ship, often engaging in revelry until dawn, discussing matters freely. Thus, Marco was deeply worried. The captains aware of Ye Fei's relationship with Teach also shared in the trepidation. However, Ye Fei held a different perspective. To him, Teach had clearly underestimated him, although his memory suggested a strong bond with Teach. Ye Fei did not belong to the world of pirates. To him, it was merely a recollection. Of course, the original Ye Fei had been oblivious to Teach's grand ambitions. Back then, he had merely regarded him as an ordinary crew member. Ye Fei, how do you find my terms? Have you given it some thought? Teach inquired, a broad smile on his face. Confident in the allure of his proposal, he paid little mind to Beges' death and Shilio's injuries. Winning over Ye Fei and becoming the Pirate King was his sole objective. In his eyes, only the strong were worthy of being his companions. Yet, it was evident that he had greatly underestimated Ye Fei. Upon hearing Teach's words, Ye Fei smiled slightly. Your terms are indeed enticing. However, I have one principle. I will never be a traitor. Teach's ambitions were indeed remarkable. It was no surprise he had been able to endure for decades aboard the ship. Such a person evoked a sense of admiration from Ye Fei. Nevertheless, to cooperate with him was out of the question. Even though the original memory suggested a close relationship, that was now irrelevant. Upon hearing Ye Fei's response, Teach paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ye Fei, you are increasingly displaying your masculinity. How did I not notice this before? It seems you, like me, prefer to remain low profile. If you refuse, then we shall be adversaries. Ha ha ha. Teach's actions left Ye Fei feeling somewhat perplexed. Having clearly rejected him, Teach still appeared so elated. It was quite strange. Suddenly, Ye Fei realized that this individual was unexpectedly intriguing. After much contemplation, he concluded that there could only be one explanation. Teach possessed an immensely powerful confidence in his own abilities. The original narrative seemed to support this notion. After acquiring the power of the dark fruit, he dared to challenge Whitebeard without a hint of hesitation. Following his acquisition of the Tremor Fruit, he brazenly turned against the Marines, intent on toppling their headquarters. One can only imagine the magnitude of this man's ambition. This further validated the old man's words. Teach was not only arrogant but also exceedingly conceited. Nevertheless, Teach indeed had the grounds for such arrogance. At that moment, while the two were engaged in conversation, Rain Shiryu, who was sprawled on the ground, suddenly spoke up. Captain. Rain Shiryu implored once more, hoping that Teach would intervene and extract him from Ye Fei's presence. If the captain took action, there was a possibility of his safety. Shiryu, Teach contemplated stepping forward. However, Ye Fei was intently observing his every move. Being scrutinized so directly sent a wave of tension through Teach. This sensation was particularly unsettling for him. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he abruptly halted. He hesitated. The subordinates who had initially been prepared to act also came to a standstill. Even Blackbeard dared not approach, let alone his crew. It was crucial to remember that Ye Fei had just slain beggars and had also injured Rain Shiryu. Captain. Seeing that Teach and his crew remained motionless, Rain Shiryu felt a surge of despair. Instinctively turning his head, he caught sight of Ye Fei behind him, who seemed to be grinning ominously at him. What do you intend to do? Please don't come any closer. Rain Shiryu trembled as he inquired. His eyes filled with dread towards Ye Fei. In just a few exchanges, he had suffered a crushing defeat at Ye Fei's hands. This opponent was formidable beyond his imagination. You will soon find out, Ye Fei replied nonchalantly. At that moment, killing Rain Shiryu was as effortless for Ye Fei as squashing an ant. However, Ye Fei had more prudent plans. Admiral Sengoku, I now entrust this traitor from your navy to you. Ye Fei called out loudly towards the distant figure of Admiral Sengoku. Wherever he came from, let him return there. That would be the best outcome. Since Rain Shiryu was a member of the navy, returning him to them was a commendable choice. At the very least, it would grant the navy some semblance of dignity. Naturally, Ye Fei had his own intentions. Sengoku seemed momentarily taken aback. What was this fellow attempting to do? Sengoku was puzzled, but upon seeing Rain Shiryu, his expression darkened instantly. Shiryu, you traitor, the navy placed such trust in you. Yet you choose to ally with Teach? Sengoku berated him vehemently, recalling Rain Shiryu's earlier words. He then commanded the nearby navy soldiers, take this traitor back to impel down and ensure he is closely monitored. Rain Shiryu's face turned ashen. After enduring countless hardships to be freed from impel down, he was now facing the prospect of being sent back. He did not wish to return. Just as he had attained freedom, they intended to imprison him once more. Life is precious. Love is even more so. For the sake of freedom, both can be forsaken. Captain, I beg you. I cannot bear to go back. Rain Shiryu shouted with a heart-wrenching cry. He could no longer bear the thought of that dark, damp prison. He yearned for freedom. He craved liberation. Ye Fei sneered inwardly. That place was indeed where he belonged. Teach was momentarily stunned. He had intended to approach. Rain Shiryu had considerable strength, and it was indeed a pity to let the navy take him away. Yet Ye Fei stood in his path. He found it quite challenging to act. After all, he had already witnessed Ye Fei's power. He was undoubtedly no ordinary adversary. Without absolute certainty, he would not rashly proceed. Moreover, being in the navy headquarters with an injured comrade was a liability. At that moment, Teach had to contemplate the ramifications of confronting Ye Fei. Though somewhat arrogant and conceited, Teach was an astute individual. He understood the importance of timing. Shiryu, I must apologize, Teach chuckled helplessly. Ultimately, he resolved to abandon Rain Shiryu. He then watched as several navy soldiers bound Shiryu and carried him away. Regardless of how Rain Shiryu cried out, Teach remained silent, coldly observing the entire scene. Teach, our account seems far from settled, Whitebeard said, trembling as he stood, glaring at Teach. At this moment, Whitebeard had no intention of letting Teach escape. Ha ha ha. Teach laughed. Old man, in your current condition, do you truly believe you can kill me? Teach replied with a heavy scoff. The sea prism stone bullet had already lodged itself in his arm, rendering him incapable of utilizing the powers of the Tremor Fruit. Whitebeard was little more than a shell of his former self now. Teach had no concerns about him. On the contrary, he was increasingly apprehensive about Ye Fei. Old man, you should return. I will handle matters here, Ye Fei said as he returned to Whitebeard's side, speaking in a calm tone. Ugh. Whitebeard pressed his hand against his chest. The earlier Sea Prism Stone bullet had sapped him of all strength at this moment. He was unable to fight. As he spoke, an old injury on his chest flared up, compounded by the Sea Prism Stone's suppression of his power, causing Whitebeard to sink back to the ground. Observing this, Ye Fei turned to Diamond Jaws. "Captain Jaws, please assist in taking the old man back to the ship. Remove the bullets from him," Ye Fei instructed. Being well versed in the original storyline, Ye Fei knew that if Whitebeard encountered Blackbeard, it would surely be a life-or-death struggle. Yet, now is not the time to confront Blackbeard, especially with the Marines watching closely. Sengoku refrained from ordering his subordinates to act, clearly intent on profiting from the ensuing chaos. With Whitebeard injured, Ye Fei could seize this opportunity to escort him away. "Ye Fei, you must be cautious. The decision rests with you." Whitebeard sighed. He longed to deal with Teach personally. However, he was utterly incapacitated. "Sachi, my son, failing to eliminate this despicable fiend leaves me feeling unworthy." Whitebeard lamented inwardly. He understood that if he did not kill Teach today, he would likely never have another opportunity at 72 years of age. He could no longer pursue a notorious criminal as he once did. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him. Yet, he felt powerless. They were at the Navy headquarters. If he recklessly attempted to kill Teach, the entire pirate crew could find themselves in grave peril. It was imperative to recognize that the Navy was still present. One could not jeopardize the entire crew for the sake of a single individual. Whitebeard was acutely aware of this. Thus, he entrusted the leadership of the Whitebeard pirates to Ye Fei. Subsequently, in full view of everyone, Diamond Jaws carried him away at Navy headquarters. Not a single member of the Shichibukai or Blackbeard made a move to intervene. They all observed Ye Fei standing there, weapon in hand, silently resolute. "Captain, are we truly allowing Whitebeard to escape? This is indeed a rare opportunity, yet you previously mentioned Inu." Fan Aoka expressed his confusion as to why Captain Teach is unwilling to take action at this moment. On their journey here, Teach had declared his intention to personally slay Whitebeard and subsequently seize his devil fruit powers. To let Whitebeard escape now would render today's efforts utterly fruitless. Why not give it a try? Teach cast an irritated glance towards Fan Aoka, then fixated on the retreating figure of Whitebeard. Today, his meticulously laid plans had been completely derailed. Initially, he had taken the risk of coming to the Navy headquarters with the intention of eliminating Whitebeard and seizing his Tremor Fruit abilities, ultimately severing ties with the Navy. However, now, Whitebeard remained alive, and his subordinates, Burgess and Shiryu of the Rain, had met with dire fates, one dead, the other captured. His plans lay in ruins, all due to the presence of this young man. Ye Fei. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach found himself compelled to make new adjustments. "Forget I said anything." "Inu," Fan Aoka replied wisely, retreating behind Teach. His agreement to join the Blackbeard pirates was merely a pursuit of self-interest. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Ye Fei raised his spiked club. "Teach, do we still need to fight?" Ye Fei inquired. At that moment, his intention was not to engage in a duel with Teach. Had he truly wished for a confrontation, he would not be wasting words. The priority was to conserve his strength. Having just battled Akainu, Ye Fei was already quite fatigued, and he had subsequently fought against Burgess and Shiryu. He was uncertain how much longer he could sustain a fight. Should a true confrontation with Blackbeard occur, he risked being exploited by the Navy and shackled with seastone handcuffs, leading to imprisonment and impelled down. That would indeed be troublesome. It was crucial to remember that there were certainly individuals within the Navy capable of such actions. Garp and Sengoku had yet to truly engage, though these two elders were advanced in years. Their strength remained formidable at this moment. Ye Fei dared not act carelessly. He needed to preserve his strength. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he could not afford to engage Teach lightly. Let's call it a day," Teach sneered. Of course, he had his own calculations. It was no longer feasible to kill Whitebeard. In his current predicament, he had enemies on both sides. The Whitebeard pirates were a given. That was akin to a vendetta against his own father. Furthermore, by infiltrating Impel Down and releasing numerous heinous criminals, he had already positioned himself in opposition to the world government, and the Navy. To engage in battle with Ye Fei and his crew would only invite a Navy ambush, making escape from the headquarters exceedingly difficult. Even without any gain, he could not afford to sacrifice himself. "Very well, we will cease hostilities," Ye Fei replied directly. Beside him, Marco wore a puzzled expression as he approached Ye Fei. "Ye Fei, Teach is the enemy of us all. Are we truly going to let him go?" Marco whispered. Just moments ago, in an effort to kill Teach, their father had risked everything. Now, Ye Fei's desire for a truce seemed to contradict their father's intentions. However, Ye Fei did not respond directly. Instead, he glanced at Marco and then towards the Navy, who were merely spectating this conflict. Blackbeard Teach had ample time to settle matters, but not at this moment. Captain Marco, the Navy, Ye Fei softly stated, his expression particularly grave. Instantly, Marco grasped Ye Fei's meaning. He wished to preserve the entire pirate crew. Accordingly, he refrained from further comment. Across from them, Teach suddenly burst into laughter. Adaptable and cunning, Ye Fei, you truly have a knack for this. Ha ha ha. Both factions halted their advance, merely maintaining a stalemate. Damn it. Marshal Sengoku widened his eyes in frustration. It was crucial to note that he had refrained from allowing the Navy to engage in combat precisely to incite a clash between the two groups. Yet now, they were inexplicably at a standstill, which diverged entirely from his expectations. Today, he had mobilized 100,000 Navy personnel, the warlords of the sea, several Marine vice-admirals, and 3 admirals, all with the intention of executing Ace and eliminating Whitebeard. Yet he had not anticipated the situation reaching this juncture, all due to the individual named Ye Fei. Marshal Sengoku. Ye Fei called out loudly from below, lifting his gaze to the marshal. Sengoku's anger had not dissipated, and Ye Fei's call puzzled him momentarily. I just returned Shiria to you. Now you should also take some action, Ye Fei proclaimed loudly. In his view, he had effectively assisted the Navy, and thus they ought to offer some form of reciprocation. What do you want? Sengoku inquired, having begun to glean Ye Fei's intentions. A ceasefire. Let us depart, Ye Fei replied nonchalantly. The primary objective today was to rescue Ace. Now that the mission was accomplished, it was time to return. The new world belonged to the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy and Blackbeard's accounts could be settled later. Akainu had already been sent flying, and the remaining 2 admirals were largely ineffective. If Sengoku did not issue orders, they would undoubtedly continue to hold back. In this regard, they were fundamentally different from Akainu. Therefore, the final decision lay in Sengoku's hands. For the Whitebeard pirates to leave this place, Sengoku's consent was essential. Do not jest. Do you think Marineford can be entered or exited at will? I will not compromise with pirates. Sengoku directly rejected Ye Fei's request for a ceasefire. Simultaneously, the Navy soldiers raised their weapons, aiming directly at Ye Fei, awaiting their marshal's command. Very well. I shall play along, Ye Fei replied with a slight smile. Though he was reluctant to engage in battle, should they wish to strike, he would oblige. With that, Ye Fei slammed his spiked club into the ground, causing a massive fissure to erupt beneath. The Navy generals recoiled in fear, terrified that Ye Fei might unleash upon them the same technique he had used against Akainu. Just as everyone awaited Sengoku's command to commence battle, he hesitated, caught in a dilemma. He indeed desired to eliminate Ace and Whitebeard, yet he now had to reconsider his options. First and foremost, Ye Fei's sudden appearance had already disrupted his previously laid plans. After so many skirmishes, Ye Fei's prowess exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated Ye Fei's ability to dispatch Akainu. Such a figure was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. What cost would be required to defeat him? Additionally, the Navy had already suffered significant casualties today. Prolonging the conflict might not guarantee an immediate victory over Ye Fei. However, the toll on the Navy's forces would only continue to escalate. As the Navy Marshal, the lives of his soldiers were an essential consideration. Unlike the hawkish Akainu, Sengoku was far more inclined toward mercy in this regard. Most importantly, Blackbeard Teach would undoubtedly seek to profit from this turmoil. This was likely his true objective. Should the battle with Ye Fei continue, the ultimate beneficiary would undoubtedly be Blackbeard Teach. While Sengoku was uncertain of Teach's ultimate aim, he knew that Teach's presence in Marineford was anything but simple. If he were to exploit the conflict between the Navy and Ye Fei, it could result in a devastating counterattack on the Navy. Thus, Sengoku found himself in a quandary. Observing Sengoku's indecision, Teach, who was at a standstill with Ye Fei, suddenly burst into laughter. Marshal Sengoku, where has your former bravado gone? As a dignified Marine Marshal, do you truly fear a nameless rookie? Where has the justice of the world government and the Navy headquarters vanished too? Even the venerable Whitebeard, in the twilight of his years and grievously wounded, could not contend with it. Furthermore, let us not forget that the Whitebeard pirates rescued poor Ace, the son of Gold. Roger, was that not the very outcome you have long desired? Now, Ace is aboard the ship, and yet you stand here, utterly unmoved. The so-called justice of the Navy is indeed laughable at this moment. His foremost thought is to see the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates clash once more. Should that occur, the inevitable conclusion would be mutual destruction. Thus, he would have the opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard and seize his devil fruit powers. Upon hearing this, Ye Fei was slightly taken aback that it appears that Blackbeard Teach not only harbors ambition, but is also exceptionally astute. Even at this juncture, he has not relinquished his aspirations. He continues to stoke the flames of conflict. Sengoku is aware of how to exploit the animosity between the two pirate crews. Teach also understands that by provoking Sengoku, he can incite them to engage in battle with him. As a time traveler, Ye Fei is acutely aware of Teach's intentions. The Tremor Fruit is indeed Teach's most coveted prize. He has taken considerable risks to arrive at Marineford, and he most certainly does not wish to leave empty-handed. Teach is undeniably clever, but Ye Fei believes that the Fleet Admiral Sengoku is no fool either. However, Sengoku remains oblivious to Teach's desire to usurp Whitebeard's devil fruit abilities. Seizing the opportunity before Sengoku could respond, Ye Fei boldly proclaimed, "Teach, your purpose for coming here is none other than to claim Father's Tremor Fruit abilities and subsequently turn against the Navy. Is it not? Have you forgotten? Ha!" Ye Fei suddenly burst into laughter. In the original narrative, Teach indeed followed this course of action. However, this time, Ye Fei preemptively exposed Teach's intentions before the gathered crowd. The revelation left everyone astonished. Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically, and a surge of fury ignited within him. "Teach, you dared to turn against us. We have yet to settle accounts with you." Meanwhile, Blackbeard Marshal Dita Teach was rendered speechless. How infuriating. How could that brat possibly know? "I have never disclosed my intentions to anyone. Ye Fei, is what you say true? How did you come by this knowledge?" Behind Ye Fei, Marco gazed at him in disbelief. "Captain Marco, otherwise, why do you think he would dare bring prisoners from Impel down here? Teach is an exceedingly ambitious individual. He has concealed himself aboard the ship for decades to obtain the dark fruit. Likewise, he would not hesitate to kill Father for the Tremor Fruit. The death of Thatch serves as the finest testament to this," Ye Fei replied calmly. Naturally, Ye Fei would not divulge the fact that he had read the original work. In response to Marco's inquiry, he simply employed his reasoning to persuade him. Marco was quickly swayed by Ye Fei's arguments, for what he said indeed held merit. Teach is capable of anything. He would not spare a thought for the feelings of the Whitebeard pirates. Thatch and Ace are prime examples to "Oh, that is how it is." Marco finally comprehended. Moments ago, he had been pondering why Teach would come to Marineford. It turned out his true objective was to kill Father and seize the Tremor Fruit. Regarding the dark fruit, Marco had gathered some information. It was said to have the capacity to grant the abilities of other devil fruit users. Perhaps he could indeed usurp Father's powers. Damn it. That despicable Teach. Marco glared at Blackbeard with indignation. This man could be deemed irredeemably wicked. He murdered his comrades, kidnapped Ace, and now he had come to Marineford with the intent to slay Father. Marco yearned to charge at Teach immediately and put an end to him, but he was not an impulsive individual. Moreover, the current Teach was beyond his capacity to handle. He had concealed his strength and ambitions aboard the ship for decades. Previously, there had been those within the Whitebeard pirates who sought to recommend him for captaincy, but Teach had outright rejected the offer. This sufficiently demonstrated that Teach was a man of considerable cunning. He had no interest in the captaincy but sought to hide his true self. Simultaneously, Teach stood there in a daze. He could not fathom how Ye Fei had uncovered his plans, and with such clarity. Could he possibly be eavesdropping on his thoughts? Nonsense. "Ye Fei, what are you talking about?" Blackbeard Teach feigned calmness. The sensation of having his secrets revealed was indeed unpleasant, yet he still attempted to act nonchalant. In response, Ye Fei merely offered a cold smile. "Teach, am I not speaking the truth? Otherwise, why have you come here? Provide me with a flawless explanation. To assist the Navy. Are you truly that benevolent? Just moments ago, you stormed into the Navy's great prison, and now you wish to aid them against us. That would be the height of absurdity." Ye Fei's words. Beads of sweat began to form on Teach's forehead. How on earth does this guy know? Ye Fei's challenge for him to explain his presence at Marineford left him at a loss. After all, having broken into Impel Down, he could not possibly claim he was there to assist the Navy. Otherwise, it would indeed be a farce. To aid Whitebeard. That was even more ludicrous. What, then, was his purpose for being there? Noticing Teach's perplexity, Ye Fei offered a slight smile, then turned his gaze to Sengoku, across from him. Sengoku was also deep in thought. He understood that Teach's arrival was far from simple, yet he had not anticipated such a scheme. To turn against the Navy. This fellow truly is audacious. Does he think the Navy headquarters is non-existent? However, regarding Ye Fei's comments, Sengoku was still somewhat puzzled. Why did he possess such knowledge? Yet at this moment, Sengoku had no inclination to ponder why Ye Fei knew so much. Nevertheless, Ye Fei's assertions certainly held considerable weight. Teach had released a multitude of prisoners, and logically, they should have fled far away. Yet Teach had not done so. Instead, he had come directly to the Navy headquarters, where the strongest forces were gathered. This was ample evidence that Teach had his own motives for coming here. Otherwise, he would not have taken such risks. This further validated Ye Fei's claims, leading Sengoku to choose to trust him. Admiral Sengoku, the crime of Teach's unauthorized entry into Impel Down must be significant. Observing Sengoku's furrowed brow, Ye Fei continued to stoke the flames that, of course, his aim was to provoke the Navy into dealing with Teach. You, Blackbeard, can incite the Navy against us. Therefore, I too can incite the Navy against you. Let us not forget, the bill for Impel Down has yet to be settled. With that thought, Ye Fei smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, Admiral Sengoku directed his attention toward the Blackbeard pirates, Shiryu of the Rain, Katarina Devon, Senwan Wolf, Bax Jot, and Aburo Pizarro. These were all heinous criminals from Impel Down. Teach had exploited the privileges of the warlords of the sea to reach Impel Down and release them all. Although Shiryu of the Rain had been recaptured by the Navy, the remaining prisoners still roamed free. Teach, from this moment forth, your status as a warlord of the sea is hereby revoked, Sengoku declared angrily. Typically, the revocation or stripping of the warlord title requires a high-level meeting of the world government. After all, these were pirates appointed by the world government. Yet this time, Sengoku bypassed the high-level discussions entirely. He understood that even if he did not speak, he would soon receive orders from higher authorities. Teach's status as a warlord could not be preserved. However, Sengoku preemptively announced it due to his overwhelming anger. Revoke my status as a warlord of the sea, the marshal of the warring states. It seems has not yet reached such a degree of authority. After all, I entrusted Ace to you, and you wish to act on such a trivial matter? Teach shrugged his shoulders, attempting to downplay the situation. It is essential to understand that this identity has afforded him considerable advantages that I in the world of pirates. Any pirate who ascends to the status of a warlord of the sea can immediately have their previous bounty suspended. Even encounters with the Navy on the high seas would not result in capture. Moreover, the warlords enjoy privileges that ordinary pirates cannot access. However, should this identity be revoked, the former bounty would come into effect instantly, and the Navy could mobilize forces to eradicate him. Such are the conveniences of being a warlord of the sea. Originally, Teach had planned to turn against the Navy only after acquiring Whitebeard's powers. Yet now, Whitebeard is still alive, and he has not obtained the Tremor Fruit. Instead, the Navy seeks to revoke his title. Consequently, the ensuing events may become exceedingly troublesome. The situation diverges sharply from his expectations. Indeed, your identity has not only been annulled, but your subordinates must also return to Impel Down. Sengoku replied. Of course, no matter how Teach attempts to argue, deceiving someone as astute as Sengoku is no easy feat. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard was taken aback. It is worth noting that he had ventured into Impel Down precisely due to his lack of allies. Now, Sengoku aims to strip him of all his hard-won achievements. Would all his efforts amount to naught? Blackbeard would never acquiesce. Ha 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 ha. Marshal Sengoku, let's see you try. If you expect me to abandon my subordinates, I shall topple your entire Navy headquarters. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach extended his hands, igniting the powers of the Darkness Fruit. The deaths of Burgess and the capture of Shiryu of the Rain, while costly, did not significantly impact his own strength. Furthermore, these subordinates were all ruthless outlaws who had fought their way out of Impel Down, each one formidable in their own right. Teach had witnessed their prowess firsthand. To escape, these fugitives would stop at nothing to clash with the Navy. For him to relinquish all his current subordinates is utterly out of the question. That he needs them to strengthen his pirate crew. Teach was well aware of this, which is why he brimmed with confidence. No sooner had Teach finished speaking than all his subordinates raised their weapons, aiming them at the Navy. Damn it, Teach, do you intend to defy the Navy? Marshal Sengoku thundered in fury. And what if I do? Teach retorted with a cold laugh. After all, he had only just managed to secure their release. He certainly did not wish for his efforts to be in vain. If these subordinates were recaptured and returned to Impel Down, would he not find himself fleeing once more? As long as he had these subordinates, he could still carve out a domain of his own. Why would he not seize such an opportunity? Curse be it, Sengoku thought in frustration. Yet he hesitated. For he was not a man prone to impulsivity. He was rational and astute. Teach's pirate crew had already formed. To eliminate them would require a significant cost. Moreover, today, the Whitebeard pirates were also present. One Whitebeard alone posed enough trouble. Facing both the Blackbeard and Whitebeard crews simultaneously would surely exhaust the Navy's resources. Additionally, there was Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, and Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard. Most importantly, there was the young man, Ye Fei. His identity remains an enigma. Just moments ago, his strength had become apparent to the entire world. It was anything but simple. In an instant, Marshal Sengoku fell into deep contemplation, unable to arrive at a decisive conclusion. Meanwhile, all Navy soldiers, officers, and warlords awaited his response. Sengoku found himself in a dilemma. To simply let them go would indeed gnaw at his conscience. Engaging in battle, however, offered no absolute certainty of victory. The current situation had evolved into a precarious equilibrium among three factions: the Whitebeard pirates, the Blackbeard pirates, and the Navy. None wished to allow the others to gain an advantage, each harboring their own motives. Sengoku took an extended moment to deliberate. Suddenly, his personal din mushy began to ring. Surprised, he retrieved it. It was a call from the 5 elders of Mary Geos. Surely, they were aware of the events unfolding here, Sengoku mused. This was originally intended to execute Fire Fist Ace, utilizing the image din mushy for a worldwide broadcast. Everything that transpired here must have reached the 5 elders. I wonder what thoughts those 5 old men entertain. Without further consideration, Sengoku answered the call. Sengoku, it is time to bring this matter to a close, came the voice from the other end. Sengoku replied. What do you mean? Sengoku, you are not a fool, the voice continued. Are you suggesting we simply let them go? Sengoku inquired, feigning ignorance. It was clear that the 5 elders intended for a ceasefire. To end this would indeed mean allowing them to escape. Precisely, came the response. With Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard still alive, and Teach, who is duplicitous, if we allow them to leave unscathed, what becomes of the Navy's justice and dignity? Sengoku inquired, pretending to be indignant. The son of Roger and Whitebeard no longer matters. That young man poses a threat far surpassing that of Whitebeard and Roger's son. We must deliberate carefully. Once your affairs are settled, make haste to Mary Geos. With that, the connection was abruptly severed. Hello? Sengoku began to argue, but the words caught in his throat. The young man they mentioned was indeed Ye Fei. It appears the 5 elders have taken note of him. It is important to remember that these 5 elders, known as the Gorosei, wield the highest authority within the world government, capable of deciding any matter. Since the 5 elders have made a decision, he merely needed to execute it. This also alleviated the current predicament. Should Sengoku unilaterally release them or instigate a conflict, any backlash from the 5 elders would prove troublesome. Now that they had made a decision, it was no longer his concern. This moment, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. Thus, his earlier display of contrariety was but a ruse, a tactic of advancing by retreating. However, he found it difficult to utter the words to directly release them. It is rare for the Navy to simply let pirates go. After a few moments of internal struggle, Sengoku finally spoke. Today, the casualties suffered by the Navy are far too great. Edward Newgate, Marshal D. Teach, you may leave. Should you dare to cause any further unrest upon the seas, the Navy will not show mercy. Furthermore, Teach, as of today, the world government will officially reinstate your bounty. Having spoken, Sengoku turned his gaze back to the lifeless bodies and the wounded strewn across the ground. Feeling a profound sadness, among the fallen, a significant portion were naval soldiers. If this continued, the death toll would only rise. He had no choice but to acquiesce to the wishes of the 5 elders and allow them to go free. The 5 elders had not provided any explanation regarding the Blackbeard pirates. Although Sengoku had announced the revocation of their warlord status, this matter required an official proclamation from the world government. Furthermore, from the communication with the din mushy, Sengoku discerned the intentions of the 5 elders. They seemed inclined to let Blackbeard, Teach, escape as well. Sengoku surmised that the 5 elders intended to use Teach to counterbalance the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, there were no plans to eradicate Blackbeard at present, as they had witnessed the renewed strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Should they directly eliminate Teach and his crew, it would result in the loss of a formidable opponent for the Whitebeard pirates. Tilting the balance unfavorably for the Navy. It was essential to have a rival to keep them in check. Rather than the Navy striking to annihilate them, it would be more beneficial to allow them to remain and engage in their own conflicts. The discord between these two pirate crews would likely not be easily resolved. Truly, the world government had considered even this aspect. Sengoku mused. Sengoku's decision to release Blackbeard and Whitebeard left many perplexed. Shortly after announcing the outcome, a voice rose in protest. Marshal, are we truly just going to let them go? Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain will lead to endless troubles. Today, Marineford has been ravaged to this extent because of them. They must not be spared. Indeed, this place had been the naval headquarters for centuries, and no one had ever dared to offend it. These individuals must be eliminated, even if it costs us our lives. We must uphold the Navy's justice and dignity. Among the Navy, some hawkish members vehemently opposed the notion of letting them go. However, a single statement from Sengoku quelled their dissent. This is the will of the world government. If you wish to pursue them, I shall not stop you. Upon hearing this, the hawkish members fell silent. They had just witnessed the abilities of Whitebeard, Ace, and teach firsthand. To think they could confront them was tantamount to seeking death. Sengoku felt immense gratitude. At this moment, Ace smiled faintly, satisfied that his objective had been achieved. Today, they had not resolved the issue with Teach, which left Ace with a sense of regret. However, the immediate priority was ensuring the entire Whitebeard pirates could return safely. As for Teach, there would be time to deal with him later. Ace was contemplating future strategies against Teach when, unexpectedly, Teach spoke up. Ace, I will remember you, he sneered coldly. Today, he had suffered the loss of two crucial subordinates. A significant blow to his crew. This debt would undoubtedly be settled with Ace and the Whitebeard pirates. Teach, I eagerly await your esteemed visit, Ace replied with a smile. Originally, Ace had hoped the Navy would assist him in dealing with them. But he did not anticipate Sengoku's intention to let them go. He was unsure of Sengoku's reasoning, but chose not to dwell on it further and turned to head back, in front of all the Navy. The Warlords and Blackbeard. Ace did not look back. Seeing Ace depart, Marco instinctively followed. Ace, they let us go so easily. This situation can't be that simple, can it? Marco inquired, glancing back periodically to see if anyone was following. Don't worry, Marco, it's fine, Ace reassured, shaking his head. Since Sengoku had spoken in front of so many, he would naturally not go back on his word. Oh, Marco replied, saying no more and keeping pace beside Ace. Watching their retreating figures, Teach pondered for a moment. We should also take our leave, he remarked awkwardly, then flicked his sleeves and turned away. This venture to Marineford had yielded nothing, and with the loss of 2 men, it was not a profitable endeavor. Just as Ace boarded the ship and the Whitebeard pirates prepared to set sail back to the New World, a massive pirate ship suddenly appeared in the bay of the Navy headquarters. The Red Fourth. Upon seeing the pirate flag at the bow, Ace smiled faintly. Shanks had finally arrived. However, the battle was already over, and the Whitebeard pirates were ready to depart. It seemed Shanks had arrived a bit late, Captain, it appears the fighting here has ceased, remarked Lucky Roo, a cadre of the red-haired pirates, as he munched on meat and pointed towards the plaza of the Navy headquarters, calling out to the cabin. Not far away, Navy soldiers were clearing the battlefield, and beside them, the Moby Dick had raised its sails. Within the cabin of the Red Fourth, a middle-aged man clad in a black cloak, a sword at his waist, and with a head of red hair and a resolute gaze, slowly emerged. This man was none other than Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. What? Shanks was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of surprise. He then looked towards the plaza of Marineford and subsequently towards the bay. The war had ceased. What was going on? Had he arrived too late? That was impossible. The latest information he had indicated that the battle here was ongoing. He had rushed here in haste. Yet now, it was clear that the fighting had stopped. Turning his gaze to the Moby Dick, when he saw Whitebeard, Ace, and Luffy, he appeared exceptionally shocked. What was happening? Shanks was at a loss for words. Today, the Navy had assembled 3 admirals, the warlords of the sea, and 100,000 naval soldiers, all to execute Ace and confront Whitebeard. Yet now these 2 were unharmed aboard the ship. Shanks had no idea what had transpired, so he resolved to investigate further. Meanwhile, members of the Whitebeard pirates had long since noticed the arrival of Shanks and the red-haired pirates. They were quite familiar with them, having previously come to the Whitebeard pirates to prevent Ace from pursuing Blackbeard Teach. This at least indicated that Shanks was not their enemy. As Shanks looked their way, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates immediately called out. Among them, Luffy's voice was the loudest. Shanks, Luffy, you've grown. Shanks smiled, the first words he spoke upon stepping onto the deck of the Whitebeard pirates. The last time he had seen him was in Windmill Village, after a separation of over 10 years. Shanks felt a wave of nostalgia. How he missed those early days. Back then, Luffy was not only competitive, but also a little crybaby. Who would have thought he would come to Marineford to save Ace? He had truly matured into a man. Hee. Luffy absent-mindedly scratched his head and grinned widely, his simple and honest smile radiating joy at having saved Ace from Sengoku. However, Luffy's previously cheerful expression suddenly froze upon noticing the empty space where Shanks' left arm used to be. It had been bitten off by a sea king while saving him. Remembering this, Luffy's mouth twisted in sorrow. Luffy couldn't help but choke up. "You took good care of my straw hat." Shanks said nothing more but patted Luffy on the shoulder, glancing at the straw hat. This was the very hat he had given to Luffy many years ago, a gift from Roger long before that. By giving Luffy the straw hat, he wished for him to inherit Roger's will. In front of Shanks, Luffy could no longer contain himself and suddenly burst into tears. After all these years, he was still the same emotional little boy that I had thought you were a man of valor. But alas, it seems I was mistaken. Shanks remarked intentionally to him. Although Luffy had grown, his disposition remained unchanged, still prone to tears. Meanwhile, Ye Fei felt a stirring in his heart. In the original narrative, since Shanks departed from the East Blue, he and Luffy had never crossed paths. Their encounters had only been through wanted posters. Unexpectedly, due to his presence, the two were reunited. Instantly, an indescribable feeling welled up within Ye Fei that moment. Upon hearing Shanks call him a crybaby, Luffy immediately protested. "Nonsense. I am no longer a child." With that, Luffy valiantly fought back his tears. Memories of the past lingered vividly in his mind. Had it not been for him, Shanks' arm would surely still be intact. Subsequently, Luffy introduced Shanks to Ace and Ye Fei. "Shanks, this is my elder brother Ace, and my newly acknowledged brother, Ye Fei," Luffy eagerly introduced, having just pulled Ye Fei over after he and Marco boarded the ship. He insisted on acknowledging Shanks as his elder brother, leaving Ye Fei with no choice but to acquiesce. Of course, having a younger ally was not without its merits. Ace. Shanks turned his gaze towards Fire Fist Ace, who was currently tending to his burn injuries. Ace lowered his head, burdened by the heavy losses suffered by the Whitebeard pirates that day, feeling a deep sense of guilt. The root of it all lay in his impulsiveness. Why had he not heeded his father's advice? Noticing Ace's bowed head, Shanks refrained from further commentary and instead glanced at Ye Fei, inquiring about Luffy. "Why Ye Fei? He is your brother?" Shanks expressed his bewilderment. That unfamiliar yet handsome visage was one he had never encountered before. Luffy nodded vigorously. "Indeed, if it weren't for him, Ace and I would have been slain by the Marine Admirals." Luffy recounted how he had rescued Ace from the execution platform, but had it not been for Ye Fei blocking Akainu, Ace would surely not have survived. Upon hearing this, Shanks was taken aback, still unaware of all that had transpired. However, as a man endowed with the Supreme Conqueror's Haki, he sensed a certain mysterious force emanating from Ye Fei. Subsequently, Luffy recounted the events in detail to Shanks. After absorbing the information, Shanks finally comprehended why the Marineford War had concluded so swiftly. It was this young man, named Ye Fei, who had altered the course of the battle. "Captain Shanks." Ye Fei stepped forward to greet him first. He held a great deal of respect for the red-haired Shanks. In the world of pirates, he was among the few who possessed a sense of justice. His motto was, "You may harm me, but you shall never harm my friends." Shanks was precisely that kind of individual. To be able to rescue comrades on the battlefield of Marineford spoke volumes of your courage. "Young man, I admire your bravery," Shanks affirmed with an approving gaze towards Ye Fei. Yet, a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. Merely 20-something. How could he possess such strength? "Captain Shanks, I simply could not bear to witness my companions being bullied. Our purpose in coming here was to rescue Ace. He is one of us," Ye Fei affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Shanks smiled nonchalantly. "This lad bears a striking resemblance to myself. The ability to fend off a Marine Admiral indicates formidable prowess. I truly wish to engage in a duel with you," Shanks mused, taking a closer look at Ye Fei, especially after hearing Luffy's description of the situation. Be able to spar with Captain Shanks would be a tremendous honor for me. However, this is not an appropriate venue," Ye Fei replied, gesturing towards the Marine headquarters. "To duel in such a place would hardly be the wisest choice." Nevertheless, the prospect of a contest with Shanks intrigued Ye Fei. After all, Shanks was undeniably one of the 4 emperors. possessing unparalleled swordsmanship that could only be rivaled by Dracul Mihawk in the pirate world. He was eager to discover the extent of the disparity between himself and an emperor. Very well, given the opportunity, I shall certainly engage in a match with you. Shanks nodded in agreement. He then continued, from this moment forth, Ye Fei, you shall be my friend. With Shanks being so forthcoming, Ye Fei did not outright refuse and merely nodded in response. However, Shanks' next words left Ye Fei feeling somewhat ensnared. Since we have become friends, Ye Fei, would you be willing to join my pirate crew? As soon as Shanks finished speaking, the ship fell into an immediate silence. This was soon followed by a near collective uproar from the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Ye Fei wore a look of exasperation. Shanks, is it a fade of friendship you offer? While dragging me aboard your ship. So this was your true intention. In response to Shanks' proposition, Ye Fei chose not to voice his thoughts. However, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates was far from calm. Hey, Shanks, this is rather ungracious of you. What do you mean? You want to take Ye Fei aboard? Not happening. What is this, Shanks? You've only just made friends with Ye Fei and you want to whisk him away. That is hardly humane. Indeed, Ye Fei is currently our 4th Division commander. He has just rescued our Whitebeard pirates. He is our hero today. Dream on. What is so great about your red-haired pirates? We are the Whitebeard pirates. The strongest crew in the world. Shanks, you should leave the ship at once. Slow down. No need to see you off. The crew members launched a barrage of objections at Shanks, attempting to leverage public opinion to compel him to relent. Marco looked on, clearly embarrassed. Shanks, what is going on? You just came aboard, and now you want to take one of our own. Last time it was me, and now it's Ye Fei. What are you up to? Is there too much food on the ship? The long silent Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, cast a disdainful glance at Shanks, having just had a sea-stone bullet removed from his body and while bandaging his wounds. He now bore a tube in his nose. At 72 years of age, his physical condition had undeniably deteriorated compared to the past, although he had not sustained severe injuries today. The effects of being struck by Teach's sea-stone bullet persisted, leaving him feeling somewhat unwell. Whitebeard, it is good to see you again, Shanks replied coldly, his heart heavy with sentiment. I had advised you to send someone to retrieve Ace, but you did not heed my words. Did you? Look where that has led us. Observing Whitebeard still with the tube in his nose, Shanks refrained from saying more. The last time they met, they had exchanged a single strike, and as of now, the victor remained undecided. Shanks contemplated when he might have the chance to clash blades again. Otherwise, he feared he might never have the opportunity. He thus chose not to revisit the notion of inviting Ye Fei aboard. After all, it had merely been a jest, akin to his previous encounter with Marco. He understood that Whitebeard would undoubtedly object. What brings you to Marineford? Edward Newgate inquired, regarding Shanks with curiosity. Originally, I came to put an end to this war. Since it has concluded, I decided to visit an old friend. Upon seeing Luffy here, I came over. Shanks explained. Shanks' expression was rather awkward. However, he was a straightforward individual who did not conceal his feelings. Originally, he had hurriedly made his way to Marineford today, hoping to appeal to all parties involved to cease hostilities. If the fighting were to persist, both sides would suffer tremendous losses. Yet, upon arriving, he felt somewhat superfluous. No sooner had Shanks spoken than Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing that he had come to end the war. Korra, he guffawed. How absurd. Do you truly think my crew requires your intervention? You little brat from the West Sea. Do you overestimate yourself or underestimate us? Whitebeard reveled in his own mirth. Today, he had gained yet another formidable son. However, it was likely that Shanks had also intended to assist him. By acknowledging this, would he not be indebted to Shanks? Whitebeard had no desire to owe anyone a favor. Nevertheless, this lad did not seem particularly disagreeable today. Shanks wore a grim expression, choosing not to engage in further debate. Since he was already present, he decided to enjoy a drink before departing. In his haste, he had neglected to bring any liquor from his homeland. So he resolved to partake of what was available on their ship. Shanks did not hold back. He had initially aimed to support the Whitebeard pirates, since they were unwilling to relinquish Ye Fei. And having endured a long journey only to clash with Kaido, he could not let it go unaddressed. Therefore, this round of drinks was on them. Whitebeard Edward Newgate paused for a moment, not providing an immediate response. Though he felt somewhat perturbed. How infuriating. Did he intend to linger here and abscond with my men? He recalled how courteous Shanks had been previously. What had changed this time? Drinking was permissible, but he could not allow Ye Fei to leave. After all, Ye Fei had become the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard replied, fully aware that Shanks could not simply take Ye Fei without consequence. Yet, what were Ye Fei's intentions? Whitebeard did not fully comprehend his son. If Ye Fei truly chose to depart with Shanks, it would be a significant loss for the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, although he was puzzled by Ye Fei's immense strength, his actions today demonstrated his unwavering protection of the crew, which clearly indicated his loyalty to the Whitebeard pirates. As for how he acquired such formidable power, Whitebeard Edward Newgate did not concern himself with that. As long as he remained powerful, the Whitebeard pirates would thrive, and all family members would be safer. Such a person must be entrusted with great responsibility. Vice-captain. What? Ye Fei is to be made vice-captain. In a single day, he had ascended from an ordinary crew member to captain and now to vice-captain. This was astonishingly swift. The Whitebeard pirates had never had a vice-captain before. Was today an exception? What nonsense. Ye Fei directly saved Ace today, as well as Ace's brother and our father. His contributions merit this promotion. So it's perfectly reasonable for Ye Fei to be named vice-captain. Congratulations, Ye Fei. Hooray for Captain Ye Fei. The crew aboard the Moby Dick erupted in cheers. They wholeheartedly supported Whitebeard's decision. Among them, the most elated were the members of the 4th Division. Ever since Sachi's death, the entire division had been in a state of despair. Yet today, they had gained a powerful captain, who was now to be appointed as vice-captain. Their excitement was beyond imagination. Hooray for Captain Ye Fei. The 4th Division crew collectively cheered. Ye Fei's elevation to vice-captain was unquestionable, for they had witnessed his strength firsthand. Moreover, on the battlefield today, his contributions were unparalleled. In terms of meritocracy, it was indeed justified. Everyone clearly understood that following Whitebeard's announcement, congratulations began to pour in for Ye Fei. All eyes turned toward him, originally intending to sit down for a drink. He now appeared somewhat flustered. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward. Father, he began, I believe I cannot accept the position of vice-captain. Ye Fei blurted out. Upon hearing this, the crew's expressions changed dramatically. Captain Ye Fei. What are you saying? Our father trusts you so much, and you respond in this manner. Are you still the captain of our 4th Division? To serve as vice-captain on our father's ship is a dream for all of us. What are you thinking, Captain Ye Fei? Our father values you highly. Please do not refuse. Ye Fei, you are not planning to leave, are you? I cannot agree to that. If you leave, you will no longer be one of us. You must repay the money you borrowed from me last time. The crew buzzed with chatter, criticizing Ye Fei for his lack of tact. How could he refuse when their father held such faith in him? Others would covet such an opportunity. Meanwhile, Marco approached Ye Fei's side. Why, Ye Fei? What is the matter with you? Our father has spoken. Why do you still hesitate? Marco raised an eyebrow and patted Ye Fei on the shoulder. In a single day, his former subordinate had risen through the ranks so rapidly that his current status on the ship would soon surpass his own. Although Marco felt some reluctance, he acknowledged that Ye Fei's strength far exceeded his. Thus, he bore no resentment toward anyone. Skill surpasses the individual. One cannot blame others. Captain Marco, Ye Fei continued to address him politely. Then, he turned to Whitebeard. Father, it is not that I do not wish to accept, but rather that it seems somewhat illogical. Ye Fei replied calmly. Hearing this, Whitebeard's expression turned quizzical. Ye Fei, please, elaborate. Ye Fei responded. Father, you treat all your crew as family. Therefore, as the captain, you regard all your crew members as your sons. If I were to become vice-captain, would that not place me on equal footing with you? Would I not then be expected to call them my sons as well? That I cannot bring myself to do. At this, Whitebeard paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Kurara. Ye Fei, you are truly amusing. His laughter was infectious, prompting all the crew members to join in. Captain Ye Fei, you are quite the comedian. It seems you have a point. If we call Whitebeard father, then if Ye Fei becomes vice-captain, would we not have to call him father too? Impossible. He is only 20. I am nearly 40. I cannot bring myself to say that the vice-captain is acceptable, but we have always called our captain father. It feels a bit chaotic. The Moby Dick was soon filled with uproarious laughter. Who would have thought that Ye Fei could be so entertaining? He seemed somewhat different from before. What was going on? Meanwhile, Shanks stood nearby, mouth agape. Luffy was already rolling on the ground in laughter. Why, Ye Fei? Do you truly not wish to become vice-captain? Whitebeard Edward Newgate suddenly ceased his laughter. Jokes aside, he genuinely wanted Ye Fei to accept the position. Titles could be adjusted. That was trivial. He was eager to know Ye Fei's stance. Surely he did not intend to leave. Simultaneously, the laughter of all present came to an abrupt halt as they awaited Ye Fei's response. Indeed, father, Ye Fei affirmed, I believe I am still too young that I feel I need to undergo further trials and tribulations. Rest assured, father, I will never leave this place. Ye Fei responded at this moment. He had discerned his father's concerns. The reason for his sudden proposal for Ye Fei to assume the role of vice captain was likely rooted in his fear of Ye Fei abandoning them. Thus, while he declined, Ye Fei chose to offer comfort to Whitebeard and the crew aboard the ship. He then turned to Shanks. Captain Shanks, I apologize, but the members of the Whitebeard pirates never easily abandon family. That is the unbreakable law of the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, as a pirate, Ye Fei harbored ambitions. However, at this juncture, it seemed somewhat untimely. He had only just ascended to the position of captain. To suddenly take on the mantle of vice captain would likely stir discontent among some. Their cheers were merely a fleeting burst of excitement. From a psychological standpoint, when one person suddenly elevates themselves so many ranks, there are bound to be those who feel uneasy. Should he become vice captain, he would be the closest to the captain's position. Moreover, the most critical point was that he would appear overly eager if he accepted his father's request immediately, conveying an impression of insatiable ambition, as if he had longed to be captain all along. Hence, the time was not yet ripe. Simultaneously, Ye Fei harbored doubts about whether his father genuinely wished for him to become vice captain. After all, Shanks had approached him directly. His father's anxiety about Ye Fei potentially leaving with Shanks might have prompted this hasty suggestion. Ye Fei remained uncertain about Whitebeard's true intentions. Thus he was in no rush to acquiesce. Aha! Ye Fei is indeed a true man. Shanks laughed heartily again. He had not anticipated that his jest would provoke such seriousness from Whitebeard. Clearly, he was genuinely concerned. Yet, Ye Fei was quite an intriguing individual. Nevertheless, Whitebeard's worries were not without merit. Ye Fei's speculations were somewhat excessive. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, had already reached the age of 72. For an ordinary person, he was nearing the twilight of life. In his own words, I am a remnant of an era. Should the day come when he departed, what would become of the Whitebeard pirates he had painstakingly built? Thus, he felt compelled to make preparations in advance. Originally, among the main crew and 43 pirate crews, there were 2 candidates: Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, and Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division. Marco was immensely powerful, yet he could only be regarded as a talented subordinate. As a commander, he still fell short. Fire Fist Ace, the son of Pirate King Roger, possessed the qualities of a king and remarkable talent. However, his impulsive nature often led to recklessness. Otherwise, such significant casualties would have been impossible today. He required further experience and was not the most suitable candidate at present. Previously, Whitebeard had favored Ace over the 2. Not for any other reason than his youth, which afforded him many opportunities. Yet Marco had stood by him faithfully for decades, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. Whitebeard had been in a state of indecision regarding these 2. However, with Ye Fei's emergence, Whitebeard immediately recognized his potential. Not only did he embody the qualities of a king and possess formidable strength, but he also exhibited remarkable composure, calmness, and humility, as evidenced by his concealed abilities over the past 2 years and his refusal to assume the vice-captaincy today. Furthermore, his willingness to risk his life to rescue Fire Fist Ace and himself revealed that Ye Fei was a man of great integrity. This distinguished him fundamentally from Teach. Both concealed their strengths, opposing the Navy and Blackbeard, while steadfastly defending the Whitebeard pirates. This was precisely what Whitebeard required. Ye Fei truly met the criteria of a captain. Yet, Ye Fei's current refusal left Whitebeard feeling somewhat dejected. What did this young man mean by rejecting me with a jest? After a moment of silence, Whitebeard resolved not to dwell on it. Ye Fei, if you are unwilling now, I shall not press you. The position of vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates shall always be reserved for you, Whitebeard declared with a loud laugh, lifting the enormous bowl of liquor to his lips and gulping it down heartily. I shall revel and drink for 3 days here. Shanks roared with laughter. Ye Fei's outright refusal of Whitebeard filled him with curiosity about the young M, and to alleviate the awkwardness, he redirected the atmosphere entirely toward the libations. With Shanks's hearty laughter, the ambience began to lighten. The 2 main ships set sail from Marineford, side by side, while the Navy could only watch helplessly, just as the Whitebeard pirates departed the headquarters. A submarine stealthily emerged from the depths of the sea. This vessel, known as the Polar Submarine, was adept at lurking beneath the waves. It belonged to Trafalgar Law, the so-called death surgeon in the original tale. It appears my journey here was unnecessary. Straw Hat Captain, until we meet again, Trafalgar Law mused with a smile before commanding the ship to submerge once more. Meanwhile, on the square of Marineford, Sengoku sighed as he watched Whitebeard's ship depart, simultaneously noticing Shanks's vessel. However, he remained oblivious to the submarine that had surfaced at Red-Haired. You intended to bring this war to an end, did you not? Sengoku muttered, then turned to his companion, Garp. Red-Haired, the man who led Luffy down the path of piracy. Damn it! Garp's face darkened, his iron fist clenched tightly. He could scarcely contain the impulse to confront Shanks. Garp, now is not the time for such thoughts. Do not act rashly. While the Red-Haired has indeed erred, the primary responsibility lies with your grandson, Sengoku replied, shaking his head helplessly. You always say your grandson was the one who led him onto the pirate ship. Yet, your son, Dragon, was not coerced by anyone. However, Sengoku understood Garp's nature. His old comrade was nothing if not straightforward. Enough, I must take my leave. Garp cast a glance at the Moby Dick before turning away. Luffy and Ace were safe, bringing a measure of relief to Garp's heart. Though he harbored animosity toward Shanks, the path of piracy was a choice made by Luffy himself that he could not blame anyone else for that. Given the circumstances, Garp needed to consider future plans. As a vice admiral in the Navy, capturing pirates was his duty. Yet his own grandson was a pirate, which placed him in an awkward position within the Navy, had it not been for his previous merits. The Navy and the world government would likely have urged him to retire long ago. Such a scene as today was indeed complex. The prospect of having to duel with his grandson weighed heavily on him. Yet, no matter what, Garp could not bring himself to strike Luffy. It seemed the time had come to part ways with the Navy. As Garp departed, Sengoku chose not to elaborate further. The fleet admiral. He must prioritize the greater good. He then commanded the Navy below. Now, go find Akainu immediately. He has not returned since being sent flying. I tried to contact him via transponder snail, but I could not get through. Since he had not returned, it was imperative to send someone to locate him. After all, he was a Navy admiral. Upon hearing this, the Navy messenger expressed confusion. Admiral Sakazuki. Sengoku replied directly. He will not perish so easily. Search in the direction he was sent flying to the fleet admiral. He was well aware that Akainu could not be so easily defeated. He had merely been knocked away. It was crucial to find him as soon as possible. Yes, the messenger saluted quickly and dashed away. Kazan, you and Borsellino stay behind at Marineford to stabilize morale and reinforce defenses. There is much to be done here. Tomorrow, I shall accompany Garp to Mariawa. As Sengoku gazed at Aokiji, he uttered, very well. Aokiji slightly nodded, then lazily slipped his hand into his pocket and strolled towards headquarters, feeling somewhat disheveled today. He was utterly fatigued and deemed it necessary to return for a brief slumber. After the two departed, Sengoku once more surveyed the ravaged state of Marineford. His heart was filled with myriad sentiments. For this place had been constructed over generations. It was astonishing that it had been so thoroughly disrupted by the Whitebeard pirates. The events of the day had already become known throughout the world. The Navy had undeniably lost face. Subsequently, he would have to explain to the 5 elders at Marigeos. The seas were destined to descend into chaos once again. Sengoku lamented. The sudden emergence of immense strength from the Whitebeard pirates could very well alter the global landscape. This situation was exceedingly abrupt. To think that sending Admiral Akainu flying signified his defeat in Sengoku's eyes. As the Navy's strongest force, his defeat would imply a significant detriment to the Navy's standing in the world. This was precisely why the Gorosei had hastily summoned him to Marigeos. It indicated their heightened concern regarding this matter. Thus, Sengoku surmised that he must prepare in advance, dispatching warships to monitor every move of the Whitebeard pirates and report their activities without delay. Having given his orders, Sengoku turned and departed. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship, as all vessels had just set sail from Marineford, a grand feast ensued. Not only did they celebrate Ace's successful rescue, but they also rejoiced in acquiring a powerhouse like Ye Fei. The Moby Dick was alive with excitement. Crew members raised their goblets in a toast to victory. Ye Fei. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, pulled Ye Fei out from the crowd. Captain Marco, let us toast once more. Ye Fei's face flushed crimson as he raised his glass to clink with Marco's. Although this rum was lower in alcohol content than white spirits, its flavor was quite delightful. Initially, Ye Fei had no intention of drinking excessively. However, the ship was filled with people, and given that he had just been promoted to captain and had achieved great merit, alongside Ace's recent rescue, he found himself consuming several cups, feeling the effects of the alcohol weighing upon him. Ye Fei, tell me, did you consume some devil fruit? Marco inquired. Noticing Ye Fei's flushed complexion and unsteady stance, he seized the opportunity to ask, hoping to glean clarity while Ye Fei was inebriated. This question had been plaguing him all day. For the past 2 years since Ye Fei boarded the ship, his performance had been that of an ordinary pirate at best. Yet today, he had remarkably triumphed over numerous formidable adversaries, a conundrum that Marco found perplexing. Ye Fei's mind cleared somewhat at Marco's inquiry. However, still under the influence of alcohol, he replied, Captain Marco, I too cannot fully comprehend the situation. I only remember being shot by Don Quixote Doflamingo, and then upon awakening, I inexplicably gained power. It seems I can replicate many abilities. Of course, mentioning the binding of a divine system was likely beyond Marco's comprehension. Even under the influence, Ye Fei would never speak recklessly, much less reveal that he was a time traveler possessing memories from 2 worlds. Nevertheless, he was not entirely dishonest. After all, his powers had indeed manifested after being struck by Doflamingo's attack. This moment, Ye Fei suddenly recalled Doflamingo, the one who had shot him, that he had not seen him at Marineford, likely due to the intense nature of the battle. However, on another note, it was thanks to that encounter that he had managed to bind the system. Without it, he would have been unaware of how long it would take to achieve such a feat, let alone alter the battlefield's dynamics. Regardless, he had taken note of that shot from Doflamingo. Shot by Doflamingo? How could that be? Marco mused, finding the notion rather peculiar. To gain abilities after being shot seemed far-fetched. However, he soon recalled that after being struck by Akainu's magma, Ye Fei had still managed to fight unscathed. Thus, his claims might hold truth. As for the nature of the ability to replicate devil fruit powers, Marco felt an overwhelming curiosity. Indeed, Ye Fei nodded repeatedly. Marco's mouth fell agape, pondering if this was indeed the method by which Ye Fei acquired his abilities. Yet, judging by Ye Fei's earnest demeanor, it seemed unlikely he was fabricating a tale. After much contemplation, Marco could not unravel the mystery. Consequently, he chose not to press further. Even if he did, he doubted he could extract any more information. He certainly did not wish to be perceived as overly suspicious, which would not bode well. Let it be done. I should be glad that Ye Fei has grown so formidable, Marco quietly reflected, chastising himself for being overly sensitive and somewhat petty. He then downed the rum in his hand in one gulp and pulled Ye Fei back into the throng. The celebrations continued from day into night, and well into the early hours. Meanwhile, all ships had already ventured far beyond the influence of Marineford. In the dead of night, Ye Fei opened his eyes on the deck and proceeded to the bow of the ship. Unfastening. Turning back, he beheld that nearly everyone aboard was sprawled haphazardly. Whitebeard sat upon his throne, a nasal tube inserted for intravenous feeding, his snores louder than anyone else's. Ye Fei even heard a few crewmates mumbling in their sleep. Cups still clutched in their hands. Is this the life of a pirate? Ye Fei pondered to himself. Quite pleasant indeed. He then ascended to the bow of the Moby Dick, gazing up at the starry sky. The myriad stars twinkled before his eyes, instilling a sense of serenity. This sensation was one he had never experienced before. Could this be what freedom feels like before his arrival in this world? Ye Fei had merely been an ordinary office worker, ensnared in an endless cycle of work that left him no time to explore the outside world. At most, he read novels and watched animations. Yet, deep within his heart, he yearned for a life of unbridled freedom, devoid of worries. Now that he found himself here, Ye Fei suddenly felt that yearning fulfilled, and no longer did he need to concern himself with making money, working, or living. He could simply indulge in the pursuits he loved. It was an exhilarating sensation. Perhaps this was also the reason for the immense popularity of pirate tales. Perhaps within the hearts of many lies a desire to roam the seas and revel in freedom. I do not wish to return. I shall remain in this world and become a sovereign, Ye Fei mused, spreading his hands in contemplation. At this moment, Ye Fei had firmly resolved to dominate the pirate world. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by his father during the day. Vice Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. The reason for refusing Whitebeard's request today is not that Ye Fei is unwilling to become the vice captain, but simply that the time has not yet come. It is likely that many, including Whitebeard himself, are perplexed by the sudden surge of power they now possess. Marco has already inquired several times. Not to mention others that Ye Fei finds it difficult to provide an explanation, as he is unable to elucidate the matter. For now, it is best to maintain a low profile and wait until his strength is sufficient to overwhelm everything. In this train of thought, Ye Fei recalled the system he was bound to. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was asleep, he decided it was the perfect opportunity to take a look. At this moment, Ye Fei felt much clearer-headed that he silently called upon the system and opened the system panel. Today, after defeating several formidable characters and a number of ordinary Marines, his personal experience points had surged to over 50. 000 he could exchange for a plethora of valuable items from the system. He perused the first category of devil fruits and noticed that the flame fruit had turned into a gray icon in the system shop. This indicated that the flame fruit was no longer available, but Ye Fei understood that, much like in the world of pirates, each type of fruit exists only once. This realization left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He had initially intended to form a fire-themed pirate crew. As he continued to browse, he halted when he came across the gum fruit. This was the fruit of the main protagonist, Luffy, in the pirate world. The gum fruit, classified as a paramecia type, possessed immense developmental potential that Ye Fei recognized this from the original storyline. As of now, Luffy had already developed 4 forms and had yet to awaken the full capabilities of his fruit. He pondered what it would be like once it awakened. In a moment of hesitation, Ye Fei contemplated whether he should exchange for it. After all, his body was currently capable of merging multiple fruits. After much deliberation, he decided to forego this option for now, as his experience points were still insufficient. He resolved to examine other options instead. Compared to the paramecia-type fruits, Ye Fei found himself more inclined to acquire the abilities of a logia-type fruit, which allowed the manipulation of elements such as wind, water, thunder, and fire. Certainly a formidable prospect. With the flame fruit already in his possession, he effectively wielded fire-based abilities. Additionally, with the thunder bagua, he had access to lightning attributes, meaning he had already acquired 2 elemental powers. Next, he sought wind and water abilities. As he scrolled through the vast array of fruits in the shop, he found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number available. After searching for quite some time without success, he was on the verge of giving up when suddenly, the water-type fruit appeared, the rain fruit. Instantly intrigued, Ye Fei recalled that in the original pirate storyline, the logia-type fruits included the flame fruit, the thunder fruit, the light fruit, the magma fruit, and the ice fruit, with the water-type fruit being a singular entity, the rain fruit, belonging to the cadre member of Doflamingo, Senor Pink. However, Senor had merely utilized that ability for swimming and charming women. Ye Fei surmised that he had not fully developed the fruit's potential, which led to his defeat at Frankie's hands. Yet, here in Ye Fei's system shop, there was indeed a water-type fruit, the rain fruit. He promptly read its description, rain fruit, logia type. Upon consumption, the user gains the ability to manipulate rain at will, including the creation and control of rain's intensity. The user can also transform into a water form, rendering ordinary physical attacks, excluding Haki attacks, ineffective against them. The following section detailed the combat skills associated with the rain fruit. Rain perception. The rain created by the user allows them to sense enemies within its range. Useful for reconnaissance and defense. The range depends on the user's abilities. Rain arrows. The falling rain can transform into countless arrows raining down upon enemies, enabling large-scale attacks. Rain arrows max, an upgraded version, increasing speed and attack power by more than 10-fold. Rain spear, a weapon formed from condensed rainwater, typically used for offense. Rain shield, a defensive construct formed from rainwater, capable of withstanding blades, bullets, and cannon fire, while reducing the enemy's attack potency. Rain lightning. The user can create thunderstorms, utilizing lightning to strike enemies with precision. Rain fist. After generating rain, the user can condense it into a rain fist. Rain god. Water dragon. Summoning a torrential downpour to create a water dragon that attacks enemies. Rain god. Gravitational rain sphere. The user can increase the density of the rain without altering its volume, allowing it to strike enemies. Rain god. Gravitational water sphere. After a heavy downpour, a high-density water sphere is formed, falling from above and effective against both large areas and individual targets, with the size determined by the user's capabilities. Corrosive acid rain. The user can generate high-intensity acid rain that can corrode enemies, blades, and steel ships. Weakness, stronger fire, and magma. After examining the capabilities of the fruit, Ye Fei was pleasantly surprised. The rain perception skill bore similarities to Pain's perception in Naruto, providing a reliable defensive mechanism. Once activated, if an enemy attempted to ambush him, he would be alerted as soon as they entered the rain. The rain arrows would be effective against large groups of foes. The concept of a weapon formed from rainwater, the rain spear, was intriguing, although Ye Fei remained skeptical. However, techniques like the rain fist, water dragon, and gravity sphere appeared undeniably powerful. Particularly, the gravity rain ability, which could alter water density, likely required considerable effort. Lastly, the corrosive acid rain was somewhat ruthless. Not only could it corrode steel, but it could also harm enemies, making it something to be used sparingly. Overall, Ye Fei held high expectations for the rain fruit. Suddenly, he recalled Crocodile, the wielder of the sand fruit. His rain fruit should serve as a counter to Crocodile's abilities. Upon checking the price, he discovered it was the same as the flame fruit, requiring just 10,000 experience points for exchange. Without further hesitation, Ye Fei chose to redeem it. Ding! Host successfully exchanged for the rain fruit. With the notification, Ye Fei found himself holding a transparent, water-like devil fruit. It was soft to the touch, sparkling under the starlight, resembling a dazzling diamond. The rain fruit. Ye Fei mused, not in a rush to consume it. Instead, he began to contemplate. He already possessed the abilities of the flame fruit, which was fire-based. The fruit in his hand, undeniably, was water-based. If he consumed it, would it result in a conflict in the world of pirates? Devil fruits often have opposing relationships. After all, water and fire are inherently incompatible. This thought left Ye Fei feeling somewhat regretful. System, will consuming the rain fruit conflict with the flame fruit? He inquired. Concern etched on his face. Ding! No, while water and fire abilities are indeed opposing, they will not hinder the host's performance. The host should simply avoid using both abilities simultaneously, as doing so may result in backlash. However, given the host's strong recovery abilities, it will not cause significant harm. Relieved that there was no significant issue, Ye Fei looked at the fruit in his hand. He bit into it. It was still unpalatable, reminiscent of medicine. Ye Fei grimaced, but remained resolute. For the sake of acquiring greater powers, he could endure this minor discomfort. A single bite was sufficient to gain the abilities of a devil fruit. He discarded the remainder aside. Ye Fei consumed the fruit. His body began to undergo a transformation. Unlike his first fusion, this time he did not experience much pain, only a slight fullness in his abdomen. Within him, it felt as if several forces were swirling about. Ding! Host successfully fused with the abilities of the rain fruit. Would you like to redeem all skills? Upon hearing this, Ye Fei was somewhat taken aback. He recalled that during his last fusion with the burning fruit, those skills were inherently included. This time, however, it appeared he had to expend experience points to acquire them. The system was becoming increasingly exploitative, just like when one first embarks on a game for free. The further one progresses, the more costly it becomes. It seemed impossible to proceed without spending money. Ye Fei was at a loss for words. Yet since he had consumed the rain fruit, he had no choice but to purchase the skills. Otherwise, he would have to learn them gradually, and he had no idea how long that would take. He decided it would be more efficient to redeem them all at once. Redeem, Ye Fei quietly affirmed. The host expended 10,000 experience points, and the redemption was successful. The host acquired skills: Arrow Rain, Max Rain Gun, Rain Shield, Rain of Lightning, Rain Fist, Rain God, Great Water Ball, Corrosion, Acid Rain. The skills began to merge. As the skills fused together, a deluge of various activation techniques and methods associated with the rain fruit surged into Ye Fei's mind. The fusion of skill techniques was successful, accompanied by a system prompt confirming the achievement. Ye Fei couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Not only could he merge the fruit's abilities, but the process was remarkably swift. The system's responsiveness was indeed astonishing. This way, he wouldn't have to invest a significant amount of time in trial and error learning. Such an array of skills for merely 10,000 experience points was quite the bargain, akin to a bundled purchase. Simultaneously, Ye Fei recalled his first acquisition of the Thunderous 8 trigrams, an S-rank skill. After all, it was a formidable move, and it had even sent Akainu flying. Reflecting on this brought a sense of pride. However, upon consuming the rain fruit, Ye Fei did not receive a prompt for an S-rank skill. This could indicate that the fruit's abilities had not yet awakened. The fruits awarded by the system tended to lack awakened capabilities. Thus, it suggested that he would need to develop them independently. Ye Fei pondered this thoughtfully. Now, it was time to experiment with the rain fruit. Thanks to the fusion of skills, he quickly became adept at activating them. Extending his palm, he summoned the water-based power within him. Soon, a water sphere, approximately the size of a fist, manifested atop his hand. The sphere gently rose, and Ye Fei employed his ability to propel it skyward. In an instant, the ascending water sphere vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a dark cloud began to form in the night sky. The once beautiful evening was abruptly shrouded in darkness. Ye Fei gazed upward, noting that the cloud stretched across several dozen kilometers. Gradually, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. At last, it had appeared. This was rain of my own making. Ye Fei felt a swell of pride. He could now control the weather. Next, he intended to utilize his perception ability. Ye Fei slowly closed his eyes, beginning to sense where the raindrops fell. The headquarters of the Whitebeard pirates, along with 43 affiliated pirate crews and the ships of the red-haired pirates, all lay within Ye Fei's perception, but he sensed that. Aside from the sailors navigating the seas, the majority of the remaining individuals were already ensconced in slumber. Particularly, he could discern the breathing and snoring of the nearby crew members. This realization filled Ye Fei with a sense of wonder. The perception ring served as an effective reconnaissance tool. Just as Ye Fei prepared to retract his ability, he suddenly sensed a wave of hostility that originated from roughly several dozen nautical miles away. Where 3 massive objects obstructed the rain he had summoned. He sensed them the instant the rain began to fall. The distance was too great for him to discern what they were. He promptly heightened his perceptive abilities. Before long, he realized they were 3 naval warships, one larger and the other 2 somewhat smaller. Initially, Ye Fei assumed they might be poised for an ambush. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. The 3 naval warships were not racing toward him, but seemed to maintain a steady pace alongside him. Moreover, if they intended to launch a surprise attack, they wouldn't have sent merely 3 warships. After all, this was the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. In addition to the main crew, there were 43 affiliated crews, plus Shanks' ship. Could 3 warships truly hope to prevail, they would likely meet their demise before reaching their target. It was clear they were there to observe. Ye Fei immediately grasped this point. Today, the Whitebeard pirates had caused quite a stir in Marineford, and it was entirely reasonable for naval vessels to be dispatched to monitor the situation from a distance. It was likely a strategy devised by Sengoku himself. They were undoubtedly wary of a sudden counterattack from Whitebeard under the cover of night, as for how to handle the 3 warships. Ye Fei originally intended to let them be, considering their intent was not aggressive. However, he was eager to test the capabilities of his newly acquired rain fruit and assess the effectiveness of long-range attacks. Meanwhile, the 3 warships trailing the Whitebeard pirates' fleet moved forward at a leisurely pace. The fine rain that began to fall was soon noticed by the crew aboard the naval vessels. What is going on? The weather was just fine, and all of a sudden, it started to rain. One sailor remarked, I was looking forward to enjoying the beautiful night scenery. I despise rainy days. They make everything feel damp. Indeed, that cloud appeared rather suddenly. Quite strange, isn't it? We didn't have anything like that behind us. It always clear out at sea. Just a moment ago, the sky was bright and clear. And now rain has inexplicably arrived. The 2 naval soldiers continued their discussion, assuming it to be a mere occurrence of rain. However, the intensity of the rain began to increase. What started as pea-sized droplets soon grew to the size of marbles. And before long, they resembled fists, pounding against the naval vessels with a resounding thud. Fortunately, the warships were well constructed, and their drainage systems performed admirably. The rainwater was swiftly expelled into the sea. Were it any ordinary wooden ships, they might not withstand such a deluge. This isn't right. How can there be such heavy rain? It hurts. Go wake up Vice Admiral Mouse. The naval soldiers on watch finally recognized that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Mouse, who had been resting in his quarters, was jolted awake by the cacophony outside. What in the world is happening? He shouted angrily at the door. He had barely slept for an hour after an exhausting day battling at the naval headquarters. Furthermore, since the conclusion of the conflict, he had been relentless in monitoring the activities of the Whitebeard pirates, without a moment's rest. Just as he had finally lain down, he was rudely awakened again. 2 naval soldiers hurriedly burst through the door. Reporting to Vice Admiral, it suddenly started to rain heavily. They exclaimed breathlessly, "It's just rain. Why make such a fuss about it? You woke me for this?" Vice Admiral Mouse replied, clearly irritated. Encountering storms and rough seas is a commonplace occurrence at sea. A little rain shouldn't cause such alarm. Sir, We have several soldiers injured by the rain. At that moment, Vice Admiral Mouse's expression shifted dramatically. What? Injured by the rain? This is utterly ridiculous. As soon as the words left his lips, the clamor outside grew even louder, accompanied by the frantic cries of numerous individuals shouting for help. Instinctively, Mouse sensed that something was amiss. Above him, heavy objects seemed to fall from the deck, crashing down with a resounding thud. It quickly dawned on Mouse that this was not merely a rainfall. It was a sudden ambush. Come with me, he declared, rising immediately and striding towards the door. The moment he stepped out of the cabin, a water droplet the size of a basketball struck him squarely on the head. Thud. Startled, Mouse felt a sharp pain shoot through his forehead. This rain was extraordinarily heavy, he muttered to himself, retreating back into the cabin. Gazing at the enormous raindrops, he wore an expression of utter astonishment. Was this really rain? As a rear admiral, he had braved the seas for many years and had encountered numerous tempests. Though he had witnessed severe weather before, this was the first time he had encountered such an unprecedented downpour. It was indeed bizarre. In the midst of his astonishment, the sailors clamored, "Admiral Mouse, the sails have been damaged by the rain. Admiral Mouse, the deck at the bow has been ruined by the rain. Admiral Mouse, some of our crew have been knocked down by the rain and are unable to rise." The Navy soldiers rushed towards him in a state of panic. Lower the sails immediately. Inform everyone to return to the cabin at once. Activate all drainage systems. The water on the deck must be expelled into the sea at once. Do not allow it to enter the cabins. Mouse quickly gathered his wits. Yes, the messenger dashed away, simultaneously using a din-din mushy to notify the personnel aboard the other two warships. Amidst the torrential downpour, anguished screams occasionally pierced the air from the deck. Mouse had realized that the situation was dire. Such a deluge could easily prove fatal if he wished to venture out. He would have to do so himself. He activated his Haki, enveloping his entire body in its protective aura. "Stay in the cabin. Do not wander about. I will go take a look," he proclaimed, and with that, he burst out of the cabin, using his Haki to swiftly rescue several trapped Navy soldiers from the deck, returning them to safety in the cabin with remarkable speed. Then, employing Jeppo, he leaped into the air and on the two nearby warships. Some sailors were desperately using their shields to shield themselves from the deluge. "Return to the cabin at once. The outside is no place for you to linger," Mouse shouted at them. But the din of the rain was too overpowering. He had no choice but to descend and personally escort them back aboard. He deftly evaded the onslaught of rain, yet still felt numerous droplets striking him. Despite being covered by Haki, he could unmistakably sense that this rain was unusually heavy, and it showed no signs of abating. This situation was untenable. As he soared through the air, Mouse began to scan his surroundings. Soon enough, he discerned a troubling pattern. The torrential rain seemed to be concentrated solely around the three warships, while only a gentle drizzle fell just beyond their vicinity. This rain was exceedingly peculiar. A hypothesis formed in his mind. They were being deliberately targeted, and this deluge was an intentional attack on these three vessels. Without hesitation, he utilized the sixth form of Rokushiki, Saru, to swiftly evade the area where the rain was falling. Indeed, he was correct. Only the vicinity of the warships was affected, encompassing merely a few hundred meters. Observing the warships, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. Could it be them? Had they been discovered? A Logia-type devil fruit ability? Mouse had no time to ponder further, for he heard the rain's roar intensifying from the direction of the warships. If this continued, the three vessels would likely be sunk by the relentless downpour. Although it was hard to believe that the rain could sink their ships, the reality was undeniable. He quickly activated Jeppo and hurried back aboard the ship. Grabbing a din-din mushy, he began issuing commands. All warships, retreat 200 meters. The vessels, having received the order, promptly maneuvered backward until they finally exited the rain's range and gradually came to a halt. Only then did Mouse, accompanied by his soldiers, ascend to the deck. Gazing at the deck, which had been ravaged by the rain, Mouse fell into deep contemplation. "Admiral Mouse, what just happened with that rain?" Several bewildered Navy soldiers inquired. Still grappling with the sudden downpour, Onan asked questions. First, assess the damage, Mouse instructed tersely, his mind racing with the thought that this was likely a deliberate act. It was well known that while the weather at sea could be severe, it had never manifested such an intense rainfall. Moreover, this rain was not of ordinary weight. It was only due to his Haki that he could withstand it. Furthermore, it was inconceivable for rain to fall solely above their warships. Everything pointed to a calculated maneuver by someone. Before long, Mouse received the damage report. Dozens injured, the sails of all 3 warships completely destroyed, and water leaking onto the decks and into the soldiers' quarters. One ship's engine room had also taken on water. Retreat another nautical mile. We must maintain a safer distance from the Whitebeard pirates. Additionally, report to Navy headquarters about the incident we just experienced. We require new warships. The current ones must return for repairs, Westmouse concluded, his expression turning grave as he cast a wary glance towards the distant Whitebeard pirates. The individuals aboard that ship were indeed terrifying. Initially believing they would remain undetected from several dozen nautical miles away, he was astounded to find that even from such a distance, they could launch an assault. Now, the only course of action was to increase their distance further. Meanwhile, Ye Fei had already sensed Westmouse and his crew retreating. Given that it was merely a surveillance vessel and posed no significant threat, Ye Fei chose not to employ the Rain Fruit's abilities to pursue them. Additionally, he sought to avoid attracting more trouble. Having just retracted his fruit powers, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, Ye Fei saw Luffy trudging towards him, still half asleep and yawning. It seems like it just rained a bit. Luffy murmured to himself. Hearing this, Ye Fei couldn't help but smile inwardly. It was merely a light drizzle here, while behind them, a torrential downpour had just occurred. Of course, Ye Fei refrained from mentioning this. Luffy, seemingly oblivious to Ye Fei's presence, walked to the bow and loosened his pants. Why Ye Fei felt a bit awkward standing nearby. Perhaps he had drunk too much today and was in a hurry. Ah, Ye Fei. Luffy finally noticed Ye Fei standing beside him, leaning against the ship's railing. Oh, you're awake? Ye Fei asked, feeling a bit sheepish. Yeah, a little urgent, Luffy replied with an innocent grin. Now that Ye Fei had become his older brother, there was no need for Luffy to hold back or be coy in his presence. Ye Fei chuckled softly, having a good understanding of Luffy's character. Not only was he straightforward, but he also harbored a deep sense of justice. Ye Fei both liked and admired him. Why Ye Fei, your strength is formidable, Luffy said, resting against the ship's bow, his gaze fixed on Ye Fei. He had witnessed the battles at Marineford, particularly the moment Ye Fei had transformed into a dragon, which had left Luffy utterly mesmerized. Wow. You're no slouch either. You're 3 years younger than me and have already defeated the warlords, Gecko, Moria, and Crocodile, Ye Fei replied with a grin. Why Ye Fei? You know about that too? Luffy scratched his head, gazing at Ye Fei with an innocent expression. It seemed he had a fair understanding of himself. Those 2 incidents had made it to the bounty notice. How could he possibly be unaware? Ace had mentioned it to him as well. Why Ye Fei nodded in acknowledgement. All of that information had come from the original pirate story. However, you managed to defeat the Marine Admiral Akainu. Ye Fei, why don't you take me on as your disciple and teach me? Luffy suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Ye Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just today, he had taken Luffy as his brother. And now he was being asked to become a mentor. Wasn't this all rather chaotic? Luffy, what are you saying? I am your brother. How could I also be your master? Ye Fei responded, utterly speechless. Oh, I just remembered. But as your brother, you could still teach me. How about you impart some knowledge to me? I really want to gain more powerful abilities, Luffy said earnestly, wishing for the day he could become immensely strong. Ye Fei chuckled softly. He indeed wanted to teach him. However, Luffy could only consume 1 devil fruit, rendering him incapable of acquiring the powers of other fruits. Otherwise, Ye Fei might have directly bestowed a few upon him. But now, that was impossible. He belonged to a character in the original narrative and could not ingest a second devil fruit. Nevertheless, Luffy possessed remarkable talent with the Gum Gum fruit. He could gradually develop its powers to their fullest potential. Sometimes, mastering one fruit's abilities to the utmost was more significant than having multiple fruits. Though Ye Fei had once entertained the thought of having Luffy join the Whitebeard pirates alongside Ace, he understood that Luffy's character would never accept such a notion. He aspired to become the Pirate King, and to be subordinate to anyone else was simply unacceptable to him. Thus, Ye Fei had long since abandoned that idea. Why do you wish to become so strong? Ye Fei inquired. Luffy, brimming with excitement, declared, I'm going to be the man who becomes the Pirate King. Upon hearing this, Ye Fei smiled faintly and nodded silently. Reflecting, I've heard this line countless times already. After the fervent declaration, Luffy curiously turned to Ye Fei and asked, What about you, Ye Fei? After contemplating for a moment, Ye Fei replied, Since your goal is to become the Pirate King, I shall reluctantly strive to become the ruler of this world. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luffy leaped up, exclaiming, What, you want to be the world's ruler? Does that mean I'll be beneath you as the Pirate King? However, Ye Fei remained unfazed. Yes, precisely. What is wrong with that? Luffy then fell into a state of dejection, muttering to himself, Pirate King, world ruler. Who told you to save Ace? And besides, you're still my brother. Upon hearing this, Ye Fei understood. It seemed this kid had tacitly accepted the notion. A laugh threatened to escape him, but he managed to suppress it, patting Luffy on the shoulder with a serious demeanor. Luffy, don't rush. I will help you become the Pirate King. Of course, he left unsaid the latter part. Before that, I must first become the ruler of this world. Luffy sighed, but you won't teach me any more powerful techniques. Ye Fei chuckled, don't worry, someone will teach you. Luffy looked puzzled. Someone? Who? At this, Ye Fei paused for a moment. In the original story, after Ace's death, Luffy fell into despair and was brought to the territory of the Shichibukai. Boa Hancock, by Trafalgar Law. Later, the Dark King Rayleigh found him and taught him to use Haki and how to develop his fruit abilities deeply. However, due to his own presence, Luffy's storyline had already deviated. Now that he was on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, his original narrative had been completely disrupted. Given Luffy's character, he would undoubtedly not venture alone to seek out the Empress. Thus, it was now imperative to reintegrate his storyline. Ye Fei did not wish to interfere with Luffy's growth, especially not with Rayleigh's guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Fei finally responded. Luffy, you know Boa Hancock, don't you? Ye Fei asked deliberately. Yeah, I know. She was the one who helped me sneak into Impel Down. Ye Fei, you're not suggesting I go to her for training, are you? Hancock is no match for me. I want to go. Luffy quickly turned his head away. Hancock's abilities held no value for him, and he found the woman rather peculiar. As for what exactly felt odd, Luffy, who was completely clueless about romance, could not articulate. What could he possibly learn by following her? Luffy scoffed at the idea. Ye Fei felt awkward upon hearing this. In front of such a beautiful woman. You don't know how to cherish the opportunity. Tell me, are you even a man? I'm not asking you to do anything else. I just want you to ask her to help find Rayleigh. Ye Fei felt somewhat helpless. Of course, his intention in having him seek out Boa Hancock was solely to connect him with Rayleigh. What transpired between Luffy and Hancock was of no interest to him. Rayleigh? Are you talking about that old man with the white beard? Luffy asked curiously. He recognized the name. Previously, on Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh had saved Zoro when the Admiral Kizaru nearly annihilated them. Thankfully, Rayleigh intervened in time. That's right. You can go directly to him. You can also reach him through Boa Hancock, Ye Fei replied succinctly. According to the original story, Boa Hancock maintained a good relationship with Rayleigh. If Luffy was willing, Hancock would undoubtedly comply, as she had long been enchanted by Luffy. She had been daydreaming about marrying him. Thus, if Luffy desired, this matter could be easily accomplished by the Empress. If it's that old man, then I suppose it's okay. He didn't lose to Kizaru in battle? Luffy nodded, suddenly intrigued. He had heard that Rayleigh was the former first mate of the Roger Pirates and possessed immense strength. Finding him should pose no problem. Before Ye Fei could respond, Luffy looked at him suspiciously and asked, Ye Fei, how do you know so much? At this, Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback. This kid was surprisingly quick-witted today, leaving him a bit unprepared. Had Luffy always been this clever? I heard about the events on Sabaody Archipelago while aboard the Whitebeard pirates. They mentioned something. It seems to be about Ace. Luffy. Ace cares a great deal about you and often mentions your name on the ship. Ye Fei quickly deflected. Fortunately, Ace had previously spoken of Luffy often aboard the ship. Thus, Ye Fei cleverly utilized this to cover his tracks. Oh, I see. That's alright then, Luffy said before promptly drifting off to sleep. Ye Fei was taken aback. How could he just fall asleep like that? It was truly reminiscent of the original story. The conversation had barely reached its peak when he simply dozed off. This was quite similar to Ace. Was he a bit too carefree? Nevertheless, it seemed he had successfully convinced Luffy. Indeed, Ye Fei hoped to steer his storyline back on course. And it appeared that this little rascal was receptive to his influence. For the next 3 days, the revelry continued aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship, allowing Ye Fei, as a traveler, to experience the exhilarating atmosphere aboard. It was quite delightful. Meanwhile, Marine Admiral Sengoku had already arrived at the Holy Land Moria. This was the headquarters of the world government, the venue for the World Conference, inhabited by the world's aristocracy. The Celestial Dragons. Upon arriving at Moria, Sengoku wasted no time and went straight to the residence of the Gorosei, Fleet Admiral Kong. As soon as the warring states entered, he encountered his superior, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, the current commander-in-chief of the world government's military forces, was the direct superior of Fleet Admiral Fujitora. However, matters within the Navy were still ultimately decided by warring states. The Fleet Admiral. Sengoku nodded. This time, he had been summoned by the 5 elders. Upon entering the hall, he found the esteemed individuals already awaiting him. What urgent matter has prompted your summons? Warring States inquired deliberately. Please, take a seat. One of the elderly gentlemen clad in a black suit suggested. Warring States said nothing further and seated himself before the 5 elders. Warring States, what is the current status of Marineford? The gentleman in a blue suit asked. Marineford has suffered significant damage. I have arranged for repairs to be expedited. Kazan and Paulsolino are currently there, Warring States replied with a hint of frustration. Although the recent Marineford war had been orchestrated by the world government, as the fleet admiral, he was the one tasked with its execution. However, the Whitebeard pirates had directly assaulted the Navy headquarters, and despite incurring tremendous losses, the Navy had failed to eliminate Ace and Whitebeard. Instead, the headquarters suffered severe damage and was further undermined by Blackbeard's interference. Even the whereabouts of Akainu remained unknown. As the fleet admiral, he could not absolve himself of responsibility, yet the 5 elders and Admiral Sengoku did not probe into this matter extensively, merely stating, "The situation at Marineford has become a laughingstock for the entire world." Naturally, their primary concern lay with the impending circumstances, particularly regarding the Whitebeard pirates and the individual known as Ye Fei. What do you know of the young man who defeated Sakazuki? The bald elder, leaning on his sword, inquired. The scene of Akainu being sent flying had left an indelible impression on them. It was no small matter for a Marine admiral to be bested in front of the world, as it would undoubtedly shake the Navy's reputation globally. This issue was of paramount importance to the world government and the Navy. I am not well informed, or rather, I know nothing at all. However, I have dispatched personnel to investigate. And as of now, I have received no updates, Warring States admitted. Feeling notably awkward. He was utterly baffled as to how such a formidable force had emerged from the Whitebeard pirates. It was precisely this young man who had thwarted his plans to dismantle the Whitebeard pirates entirely. Yet, concerning his identity, there remained no information to date. You need not send anyone else to investigate his identity. We have already instructed CP9 to look into this matter, the bald elder declared. From the moment Ye Fei had sent Akainu soaring, they had recognized the severity of the situation and quickly assembled the newly appointed CP9 to ascertain Ye Fei's identity. Very well, Warring States nodded. As Fleet Admiral, he was well aware of CP9's role as the world government's direct intelligence agency. Beyond the Navy's jurisdiction, their immediate superiors were the 5 venerable elders before him. However, following the events at Eni's lobby, all CP9 members had been dismissed, necessitating the recruitment of new personnel, of whom even Warring States was unaware. Of course, he had little desire to delve into the affairs of secretive spies. Since the matter had been entrusted to CP9, it was no longer his concern. The sudden emergence of this young man had indeed disrupted their plans to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates, much like the previous incident with the young man known as Straw Hat Luffy. However, Ye Fei posed an even greater threat. His presence had likely compromised the existing balance of power on the seas. This is precisely the reason we have summoned you, the gentleman in the blue suit continued, prompting nods of agreement from the other 4 elders. Is this the reason you urged me to stand down? Warring States responded. Had the conflict continued, both the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates would have surely faced a deadly impasse, resulting in mutual destruction. The Navy had already mobilized nearly all its elite forces to confront the Whitebeard pirates. A significant loss would undoubtedly jeopardize their ability to contain the remaining 3 sea overlords. In such a scenario, the balance of power would be at great risk of being shattered. Hence, it was necessary to cease hostilities and preserve strength. Aligning with the 5 elders' perspective, Warring States, what do you propose we do about this individual? The elder in the red suit inquired. This, Warring States was momentarily taken aback and promptly countered. That is precisely what I wish to ask you, esteemed elders, regarding our approach to Ye Fei. He had yet to devise a suitable plan, as even deploying the Navy's elite forces would likely prove insufficient to eliminate Ye Fei. As silence enveloped the room following Warring States' statement. It lingered for quite some time until someone finally spoke. What if we were to bring him under the world government's banner for our own purposes? Warring States appeared perplexed. What do you mean? The elder in the black suit proposed. How about granting him the title of Warlord of the Sea? At this suggestion, Warring States' expression stiffened. Just 3 days prior, the young man named Ye Fei had caused a commotion at Marineford, sending a Marine admiral flying. How could they now consider bestowing upon him the title of Warlord of the Sea? If word of this were to spread, it would surely incite laughter. Furthermore, he was a member of the Whitebeard pirates, and the Navy had only recently apprehended their Fire Fist ace. Now, mere moments after the battle had concluded, they sought to recruit Ye Fei. Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. As Fleet Admiral, Warring States was naturally reluctant. It was well known that Ye Fei had inflicted significant harm on numerous Navy personnel and officers. This proposal may be somewhat inappropriate, Warring States stated, though he refrained from expressing his displeasure overtly, attempting instead to gently decline. In what way is it inappropriate? The others pressed. Finally, Warring States articulated his concerns. I trust you esteemed elders witnessed the battle 3 days ago. He was willing to fight fiercely to rescue Whitebeard and his crew, demonstrating profound respect for Whitebeard. Moreover, he withstood 2 of Sakazuki's magma punches to save Ace. Such a person is likely to cooperate with us and accept the title of Warlord of the Sea. Ultimately, he has caused the Navy significant casualties, and our soldiers harbor considerable resentment towards him, which will not be easily resolved. To the Navy, Ye Fei is their enemy. For all these reasons, I believe it is utterly inconceivable that this young man would accept the title of Warlord of the Sea. Furthermore, if we were to proceed with this course of action, it would undoubtedly be met with staunch opposition from the Navy. A man who has just inflicted such damage upon them being suddenly elevated to the status of Warlord of the Sea? This is a reality Warring States cannot accept. However, he chose not to voice his thoughts regarding Zephyr, keeping them to himself. As his words hung in the air, another voice soon emerged with dissent. How can we know if we do not at least attempt it? The advantages of the Warlord of the Sea title are not lost on him. Once he becomes a warlord, the world government and the Navy will overlook his past transgressions. Additionally, he will be permitted to plunder publicly within designated waters. Would he not desire such an opportunity? They are merely pirates. After all, that we believe that when faced with the prospect of profit, he will consider it. Regarding the perspective of the 5 elders, Sengoku holds it in disdain. It is but the simplest form of inducement. In his view, it is excessively fanciful. Sengoku has personally witnessed the actions of Ye Fei and knows that he is certainly not the type to be lured by mere benefits. Even when Blackbeard proposed to share the world with him, he refused. This indicates that his resolve is particularly steadfast and not easily swayed. These 5 elderly gentlemen indeed seem to know nothing beyond issuing commands from the comfort of their homes, wholly ignorant of the realities of the battlefield. Furthermore, as the Grand Admiral, he is rather reluctant to collaborate with pirates. Of course, he is aware that the 5 elders wish to maintain some semblance of balance. But Sengoku harbors doubts as to whether that can truly be achieved. Even if someone named Ye Fei were willing to accept the title of Warlord of the Sea, would he truly comply with the world government's directives? Absolutely not. Moreover, the previous pain inflicted by Zephyr renders Sengoku psychologically unable to accept Ye Fei's ascension to Warlord. Historically, while the title of Warlord of the Sea is bestowed by the world government, these individuals often act independently. They frequently confront the Navy, engaging in hostilities, embodying the essence of duplicity. On one hand, they exploit their status for personal gain. On the other, they oppose the Navy with impunity. This exemplifies the inherent flaws in the Warlord system. Blackbeard serves as a prime illustration of this awkward existence. Sengoku has long desired to abolish this system, yet his proposal was outright rejected by the 5 elders, who wish to utilize the warlords to constrain the 4 emperors. I would wager that the individual known as Ye Fei will categorically refuse this title, Sengoku remarked, acutely aware that the 5 elders are insistent on designating Ye Fei as a warlord of the sea, leaving him with no means to decline. Sengoku, this is not the time to voice your objections. Regardless of his willingness, we must bestow this title upon him. Our objective is to stabilize the current situation. Originally, the world government's plan was to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates to enhance its control over the seas. However, this endeavor has revealed that the Whitebeard pirates cannot be directly eliminated. Given this reality, the only viable option is to maintain a relatively stable situation with the Whitebeard pirates by granting Ye Fei the title of Warlord. This act would signify the world government's current stance of reconciliation with the Whitebeard pirates. Whether Ye Fei accepts is of little consequence. Additionally, conferring the title upon Ye Fei serves another strategic benefit. It distances the other 3 emperors from the Whitebeard pirates. One must consider, how would the Whitebeard pirates react to the emergence of a warlord among them? Would they still consider an alliance with the Whitebeard pirates? Ultimately, should Ye Fei become a warlord, there may be unforeseen advantages. Sengoku believes that the 5 elders' perspective is indeed sound. If we neglect to act, and should Whitebeard ally with the other 3 pirate crews, our Navy's status could be severely compromised. The best outcome would be for him to agree to become a warlord, distancing himself from the Whitebeard pirates and aligning with us. Even if this does not materialize, his standing within the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly become precarious. Meanwhile, the long-silent Admiral Kong finally spoke. As the supreme leader of the world government and the Navy headquarters, He must consider the broader implications. He understands Sengoku's reluctance, which may stem from personal sentiments, as Ye Fei has indeed caused significant casualties to the Navy. However, sometimes decisions must be made with the greater picture in mind. This aligns with what he had previously discussed with the five elders. Very well, Steelbone Kong stated, prompting Sengoku to nod in acknowledgement. He recognizes that he cannot countermand his superior. As Grand Admiral, he must occasionally prioritize the Navy's interests over personal feelings. That he had indeed allowed some personal bias to cloud his judgment. Yet, he remains unwilling to accept Ye Fei's designation as a warlord of the sea. This is merely our current course of action regarding Ye Fei. Once CP9 clarifies his identity, we shall devise our next steps, the five elders informed Sengoku. These newly appointed CP9 members are not yet on par with their seasoned predecessors. But the investigation must proceed. Understood, Sengoku replied. Until Ye Fei's identity is clarified, the Navy will refrain from taking action against the Whitebeard pirates. In comparison to Ye Fei, how do you propose we handle Blackbeard Marshal D? Teach, Sengoku inquired. Previously, at Navy headquarters, he had publicly rescinded Teach's title as Warlord, an act that had overstepped boundaries. The Warlords are not subordinates of the Navy. They serve the world government alongside it. Only the world government and the five elders possess such authority. As Grand Admiral, Sengoku lacks the power to unilaterally revoke Teach's title, and he braced himself for the forthcoming criticism. However, the five elders did not hold Sengoku accountable. You handled this matter well, nonetheless. In the future, you must consult us before taking such actions. Even if you do not act, we will, and we have now revoked his title as Warlord. Immediately restore the bounty on Teach. The amount will be determined by you at Navy headquarters. The five elders replied. Teach's transgression of invading Impel Down, absconding with prisoners, and injuring Magellan is indeed a grave offense. Revoking his title serves as a warning to the other warlords. Defiance of the world governments will incur severe repercussions. Understood. Sengoku nodded. He has already formulated a plan concerning Blackbeard. As long as the five elders consent, he can initiate action without delay, just as the meeting concluded. Sengoku's dedicated transponder snail rang. Brrr. It was Carp. Why would he be calling at this moment? Without further contemplation, Sengoku answered the call. Carp, I am still in Moria. What is the matter? Sengoku inquired, bemused. Originally, he had intended to bring Carp along to Moria. But Carp chose to remain at Navy headquarters, ostensibly to oversee matters concerning Marineford. However, Sengoku knew that Carp was fundamentally averse to encountering the celestial dragons, ever since the incident with the Rocks pirates. Carp's attitude towards the world government has been less than favorable. It is precisely due to this reason that Carp has consistently declined promotions, even with the world government's high regard for him. Thus, Sengoku opted not to bring him along, recognizing the potential awkwardness of such a situation. Sengoku, I wish to resign from my position as Rear Admiral, Carp stated forthrightly. Resign? Why? In response to Sengoku's inquiry, Carp fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Sengoku, I have grown old. It is time for the younger generation to take the reins. If we do not step aside, how long will these young individuals have to wait? Carp's rationale left Sengoku somewhat speechless. After so many years as comrades, to hear such words from Carp was unexpected. It seems you are beginning to hold back from me. Is this due to the events of late? Your grandson is a pirate. While we are the Navy, our positions differ greatly. Carp, I find myself in a predicament as well. You must understand the difficulties I face as the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. As a longtime friend of Carp, Sengoku is well aware that this is not the true reason for Carp's desire to leave. The real reason, I fear, lies in his reluctance to stand against Ace and Luffy, caught in this awkward position. Carp indeed finds himself in a quandary. On one hand, as a member of the Navy, capturing pirates is his duty. On the other, his own grandson has become a notorious pirate. Sengoku fully comprehends Carp's plight. Carp, if you intend to resign, you should speak directly with Admiral Kong. I just attended a meeting with him. With a sigh, Sengoku did not provide a direct agreement nor a refusal. Instead, he deferred the matter to higher authority. Though Carp is merely a vice admiral, his standing within the Navy is comparable to that of Sengoku. They fought side by side as comrades for decades, rarely apart. Some things need not be elaborated upon. Such matters must be addressed directly with Admiral Kong. I understand. Carp replied before hanging up the transponder snail. Sengoku fell into contemplation. This old fellow, Carp, actually wishes to depart, leaving a mess for me to handle? In truth, he too desires to leave. As Admiral, Sengoku bears significant responsibility for the failures during the Marineford incident and the Summit War. Now that Carp is leaving, what meaning remains for Sengoku and the Navy? Yet, the war has only just ceased, and reconstruction has yet to commence. To propose resignation at this juncture would likely displease the five elders. Perhaps it is best to wait until the Navy headquarters is restored before making any decisions. Carp, you are correct. It is time for new blood to emerge. Sengoku murmured to himself, seemingly resolved to follow in Carp's footsteps. While some rejoice, others lament. At the moment when Ye Fei and the Whitebeard pirates celebrate their victory. The Blackbeard pirates sail upon the vast sea. However, their situation appears rather dire. Captain, our ship seems to be in dire straits. Luffy, the demon guard, expressed his concerns, noting that several cannonballs had struck the vessel upon their departure from Marineford. Originally, their pirate ship was crafted from a colossal tree, but after sustaining damage from the cannon fire, the hull now teeters on the brink of disintegration. Wolf, brace yourself at the rear, Teach instructed, glancing at the precarious state of the ship and addressing the enormous figure behind him. At that moment, Saint One Wolf floated in the water, propelling the ship forward. Even half-submerged, he appeared to tower several stories high. "Aye, Captain," Saint One Wolf replied, placing his hands on the hull to prevent its collapse. "Captain, where shall we head now?" asked Abelo Pizarro, the king of tyranny. Earlier, he, like Rainy Shiryu, had been imprisoned and impelled down and had witnessed Shiri to being returned to confinement. He was anxious about the possibility of being sent back to impel down himself. To the New World, Teach declared, taking swigs from the liquor bottle at his waist. This voyage to Marineford had been fraught with misfortune. Their original plan had fallen apart, yielding no benefits while costing them two key subordinates, Captain Burgess and Captain Shiryu. The root cause of this disastrous outcome lay entirely with the individual known as Ye Fei. Previously, Teach had been a comrade of his and shared a close bond, often drinking until dawn and discussing their dreams. For over 2 years, he had failed to recognize Ye Fei's formidable strength, only to discover that he could effortlessly eliminate his two captains. Once a crew of 10, they were now reduced to 8, leaving Teach both astonished and frustrated. "Captain, the New World is Whitebeard's territory. If we venture directly there, could we be annihilated?" Abelo Pizarro expressed his deep concerns. It should be noted that Teach had previously slain Whitebeard's subordinate, Sachi, and Whitebeard was now intent on taking his life. Heading to the New World seemed akin to walking into the line of fire. Ha ha ha, Pizarro, the most perilous places can sometimes be the safest. The New World is vast. Aside from Whitebeard's main base, those 43 pirate crews beneath him pose no real threat to us, Teach replied with a boisterous laugh. Following their defeat at Marineford, his crew's morale was exceedingly fragile. He needed to stabilize their spirits. However, even Teach's reassurances could not fully alleviate the complex expressions on their faces, as many had recently escaped from impelled down, and trust among them was yet to be established. "Captain, can we truly establish a foothold in the New World?" asked Katarina Devon, the Moonlight Hunter, who had also escaped from impelled down. She expressed skepticism regarding Teach's words. Before their journey to Marineford, Teach had promised to slay Whitebeard and seize his devil fruit powers. Yet now, his promises remained unfulfilled, leading Katarina to question his reliability. Do not forget, I possess the powers of the dark fruit. When the time comes, I can assist you in acquiring any devil fruit abilities you desire. In the New World, aside from that old man, no one stands a chance against me. If any of you wish to leave, I will not hinder you. However, let me forewarn you, the world government will not let the events at Impel Down slide. I hope you are prepared for that, Teach stated coldly, implying that they should consider their options carefully, as the Navy might pursue them if they chose not to follow him. With that, he activated the powers of his dark fruit. Enveloping his entire form in darkness, he exuded immense confidence in his strength while showcasing his abilities to his subordinates. Upon witnessing this display, the crew's attitudes began to shift. "Captain, please do not be angered. We merely express concerns for our future and harbor no other intentions," Abelo Pizarro said, trembling slightly. "Indeed, we were merely inquiring. Captain Teach, you rescued us, and we shall never forget that," they echoed in agreement, although they had joined the Blackbeard pirates not long ago. Teach's brutal actions against former comrades revealed his ruthless nature, making it a perilous choice to follow him. Yet they had no alternative. Joining another pirate crew would not guarantee acceptance, especially given their escape from Impelled Down. How many would dare accept them? Once accepted, the Navy would surely pursue them. The only path left was to continue placing their trust in Teach. As soon as Pizarro finished speaking, the remaining members nodded in agreement, realizing they had no path of retreat. Ha ha ha, splendid. I assure you that upon reaching the New World, we will swiftly carve out our own territory. Our strength will undoubtedly rival that of the 4 emperors. With my might, I shall at least be the 5th emperor of the New World. When we grow powerful enough, I will personally take Whitebeard's head and seize his Tremor Fruit. Thereafter, we will occupy Whitebeard's territory and coexist with the other 3 sea emperors. Tick, with a self-satisfied grin. Simultaneously devised plans for the future. His words had already succeeded in stabilizing the crowd. Yet, despite this, Tick was acutely aware that returning to the New World was fraught with peril. Firstly, the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly spare no effort in their pursuit of him. Secondly, the New World harbored 3 other emperors of the sea, each of whom posed a significant threat to him. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to proceed. As a pirate, he harbored an insatiable desire to uncover the legendary treasure, One Piece. It could only be found in the New World. When weighed against the dangers of the New World, he preferred to take the risk. As the captain of the Blackbeard pirates, he was indeed a highly intelligent and ambitious individual. Whitebeard, Ye Fei, one day we shall eliminate each one of you. As Blackbeard set his course for the New World, in a hospital in Dressrosa, a towering figure clad in a Navy admiral's uniform lay unconscious. This man was none other than Admiral Akainu. 2 days prior, he had fallen onto Dressrosa, crashing through a building, and had remained in a state of coma ever since. The sight of the fallen admiral left everyone in utter shock. For images of the Marineford War had been broadcast worldwide. How could he have traversed such a vast distance from Marineford to Dressrosa? The incredulity was palpable. Yet, it was indeed Akainu, the admiral of the Navy. Immediately, they reported to Dressrosa's king, Doflamingo. However, Doflamingo was still en route back. The gathered individuals could only relay the news to his subordinates. Discussions ensued regarding how to handle Akainu. Some proposed his execution. Fearing that Akainu would uncover the myriad of illicit enterprises in Dressrosa, such as the production of the artificial devil fruit, smile, arms dealing, and human trafficking, others voiced their opposition, recognizing that he was an admiral of the Navy. They argued that if he were to be killed while unconscious, it would surely invite the wrath of the Navy, resulting in dire consequences. Additionally, some suggested simply sending Akainu away, but this too was met with resistance. They worried that if the Navy inquired about the situation, they would struggle to explain why they had neglected to provide medical care to a comatose admiral. At that moment, Akainu lay before them like a hot potato. Let us first move him to the hospital and keep him under surveillance. We must contact Doflamingo and await his return, proposed Tory Pole, one of Doflamingo's highest-ranking subordinates. The group could not reach a consensus on how to treat Akainu. So they resolved to wait for Doflamingo's return, for he was indeed the king of Dressrosa. Torpal's suggestion swiftly garnered approval. Upon learning of the situation, Doflamingo wasted no time in using his devil fruit abilities to return to Dressrosa. Where is he? Doflamingo's first inquiry upon his return was regarding Akainu's condition. Learning that the admiral had been brought to his territory left Doflamingo astounded. The fastest ship from Marineford would take several days to reach Dressrosa. How had that young man managed to accomplish this? Was he a demon? Ye Fei had indeed landed him in a significant predicament. Though still unconscious, the doctors indicated that he would likely awaken in the next couple of days. However, fragments of sea stone remained lodged in his body, a result of the collision with a building containing sea stone, necessitating further time for their removal. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo promptly commanded, "Send someone to monitor his condition closely. Notify everyone to cease all smile production lines for the next few days. Additionally, halt all other transactions temporarily." Despite Doflamingo's former status as a celestial dragon and his current position as a warlord of the sea, he remained wary of Akainu. This admiral was known for his ruthless nature, and he would not spare even his allies should the need arise. Naturally, Doflamingo could not afford to kill Akainu. The people of Dressrosa were already aware of his presence there. If Akainu were to be murdered and the news leaked, it would not matter whether Doflamingo was a celestial dragon or a warlord of the sea. The world government and the Navy could swiftly obliterate him from existence. This was not a time for carelessness. Doflamingo recognized the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, his claim to the title of King of Dressrosa was not entirely legitimate. Should the truth come to light, everything he had built would be destroyed. Ceasing smile production. What will we tell Kaido? The family members were understandably anxious. The Smile Factory was responsible for producing Zoan-type devil fruits, and Kaido was Doflamingo's principal trading partner. Should he halt supplies, Kaido would undoubtedly retaliate. Although Doflamingo wielded considerable influence compared to the 4 emperors of the New World, he was but a minor player. As a broker in darkness, he could not afford to offend Kaido. The mere mention of Kaido darkened Doflamingo's expression, his brow furrowed and his demeanor grim. This was indeed a delicate predicament for him. On one side stood the Navy and the world government. while on the other loomed the four emperors. He could afford to offend neither. The navy, the four emperors, he chuckled darkly. How intriguing. After a lengthy silence, Doflamingo suddenly broke into a sinister smile, leaving his subordinates bewildered. What was happening? I hope I'm not about to lose Dressrosa, he mused. That damned kid managed to bring him here. I am quite surprised. Why didn't you just kill him? That would have eliminated a nuisance. Doflamingo half-joked, already beginning to blame Ye Fei for the predicament. Had it not been for Ye Fei's actions, he would not be facing this dilemma. As Doflamingo wallowed in frustration, his family members quickly resumed offering their suggestions. Doflamingo, we do have options. We could simply have the Navy come and take him away. Virgo is now a vice admiral. He could handle it. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo frowned. Invite the Navy to Dressrosa? Is that not inviting disaster? As a warlord of the sea, he could never allow Navy ships to set foot in his domain. The secrets harbored here were far too numerous. Moreover, Virgo was a spy he had placed within the Navy. There was no reason to expose him unless absolutely necessary. After contemplating for a moment, Doflamingo finally spoke. Rather than allowing the Navy to come and retrieve him, we might as well deliver him directly to their base. Soon, another voice raised a concern. Doflamingo, will the Navy suspect our intentions and launch an investigation? Doflamingo scoffed. Suspect? As long as they have no evidence, it matters not. Do not forget, I am a warlord of the sea. Navy ships cannot simply traverse our territory. So, how could I allow them to enter my domain voluntarily? What would it matter if they suspected us? As long as we send Akainu away, all issues will be resolved. To directly send away Akainu certainly carries certain risks. However, compared to waiting for the Navy to arrive, the dangers are significantly lesser. Even if the world government inquires, it can be easily justified, as returning individuals is within the bounds of reason. Upon hearing this, everyone finally nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat reassured. From this moment forth, we shall proceed as I have just articulated. Additionally, remain vigilant for any spies from the world government that may have infiltrated Dressrosa. Every individual entering must be thoroughly interrogated. Furthermore, you must maintain absolute control over those toy soldiers. Should you detect any suspicion of them leaking information, you may eliminate them without hesitation. Regarding the arena, ensure you are closely monitoring it, as there are quite a few subordinates of the king of the Colosseum present. Doflamingo meticulously outlined the arrangements. At this juncture, any unforeseen developments must be avoided at all costs, especially concerning those toy soldiers who possess memories. Drawing the Navy's attention would spell catastrophic trouble. Doflamingo, rest assured, we will manage this effectively. After making the necessary arrangements, Doflamingo still felt a sense of insecurity. Thus, he resolved to personally escort Akainu back to the nearest Navy base. With that, he took Akainu, who remained unconscious, out of the hospital. In that moment, Akainu had yet to awaken from his stupor. Consequently, he was directly brought aboard the ship. Simultaneously, Doflamingo promptly contacted the world government to request the nearest Navy base to come forth. This way, they could return the individual to them on the high seas. Several days later, the two parties met at the prearranged location on the ocean. Your admiral is merely unconscious. There are no other issues, Doflamingo explained to the Navy personnel. Of course, he was deeply concerned about the Navy questioning why they did not wait for Akainu to regain consciousness before proceeding. He could only preemptively assuage their doubts. Observing this, the Navy officers who came to receive them refrained from probing further. They were well aware of Doflamingo's temperament and dared not inquire. Upon receiving Akainu, they commenced their return journey. The following day, Akainu suddenly awoke. Where am I? He murmured, instinctively touching the back of his head, which still throbbed painfully. Additionally, he noticed several wounds on his body, as if he had undergone surgery. Reporting to Admiral Sakazuki, Doflamingo has brought you aboard our vessel, and we are currently en route back to the Navy headquarters. A nervous Navy soldier responded, acutely aware of the Admiral's notorious temperament, which was even more fearsome than Doflamingo's. Doflamingo, that little brat from the Seven Warlords, Akainu queried, perplexed as to why he had not been awakened and instead was placed aboard such a small warship. Little did he know that Doflamingo would never dare to wake him directly. His thoughts suddenly drifted to the incident at Marineford. That young man, if he recalled correctly, was named Ye Fei. Did he truly knock me down in Dressrosa? Remarkable. He truly is a formidable adversary. As he pondered, someone beside him spoke up. It was Doflamingo who brought you here. Where is he? Akainu inquired. He has already returned to Dressrosa. What about your superior? Vice Admiral Jinbei is still at Navy headquarters. There is a conference taking place there, and he will not return for a few days following the battle at Marineford. Vice Admiral Jinbei had been assigned to handle post-conflict matters. A conference? Why not wait for my return? Akainu expressed his confusion, a hint of dissatisfaction brewing within him. Admiral Sakazuki, I do not know, the Navy soldier replied nervously, aware that such high-level meetings were beyond his purview. Please notify the engine room to expedite our return, Akainu commanded, not delving further into the matter, as their ranks were still insufficient. He then dismissed the Navy soldier. As the soldier left, Akainu once again touched the back of his head, which still throbbed painfully. Gradually, memories began to resurface. He recalled being struck by that young pirate named Ye Fei, his consciousness lingering while his body remained relatively unharmed. He distinctly remembered being flung towards Dressrosa. Yet the subsequent events became a blur, seemingly culminating in him striking something hard that caused him to lose consciousness. Could it have been a building made of sea stone? As he continued to touch his head, he gradually pieced together the situation. As a Navy admiral, he had indeed heard that some structures in Dressrosa utilized sea stone in their construction. That must be it, Akainu muttered to himself. His hypothesis was accurate. Had he landed on an ordinary building, his physique would have sustained no damage. However, he had precisely collided with a sea stone structure, resulting in not only a concussion but also loss of his powers. In the original narrative, it was indeed established that some buildings in Dressrosa were crafted from sea stone. During Doflamingo's activation of the birdcage, certain structures proved challenging to sever, and Luffy encountered buildings that nullified his abilities. All due to the presence of sea stone. It is well known that sea stone is the nemesis of those with abilities. Upon comprehending this, Akainu ceased his contemplation, his head still aching. Instead, he began to reflect upon Ye Fei. This obscure pirate possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength. That insufferable brat actually sent me flying to Dressrosa. That technique seemed reminiscent of Kaido's abilities, incorporating both lightning and fire. Akainu found himself somewhat awed. Simultaneously, vivid images of Ye Fei's assault replayed in his mind. Despite the technique's potency, it should not have been sufficient to propel him all the way to Dressrosa. Thunderbagwa. Akainu instantly recalled Kaido's signature move. He was familiar with Thunderbagwa, having seen it once before. That particular technique could not possibly send someone flying such a distance. Only Bartholomew Kuma's Paw Fruit could achieve such a feat. Could it be that Ye Fei is somehow affiliated with both Kuma and Kaido? A series of questions surged through his mind, further complicating the already throbbing pain in his head. He could not afford to dwell on these matters any longer. Subsequently, he retrieved the golden transponder snail he always carried and promptly contacted Navy headquarters. Since you are unharmed, that is good. The Navy headquarters is convening a meeting. Return as swiftly as possible. Sengoku's voice came through without probing further. However, when he later learned of Akainu's defeat in Dressrosa, he was taken aback, finding it utterly outrageous. Days later, at Navy headquarters in Marineford, the meeting commenced as scheduled. Akainu had also returned to Navy headquarters prior to the assembly. The reason for keeping you all here is that I have significant matters to discuss with everyone, Sengoku stated impassively as he surveyed the assembly. Present were not only the 3 admirals, but also over a dozen vice-admirals, including Garp. Alongside various Navy officers from different seas, the attendees exchanged glances, uncertain of what to expect. However, they all noted that since Fleet Admiral Sengoku returned from the Holy Land Marietwa, he had been notably displeased. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to raise questions. They simply nodded in acknowledgement. The world government has decided to revoke the title of Warlord from Gecko Moria, while simultaneously bestowing the title of Warlord upon the pirate named Ye Fei from the Whitebeard pirates. After a moment of silence, Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally announced this decision. The room erupted in commotion. What? Ye Fei as a warlord? He injured so many of our Navy soldiers and officers, and we are just going to let him go. What on earth are those old geezers in the world government thinking? How can someone like him be made a warlord? He is a member of the Whitebeard pirates, and just a few days have passed before they want to appoint him as a warlord. I cannot concur. He has injured far too many of us, and I find myself unable to account for this to my subordinates. Sengoku, this is simply unacceptable. The crowd was bewildered, particularly Akainu, who directly overturned the cup before him. How could such a perilous pirate be allowed to join the Shichibukai, thereby tarnishing the Navy's reputation? It is truly laughable and utter irony. What on earth were those 5 old men thinking? Akainu's fury was palpable. His enmity with Ye Fei had yet to be resolved, and now the world government intended to elevate Ye Fei to the status of a warlord of the sea. Would former adversaries now be thrust into an alliance? The notion that he would have to be allied with Ye Fei was preposterous. In the face of the crowd's skepticism and dissent, Sengoku remained silent, calmly awaiting Akainu's outburst. He had foreseen the inevitable opposition to his words, particularly from Akainu. However, there was no recourse. This was the decision of the world government. Once Akainu had vented his frustrations, silence enveloped the room once more. Humph. I too struggle to comprehend this matter. If you wish to continue discussing it, I suggest you take your grievances directly to the world government, Sengoku stated. In truth, he was reluctant about this situation. Previously, some in the Navy had left due to similar reasons. Yet, the world government's directives were not to be defied. Upon mentioning the world government, the assembled individuals found themselves at a loss for words. Even as high-ranking officers of the Navy, they could not contend with the authority of the world government. If that is the case, then it is settled. Now, let us discuss teach. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, Akainu abruptly interrupted him. Sengoku, since Ye Fei's elevation to the Shichibukai is the will of the world government, their resolution is final, and I have no further objections. However, I would like to propose a request. The room fell into confusion at his words. Speak. Sengoku gestured. What if he refuses the title of Shichibukai? Akainu inquired. Given Ye Fei's tenacity in combat, it was clear he would not accept such a designation. Naturally, Akainu's intention was that should Ye Fei reject the title, the Navy would have legitimate grounds to apprehend him. Upon hearing this, Carp's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, this man had already devised a plan for revenge. Yet, it was somewhat understandable, considering he had been bested by Ye Fei. Seeking retribution was only natural, nonetheless. This objective seemed rather transparent. However, Sengoku's subsequent words caused Akainu's countenance to fall. Regardless of whether he accepts it or not, the world government has conferred this title upon him. The assembled crowd was taken aback. They knew that once an individual declined the title of Shichibukai, it would never be offered again. Previously, the world government had invited Fire Fist Ace to become a Shichibukai, but upon Ace's refusal, the title was rescinded. Yet now, the world government was attempting to impose this title upon Ye Fei? This was unprecedented. The world government was making an exception for Ye Fei. Such an occurrence had never happened before. What could it possibly signify? The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Did they truly regard him with such gravity? Akainu's face darkened even further. Meanwhile, after a prolonged silence, Vice Admiral Carp finally spoke. Sengoku, does the world government intend to incite a conflict between Ye Fei and Whitebeard? Carp's voice was cold. By imposing the title of Shichibukai upon Ye Fei, it was evident they hoped to sever his ties with the Whitebeard pirates. Could the Whitebeard pirates tolerate the presence of a Shichibukai among them? Sengoku silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the case. Ye Fei had become a source of concern for the world government. All of CP9 had been mobilized. The most prudent course of action was to instigate a rift between him and the Whitebeard pirates, while simultaneously encouraging other pirates to distance themselves from them. Having said this, Sengoku's audience began to grasp the world government's intentions. In light of this, Akainu's stance softened slightly, if that is the case. Even if he is a Shichibukai, we can still issue a bounty on him. I propose we place a bounty on Ye Fei, Akainu asserted. Sengoku looked perplexed. Once one becomes a Shichibukai, all bounties are suspended. Sakazuki, you should be aware of this, right? Upon hearing this, Akainu nodded silently. Indeed, I understand. However, Ye Fei has never been placed on a bounty list before. His remark prompted the others to recall the fact. There had never been a bounty on Ye Fei. Akainu spoke the truth. This individual had inflicted significant losses upon the Navy. He was an exceedingly dangerous figure. Should the world government revoke his status, we could immediately apprehend him. Akainu continued. In his view, the world government merely sought to exploit Ye Fei. His identity as a Shichibukai could be rescinded at any time. A bounty was entirely justifiable. Akainu's words quickly garnered support from certain hawkish elements within the Navy. Admiral Sakazuki is correct. A bounty should indeed be placed on such an individual. Indeed, Ye Fei wreaked havoc at Navy headquarters, leaving us utterly humiliated. Such a person must be designated a bounty criminal. The hawkish members readily echoed their agreement. Kazan, what are your thoughts? Sengoku inquired. Up until this point, Aokiji had not uttered a single word. The discord between Akainu and Aokiji within the Navy was not a recent development. Sengoku wished to hear Aokiji's perspective. However, Aokiji's response surprised Sengoku greatly. I concur with Sakazuki's assessment. As an admiral, I am not personally acquainted with Ye Fei. There is no reason to shield him. Furthermore, this matter pertains to the Navy. Ye Fei has caused significant casualties within our ranks. At this moment, he is perceived by all in the Navy as a pirate who ought to be apprehended. Should he voice a differing opinion, it would undoubtedly impact his standing within the Navy. Thus, he had only one option, to acquiesce. Moreover, he had no desire to meddle in such troublesome affairs. As soon as Aokiji expressed his agreement, a number of his fellow vice admirals nodded in concurrence. Meanwhile, Carp merely acknowledged with a silent nod. As a member of the Navy, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for pirates. Yet, he found it difficult to loathe this pirate named Ye Fei. After all, had it not been for Ye Fei, both his grandson and adopted son Ace would have perished beneath Akainu's magma. Reflecting on that moment brought him a sense of joy. Had Ye Fei not intervened, his grandson Luffy and Ace might not have survived. How could he face Dragon and Roger in the future? However, he remained silent, for he was a member of the Navy. Since everyone was in agreement, they could allow him to be a Shichibukai while simultaneously placing a bounty on him. I must clarify that the current bounty is merely on hold. Now, let us discuss what would be an appropriate amount for Ye Fei's bounty. Sengoku turned his gaze back to the crowd. A bounty on Ye Fei. Once again, the attendees were at a loss. It is crucial to note that the bounty on pirates is determined by their level of danger. Thus, the disparity in bounty amounts among formidable pirates is substantial. For instance, the Shichibukai Boa Hancock has a bounty of only 80 million berries. Given her strength, this figure is far from representative. Moreover, considering Ye Fei's recent tumult at Marineford, it is evident that his threat level has surpassed that of Fire Fist Ace. This pirate is no ordinary individual. His bounty should be no less than 600 million berries. Smoker, standing behind the others, was the first to speak up. While Ye Fei incapacitated him in just 2 blows. At this moment, he was still bandaged across his chest. Without at least 600 million, it would be an affront to the injury he bore. 600 million berries. It would be prudent to add the bounty of Straw Hat Luffy as well. Together, they are not a match for Ye Fei. Not only has he defeated so many of our Navy personnel, but he has also taken down numerous of our officers. Such a perilous pirate must be assigned a high bounty. As the words of Admiral Dalmesia, adorned with a canine mask, echoed through the air, another voice swiftly interjected. The infamous Fire Fist Ace currently boasts a bounty of 550 million berries, while the Straw Hat Pirate, Luffy, has a bounty of 300 million berries. Does this not imply that Ye Fei's bounty stands at 850 million berries, an astonishing figure? Yet among the 7 warlords, such a bounty is unheard of. The crowd erupted into a fervent debate regarding Ye Fei's bounty, for until now, he had not even been mentioned in the annals of bounty notices. It was only after the recent upheaval at the Navy headquarters that he garnered attention. Such a bounty cannot be assessed by previous standards. Have you all finished your discussions? You underestimate this pirate. Tio have brought me to such a state. You dare to assign him such a meager bounty. Red Dog, standing nearby, exclaimed indignantly. After much deliberation, they had yet to elevate Ye Fei's bounty past 1 billion berries, which left Red Dog incredulous. What an insult. Are you suggesting that I, an admiral of the Navy, was defeated by a pirate with a bounty under 1 billion? This is not merely a slight against Ye Fei. It is a profound disrespect towards me. Upon hearing this, the crowd stared at Red Dog in bewilderment. Admiral Sakazuki, what do you believe would be a fitting bounty for Ye Fei? They inquired, as the high-ranking officials of the Navy felt a certain trepidation towards Red Dog. In their earlier discussions, they had deliberately avoided mentioning Ye Fei's defeat of Red Dog, fearing the volatile admiral's wrath. Yet, unexpectedly, Red Dog himself broached the subject. A pirate capable of repeatedly toppling me and sending me to Dressrosa? You genuinely believe a bounty akin to that of the 7 warlords is sufficient? He ought to command at least 50 billion berries. The crowd was rendered speechless, including Sengoku and Garp. They had not anticipated Red Dog would assign such a staggering bounty to Ye Fei. 50 billion berries places him at the level of the 4 emperors. It is worth noting that the highest bounty ever bestowed upon the Pirate King, Roger, was only 55 billion berries, a culmination of his lifetime of struggle. And yet, this individual, Ye Fei, receives a bounty of 50 billion berries upon his first appearance on the wanted list. Just as he ascends to the ranks of the 7 warlords, he is awarded a bounty of 4 emperor caliber? Is this a result of excessive currency or inflation? Or perhaps Admiral Sakazuki, have you been so thoroughly bested by him that you are now fearful? Admiral Sakazuki, 50 billion berries places him on par with Whitebeard. Almost immediately, doubts were raised within the assembly.to date. Whitebeard's bounty stands at 50 billion 460 million berries. 50 billion is nearly equivalent to his own. How could Ye Fei's initial bounty be set so high? Even Kaido does not inspire such terror. Nevertheless, in response to the Navy's upper echelon skepticism, Red Dog retorted, Whitebeard could never bring me to such depths. This young pirate poses a greater threat. The crowd was left utterly speechless. They had indeed witnessed Red Dog being knocked out of the battlefield, and for days on end, he had eluded them. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who had been silently awaiting the discussion, nodded subtly. The fact that Sakazuki would so readily admit this speaks volumes about his attitude towards Ye Fei, aligning it even higher than that of Whitebeard. This realization coincided with the thoughts of the 5 elderly gentlemen present. Contemplating this, Sengoku suddenly conceived a new notion. Sakazuki is correct. The degree of danger Ye Fei presents is indeed comparable to that of Whitebeard. In fact, this individual's threat level may surpass that of Whitebeard. At 72 years of age, Whitebeard has entered the twilight of his life and can no longer stir great turmoil. Yet Ye Fei, in his 20s, still has ample time ahead of him. Such an opponent must not be underestimated. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Commander Sengoku's words. Being in one's 70s is indeed a time for retirement, while life for someone in their 20s is just beginning. Observing this, Sengoku gave a silent nod. Although Red Dog's comments were colored by personal emotion, they largely reflected the truth. He then continued, thus, I propose we set his bounty at 51 billion berries. Who is in favor, and who is opposed? Sengoku had made his decision clear. His intent was to secure unanimous agreement on this matter. However, the bounty of 51 billion berries certainly startled many present. After all, this was Ye Fei's first bounty, to surpass Whitebeard, who had dedicated his entire life to earning 50 billion berries. By an additional 54 million berries is a terrifying prospect. In favor, Red Dog was the first to raise his hand. Visibly pleased. Historically, Sengoku had favored Aokiji, but this time he found himself in agreement with Red Dog, which genuinely surprised him. Naturally, he wished to express his support, with the Marshal and the Admiral in agreement. No one dared to voice opposition. One by one, the others raised their hands. Even Aokiji, who had initially been reluctant, found himself with no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Garp discerned Sengoku's true intentions. His underlying motive was not merely the bounty, but rather the implications of Ye Fei's relationship with Whitebeard. It is crucial to note that a bounty of 51 billion berries would place Ye Fei above Whitebeard, marking him as a top-tier figure in the pirate world. What would Whitebeard think if his subordinate's bounty eclipsed his own? Even if Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, were magnanimous, the implications of such a disparity would not be lost on him.